This sweet, normal-looking couple actually hides a mind-blowing secret. The husband belongs to an immortal race with incredible healing powers, while the wife is a shifter who can transform into animals. Neither of them knows the other's true identity, and they've lived a quiet life together with their son. Their son, Yu Gwang-ik, was just your average college student. But 2 years ago, his mom suddenly dropped the bombshell that she could transform. Yu Gwang-ik was completely stunned and jokingly asked if she could turn into Sailor Moon or some kind of demon girl. But after she showed him the proof, Yu Gwang-ik was a believer. He also learned that his own shifter blood would awaken that very night. Yu Gwang-ik couldn't believe his mom waited this long to tell him something so huge. While he was trying to wrap his head around it, his mom looked him dead in the eye and said, "Whatever you do, don't you dare tell your father." He blankly agreed. Fast forward 2 years to one afternoon. Yu Gwang-ik was out grocery shopping with his dad when his father suddenly said they needed to talk. Yu Gwang-ik thought it was going to be about his grades, but then his dad seriously admitted to being an immortal, leaving him totally floored. "Are you guys playing some kind of double-cross game with me?" Yu Gwang-ik thought. But seriously, how could both his parents just casually drop these massive secrets like it was nothing? Even though his dad warned him, "Don't tell your mother," Yu Gwang-ik was pretty skeptical. Immortals are supposed to be drop-dead gorgeous, but no matter how he looked at himself, he didn't see any of those traits. His dad comforted him, saying, "Today is your 24th birthday. At 11 p.m. tonight, your immortal blood will awaken. You'll see for yourself then." He then reminded Yu Gwang-ik once more, not to let his mother find out. Once again, he blankly agreed. Although he couldn't fathom why they were hiding their true identities from each other, Yu Gwang-ik accepted his parents for who they were. But since he had already awakened as a shifter 2 years prior, he cautiously asked his dad, "Does it hurt when you awaken?" His dad just shrugged and said it wasn't a big deal, that it just feels like your blood is boiling and that it cools down after a while. So Yu Gwang-ik shouldn't worry. Back home, Mom had prepared a cozy birthday dinner. Later, lying in his room, he watched the clock tick toward 11 p.m. He wondered if he could actually awaken as an immortal after already being a shifter. If it didn't work, how on earth would he explain that to his dad? Yu Gwang-ik had a massive question mark in his mind. Then 11 p.m. hit and a wave of agonizing pain surged through his entire body. The pain was so intense that Yu Gwang-ik couldn't even make a sound. He remembered what his dad had told him on the way home and was just furious that his old man had lied to him. Yu Gwang-ik's father is an immortal with insane healing abilities, and his mother is a shifter who can turn into various animals. Yu Gwang-ik inherited the strongest bloodline talent in the world, but to awaken it, every hair on his body fell out, and he felt like he was being drained of every drop of blood, all while his bones snapped one by one. But after enduring the brutal side effects of the awakening, Yu Gwang-ik emerged as a brand new person. Not only did all his hair grow back, but he also gained lean, powerful muscles and radiant, glowing skin. Even his 5 senses became unusually sharp, so sharp that hearing strange noises every night became his biggest struggle. While Yu Gwang-ik was dealing with that headache, his mom suddenly called him for breakfast. The breakfast spread was way more lavish than usual. It wasn't just 4 dishes and a soup. Every single plate was piled high with food. While they were eating, Dad suddenly told him to start preparing for the civil service exam, which caught both Yu Gwang-ik and his mom off guard. The reason his dad was pushing this was that in times of peace, the government keeps a close eye on immortals. But Yu Gwang-ik's mom was totally against him taking that exam. After his shifter awakening 2 years ago, she had already decided that once Yu Gwang-ik finished college, she'd set him up at a major company with ties to the shifter race. But she didn't want the husband to know she was a shifter. So she just used the excuse that Yu Gwang-ik still had to focus on school, which left the boy totally confused. Even though Yu Gwang-ik knew both his parents just wanted him to have an easy life, this was the first time he'd seen them so divided. So he just sat there happily eating while watching them bicker. Right at that moment, both parents turned their gaze toward Yu Gwang-ik. It turned out they wanted him to decide stay in school or take the civil service exam. Yu Gwang-ik didn't want either. Instead, he told them he wanted to join the Navy. That one sentence made his parents go silent instantly. His mom gave him a look full of killing intent, clearly unhappy with his choice, but after thinking it over, his dad supported the decision. Hearing that Yu Gwang-ik was genuinely happy, he thought he was one step closer to his dream, but then his dad pivoted. "You can join the Marine Corps, but you have to pass the civil service exam first." He added that if he passed, he could defer his start date for the Marines, and it would even give him extra credit points. Yu Gwang-ik thought about it for a moment and agreed. Mostly because his dad had been a civil servant for many years, so he figured listening to his old man was the right move. Besides, he could still join the Marine Corps just a little bit later. Once Yu Gwang-ik agreed to the exam, his dad said he'd find him a tutor to help him pass quickly. However, Yu Gwang-ik had to go to a facility for special training every Saturday, and his instructor was one of his dad's subordinates. This so-called training was actually meant to polish Yu Gwang-ik's immortal body. The trainer looked at his muscular physique with total suspicion. Usually, an immortal's physical strength is weaker than average, and only Yu Gwang-ik knew this was because of his mother's shifter blood. But the trainer didn't know that and just assumed it was the result of hitting the gym. The two of them headed to the training grounds, and Yu Gwang-ik froze when he saw the floor covered in razor-sharp knives. He had no clue what kind of training his dad had in mind, but the instructor didn't start the physical drills just yet. Instead, he explained why immortals have such powerful healing abilities. First is physical stamina. The better your stamina, the stronger your healing. Second is sensory perception. The more sensitive you are, the more levels of pain you can feel, which helps you pinpoint exactly where you're injured. So their training would focus on these two areas. Although Yu Gwang-ik understood the explanation, he still didn't get what the mountain of blades behind him was for. The trainer flashed a creepy smile and said it was to toughen up his body and teach him how to truly act like an immortal. Yu Gwang-ik was completely baffled. Wait, I'm here for a civil service exam. Shouldn't I be studying the test material? The instructor just stared back, equally confused. Your dad told me you'd be joining the Immortal Special Forces, Cheong-ji said. Yu Gwang-ik was absolutely stunned. He never even heard of such a thing, but he knew passing this test was his only shot at becoming a Marine. So he had no choice but to agree. You wouldn't believe it, but Yu Gwang-ik wearing purple polka dot pants had to walk barefoot across this mountain of blades. The coach barked at him to run faster, and soon agonizing screams filled the air. Yu Gwang-ik's feet were a bloody mess. But the coach could tell by the blood on the blades that he'd intentionally skipped a few in the middle. He didn't scold Yu Gwang-ik though. Instead, he praised his reflexes. Yu Gwang-ik's healing ability even shocked the coach. Usually, a newly awakened immortal wouldn't have such a high regeneration rate. Yu Gwang-ik was about to take a breather when the coach suddenly said that a demi-human should run extra laps while injured. He wouldn't let Yu Gwang-ik dodge anymore, telling him it was better to stomp down hard and break his legs. Yu Gwang-ik was absolutely floored by that. He never expected the guy his dad found to be this heartless. He just kept running. Yu Gwang-ik's incredible healing speed continued to shock the coach. He never thought the recruit his superiors sent over would be this gifted. Meanwhile, Yu Gwang-ik was barely holding it together through this self-torture. He asked, "How much longer do we have to do this?" The coach said they'd train until he fainted because each blackout would raise his pain threshold. Running on blades was meant to ensure Yu Gwang-ik wouldn't panic or pass out from the pain on a real battlefield. Then he asked Yu Gwang-ik, not feeling dizzy yet, but Yu Gwang-ik knew that with his shifter blood being so strong, he might never actually pass out from this. So he asked, "Is there any other way to pass this round?" The coach thought for a bit and said, "If you can run across the blades in under 6 seconds, you pass." Yu Gwang-ik smirked. Even before this, he could hit 6 seconds without even trying. It was going to hurt like hell, but Yu Gwang-ik decided to just ignore it. If he went all out, he'd definitely finish in under 6 seconds. As Yu Gwang-ik bolted like a madman, the coach's eyes widened. But even though Yu Gwang-ik finished gasping for air, the coach screamed at him to do it again. It wasn't because he was slow, but because the coach had forgotten to count the seconds. If the Mountain of Blades was bad, the second round was even more ridiculous. "Here, take this." Yu Gwang-ik grabbed the rope and held it up, looking confused. "What's this, a dog leash?" Cheong-ji spoke up quickly. "You'll need it for the second part of your training. Put it around your neck." Yu Gwang-ik did as he was told, but grumbled, "This feels weird. What are we doing?" Hearing that, Cheong-ji replied, "Breath-holding training." Yu Gwang-ik stood there, frozen, his body trembling. "Wait, so this is..." The coach cut him off. "Exactly." Cheong-ji held up a remote control. He explained, "When I press this button, the collar around your neck will tighten." He added, "Don't take it off. Tie it tight. You already ran on knives, you're not just going to go home now, are you?" Yu Gwang-ik sat on the ground, fuming. He snapped, "Can't. I just dive underwater to practice holding my breath." Cheong-ji replied, "You think that's enough? This training is also about enduring strangulation. If you faint in the middle of a fight, you're dead." Cheong-ji explained to him. "Just like with the knives, you focus way too much on not passing out. After years of brutal war against special species, normal people learn how to deal with us, so shouldn't the opposite be true as well?" He suddenly sighed. "We used to train by hanging ourselves from the world tree to make things better." Yu Gwang-ik cursed him silently in his head. "Don't talk like it's some better memory," he thought. He forced a smile and asked, "What's the goal for passing?" Cheong-ji replied, "None. You'll pass out, but you should last at least 5 minutes." Yu Gwang-ik answered calmly, 5 minutes. "Fine." The man continued, "Also, I recommend you don't try to rip the collar off or steal the remote unless you want a hole in your chest. Although maybe that's just another form of training." Hearing that, Yu Gwang-ik said firmly, "Understood." Cheong-ji asked him one more time, "Are you ready?" Yu Gwang-ik replied, "Ready." Cheong-ji pressed the button. "All right, let's go." Yu Gwang-ik's groans of pain filled the air. He clawed at the ground in agony. The collar slowly tightened and his face turned blue as he choked. Yu Gwang-ik struggled on the ground in total agony, his hand trembling as he reached for the collar. Cheong-ji stepped in and whacked his hand hard with a cane. He warned, "I can see you're still holding on." Then Cheong-ji started to walk away. Otherwise, just collapse right there. Yu Gwang-ik was shaking all over in excruciating pain, cursing in his head. "Damn it. When is this going to end? I'm sure it's been over 5 minutes already." His vision started to blur and his mind grew heavy with fatigue. Just as he reached his limit and collapsed, the collar immediately loosened. Yu Gwang-ik gasped as he snapped back to consciousness. Cheon Young-ji looked at the remote in his hand and muttered, "What? Why did it turn off?" His eyes grew dangerous. Did the battery die? The collar was quickly taken off. Yu Gwang-ik wheezed, cursing Cheon Young-gi under his breath. "I almost died there," the man replied. "You weren't going to die." Pale and exhausted, Yu Gwang-ik panted. "We're not doing that again. Just because I didn't faint right, I definitely lasted more than 5 minutes. Cheon Young-ji looked at his watch and said, "That's true." To be more precise, his words made Yu Gwang-ik jump. 12 minutes and 41 seconds. Yu Gwang-ik was stunned. Didn't he say the record was 8 minutes? Should I be complaining about something? He mumbled, Cheon Young-ji looked at him with a face full of pride. Seeing that, Yu Gwang-ik pleaded, "Please don't look at me like I'm a kid who just got a brand new toy." Before long, it was afternoon and Cheon Young-ji's voice echoed from inside the house. "Time for a break. You need to eat." Yu Gwang-ik asked, "You're cooking for me?" He quickly replied, "You can't do anything right when you're hungry. Your brain needs fuel too." Yu Gwang-ik poked his head out from behind the door and asked, "Do you need any help?" The old man immediately replied, "Just sit still and stay out of the way." Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, well, it's not like I know how to cook anyway. Sitting still is the one thing I can do. Soon a truly horrific-looking dish was served. With a devious look, the man told him, "Here, eat up." Yu Gwang-ik's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, What exactly is in this?" Cheon Young-ji shot back. "Do you really want to know?" Yu Gwang-ik replied. "Not really, no." As evening fell, Yu Gwang-ik was out in the yard, using all his strength to wring out the laundry. Standing by the stream, he was lost in thought. He told himself that next time he'd definitely have to be the one cooking. Once he got back, he really needed to learn some recipes from his mom. Yu Gwang-ik thought, no first. I need to ask Dad about this. I should just call him right now. But then he remembered he wasn't allowed to use his phone. His phone had been confiscated. He grabbed onto a rock and climbed back up the bank, sounding completely drained. I'm so exhausted. I just want to get some decent sleep for once. But the bleak scene in front of him crushed those hopes. Yu Gwang-ik froze in place as a mosquito buzzed right past his face. Yu Gwang-ik quickly swiped and caught it. He turned and asked, Master, is there really no light at all in here? The man replied, if we turn on the lights, the bugs will swarm in. It's not that unbearable. Yu Gwang-ik could only give a helpless response. Fine. Cheon Young-gi quickly laid down, letting out a weary sigh. Yu Gwang-ik slowly laid down in the spot prepared for him. The man began to explain, this is to train your sense of touch. Having a sharp tactile sense will make you feel much more alert than others. Since it's your first time, you definitely won't be able to catch a wink of sleep because of how uncomfortable it feels. Yu Gwang-ik's eyes drifted toward the man, but then he sat bolt upright. When the man saw Yu Gwang-ik already sleeping soundly, he blurted out, Oh, for heaven's sake. He started shouting. Hey, get up and eat breakfast. A meal that looked like pure darkness appeared before him. Yu Gwang-ik just sighed tiredly and said, thanks for the food. The man grabbed a chicken leg, gnawing on it as he explained the situation. Immortals need a massive amount of energy, so eat up. Hearing that, Yu Gwang-ik replied, fine, I will. Then he asked, so what's the training for today? The man simply replied, cliff diving. Yu Gwang-ik was confused and asked, is it something incredibly difficult again? Cheon Young-gi quickly explained, hold your breath mid-air and control your senses for the coming impact. Yu Gwang-ik talked while he ate, based on today and yesterday's training. The thing an immortal should be most careful of in a fight is the shock and pressure from a heavy hit that knocks them outright. The man glanced at him and answered, that's right. And there's one more thing. You have to be careful because your mobility drops drastically if your legs get cut off. That's why your hands are an immortal's shield. He continued to explain, use your hands to block a strike when you can't dodge in time, for example, if they're aiming for your head or your legs. Cheon Young-ji's tone turned dead serious. Also, you should be more wary of knives than guns. And you always have to be on guard for explosives and landmines. Listening to this, Yu Gwang-ik gave a tired sigh and replied, all right, I get it. But these examples feel a bit outdated. Our enemies are coming from another world now. Annoyed by his attitude, the man barked, why are you being so picky with your food? Eat faster so we can get to training. And so his days of horrific, grueling training began. Yu Gwang-ik was pushed right off a cliff. Just like that. Now jump, he was forced to run until he dropped. Before he knew it, the time was up. He had completed all the training sessions. The next day, he hopped on a bus to go home. Yu Gwang-ik quickly dialed a number, and when the other side picked up, a voice rang out. Hey there, son, Yu Gwang-ik quickly replied. Dad, are you sure you sent me to the right place? His father asked. Why? Did something happen? Yu Gwang-ik sighed heavily and said, that man literally made me jump off a mountain. Yeonho chuckled and replied, son, it's fine. You're an immortal. You won't die that easily. That's why you can afford to be rough on your body. He continued to explain. That's how you find your own limits. Thinking about his father's words, Yu Gwang-ik mused to himself. All I found out is that my body is surprisingly durable. I didn't even pass out once. Yeonho comforted him. Anyway, you did a great job. Just come home and get some rest, okay? He then asked, so what's going to be on the exam? Hyunho started to say about that. But suddenly Yu Gwang-ik's mother's voice cut in. Sobi, help me. Your father has work. We'll talk later. And with that, he hung up. Seeing this, Yu Gwang-ik thought to himself, well, it's not like knowing the result would change anything anyway. I should just rest like Dad said. Images of relaxation flooded his mind. Once he got home, he'd take a long bath, play some games for fun, play some PS5, enjoy a delicious meal cooked by his mom, and sleep like a log in his own room without a single mosquito in sight for at least 20 hours. His face was full of pure bliss as he thought, yes, the perfect place to relax. But then Yu Gwang-ik's mom spoke up. You can shower later. You're coming with me somewhere first. His dreams of happiness vanished instantly and he froze. Seung-hee grabbed a suitcase and pushed him out the door. She urged him on, saying, I already told your father. You still need to go to college. I've already packed your bags. He shouted in a panic, I can study on my own. Wait the suitcase. What she said next made him go numb. I found a teacher. Not too far from home, just in the neighborhood. Yu Gwang-ik was dazed as his mom explained, you're going to stay there and sleep over for 2 days. I'm just letting you know ahead of time. Yu Gwang-ik thought in a panic, what? I have a really bad feeling about this. Seung-hee quickly pressed the elevator button. She said, I'll come pick you up in 2 days. Seeing that he was going in alone, he asked, aren't you coming in to introduce me? Aren't we here to meet the teacher? Hearing that, she replied, it's fine. He was confused by her words and asked, wait, what do you mean by that? Seung-hee looked at him with a calculating gaze and said, being smart isn't enough. As the elevator doors started to close, she gave a bright smile. You also need a strong body. The doors slammed shut. In that moment, I realized exactly what was waiting for me. Yu Gwang-ik stood there, stunned by the situation. This was never going to be about college prep. He laughed in pure agony, cursing in his mind. This freaking family. The elevator display showed they had reached basement level 1. The elevator reached the final floor. The doors slowly slid open. Yu Gwang-ik stood inside, his eyes filled with anxiety. He glanced around, stunned by the items in the room. Dozens of dumbbells were neatly lined up. At gym, Yu Gwang-ik blurted out in surprise. Did they renovate the garage? Suddenly someone appeared and said, so it's you. He was startled by the person's sudden appearance. Du-hui grabbed his wrist and asked, you're Lee Seung-hee's son, right? Hearing this, he stammered, yes, that's me. But I don't know why my mom brought me here. Du-hui replied, she said, you've been studying for 2 days straight, right? She continued, your body will go to waste if you don't use your head a bit. Yu Gwang-ik thought about what had happened, his face pale with fear. I can't even tell her the truth. This is so unfair. Memories of his childhood, fear of his mother flashed through his mind. His mother's parenting philosophy was incredibly simple. If you don't listen, you get a beating. You must take responsibility for your mistakes. Even with that familiar, gentle smile on her face, you just naturally started to learn your lesson. The two of them stood in the ring, facing each other. If I resist, Mom is going to beat me to a pulp. Back to reality, he let out a long sigh and thought, there's no point in refusing, is there? I can tell just by looking at this teacher's vibe. Suddenly, she held out a watch. Here, take this. Confused Yu Gwang-ik said, I'm actually traumatized by receiving things like this. What is it? Du-hui replied, it's just a device with a bunch of sensors. Put one on your wrist and one on your ankle. Yu Gwang-ik obeyed and quickly put them on. He asked, are you planning to train me? She immediately cut him off. You have to take a test first. Confused, he asked what kind of test. In response, Du-hui pointed behind him. She gestured toward the treadmill and barked an order, start running. He stepped onto the treadmill. Yu Gwang-ik began running as Du-hui instructed. She held her phone, her voice dripping with disdain. I heard you don't train yourself. Du-hui delivered a soul-crushing blow. You really are trash. Your heart rate is fine, so the hardware is good. But is this seriously all you've got? Yu Gwang-ik felt frustrated by the situation. He thought to himself, why am I being bullied like this? What happened to my PS5 time and my rest? Du-hui sighed and insulted him again. Lazy, so lazy. It's because the world gives you everything you want, isn't it? Hearing those words, Yu Gwang-ik wondered, aren't we about the same age? He began to calculate in his head. Wait, immortals and shifters age slowly. So is she older than she looks? Yu Gwang-ik finally asked, how much longer do I have to run? Du-hui snapped back, annoyed. Hey, don't stop. Keep running. She started stretching her shoulders and explained, first is CIO. Let's start by upgrading that body of yours. With a confident look, she declared, I'm going to make sure you're reborn from head to toe. Yu Gwang-ik, not quite understanding, stayed silent for a while, before saying dejectedly, I really don't need another mother figure. Du-hui laughed and asked, is it because you're Lee Seung-hee's son? You seem to like joking around. Hearing that, he thought, I'm not joking. Evening came and the clock in the room ticked incessantly. Yu Gwang-ik was still stuck on that machine. Du-hui said boredly, don't stop. Even my grandmother wouldn't be tired after running that little bit. She asked for the time. Drenched in sweat and struggling to breathe, he managed to gasp out 10. As he ran, he replied, 14 hours, 4 minutes, and 30 seconds. He was horrified by what was happening. I've been running all night without a break. Even Immortal training has rest periods. Du Hui circled around him from behind and explained, "Are you really going to fight relying only on the body your parents gave you? Without training, you're nothing but an amateur." She continued, "Listen and watch carefully. This is flexibility training. We'll practice the memorization part later." Yu Gwang-ik completely lost thought. What the hell is going on? How can a human body even bend like that? She went on. "You have to train your flexibility. A stiff body has too many disadvantages." He pondered. Disadvantages, where he kept running, thinking, I want to ask that. But I'm completely out of breath. Even with a shifter's body running for 14 hours straight is killing me. Du Hui asked. Time, he quickly replied, 14 hours and 10 minutes. He had to keep track of the time constantly in case she asked. A video appeared on the screen. On top of that, I have to memorize this video. Du Hui kept lecturing him on theories. Yu Gwang-ik's mind was a mess. This teacher's training method is way too brutal. His eyes were filled with determination. But I can take it. Suddenly, his voice rose in shock. Senses, what do you mean? Chen Eung-ji began to explain it clearly. It seems you're quite skilled at locking your senses, but that's not enough. If too many senses are disabled, your movements will become chaotic. He pointed to himself and said, clear your mind. Think about the sense you want to lock and at the same time, make your other senses sharper. In other words, you need to learn how to use multiple senses at once. Yu Gwang-ik was panting heavily as he ran. He was tracking the time, his eyes focused on memorizing the movements in the video and his ears strained to hear the teacher's lecture. While running, Yu Gwang-ik did the math. Technically, these are 4 different tasks, but my body is focused on running while the lecture and the video aren't even synced up. If I set aside the timing task, the others aren't impossible. The clock ticked. Yu Gwang-ik counted every beat. 54, 55. In the quiet room, only his voice could be heard. 56, 57. Time passed quickly. 58, 59. His body was completely spent as he gasped out, 24 hours. The treadmill session was finally over. It's finally over. Du Hui looked at her phone, a hint of pride on her face. Your brain is actually pretty good. She then ordered, now stretch. You have to make your body flexible. Yes, ma'am. Du Hui asked, do you remember the video? I'll demonstrate, so follow my lead. With that, she quickly dropped to her knees and arched her body all the way back. He stood there, watching his face filled with pure shock. Is that even possible? This body shouldn't be this flexible. She spoke up, giving an order. All right, your turn. Give it a try. Yes, ma'am. Yu Gwang-ik quickly started the practice. His body was trembling because he couldn't bend down far enough. Du Hui told him, don't push yourself too hard. Flexibility takes time. She continued her explanation. We'll increase your range of motion bit by repeating the same pose every day. To put it simply, we're going to slowly tear those muscle fibers apart. Hearing those words, he thought to himself, so healing after the muscles are torn is what increases my flexibility. Yu Gwang-ik gently took a deep breath. Then I don't really need to take it slow, do I? Since an immortal heals super fast after an injury. With that thought, Yu Gwang-ik suddenly forced his body backward with all his might. I just have to endure the pain for a moment. Du Hui was shocked by his sudden move. She cried out, are you okay? He simply replied, yeah, I'm fine. Du Hui scolded him, I told you not to overdo it. Who taught you to be so stubborn and not listen to a word I say? He suddenly let out a small laugh, looking at Du Hui with confident eyes. But I did it, didn't I? Hearing that, she let out a long sigh and replied, ha, you really are an interesting guy. She then announced, that's enough for today. Now let's eat. A massive ham hock appeared in front of him. Yu Gwang-ik was stunned by the size of it and asked, are we eating an entire pig? She happily patted it and replied, yep, this one's mine. Another ham hock immediately appeared. And this one's yours. He was caught off guard by the situation. Are we seriously eating a whole pig each? Du Hui skillfully put on some gloves and said confidently, eating is also a part of training. Get used to stocking up enough energy for the next session every time you eat. Hearing her say that, he muttered helplessly, what are you, a bear that just woke up from hibernation? The two of them began to devour the 2 massive ham hocks. She instructed him, once you're done, don't worry about cleaning up, just leave it there. 2 days a week is too short. It's barely enough time to even get to the main point. He replied, understood. Inside, he was overjoyed, thinking, this is so good. How can roasted pork with just a few spices taste this amazing? He pondered, maybe it's because I've been running all day without eating anything, but seriously, this is delicious. She spoke up, warning him, eat it all. If you leave even a scrap, you're dead meat. He quickly responded, I've been taught since I was a kid not to waste food. A little while later, as she was leaving, she gave him some final instructions. I'm heading in now. After you finish eating, make sure to shower and get some sleep. He sat in the empty room with a look of boredom on his face. Sigh, this is way better than sleeping in the forest and getting eaten alive by mosquitoes. He pulled out his phone. Plus, unlike with Master Cheon Young-ji, I'm allowed to use my phone here. Should I call Mom? After thinking it over, Yu Gwang-ik quickly made the call and someone picked up on the other end. Mom Lee Seung-hee's voice rang out. My son, how are you doing? Are you healthy? Hearing that, he thought helplessly. She sent me to a place like this, and she's still worried about me. Yu Gwang-ik spoke up, replied, "There's no way I'm okay. You told her so many times not to go easy on me just because you guys are friends." She expressed her concern. "But I'm still so worried." He didn't quite understand and asked about what Lee Seung-hee immediately replied, "If she's being too soft, tell her to be even tougher on you, okay? Your dad is right here, but I'm busy now, bye." He froze at their reaction. "But Mom, aren't you worried about your own son at all?" After the second day of training, I realized something. If an Immortal's training consists of crazy stunts, then a shifter's training is all about sheer stupidity. How many kilograms can a human lift on a barbell? What's the maximum number of reps you can do in one go? The grueling training journey of Yu Gwang-ik and Du Hui truly began. "No, you can do one more. Just one more rep. I'm literally dying here." Understanding and finding a way to push past your own limits is the core of training. And science is incorporated into a shifter's training using a lot of high-tech equipment and electronics. The Immortals training also use equipment mostly to crush the life out of me. Anyway, the conclusion I reached throughout that training was, Du Hui spoke up with a disappointed tone. "Your reflexes are pathetic." She pushed a weight toward him and told him to lift it. Looking at it, Yu Gwang-ik thought to himself, 20 kilograms plus the plates on each side, that's 60 kilograms in total. Yu Gwang-ik quickly grabbed the barbell. He lifted it with ease. It wasn't a problem at all. A shifter's strength is 3 times that of an average man. Du Hui gave another order. "Bring that and follow me." The two of them walked up the stairs. She pointed ahead and said, "Now carry that and run." He gasped in surprise. "Wait, what?" She sternly ordered. "Run." Yu Gwang-ik froze at the sight before him. Here is this the second crazy game after that sword stunt. She continued to explain so he would understand. "Balance your body. You must always feel your center of gravity and use your reflexes to handle everything else." Yu Gwang-ik hesitated and asked, "Is this even possible?" Du Hui firmly replied, "Keep doing it until it works." He looked around and thought to himself, are they seriously using the ledge of the basement wall? It was long and the width was only about half the length of his foot. He spoke up and asked, "It's not a big deal if I fall, right?" Hearing that, she replied while looking at her tablet, "The chance of injury from a 3-meter fall is very low, but don't go into it thinking it's okay to fall. A shifter's #1 priority is protecting their own body." Sounds from the tablet drifted over. "Damn it, Lucas." "No, damn it, Mike. Are you blind?" He wondered curiously. What is she watching? I thought she was tracking my results or something." Du Hui continued talking. "If you get injured on the battlefield, it's a huge disadvantage because your body doesn't recover as fast as an Immortal's." Hearing those words, Yu Gwang-ik let out a sigh and thought to himself, well, what else can I do? Let's just get this over with. My teacher is sitting back watching Netflix while telling me to protect my body. Even if an Immortal like me breaks a bone, it'll heal in no time. With that, Yu Gwang-ik grabbed the barbell and stepped onto the wooden beam. So I'll just run with the mindset that it's fine if I fall. Suddenly, he felt something and his eyes widened. A floating sensation washed over him. His 5 senses were heightened. His sharp intuition could feel the exact pressure on his shoes, allowing him to find his center of gravity and balance perfectly. Covered in sweat, Yu Gwang-ik walked across the beam. Although most shifters have incredibly good reflexes, they can't compare to an Immortal's ability to vividly perceive their senses. He walked with his body perfectly straight. I can do this. This is actually kind of fun. Plus, at least my feet aren't getting stabbed by swords this time. Yu Gwang-ik quickly went back to report to her. I've completed the task safely. She immediately ordered him to go back and forth 2 more times. Hearing that, he simply replied, all right. Du Hui watched him closely, thinking to herself, the width is only 4 centimeters and the length is 50 centimeters, yet he can finish it without falling once. Du Hui then announced, I'm going to turn up the difficulty. Seeing what was in front of him, Yu Gwang-ik turned pale with shock. A rope, he asked anxiously. Are you saying I have to run on that rope? Hearing his concern, Du Hui quickly replied, that's right, and it's a real rope too. This training is called the single line drill. She stood up and continued her explanation. The wooden beam from earlier was just a warm-up. Looking at your build, I didn't think you could do it, but I guess you were born with great instincts. Your balance is impressive. Seeing what she was doing, he asked further. Are we using mats this time? She replied. They're very firm and won't break. But still be careful when you fall. If you grab the rope while falling, you'll get a nasty friction burn. So just let yourself fall to the mat. He then asked, I'll be running while holding weights right. Du Hui told him, go empty-handed first. Hearing her words, he was lost in thought. After getting used to the warm-up, he'd have to carry weights while running on that thin rope, but he wasn't afraid. Compared to the training for Immortals, this was a walk in the park. His eyes filled with determination. However, in terms of complexity, this part was a total nightmare, much harder and more technical. Yu Gwang-ik began to step onto the rope. He felt a bit tense, but the rope was tight and didn't wobble much. It wasn't like falling off a cliff, and there were no heavy winds blowing. Having the mats underneath gave him some peace of mind. There were even cushions on the floor. Yu Gwang-ik's eyes brimmed with confidence. A task like this didn't scare him at all. With that thought, he started to sprint. He just kept running, but the more he moved, the more he started to wobble. He calmed his mind and thought, maybe I should slow down a bit. He began shifting his weight step by step on the rope. His steps grew light, and he gradually picked up speed, almost like he was bouncing. Yu Gwang-ik moved swiftly across the rope, and Du Hui watched him with an excited glint in her eyes. That day, the teacher looked at me like I was way more entertaining than the video she was watching. She ended up making me run on that single rope with dumbbells all day long. Time passed, and the next day arrived. Du Hui said her goodbyes. See you next week. Yu Gwang-ik bowed respectfully to her. Yes, ma'am. The car started moving. Suddenly, Lee Sung-hee's voice rang out, hey. She then asked, are you curious why I'm making you do all this? He quickly replied, of course I am. Her tone turned cold. Because I can't stand seeing my son get his ass kicked like that. Her next words left him speechless. You mean to learn how to use your body properly. Right now, you're just too weak. Yu Gwang-ik muttered to himself, who's weak, mom? If my friends heard that they'd pass out from shock. My nickname is One Punch Man back at Joe High. Yu Gwang-ik sank into his thoughts. Well, since it's come to this, I might as well train a bit more for when I join the LDT. At least I'll be useful and not a total burden. Even though the special power of the Immortals that Master Chan Eung-ji mentioned weighed heavily on his mind, he braced himself. I can definitely make it into the LDT right. Dozens of empty bowls were scattered across the table. Thanks for the meal, Mom. Lee Sung-hee walked over looking concerned. Have you been that hungry lately? Hearing that, he replied. After the last 4 days, I've realized just how precious your cooking is. Mom, Yu Gwang-ik added, oh right, Mom, I want to learn how to cook. Lee Sung-hee didn't understand and asked back cooking. He quickly came up with an excuse. Lately, sexy men who can cook are all the rage. Please teach me how to cook for my future wife. Hearing his logic, Lee Sung-hee didn't suspect a thing. She turned and replied, a sexy man who can cook, that's not bad, but shouldn't you try being sexy first? Looking at his physique, she said judgmentally, with your current body, you're more like a fat guy who knows how to cook. Hearing that, Yu Gwang-ik whispered that his mom was always so funny. No. Lee Sung-hee's tone suddenly turned dead serious. I'm being for real. So stop relying on that shifter body and eating all day long. Seeing her like that, he quickly tried to change the subject. Anyway, just keep cooking, Mom. His mind drifted back to Master Cheon Eung-ji. I'll take this food to that nature lover and Master Cheon Eung-ji's eyes will surely light up. She simply replied, fine. Hearing that, he cheered happily, thinking to himself, great, now the food problem is solved. Yu Gwang-ik looked up, his head full of wandering thoughts. Training, huh? I couldn't do much. What are we doing next week? Same as this week, he wondered if there would be a new drill. Meanwhile, at Master Cheon Eung-ji's place, the man was wiping his razor-sharp blade deep in thought. Whatever Cheon Eung-ji muttered with an excited look on his face. Or maybe it'll be even tougher than what we did this week. His agonizing scream echoed through the mountains and forests. Birds took flight at the sound, his hands completely stained with blood. After resting for 4 days, the master told him that the previous training session was just the absolute basics tailored specifically to meet the entry standards. Yu Gwang-ik clenched his fists. In other words, he had to endure the hardship. His stamina was still lacking, and these were now mandatory courses. He immediately sat up, scratching his head and thinking, I figured as much from the previous lessons. Yu Gwang-ik raised his hands and stared at them, feeling pensive. This might be shifter training, but aside from the excruciating pain, this course was actually better because it ended quite quickly. Of course, from a distance, Cheon Eung-ji's voice thundered, hey, if you're done, get up here right now. The problem is, this is still just the basic stuff. He gripped his blade and spoke out. One characteristic of an immortal is regeneration. Getting shot is no big deal. Even if a bullet goes right through your body, all you have to do is regenerate the flesh. But against weapons that don't use gunpowder like this, it's going to be a real pain. It takes time to grow back a limb that's been hacked off. Hearing that, he replied, is that why you told us to be careful? Cheon Eung-ji had a smug look on his face. He swung the knife repeatedly through the air. You can tank attacks that deal minor damage, but if it's a strike like this, you have to dodge. Seeing that, he felt a wave of anxiety. Good grief, he's swinging that thing like a literal serial killer. Staring at the knife, he was terrified and asked, so the reason you took that blade out is Cheon Eung-ji interrupted with a question of his own. What do you think? I thought you were supposed to be smart. That's right. This session is the next step in your blade training, so try your best to dodge this sword. His tone was chillingly dangerous. Either deflect it, or find a way to snatch it right out of my hands. Cheon Eung-ji unleashed a flurry of consecutive strikes, forcing Yu Gwang-ik to dodge left and then right to escape the onslaught before leaping backward. Cheon Eung-ji's eyes remained steady as he began his instruction. The goal here is to evade any attacks that cause major damage. If you can't dodge them completely, then you must minimize the impact as much as possible. You won't be able to dodge every single one, so you better get used to it. You seem light on your feet, though. Let's go again. Hearing those words, Yu Gwang-ik felt a surge of frustration. How the hell am I supposed to dodge all of these? He gritted his teeth and replied, fine, let's do it. He kicked off the ground and lunged forward. Swoosh. The instructor swung, landing a clean slash across his body, and blood began to seep out. Cheon Yoonji immediately followed up with attacks targeting different parts of his body, advising, "If I aim for your thighs or calves, use your shin bone to take the hit." Cheon Eung-ji swung hard toward Yu Gwang-ik's wrist, forcing him to deflect the blow. With his body already feeling the strain, Yu Gwang-ik retreated, his mind racing to find a way to end this match. No matter what he tried, he was still getting cut by that blade. Well, at least I've survived these sword drills before. His regenerative powers kicked in instantly, closing the wounds on his body. Seeing this, Cheon Eung-ji's gaze sharpened with determination. "Your recovery speed is actually pretty impressive. Let's keep going." With that, Cheon Eung-ji charged at him with incredible speed. Slash blood sprayed everywhere, and Yu Gwang-ik collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. Seeing him down, Cheon Eung-ji remarked, "Blood loss. That's one of the biggest weaknesses of an immortal." Gritting his teeth, Yu Gwang-ik managed to wheeze out, "Is that why you brought those blood bags for a transfusion?" Cheon Eung-ji calmly replied, "Usually yes. It's always better to stop the bleeding first." Yu Gwang-ik thought in a panic, "Wait, is he actually serious right now?" "I'm just kidding." Cheon Eung-ji turned to leave. "Let's take a break and get something to eat." Yu Gwang-ik perked up and asked, "What are we having today?" Cheon Eung-ji replied, "What did you expect? Instant noodles." "No." He dropped his backpack, and with ingredients neatly prepped on a cutting board, a delicious-looking pasta dish was soon served. "This is Duong X meat sauce pasta. It's my mom's secret recipe. She always said if you want a dish to be great, you have to make sure there's plenty of sauce." Cheon Eung-ji took a bite with his fork and nodded in approval. "Not bad." Yu Gwang-ik joked, "Well, at least your taste buds are still functioning normally." "What was that?" Cheon Eung-ji barked. Yu Gwang-ik quickly stammered out an explanation. "No, I just meant, since immortals have such sharp senses, even if your taste is super sensitive, you can still enjoy food like this." Cheon Eung-ji started devouring the food and said, "Cooking is a form of training too, you know." Yu Gwang-ik sighed, "How on earth is that considered training?" Cheon Eung-ji ate even faster. "It helps restore your stamina." Yu Gwang-ik could only reply, all right, I get it. Just slow down a bit." Back at the training grounds, Cheon Eung-ji told him, "Let's add one more thing to the mix." Yu Gwang-ik asked, puzzled, "One more thing?" Cheon Eung-ji slowly approached him. "You've gotten used to taking hits on your forearms, so..." Cheon Eung-ji lunged forward in a sudden attack, catching Yu Gwang-ik completely off guard. "It's time to train your internal organ regeneration," Cheon Eung-ji declared. Yu Gwang-ik let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to his knees in excruciating pain. Gripping the knife, Cheon Eung-ji said flatly, "Just wait. Healing internal organs takes much longer, so mastering the basics is non-negotiable." Yu Gwang-ik was reeling from what just happened, his mind spiraling into a panic. "I couldn't even see it coming. Everything happened so fast." He gasped out, "How? How did you do that just now?" Cheon Eung-ji replied smugly, "You have to erase your presence. If your opponent has sharp senses, you must learn how to mask your breathing." "How am I supposed to hide it?" Yu Gwang-ik shouted, trembling from the pain. He hissed, "Damn it, you just poked a hole in my stomach. The least you could do is give me a heads up." Cheon Eung-ji gave a dismissive response. Yeah, I hear you." He glanced at the wound and noted, It's already starting to heal." Yu Gwang-ik snapped back, "I'm only regenerating because you stabbed me in the first place." Cheon Eung-ji shrugged. True. But anyway, do you want to learn how to hide your presence or not?" "Yes," he replied instantly. Time passed, and 2 days later, the elevator descended to the basement second floor. As the doors opened, Yu Gwang-ik stepped out and called out, "Professor, I'm here." A metallic click echoed through the room. A handgun was pointed directly at him. Yu Gwang-ik asked, "Are we playing a survival game today?" She replied, "Something like that." Bang! A shot rang out, a bullet whizzing past him. The bullet slammed into the wall. Hui explained. "It's a modified gas pistol using specialized rounds." She took aim again and ordered, "Now dodge." Caught off guard, Yu Gwang-ik stood there paralyzed with shock. Hui began firing shot after shot as he started to run. As she fired, she shouted, "Guns are lethal. Getting hit will do serious damage. You need to keep moving while I'm trying to lock onto you," Hui suggested. "Find some cover. And if you can't find a good spot, then move so fast that I can't even get a clean shot at you." She guided him on how to evade. "Stop running in a straight line, zigzag. Don't let anyone predict your next move. If you do get cornered, put all your strength into your muscles and shift your weight to launch yourself out of the way." A bullet grazed his shoulder. Seeing that, she yelled, "Don't let yourself get hit. A single bullet is enough to put you out of commission. If you can't avoid it, take the hit in a spot that won't leave you crippled." Hearing that, Yu Gwang-ik thought as he ran, preventing immobilization. "I guess that applies to immortals too." His mind began to race. Learning from both sides had taught him that the fighting styles of immortals and shapeshifters are built around their unique traits. Memories of his past training flashed before his eyes. Instead of just teaching him how to fight, they were teaching him how to survive. He saw flashes of himself wanting to quit, then pushing through all the relentless effort he put in. He recalled the brutal drills he'd endured for every possible scenario he might face. Immortals have to be extremely careful around bladed weapons as they can cause massive trauma. And with firearms, an SMG can actually be more dangerous than a rifle. On the other hand, shapeshifters are perfectly suited for taking on knife users. All you have to do is dodge and rely on your reflexes. A shapeshifter's strength is what makes that kind of combat possible. To them, a firearm's range is the real challenge. You have to get close to them before the game is truly over. They just need to get as far away as possible to make hitting them an impossible task. Shifters can't regenerate, so their movements are calculated with the sole intention of avoiding damage. His heavy panting echoed through the room with bullet casings scattered all over the floor. Du Hui spoke up saying, "All right, training is over for today." He looked around and pondered, "Now how on earth are we going to clean all this up?" Miss Ao quickly barked an order for him to get up and run toward that tree, to which he replied, "Fine, fine." Yu Gwang-ik lifted weights while reflecting at least this physical training was better than stupidly hurting himself. He started walking across a tightrope when suddenly a hideous, grotesque creature appeared right behind him. Yu Gwang-ik felt its presence and panicked. The rope began to shake violently and he fell hard to the ground. Yu Gwang-ik turned around with a look of pure terror on his face, but there was only Du Hui standing behind him. Her eyes were wide with surprise as she gasped, "You." What she said next sent a chill down his spine. "You could feel that?" Du Hui asked. Yu Gwang-ik, looking dazed, asked, "What was that?" Du Hui walked toward him while explaining, "That was bloodlust. I see you're actually able to sense it." The young man made a face of pure disgust. "Don't ever do that again." I felt like my heart was going to explode. I hated every second of it. Despite his plea, she let out her killing intent once more. "You'll be fine once you get used to it. And if you have a sense for things like this, everything becomes much easier." Yu Gwang-ik's face darkened with fear. "Let's get back to training." And so it continued. The hellish training for shifters began, but the good news was that after 2 days I stopped falling off the rope while running. I even found a way to endure her bloodlust. Du Hui's serious expression was enough to scare the life out of any guy. "Man, she just keeps doing that." He clenched his teeth and pushed through the training. Thanks to my enhanced immortal instincts, I was able to grasp the feeling of bloodlust through my 5 senses and use my 6th sense to manage them. He took step after step on the rope, one hand lifting a weight, bracing his lower abs to stay steady. Eventually, it all started to click. Du Hui stood below, observing him meticulously. She suddenly let out a satisfied hum. He'd finally done it. His hand gripped the small sword tightly. My training continued to alternate between immortal and shifter techniques. Honestly, the immortal training felt like a punishment straight from hell. The equipment from earlier was stained with dark red blood, all for the sake of developing self-healing abilities. His instructor kept firing arrows, making him train with axes, bows, and even jagged bear traps. I had to be extremely careful with those traps. Qian Yunji pointed to his own head to explain. "Once you get caught in a trap, the pain is excruciating. And when you're in that much pain, it's hard for your brain to stay sharp." The young man asked curiously, "So things that cause constant pain are more dangerous than instant ones?" The man walked toward him and calmly replied, "Usually yes. An immortal fights while soaking up damage, which is why you have to get used to the pain. If you're hurting too much, you can't think straight." Yu Gwang-ik's days were filled with nothing but brutal, grueling training. After that, the next thing I had to do was drink poison. Shifter training felt much easier by comparison. I had to train while wearing heavy weights and iron armor. He huffed as he lifted weights with just one hand, with even more weights strapped to his ankles and wrists. The boy trembled as he struggled to keep his arms balanced. I also had to practice dodging bullets and walking across a bed of fire. Other times, I trained with barbells. Of course, things changed when my dad went on a 10-day business trip. His parents were hugging each other tightly right in front of him. "What if I miss you too much while you're gone?" Lee Sung-hee asked affectionately. Yu Yun-ho replied tenderly, "It'll be okay, honey." "I'm literally cringing every single day," the poor son complained from the sidelines. "Mom, do you think Dad is leaving for years or something?" This time, his training involved a wooden sword. During the time she wasn't poking holes all over my body, she coached me on weapons and martial arts. She suddenly remarked, "You're a fast learner with a gun, aren't you?" Yu Gwang-ik thought to himself that it was actually quite difficult. He sparred intensely with a wooden sword against the older man, but that didn't mean he couldn't handle it. Maybe because I have the strength and reflexes of a shifter, I learned things pretty quickly. Du Hui took turns supervising him. Even though they were just model guns, they felt quite realistic. The young man focused intensely as he raised the firearm. Other times, she would take him to the shooting range. She gave him a serious reminder: martial arts are good and you can practice those at home just by watching videos. But marksmanship is hard because it requires extreme focus. Countless shell casings flew as he opened fire. That's what she said, but since I'm a hybrid with the special 5 senses of an immortal, this part was actually quite easy. Night quickly fell over the city. 2 months passed by just like that. His father sat relaxed on the sofa with his wife. "Son, did you just get back from the gym?" Yu Gwang-ik answered him politely. "Yes, sir." Getting a break after a week of grueling training actually made me feel a bit restless. Does my body actually miss the pain? I hope not. Both of them looked at him expectantly. You look a lot stronger now. Good job, son. Then they started being all lovey-dovey again. Our son takes after you. No, he's smart like you, dear. I just chuckled to myself, used to it by now. Their affection for each other is really something else. But seriously, why don't I have a younger sister? Yu Gwang-ik tossed his clothes into the laundry basket. He caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. He leaned his hands against the sink and a few envious thoughts popped into his head. Why don't I have a girlfriend? My standards aren't even that high, so why am I single? I don't need someone as intensely healthy and sexy as my mom. Just someone cute and mature, but with a bit of charm. It would be amazing if she knew how to cook too. Having some shared hobbies would be nice, but if I'm being picky, I want her to look great in a pair of jeans. And if possible, I want her to be smart and sensible. Just then, Lee Seung-hee's phone buzzed with a call. She stood up and told her husband, I'm going to go see Himi's mom for a bit. He looked surprised. At this hour, she quickly explained, her kid is going through puberty, so she must be really stressed out. Yu Yeon-ho immediately understood the situation. The peak stress period. The door clicked shut as Lee Seung-hee left. Yu Yeon-ho glanced at the phone nearby with a knowing look. After finishing his shower, Yu Gwang-ik walked downstairs with a damp towel. Mom, I can't find the hairdryer. However, the living room was completely empty. Where did everyone go? The young man sat down and picked up his phone. A message from his dad had already arrived. Wait, there's an exam tomorrow. It's been a while since I last took an exam. It feels kind of weird. I suddenly remembered some old memories. My friends were all wondering why I didn't go to university after finishing the CSAT. They took turns grilling me. Are you seriously not applying? That's insane, man. At least let us see your score first. Yu Gwang-ik didn't really care. I don't think I'd be embarrassed even if I didn't use my high scores for anything. I didn't even want to go to college in the first place. I already had my path figured out. Going back 10 years to the day the gates first started opening. I was just a small, weak kid back then. I was hiding under the rubble of collapsed buildings, tears still welling up in my eyes while I stared in awe. But from the moment I saw him, that tall, broad back in front of me was something I could never forget. Seeing him fight off countless invaders made me decide right then I had to be just like him. I leaned back with a small smile. My mom would be so upset if she knew. She said she wanted me to have a normal life just like before I awakened. Where did mom go? Just then, in front of a brightly lit convenience store, someone called out. Do-hee walked over with a wave. Sun-hee, she said, what excuse did you use to get out of the house this time? She looked at her friend and replied, I told them I had to go to my parents' place nearby. The two of them stopped somewhere to chat. Aren't you curious? Sun-hee brought up her son. The other woman took a sip of water and replied, you never ask about what your kid is actually up to. She clicked her tongue softly. Sigh, I just want my boy to do well. But with that hybrid blood, usually a shifter hybrid loses half of their shifter abilities. Damn, Che looked ahead. That's why I don't ask. I'm too worried. Meanwhile, a voice coming from a phone sounded incredibly shocked. What are you seriously for real right now? Yu Yeon-ho was on the rooftop threatening the guy. Do you want me to rip you limb from limb and toss you into the ocean? The voice on the other end shot back. You really didn't know? I thought you weren't calling me because you already knew. Yu Gwang-ik's father replied, confused, what are you talking about? But the person cut him off with a firm statement. He's an anomaly. Yu Yeon-ho's eyes immediately darted toward the phone. What did you say? Sun-hee was still pouring her heart out to her friend. He doesn't need to be some super genius or anything. I just want my son to be able to protect himself from those mad scientists or whatever. Do-hee suddenly slammed her can of water down. Those mad scientists, they were a thing a long time ago. Those bastards were always trying to create special species by mixing other kinds with purebloods. Her voice was laced with pure hatred. Sun-hee agreed. Yeah, and they failed. They ended up creating monsters with the powers of both species. She looked annoyed just thinking about it. There's only one conclusion to what they did. Whether you're an immortal, a shifter, a superhuman, or whatever, if you try to create a different species from humans, it only ends up weakening the powers of the original species. Do-hee suddenly burst out laughing. Then you're lucky, aren't you? The woman next to her was surprised. What do you mean? She looked Sunny straight in the eye and said, your son is much more special than that. Yu Yeon-ho was also stunned by the news. An anomaly? You mean my son is less than half as strong? I thought he'd be at least over half since my blood is so dominant. Yu Gwang-ik's trainer countered, no, it's the opposite. He has incredible potential. He's a total prodigy with potential unlike anything I've ever seen before. I even had to teach him how to hide his powers. His father froze in shock. Seriously, over here Do-hee was reaching her own conclusion. His body. It's basically perfect. But then she looked like she was about to say something even more significant. More importantly, she continued immediately, he has an amazing mind. Sun-hee got a bit annoyed. Don't use those cheesy words. But her expression turned to awe as she heard the rest. He's smart, he's talented. He even learned how to use bloodlust. Yu Yeon-ho was feeling the exact same way. If you're lying just to suck up to me, I'll bury you 6 feet under for 2 weeks. Sun-hee was also wary of Do-hee. That's not a very funny joke. Despite the threats, Cheon Ayoung-ji remained firm. I'm telling the truth. Your son is incredibly talented. The female trainer smiled sincerely. Your son is a genius. Yu Gwang-ik's father smirked silently. His mother had the same expression. Both were beaming with pride and happiness, thinking to themselves, that's my boy. Yu Gwang-ik woke up after a good night's sleep and let out a long yawn. Morning, Mom. Rubbing his eyes, the young man asked, Where's Dad? Son, he was busy preparing breakfast. He went out to work early. You should go wash up and eat. He was surprised to see such a lavish meal. Whoa, is today a special occasion or something? She replied while bringing the food out. Of course. Today is a very important day. Her son suddenly remembered. Oh, right. It clicked in his head. Today was the civil service exam. He started rambling excitedly about maximizing his brain's potential. I need to make sure my brain has enough glucose. That's why people usually think they can just mix something into their water. Basically, it's just about eating something sweet in the morning. So I don't really need a huge breakfast, instead of easy-to-digest food. It's just like the CSAT. You'll either get sleepy because you ate too much or you'll suddenly have to run to the bathroom. Yu Gwang-ik said quietly. Yeah. Even though all the training I've been through had nothing to do with using my brain, it was all survival training. A horrific scene played in his mind. In reality, it was a bloodbath, some kind of special Immortal exam day. The plates on the table were cleared in no time. Thanks for the food, Mom. Sun Hee followed him to the door to check on him. Are you ready? The young man reassured her as he got ready. Yeah, I studied so hard that the material even shows up in my dreams. Though I did dream about getting my legs chopped off and my organs punctured. She muttered sadly, If you fail, your father will be so disappointed. Her words surprised him. Yu Gwang-ik's mother looked at her with understanding. I get it. She doesn't want me to be a civil servant, but she doesn't want me to fail either. She wants to cheer for me, but she's worried about the shifter side of me. He confidently reassured her, Mom, don't worry. I'm an immortal too, remember. His mother nonchalantly teased, Oh, really? Fine. If you fail, I'll see you in the boxing ring. Thinking about her strength made him shiver. Well, that's a bit. I just thought of something I'd rather not think about. Sung-hee returned to her usual gentle self and smiled. If you don't want that to happen, Gwang-ik happily promised, Yes, Mom, I'll definitely pass. The young man stepped out and pressed the button for the first floor on the elevator. He hummed a few tunes to himself while waiting. Listening to music is the best way to deal with stress. Suddenly, he flinched. Wait, with the sharpened senses of an immortal. Gwang-ik's throat tightened instinctively in response. The elevator reached the 13th floor as he continued his melodious singing, though for some reason he kept saying things that contradicted his true feelings. Looking back, he felt a wave of regret. From now on, I'm going to tell you that I've loved you from the very first moment. Kang Hee-min, who happened to be holding her phone while walking toward the elevator, heard everything. Wow, so you love me that much. He felt something was off and stopped immediately. The girl sighed and set her phone aside. If you're going to confess to me, don't sing. With a face like yours, you really don't need to be a good singer. His attitude flipped instantly. Kang Hee-min, why do you even care about stuff like that? She giggled, clearly enjoying teasing the guy next to her. Weren't you planning on confessing to me? Gwang-ik gave a very blunt answer. Yeah, no. She kept prying. But why? He let out a weary sigh. Haven't I told you my ideal type 1,000 times already? Despite his words, she suddenly grabbed his arm. Hye-min smiled as bright as a flower, trying to charm the young man. Do you really think a girl who's beautiful, smart, and has a perfect body like mine is easy to find? Right then, the elevator reached the first floor with a ding. He shook Hye-min's hand off. Don't say things like that in public. Society is a scary place these days. What do you want? Iron cuffs on your wrists? And smart, do you even have a conscience? She still tried to chase after him. Wait for me. He coldly shooed her away. Stop following me. Hye-min was curious. Appa, where are you going? He replied shortly and concisely, to the civil service exam site. Hearing that she instinctively blurted out Edu when Gwang-ik's voice grew even more irritated. Man, those guys really know how to advertise. It's like brainwashing. The two stopped at the bus station. Anyway, I'm busy, so get to class. The girl beside him continued to plead. Appa, I'm a senior in high school now. I'll be in college next year. He gave a half-hearted reply. Congratulations. Once you get your ID card, don't waste your life on booze. She immediately shot back. You know you're only 1 year older than me, right? He immediately countered. Can't you feel the age gap? Hye-min stammered. No, that's not what I meant. She radiated a literal glow to show off. Right now, I'm at an all-girls high school, but I don't want to go to an all-girls college next year. This hot and sexy girl is going to attract a lot of thirsty men next year, you know. He cut her off sternly. You should focus on your studies first. Your mother is worried sick about you. Hye-min tried to persuade him. But we're dating. You should help me study. Having a smart boyfriend is exactly for things like this. Gwang-ik stepped onto the bus with a wave. Who's your boyfriend? Poor girl. The guy just hit the self-destruct button. Left behind, she felt incredibly bitter. Get lost. Even on the bus, he felt a bit wary of Kang Hee-min's specialty, her high kicks. Damn it. That high-kick lady is a senior now, but she hasn't changed one bit. The bus wheels soon began to roll, moving quickly down the road. It stopped at a red light. The peaceful scenery around here was the same as always. Before long, he arrived in front of a tall, multi-story building. Gwang-ik stood outside the entrance deep in thought. It was 7:50 and the exam didn't start until 9 o'clock, so he was a bit early. Where should I go? Ultimately, he decided to head inside. Hello. A staff member stood up warmly to greet him. Yes. What brings you here today? He quickly explained the situation. I heard there's a special exam being held today. A man who was already waiting nearby spoke up. Are you a candidate? Gwang-ik turned to answer. Yes. The man glared at him with an overwhelming hostile aura. Unconcealed suspicion dripped from his words. Could I see your examination documents? This made Gwang-ik feel nervous too. Why is he staring at me like I'm some kind of fraud? They checked his papers quickly before moving on to give him directions. Here you go. Yu Gwang-ik. Yes, you're confirmed. Take the elevator to the 9th floor. Gwang-ik stepped out of the elevator feeling puzzled. Is this it? The next guy was already standing there. Are you a candidate? He answered normally. Yes. The woman made her request. Let me see your papers. She held 2 different pieces of paper in her hands and looked at them pensively. All right, confirmed. She pressed a button to open the door. Go to the last room at the end. Gwang-ik followed politely, though he was starting to feel a bit annoyed. This is a real pain. Are all Immortal exams like this? The sound of his footsteps echoed through the empty hallway. The place was designed with extreme minimalism, featuring many rooms. He finally stopped when he reached the one labeled Special Testing Center. Is it this room? The young man stood still for a moment to evaluate. From the vibes, there's probably blood splattered everywhere inside. But this is in the middle of Uedo. The old forces. Is this the power of the world government? His resolve hardened. Okay, focus. When I open this door, knives might fly out. Dodging them might be the requirement to enter the testing center. He opened the door slowly on high alert, certain that something horrific like the training he'd endured was waiting for him. Surprisingly, the inside was very spacious and neat. Wait, it's not. The only person in the room spoke up. You're the first one here. Gwang-ik was startled by the surprise. No, this guy. The first thing he noticed was that shiny bald head. No hair. The staff member focused on his work and told him to hand over his documents. Meanwhile, Gwang-ik was lost in his own wild guesses. We've had hair loss prevention medicine made from high-grade ingredients for a long time. There are even cheaper versions with side effects. That means he was shocked when he reached his conclusion. He's bald for fashion. The man raised an eyebrow, looking up in confusion. Gwang-ik hurriedly stepped forward and handed over the necessities. Here are my documents and my ID. Why are there so many checks? Isn't this handsome face of mine enough? The man quickly pointed out his spot. Number 48 over there. Gwang-ik thought skeptically. This exam is nothing like what I imagined. Why are there desks and chairs? I never saw any of these during all those practice sessions. Still, he obediently sat down. No, once the exam actually starts, who knows what'll happen? That bald guy might suddenly whip out a knife and lunge at me. He interlaced his fingers and squinted, watching the man intently. All right, gotta stay focused until the very last second. The killing intent radiating from Gwang-ik's table began to burn like fire, ensuring nothing would catch him off guard. Time passed quickly, and the other candidates began filling the seats around him. Some held books, mumbling to themselves incessantly, while others used notebooks to double-check their facts. Sweat started pouring down his face. 20-year-old Yu Gwang-ik was currently experiencing the biggest shock of his life. That man stood up holding a pen. I'm sure everyone brought one, but is there anyone here without a pen? The proctor paused to scan the room for a moment. Gwang-ik hesitated for a long time before finally working up the courage to raise a hand. The man immediately sized him up. Who the hell are you? Even Gwang-ik was completely speechless. I knew it. Yu Gwang-ik felt like something was wrong, but he couldn't find the words to say anything. He suddenly flashed back to the old days. I don't even know when I started preparing for this exam. It wasn't just his mother. His father also reminded him that the tutoring sessions for this exam were nothing but a never-ending cycle of agony. The young man spent his days running until he trembled in pain, but I still poured my heart and soul into it. The coach even used ruthless slashing and stabbing drills just so I could pass the exam. Gwang-ik's face darkened visibly at the memory. However, the host's announcement rang out. The exam will begin in 10 minutes. He had been the first to arrive and had spent 50 minutes just staring into space, so he was starting to panic. I'm in the wrong place. He broke into a cold sweat at the man's words. I'm sure everyone already has a pen, but is there anyone who doesn't have a pen yet? He could only think to himself in misery, watching his last ray of hope flicker out. The man handed him the pen quite nonchalantly. Take it. He stared intensely at the pen for one last check. It was just a normal writing pen. I guess I really am taking a written exam. Gwang-ik curiously observed the exam room again. The atmosphere here was just like any other testing center, but what on earth were they studying? If I asked them to show me what they're looking at, would they cuss me out? In his mind, their faces seemed to glow with brilliance. I noticed it earlier, but everyone here is so incredibly good-looking. Even the men have this sharp, rugged charm that's really eye-catching. Some of them could even pass for idols. The guy headed back to his seat, but his eyes were still glued to someone. Among them, the most captivating person was a tall youth nearby whose broad back made him feel incredibly envious. This damn bastard. God, even his freaking hands are handsome. It's like he's starring in his own commercial. What's with the aura behind him? The youth happened to look up and lock eyes with Gwang-ik, but then immediately looked away as if he were avoiding any interaction. He felt a bit awkward about the situation. Man, I hope he didn't misunderstand me. People from outside started rushing in. Staff members pushed the doors open, bringing in various props. Blackboards were being moved around the desks, which took him by surprise. The wheels attached to the bottom of the boards screeched as they moved. Outside, there was more activity as those things were being wheeled around professionally. Before long, the blackboards completely boxed in Gwang-ik's field of vision. The host spoke up once more. We will now begin distributing the test papers. The young man calmly rested his chin on his hand. Are these partitions for immortals with hypersensitive senses? No one of the desks are so far apart. From the entrance, the sound of someone rushing could still be heard. Did I just make it on time? The instructor quickly directed him. Yeah. Candidate number 50 over there. The other person stammered an explanation. It's because I overslept. Meanwhile, Gwang-ik was focused on the stack of papers being handed out. If this were any other kind of test, they would have rejected latecomers instantly. He glanced over the lines with a few thoughts. A test for Immortals seems pretty chill, but looking closer, there's a serious warning inside. Special employment test for Immortals. If you disclose this to anyone outside or post anything online, spreading information about the exam is subject to specific laws for special species. He immediately reconsidered. All right, I take back what I said. The sound of papers rustling began to spread around him. It's too hard. Silently, the young man clutched his head and groaned. Seriously, I'd rather dodge blades than take a test like this. At least I could show them my talent for navigating through flying knives. Gwang-ik's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the paper. The question was multiple choice. Your foot has been punctured by a hole the size of a coin. Which of the following actions should you perform first? 1. Use a portable blood transfusion pack. 2. Determine the source of the wound. Is it a gunshot wound or a burn? Find something to do. 4. Apply pressure to the wound. 5. Pray to the heavens and hide from reality. He couldn't help but blurt out, what the hell is this? Gwang-ik rubbed the back of his neck while circling an answer. Did someone just say this was hard? I'll go with number 4. The young man calculated the possibilities very carefully. If it weren't for being a special species, the second and third options would be more important. But a coin-sized hole isn't that massive. Assuming the wound is from a gunshot, the first thing you need to do is apply pressure. Cheon Aeongji's words echoed in his head. No matter what, always prioritize stopping the bleeding first. If the blood keeps flowing, you'll go into shock. Apply pressure, then find something to staunch the bleeding. The young man became even more certain of his deduction. The teacher said so back then, but honestly, if you've run through blades a few times, you'd learn that yourself. Just stop the bleeding and nothing bad will happen. He moved on to the next line. Question 2. When losing blood rapidly, what percentage of blood loss leads to shock? 1. 5 to 10%. 2. 10 to 15%. 3. 15 to 20%. 4. 20 to 25%. 5. 25 to 30%. Why are all the questions like this? This was tied to a lesson he once endured. I've never actually gone into shock, so I got chewed out for it before. Cheon-ji had been relentlessly attacking him. Why the hell aren't you in shock yet? How many more times do I have to stab you? Gwang-ik was in a total panic back then. How many more times are you going to stab me? He said I must be an immortal, but if I'm not, I'm just a normal human. If I go into shock like a normal person, the answer would be 3. With that, he continued solving the problems on the test. Next question. You cannot dodge an attack from an opponent's blade. What should you do? The answer is to give them your arm. I've been told countless times how vital mobility is. The pen in the young man's hand moved non-stop. The next one is, wait, this suddenly reminds me of a movie I watched back in the day. He worked while letting his mind wander aimlessly. Our protagonist was born into a poor family and decided to enter a game show with a massive prize. He answered the questions by drawing on his own life experiences. He especially knew a lot about things like poisons. Meanwhile, everyone else was scratching their heads in frustration. This test was asking the contestants how often they used their immortal bodies and how much they actually knew about them. Those questions made him remind himself that he pushed this body through some truly horrific training sessions. Or to put it simply, I've basically been to hell and back. Fragments of his memories resurfaced, helping him tackle the problems. He relied on the basics he learned from his master and the knowledge gained from countless different training exercises. Finally, he set his pen down after finishing. All of that gave him the answers he needed. Yu Gwang-ik rested his hands on the table, looking completely composed. To him, training was learning, but then he suddenly noticed something on the back of the paper. Oh, there's one more question on the back. Is this an essay question? But even this didn't stump him. How do you kill an immortal? Well, obviously, he just had to finish this last one. Yu Gwang-ik looked around the room curiously. I'm done. I wonder how long I've been at it. A bald man nearby noticed him as well. He still has an hour left. Did he give up? Those who finished early were allowed to leave. They just had to flip their paper over and walk out. The young man did exactly that and gently pushed the door open to leave. He was quite surprised to see a familiar face. That girl with a bob haircut was right there at the entrance. She stood there holding a clipboard. Have you read the details of the agreement on the paper? Yu Gwang-ik quickly replied, yes, I have. The staff member held out a digital tablet. This is regarding the agreement. He reached out to scroll through the personal information privacy laws. If I break this agreement, I'll be arrested by OFX regardless of whether I'm immortal or not. Whoa, that sounds intimidating. He hit agree. She suddenly asked him, you're a mixed blood, aren't you? Although he was a bit taken aback, he replied politely, yeah, that's right. A mix between a shapeshifter and an immortal. The lady gave him a bright smile and said, good luck. Yu Gwang-ik's cheeks suddenly turned bright red. Thank you. Is this my big chance? Actually, she's not really my type. That night at the Immortal competition venue, the lights were still on in some of the rooms. The bald man from earlier was clutching his head and sighing. In his hand was Yu Gwang-ik's exam paper. Who is this kid? The question was how to kill an immortal, excluding burial or drowning. The answer written was very brief: suffocation, freezing, burning, or grinding into powder. All of these are dangerous for an immortal. Suffocation causes unconsciousness, being frozen by nitrogen. Someone being burned by fire can't function normally, and they definitely can't regenerate while being ground into powder. If you're trying to find a single way to kill an immortal, there isn't one specific answer that covers everything. He pondered this. From the start, this question didn't have one right answer. Most immortals have a severe lack of knowledge regarding their own safety. That's why we had to create questions about terrifying weapons and situations. Do they actually know what can harm an immortal body? He stared intently at that essay question. The final question was about that very issue. Our bodies can regenerate, but that doesn't mean we can't die. Once we realize that we can minimize our chances of facing death without needing to memorize every single way to kill an immortal. Yu Gwang-ik's profile was now displayed right in front of him. I heard he's a mix between an immortal and a human. His physical abilities might be lacking, but his intelligence could be very useful. The bald man tried to recall the boy who didn't look like an immortal at all, the one who arrived first and sat perfectly still for 1 whole hour. He was the first to leave the room and didn't even bring a pen. The grading was finished. Now it was time for the impression score. And his impression, 15 days flew by like the wind, and his phone suddenly started vibrating with an incoming call. Yu Gwang-ik picked up the phone. Mom Lee Seung-hee, who was in the kitchen, called back, and he immediately broke the news to her. I passed the civil service exam. She was thrilled and praised him. Really, that's my boy. Great job. However, the young man held his phone out. It's not just that I passed. Lee Seung-hee turned around, puzzled. What else is there? A message from the website appeared. Immortal Special Employment Exam. We are pleased to inform you that you have passed the first written exam with the highest score. You got the highest score. Lee Seung-hee dropped the knife she was holding onto the counter and quickly snatched the phone with her other hand. Overjoyed, she called his father to share the news. Yoon-ho, our boy passed the exam with the top score. Yeah, that's right, of course, me too. We're having premium Korean beef tonight, Yu Gwang-ik then jokingly asked her. Can I loosen my belt today, Mom? However, his mother just coldly rejected the idea. Just wear something with a stretchy waistband. Night fell quickly upon Yu Gwang-ik's cozy home, Dad's home. He immediately ran out to greet him. Dad, welcome back, his father exclaimed in surprise, son, but then he looked a bit hurt by the boy's attitude. At least give your old man a proper hello. But Yu Gwang-ik was just mumbling premium beef over and over. The delicious slices of meat his mother prepared were sizzling on the grill, smelling incredible. The three of them clinked their beer glasses together full of joy. Yoon-ho and Lee Seung-hee showered him with praise. I knew you'd pass. Of course he did. Whose son is he anyway? He's our son. He casually shared his thoughts on the test. The questions were easier than I thought. My master is even more amazing than I realized too. His father placed a piece of meat on his plate, making him very excited. Now that the results are out, the interview should be coming up soon, right? Just the interview and I'm all set, the son replied, eagerly waiting to eat his meat. Yes. Yu Gwang-ik's mother suddenly wondered, I wonder which department the boy will be assigned to first. Yoon-ho had the same question. He'll likely start in a public enterprise under the Ministry of Public Administration and Security. I'm not really sure myself. Yu Gwang-ik stopped chewing his meat and watched them closely. Seriously, his father was still smiling happily, but he could see right through it. Mom likes that casual side of Dad, but to me, it looks like he's totally dodging the question. At that moment, he was genuinely curious. Why do the government and ODX choose immortals anyway? What exactly does an immortal civil servant do? He continued to stuff his face, but his eyes never left his father. I have so many questions, but I'm pretty sure Dad won't give me a single straight answer. Yoon-ho noticed his gaze and asked, what is it, Yu Gwang-ik? Ik tried to strike up a conversation with him. Dad, give me some tips for my upcoming interview. But he immediately brushed it off, saying he didn't know anything. Yu Gwang-ik put on his blazer and straightened his tie. Not long after celebrating being the top scorer on the written exam, I got a text message with my interview date. The interview was going to be held in the same building as the written test. In the end, Dad still refused to give me any information. Yu Yeon-ho smiled brightly and said, "I told you I don't know anything." Yu Gwang-ik thought. Anyway, interviews like this usually focus on personality, so I've already prepared my answers. Recalling those words, he pondered, whatever this is, the real test. Lee Seung-hee appeared from behind her eyes full of pride as she looked at him. "Son, good luck." Yu Gwang-ik calmly replied, "Yes, mother." The apartment elevator reached the first floor. Yu Gwang-ik stepped out, looking around as he leaned against the door. He thought to himself, vanity, I'm so handsome. I could probably debut as a celebrity, couldn't I? Kang Hee-min appeared from behind and teased him. "Wow, look at you being so full of yourself. Are you seriously checking yourself out in the mirror and putting on a show?" Hearing that, he turned and asked, "We keep running into each other lately, don't we? Are you stalking me or something?" She laughed and replied, "Stalking? Since when I'm just passing by." He started lecturing her. "It's the weekend. Instead of hanging out, you should be studying. You're a senior after all." Hearing this, she replied, "Save the lecturing for when you're actually a tutor, okay?" Yu Gwang-ik let out a tired sigh and replied, "I don't have time for that." Kang Hee-min said shyly, "That suit, it really looks good on you." Yu Gwang-ik gave a slight smile and replied, "I know." At the company building, the sky was crystal clear. Yu Gwang-ik entered the waiting room for the special recruitment. He glanced around at the other candidates who were all focused on their phones. Everyone is so diligent. Maybe I should have read up on interview tips for big corporations. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a man nearby. It was that same pretty boy who sat next to him back at the testing center. The guy's eyes widened and then he immediately looked away with a look of pure disgust. Yu Gwang-ik felt a surge of irritation and cursed under his breath. "What's with that attitude? I'm definitely not sitting next to you this time. And obviously, it's not because I'm afraid of being compared to you." A heavy silence filled the hallway. Click. The door swung open and a staff member called out, "Candidate number 48, Yu Gwang-ik." He quickly replied, "Here." Yu Gwang-ik walked into the room and sized up the man in front of him. His skin is so pale and his hair is bright red. His nickname should be the Candle. He shifted his gaze to the woman sitting next to him. She asked softly, "We met before, haven't we?" Seeing her took him by surprise. "That lady from the testing center, is she an interviewer now?" Kim Jeong-a began the questioning. "First, may I ask what motivated you to apply here?" Yu Gwang-ik thought for a moment before answering. "If I say it's because my dad told me to, I'll definitely fail right. First, I wanted to challenge myself with a difficult exam like this to see how far I could go." He continued, "And it's because I want to make my dream a reality." Hearing those words, Dong Ki-nam Han asked, "Your dream?" Yu Gwang-ik quickly replied, "I want to fight for my country and its people." Dong Ki-nam Han followed up, "Then how much are you willing to sacrifice for your allies?" He answered, I don't know. It would depend on the situation." At that, the interviewer's voice turned cold. "Are you saying you aren't prepared to sacrifice anything?" Yu Gwang-ik quickly tried to be more persuasive. "No. Instead, I would look for a more practical solution." Inside, however, he was panicking. That sounded a bit provocative. After several more standard questions and answers, Kim Jeong-a asked him, "If your mother and your girlfriend were both drowning, who would you save first?" Without missing a beat, Yu Gwang-ik replied, "I'd save them both at the same time. I'm a very strong swimmer." Dong Ki-nam Han pressed on. "What if you only had one bullet left, but there were two targets you needed to hit?" With a vacant look in his eyes, he replied, "I'd shoot one and then I'd throw the gun at the other one." As Kim Jeong-a heard his words, she started imagining the scene in her head. She buried her face in her hands and gasped. "My answers must have sounded totally unconvincing." Anyway, that's how my interview went. A few days later, Yu Gwang-ik's laughter filled the room while he was playing games. Seeing this, Lee Seung-hee asked, "Son, are you just going to lie around like that just because the interview is over? You don't have any plans today, right? Go outside and have some fun." He replied, I actually do have plans." She asked, "Really?" He said, "Yep." Then Lee Seung-hee threatened him. "You know what happens if you fail, right?" Hearing that, Yu Gwang-ik's expression shifted. A date with mom in the ring usually ended with a bloody lesson. Lee Seung-hee asked again, "Plans with who?" He quickly replied, "I have plans with myself. Today, I'm going to eat, sleep, and repeat." Lee Seung-hee was speechless. She suddenly clenched her fists and said with an excited tone, "Suddenly, my hands are feeling a bit restless. I really want to do something. Where should we go? How about hiking? It's been a while." "Let's go out and have a talk," he replied dejectedly. "Fine." Lee Seung-hee warned him, "You have to be careful up there." She continued, "Poisonous creatures are very dangerous for shifters. If they manage to suppress you, bad things will happen." Confused, he asked, "Like what?" Lee Seung-hee replied, "Usually, they'll just attack you." He asked, "And what's the second most dangerous thing?" She answered, "Being poisoned, which slows down your healing ability." Lee Seung-hee then asked him, "Do you know why we have stories about wolves howling at the full moon?" "It's about a shifter child. They couldn't control their instincts and cried out to the moon one night. Just as the full moon appeared, she spoke with a hint of sadness in her voice. If you can't hold it in, just go outside and scream your heart out, okay? Hearing those words, he spoke up to reply. But usually when we hear the news, the biggest, most shocking messes are all caused by the undead or superhumans. I've never actually heard anyone howling in the middle of the night, though. Hearing that Lee Seung-hee suggested a solution. There is a way to suppress those feelings. Surprised, he asked, what is it? She immediately brought up self-control. Hearing those words, Yu Gwang-ik's mind drifted back to his training days. After I awakened, Mom used to take me hiking all the time. I guess that was her way of training my self-control through climbing. Lee Seung-hee pointed at him and explained seriously, and it also helps clear your head. You can use your energy to supplement your training and discipline. That was the point. Her next words left Yu Gwang-ik completely speechless, not knowing how to respond. That's why I told you to go find a girlfriend. If you don't, you're going to end up rotting away before you know it. She continued her lecture. Well, if that happens, maybe rotting away isn't so bad. Genetically speaking, you're prone to getting into trouble. Oh, by the way, are you gay? He quickly cut her off. Hearing his denial, Lee Seung-hee let out a heavy sigh. If you keep this up, I'm going to get really worried. You need to get out more instead of just lying around the house all day. She continued, since you passed, why don't you go out and enjoy yourself? What do you want to do now? Hearing that Yu Gwang-ik stammered a bit, thinking back to the interview, Kim Jong-ah had congratulated him. Congratulations on being accepted. She handed a folder to Yu Gwang-ik and explained, please look this over and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Yu Gwang-ik took the file, read the information inside, and pondered. A 5-week orientation course. What on earth are they teaching that takes over a month? Living in a dorm during the probation period. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The information in that document was staggering. The starting annual salary for a new employee was 60,500 G. Physical training, fees, insurance, and bonuses would be added separately. Culture and leisure fees were covered, and after probation, an office and an apartment near work would be provided. Various other activity fees were covered by a wide range of benefits. Fees for this and that were covered by multiple incredibly diverse insurance plans. If he worked for more than 1 year, he'd even be exempt from military service. Yu Gwang-ik suddenly blurted out, my dream has always been to be a soldier. He cursed inwardly, feeling embarrassed. What the hell is wrong with this company? Are they insane? They're completely wrecking the job market ecosystem in Korea. Kim Jong-ah spoke up to ask him, do you have any questions? He asked her back. Can I show this document to my parents? She replied. Your father is one of the undead, right? He answered, yeah. Kim Jong-ah's face lit up as she rested her chin on her hand and said, well, if you want your mom to get a life sentence, feel free to let her know. I'm sure it would be a very beautiful memory, don't you think? Hearing that he thought in terror, she says such crazy things in such a cute way. Back to the present, Yu Gwang-ik was filled with anxiety. Then I definitely can't tell Mom. He spoke up instead. Mom, looking at these terms and benefits. Determination filled his eyes. I intend to become the head of the Ministry of Administration and Security. She let out a disappointed sigh. Oh, really? As a young man with a desire to contribute to society, I believe this level of dedication is necessary. He thought to himself calmly, I just want to work at a company that recognizes my value. It's definitely not for the money or the free housing. Definitely not. Lee Seung-hee stood up. Okay, that's enough. He continued, it's all thanks to my brilliant father and my beautiful mother. Naturally, it's all thanks to the bloodline I inherited from you both. Suddenly, she exclaimed, I'm so happy. He was quite surprised by her words. Seeing his reaction, Lee Seung-hee explained, I'm happy to have you as my son. Just know that I still love you despite those silly jokes of yours. She spoke to him in a gentle tone. If there was a child like you among a group of shifters, he quickly reassured her, I'm really okay, Mom. His mind was full of anxious thoughts. Mom, I feel very lucky to have been born a hybrid. Shifters have to battle their instincts. The undead have to deal with incredibly dangerous things. Crimes involving special species are increasing every year. What's the solution? He thought about the answer. I've heard many shifters have violent instincts and the undead are extremely sensitive, but I'm not like either of them. Looking at the scenery, Yu Gwang-ik was lost in thought. My instincts are at a level where I can control them just by doing everything online like a normal 20-year-old. Thinking about happy things makes it easy to soothe my undead sensitivity. I'm confident I can do well anywhere. I'll leave a message so you don't worry, Mom. Yu Gwang-ik held his phone. I'm confident I'll do great. On the bus, the other selected individuals began to appear. They were all carefully chosen, and he was waiting for the shuttle to the training site. No matter where you are or who you're with, under the scorching sun, everyone around was dripping with sweat. By now, Yu Gwang-ik was already seated inside the bus. He looked out the window happily, thinking to himself, summer is here. Finally, I'd escaped that brutal heat to enjoy the AC. Inside this massive bus hired by the company, half the bus was filled with undead, all heading to the orientation for new employees. He walked down the aisle to find his seat. I didn't make it at the testing center, but on a bus like this, I can tell who is pure blood and who doesn't. Yu Gwang-ik was deep in thought. Their distinct appearances and the strange atmosphere around them would reveal whether they were pure-blooded or not. I can feel it through my 5 enhanced senses and my intuition as one of the undead. He turned his face toward the man next to him. That's right. Yu Gwang-ik looked at the man right beside him. Just like that prince who sat next to me last time, I ended up sitting next to him again because it was the only empty seat. Whispers from the people behind him drifted over. A hybrid. What about you? My dad's side is bad. They were chatting busily. I bought some snacks. Do you want some? Thanks. Hearing the people behind him talking, he thought to himself, looks like everyone has already made friends. Yu Gwang-ik recalled what Yu Yonho had told him, that it's best to make as many friends as possible and never judge someone based on a first impression. He had gone on to say that sometimes people make a bad first impression but are actually good people and vice versa. Hearing that, he simply replied, I understand, Dad. Yu Yonho walked over and patted Yu Gwang-ik's head, praising him. My son has really grown up. Yu Gwang-ik replied happily, I'm even taller than you now, Dad. Yu Yonho leaned against the railing and gave him some advice. Stop acting like a giant baby lately. Have you been able to sleep? He quickly answered, Yes, I have. Hearing that, his father remarked, You're doing great. I couldn't even do that when I was your age. When he mentioned the old days, Yu Gwang-ik asked, What was it like for you back then, Dad? Yu Yonho quickly explained it to him. I had trouble sleeping. Everything was fine, except I could hear every little sound coming from the neighbors. He followed up immediately. So how did you deal with it? You couldn't just stay awake forever, right? He thought to himself. Shifters use self-restraint to control their instincts, but how do immortals suppress their heightened sensitivity? Seeing his curiosity, Yu Yonho crossed his arms and told him the story. I tried using earplugs and sleep masks. I wouldn't even touch anything that wasn't a microfiber blanket. But none of it worked, so I eventually bought a 1-story house and built a room in the middle with soundproof walls. Yu Gwang-ik felt helpless hearing his father's solution. He thought, well, that's effective, but it's something a poor immortal could never afford. His father smiled brightly and explained, If you keep dealing with insomnia while acting like an adult in society, you'll eventually find a way to solve it. Or you could always go train on a mountain for 3 years. After hearing those words, he pondered. Controlling his senses sounded difficult, but it felt as natural to him as breathing. He calculated in his head, shifters can control every muscle in their body, so controlling his senses was just like folding his ears or flexing a muscle in his back. He silently thanked his mother. As Yu Yonho was about to leave, he said, Everyone becomes sensitive, so try to find your own way to control it. Come on, your mother is waiting. Yu Gwang-ik pleaded, Tell me the trick. Yu Yonho kept it a secret. Where's the fun in that? He kept begging. It'll be fun, I promise. His dad just said, Stop it, son. Have some shame. Yu Gwang-ik spoke up. Hey. He reached out a hand to say hello and added, This is our 3rd time meeting, right? Hemo just stayed silent and didn't respond. He continued to explain. The 3rd time we've crossed paths. Suddenly, the guy spoke up. Do I know you? Yu Gwang-ik was stunned by the response and cursed him out in his head. Of this jerk. He quickly thought back to the past. They had made eye contact twice, and both times the guy had clicked his tongue at him. So he explained that they were at the testing center for the interview. Hamo looked annoyed and replied, This is the first time I've ever seen you. That answer really ticked him off. Geez, Dad, I could tell just by that one sentence. He cursed Hamo in his mind. It seems this prince has the brain of a goldfish. Since that jerk was the one being rude first, it was fine to call him total trash. Then he turned his head away, ignoring the rude prince. Should I say hi to the person behind me? She has blonde hair too, but she doesn't look like a pureblood. Yu Gwang-ik spoke up to greet her. Hello. Yumiho quickly asked him, Are you a half-blood? He replied. How did you know? Yumiho answered in a cold tone. Your father is an immortal. Your senses are dull, but your family seems well off. I bet you only accepted this because of some special condition, and you probably don't even know where we're going, do you? Hearing those words, he denied it in his head. No, I took this job because of my big dreams for the company. Her next line really poked at him. How childish. He cursed her silently. Wow, I've met another rude girl. And this one thinks she's Sherlock Holmes or something. Her detective skills are just amazing. Yu Gwang-ik shot back a question. What about you? Yumiho immediately criticized him. And you have absolutely no observational skills. She crossed her arms with a smug look and said, Immortals are very sensitive. That's why everyone is sitting at the back instead of near the windows, because the sunlight peeking through the curtains is irritating. Even talking like this is annoying. I know because I'm sensitive. Her words quickly offended the people behind them, the kids who were eating snacks and chatting. They were half-bloods. Yumiho continued to look down on him. So shut your mouth, you oblivious dumb bear. Kim Ian and Bang Gun-tae, who were sitting up front, whispered to each other. Maybe we should be a little quiet, yeah. At this point, Yu Gwang-ik's blood was boiling. His face turned red with anger as he thought, I really want to punch her. I just want to ignore my parents' advice and deck this Sherlock wannabe right in the face. Yu Gwang-ik turned back and reflected. But she's basically right. Dad said his nickname back when he was dating was the Prince of Sensitivity. If he became like that after adjusting, those people would suffer even more. Yu Gwang-ik was frustrated, but he felt they should at least show some respect. A heavy silence began to fill the vehicle, and soon the entire bus was quiet as a grave. Leaning his head back against the seat, he thought, even opening a bag of chips would make me their sworn enemy. I'm glad I ate breakfast. If not. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Wait, this feeling. Something was about to happen. Hello, Yu Gwang-ik. I'm your friend. Made of nitrogen, methane, CO2, hydrogen, and more. Can I come out now? He thought in distress. Oh damn it, what kind of timing is this? That soy milk this morning was way too much. Yu Gwang-ik's eyes darted toward the back. Fine, if you want out that bad. Then go attack that girl sitting behind me. Yu Miho's nose suddenly caught a scent, and she immediately covered it. A passing smell almost choked her to death. The odor began to spread throughout the entire bus. Everyone was disgusted by his gas. Yu Miho trembled with rage and gasped. You rude animal. A look of pure joy spread across his face. Revenge served. A few hours after the biological incident, the bus finally reached the stop. Clack, he set his suitcase on the ground, and he and the others began to move outside. Yu Gwang-ik looked around and thought, where is this? What's going on? Or did they just rent an apartment nearby? A young man walked up to him and called out, Hey mister. Muscles, he asked. What's for breakfast this morning? Then some guy next to him piped up, You constipated or something. Hearing that, he turned his head around. Looking at the two of them, he thought to himself they must be those mixed bloods sitting in the back. He then spoke up, It's just, a normal bodily function. The blue-haired guy introduced himself as 21-year-old Kim Ian. The one next to him also spoke up saying he was 23-year-old Gun. Hearing their names, he shouted back, Man, I should be the one dropping bombs here. I'm Yu Gwang-ik 20 and Gwang-ik. Wow, seriously. The three of them started moving. They were all laughing and joking around. I mean, why even bother picking a fight with the older guys? Once you get there, it doesn't even matter anyway. He spoke up. But still, this is the company's orientation after all. We should at least address people politely like GTC or Gwang-ik C. Hearing this, Bang Guntae replied, Did you come here without knowing anything? He looked straight ahead. A row of buildings appeared before his eyes. It was a training camp. A man barked an order. Line up in 5 rows. Everyone around him immediately scrambled to move. Seeing them running for their lives, he just stood there, clueless. How many people are here? There must be at least 100 meters. Wait, they're picking a lot of people, aren't they? He stepped up to the line and started judging the people around him. Why do they look so worn out? Then Lee Kang-mo's voice rang out, panting like that just from a little run. Are you serious right now? Hearing that voice, Gwang-ik immediately looked over. Lee Kang-mo appeared looking incredibly cool. The bald-headed supervisor stood at the center of the testing area, flanked by a red-haired guy on his left and a purple-haired girl on his right. Lee Kang-mo began his speech. For the next month, all of you had better grow up. This is just the beginning, and I'm already beyond disappointed. What do you plan to do with those pathetic bodies of yours? When I was your age, I wasn't nearly this weak. He barked another order, making everyone turn around. He pointed to the opposite side. Do you see those 3 trees over there? Lee Kang-mo commanded. The first 15 people to get there. Run. Before he could even finish, everyone bolted toward those 3 trees. Gwang-ik looked over. There were GT and Kim, Ian, and even those 2 rude jerks up ahead. Everyone's really giving it their all, huh? Gwang-ik started jogging at a relaxed pace. He thought to himself, Am I exaggerating? I could probably cover half the distance in a single hop. Maybe it's because I've been through so much, but this whole situation feels strangely peaceful. He started calculating. Let's see. Maybe I'll aim for 14th place. I judged this too early. Who would have thought an orientation would turn into a boot camp? He remembered what his mother had told him. She warned him sternly, You must never under any circumstances let anyone know you're a shifter. Hearing that, he asked, But what if I get caught? Lee Sung-hee replied, Then things will get very complicated. He pressed further. Is there a more logical reason? Lee Sung-hee looked at him with troubled eyes and asked, How do you think humans see shifters? He thought for a moment, and memories of life flashed by. A ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. A potential criminal, a bloodthirsty maniac howling under the full moon. Basically, a dangerous beast. I'll definitely keep this a secret. Gwang-ik sprinted toward the finish line, achieving his goal. He cheered internally. All right, I crossed the line in exactly 14th place. Gwang-ik even added a bit of perfect acting. Ugh, I'm so exhausted. Lee Kang-mo looked down at the crowd and roared. The rest of you go home immediately. You people don't have a single shred of basic foundation. Lee Kang-mo's gaze was lethal. He didn't want them here. He barked another order. Fine, get face down on the ground and start doing push-ups. He began directing them. On count 1, you shout, I am. And on count 2, you shout, an idiot. Hearing that, he thought, man, these big organizations have some really bizarre training methods. Everyone around him quickly followed the order. 1 I am while he pondered. When I searched for posts about orientations in big companies, they all said they played games and built relationships too. You know, start some office romance. I was so excited for that. 2. An idiot. 1. I am. He counted a bit slower than the rest, trying to stay in sync. In his head, he panicked. Oh crap, I spaced out. Kim Jeon-ah glared at him threateningly. Are you stupid? You can't even count in rhythm. Hearing that, he felt grateful. Thanks for the comfort, I feel much better now. Everyone kept doing push-ups, shouting in unison. 1. I am too, an idiot. Suddenly, some black-haired guy cursed under his breath. Aw, hell no. Hearing that, Lee Kang-mo ordered everyone stop. He slowly approached with a chilling tone. Back in my day, things like this didn't happen. He walked right up to the young man and yelled, but it seems like kids these days are comfortable cursing right in their instructors' faces. Ha, terrified, the guy blurted out. No, that wasn't me. Seeing him shout like that, Lee Kang-mo leaned in close and whispered a warning. Don't scream, you half-breed. Do you want to burst the eardrums of every pure blood here? Or is your personality just so rotten that you enjoy annoying your peers? He roared. Stop the noise. Here we speak softly. That's the rule. Everyone shouted back in unison. Understood, keep your posture up. He glanced over at the others, cursing in his head. These immortal guys are seriously weak. I guess I'll have to fake being tired a bit more. Lee Kang-mo continued his lecture. If this were my time, you'd all be kicked out by now. Things are much easier these days. I'll give you 2 choices. He leaned down and asked the young man, do you want to leave or do you want your punishment? The guy immediately replied, I'll take the punishment. He asked again, don't regret it. The guy answered firmly, I won't. Hearing that, he praised him, good. Suddenly, a loud crack of breaking bones filled the air. He flinched at the sound, his eyes darting to the side. What was that? It sounded exactly like someone's arm being snapped. Gwang-ik lowered his head. Damn it, I'm so curious. Just a little peek. Right then, someone stepped up and covered the young man's mouth. Lee Kang-mo reminded him, I said no screaming. You're not listening, are you? Back in my day, this wouldn't fly. Gwang-ik was horrified by the scene. Is this guy out of his mind? How can you tell him not to scream after breaking his arm? Sure, you can suppress the pain of a broken bone, but it still hurts like hell. Lee Kang-mo announced to the group, I'm putting you on notice. If you break the rules here, the punishment begins with breaking your bones. So if anyone wants to break the rules, go right ahead. Cursing means -2 points and screaming is -1 point. He then started walking toward Gwang-ik. As he walked, he scanned through the rules, noticing that starting a fight meant an automatic 5-point deduction. He told the others to look at what happened to the last guy and take it as a warning. Then the man leaned in and whispered, asking if he enjoyed his little peek. The intern was caught off guard and didn't find it funny at all. He hadn't even realized the guy was watching him. Slowly, Lee Kang-mo started heading up the stairs. He kept rambling on about the good old days, saying things weren't like this back when he was an intern and calling the kids these days useless. Then he barked an order for everyone to stand up. The first 15 people all looked exactly the same. He stepped forward to introduce himself, saying, My name is Lee Kang-mo. From this day forward, you will address me as Instructor Lee Kang-mo. He nodded toward the 2 people standing beside him. Kim Jeong-ah stepped up to introduce everyone, explaining that Instructor Lee Kang-mo would be in charge of their physical training. She noted that an immortal's recovery rate depends entirely on how fit they are. She continued explaining, Right now, you're all just raw recruits, but you need to reach at least a basic level to handle your assignments. The whole point of this orientation is to get you up to that level. Hearing that, he thought to himself that if the instructors were split into good and bad ones, this lady was definitely on the good side. Her voice was pleasant and calm as she introduced herself. My name is Kim Jeong-ah, and I'll be your technical instructor. Hearing that, Yu Gwang-ik was confused and wondered technical what exactly. With that, she stepped back into line. Next, a red-haired guy stepped forward and said the name's Dong Ki-nam Han. His voice carried a threatening edge as he told them he'd kill every single one of them. A heavy silence filled the room. Kim Jeong-ah stepped in to clarify, saying that's not quite what he meant. She explained that Instructor Dong Ki-nam Han would be teaching them how to manage their immortal bodies. Hearing this, he thought gloomily. I'm not so sure about that. He looks like he's actually ready to murder us. Does this company hire serial killers as instructors? Kang-mo then stepped up and announced that if anyone wanted to quit, they should speak up now. He told them he'd actually be thrilled if they all just left. Yu Gwang-ik listened intently, thinking to himself, if I can just suck it up for 1 month, a dream job with insane profits is waiting for me. Unless I catch a bullet to the head. Well, I should be fine. I'm an immortal after all, so who would ever want to quit? Down below, everyone was lined up perfectly. Kang-mo spoke up again. All right, then listen up, Boots. He welcomed them to hell and started dividing them up 10 people to a room. A drill sergeant led Yu Gwang-ik's group into their living quarters. He ordered them to change into their uniforms and sit tight. Yu Gwang-ik looked around in disgust, thinking the dorm looked like something straight out of a creepy horror movie. Kim Yin started complaining about being covered in sweat and headed for the shower. Looking at them, Yu Gwang-ik felt relieved, thinking, at least I'm in the same room as Kim Yin and Bang Gun-tae. He glared at Kim, Hi-mo, and Miho with pure resentment, wishing he didn't have to deal with those rude little punks. Then he turned to look at the man next to him. He asked the guy if he was doing all right. The chubby kid, looking exhausted, replied that he was fine. He started sizing the guy up, thinking that apparently not all immortals are lean. He thought about his ideal physique, noticing the guy looked like a total tank. He looked across the room and wondered, are those two brothers? They look so much alike. He figured their nicknames would end up being something like Jade and Cotton. Yu Gwang-ik also noticed the girl opposite him and another cute girl nearby. There were 7 guys and 3 girls in total. Yu Gwang-ik crunched the numbers in his head, wondering where he was supposed to change, since they should at least have separate rooms for men and women. He spotted a rundown room and saw a sign with surprisingly nice handwriting that said, "Changing Room." Miho spoke up, daring him to try and take a peek inside. Annoyed, he snapped back that he wasn't interested at all. Miho gave him a look of pure disdain, clearly not believing him. His reputation was at 0, and he was already suspected of being a criminal, even though he was hiding the fact that he was a shifter. He cried out in his head, "Mom, what am I supposed to do?" Then Minam spoke up shyly, reminding everyone that they had a lot of rules to follow. Hearing her voice, he thought it was incredibly sweet and wondered if she was a singer. But then Kim Hae-mo broke in with a cold tone, warning them to watch their physical abilities while outside. He threatened to kill Ma if he broke the rules. Yu Gwang-ik was terrified, thinking the guy was actually serious, and begged the little prince not to be like that. Miho raised her hand and agreed immediately, asking if Sherlock could just shut up for a second. Kim Ian and Bang Gun-tae also raised their hands in agreement. Yu Gwang-ik panicked, wondering where the brotherhood they had just 2 hours ago went. Everyone quickly chimed in, saying they agreed as well. He froze as everyone turned their gaze toward him. Kim Hae-mo added more demands like no breaking rules and making sure to brush their teeth. He said personal hygiene was the bare minimum. Everyone immediately agreed again. He felt irritated, cursing under his breath, "Hey, I'm clean, okay? And whether I like these people or not, I'm stuck living with them for the next month." He finally raised his hand and said, "I agree," while thinking to himself, "As long as we're here, I guess I have to try and fit in." Everyone gathered in the cafeteria as the instructor told them to listen up while they ate. He explained that each 10-person dorm would go in order from 1 to 10. Yu Gwang-ik took a bite, but the food was completely bland and unappealing. He felt like he was chewing air. The rice was just meh. The instructor walked around, his voice steady as he told each group to pick a leader after they finished eating. Yu Gwang-ik focused on that title. Team leader, huh? I better see who's interested first. Before he could say a word, the girl next to him spoke up, volunteering for the job. Every eye in the room landed on her. Yu Gwang-ik wanted to know why, but his question was drowned out by everyone else agreeing, saying she had the right bloodline for it. Everyone nodded and gave their approval. Only Yu Gwang-ik sat there, raising his hand to object. He thought she looked like a total jerk. He argued that a leader should be someone who can bring people together, so shouldn't they pick someone more open-minded? The girl shot him a freezing glare and told him if he thought it should be him, he was dead wrong. She said nothing mattered more than bloodline there. She warned him coldly, asking if he understood now. She told the others to ignore his opinion because the leader had to be from her side. Yu Gwang-ik suppressed the urge to hit her, giving her a nasty nickname in his head. He thought Sherlock Holmes over there was so good at organizing info that he wanted to drag her out to the middle of an 8-lane highway in Gangnam and settle things. Kim Ian whispered, asking why he was just spacing out. Yu Gwang-ik gave up, not caring anymore, and told them to just do whatever they wanted. After lunch ended, he expected training to start immediately, but that wasn't the case. Instead, they were handed a few items like some shirts and cheap pairs of shoes. Time flew by as they gathered 100 people and handed out daily supplies. After a quick shower and a bit of rest, it was already time for dinner. Everyone gathered in the sleeping quarters again. After some basic lessons, it was time for bed. Everyone stared at the monitor. The video flickered on and an instructor stepped into view. I assume no one here is clueless enough to not know our company name, right? It seemed he didn't expect anyone to actually not know. Yu Gwang-ik turned and whispered to his friend, "Hey, what's the company called?" The two of them stared at each other, totally dazed. "You really don't know the name. Do I look like I know? I thought you'd be the one who knew." Well, usually everyone knows these things. Just as they finished whispering, the company name popped up on the screen. At least they didn't have to ask anyone else. Warm Information and Communications. Okay, now I know. The instructor explained that this training process was designed to select official employees for Warm. Warm Information and Communications was a company backed by the government. Even though they weren't technically civil servants, the work they did for the country was pretty much the same. Yu Gwang-ik focused his attention on the screen. Dad said he took the civil service exam because of Mom, didn't he? With that in mind, it felt like the recruitment standards had gotten a bit lax lately. In my day, if you couldn't walk on the edge of a blade, you couldn't even dream of stepping foot in this company. Hearing the same old nagging lectures over and over was exhausting, and he started to feel a bit dazed. How many times a day do I have to listen to this crap? The instructor's voice on the screen remained steady and cold. Anyway, since you're in the company now, study hard, even if you don't like it. That's all. Suddenly, a woman's voice cut in sharply. Wait, that's it. The instructor on screen folded his arms. Well, what else am I supposed to tell these kids? They already know everything. The woman looked flustered. Still, you shouldn't just end it like that. She peeked into the camera lens. Make sure the objective of Warem is clear. We want everyone to learn how to use their power correctly. And that was the final word. I hope you all keep that in mind. Yu Gwang-ik pondered over that last sentence for a moment, using power correctly. As the video ended, night finally fell. The instructor barked out, everyone get ready for bed. Yu Gwang-ik lay down on a bed that wasn't exactly soft, but he still felt himself starting to relax. A shower really does make things feel a lot better. It didn't seem like it would be hard to fall into a deep sleep, but he was the only one feeling that way. Rustling sounds and whispers filled the room. Hey, pipe down. Why do you keep moving your arms? I told you to stay still. Stop making so much noise and quit daydreaming. Yu Gwang-ik couldn't get a wink of sleep with these sensitive idiots around him. Kim Ian, lying nearby, was also getting irritated. Will you please just shut the hell up? You want to die? Fine, let's just get out of here and die. Then Yu Gwang-ik remembered his father's words. If what his dad said was true, the minimum time needed to overcome insomnia was 3 years. But the oldest person in this room, Bang Guntae, was only 23. Everyone here was probably at the peak of their sensitivity. This place is a total hellhole. Yo sat there, looking vacant. Can't sleep again tonight. Yu Gwang-ik chimed in, sounding exhausted. If we keep going without sleep, how are we supposed to survive? Suddenly, his friend had an idea. Well, there is one last resort, the neck. He mimicked a chop to the neck, just like that. Fainting is one way to sleep. We're immortal anyway, so there shouldn't be any side effects, right? Yu Gwang-ik spoke up. A lullaby, huh? Yo turned over, looking completely skeptical. Look, not everyone can just faint and fall asleep. He grumbled, if you can't control your strength, you might be out until tomorrow evening. And if you hit too hard, what if you don't wake up for 2 days? A sharp crack echoed through the room, followed by Ji's sweet voice. Good night, sweet dreams. Bang Guntae in the bed right next to them saw the whole thing and nearly lost it. One hit was all it took to put Kim Ian into a death-like sleep. He stared blankly, then asked hopefully, wait, are you like a human sleeping pill? Yu Gwang-ik asked softly. Bang Guntae, you want to give it a shot? The guy hesitated, unsure if he should accept. Huh. Actually, my dreams are always. Before he could finish, Yu Gwang-ik snapped his neck. Another one down. Everyone in the room sat up and stared at him. Anyone else want to sleep? As soon as the words left his mouth, almost every hand in the room shot up. The sound of cracking echoed through the night in our main character's small team dorm. After putting the last person to sleep, he let out a soft sigh. Now that everyone's asleep, that just leaves. He turned toward the only 2 people still sitting up. 2 blonde girls glared at him. Though her tone was filled with a bit of disdain, she said, a turtle like you actually has some talent. Fine, help me out then. Yu Gwang-ik replied sarcastically, you really think I'm just gonna do that for you? But she remained stubborn. Why wouldn't you? It's only natural. We're roommates, after all. If you help me sleep well, now I'll pay you back later. That's a fair deal, right? Her logic was surprisingly convincing. Yu Gwang-ik couldn't really argue with that. True, that sounds beneficial. But they could only sleep well if the atmosphere was right. He couldn't refuse. All right, fine. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. He shrugged and stepped forward, his tone sounding like he was doing her a favor. Okay, let me try. Yu Gwang-ik raised his hand. First, a neck strike called Nai. It was a taekwondo move where you strike the opponent's nape with the edge of your hand. He thought to himself gleefully, this definitely isn't violence, it's just the science of sleep. He glanced at the remaining person who was watching him. Yu Gwang-ik raised his hand provocatively. Keenam stared at him for a long time, then without a word, he turned over and lay down. Yu Gwang-ik didn't push it. Fine by me. Time for me to get some sleep too. The next evening, the entire third team slept like babies. Well, almost everyone. Except for one person. Keenam had deep, dark circles under his eyes and was clearly on edge. Yu Gwang-ik was in high spirits. I can't wait for tonight. He's already lost his mind on only the second day. The first class was with Instructor Lade. First thing in the morning, he just gave one order, run. He forced the whole group to run long distance and everyone started complaining. I'm starting to wonder if this is actually hell. This is just a warm-up, Yu Gwang-ik with a straight face groaned. I'm so tired. Basic physical training included both weightlifting and running. The second class was with a short-haired woman. They had to pair up and spar. The goal wasn't just about having an immortal body. Humans have plenty of weaknesses, so they had to be careful. The chin was the first weakness. His partner had a cocky look. I've studied wrestling, you know. Yu Gwang-ik's expression didn't change a bit. Oh, really? The guy stayed arrogant. So no matter how bad I beat you up, don't come crying to me later. He suddenly charged forward. Yu Gwang-ik anticipated his move. A tackle. It was a technique where you grab the opponent around the waist. Yu Gwang-ik suddenly dazed out for a second. I think I hit him before he even touched me. He had gone a bit overboard. The instructor looked impressed once again. Yu Gwang-ik played dumb. Wow, I got really lucky. They were forced to train in various skills, including close-quarters combat. Finally, in the third class with Yi Cho-nam, they faced the tradition of the Immortals walking on the edge of a blade. Everyone's faces turned pale at the sight of those razor-sharp blades. The instructor coldly barked at us to move, but everyone recoiled in fear. Are we really supposed to run on these? This is probably the biggest shock they've ever faced. Just looking at them, the blades are at least 3 centimeters long. I bet some of the instructor's blades are nearly 15 centimeters. Although I was exaggerating a bit to put pressure on the other students, I still had to act like I was in total agony. A week later, after another brutal day, Dong Ki-nam walked into the room with a smirk on his face. He figured the handsome guy, meaning me, would probably get rejected again today, right? I'll just ask him twice before hitting the sack. Seeing him stay silent and turn away made me weirdly excited, but then I noticed how quiet everyone else was. What's going on? Why is the vibe so heavy? Dong Ki-nam rushed over and whispered to his buddy Ian. What's with the atmosphere? Is our sensitive Sherlock Holmes at it again? Immediately, the blonde girl shot him a glare. What are you talking about? Ian hesitated. Well, it happened last night while we were all asleep. He glanced over at Dong Ki-nam, our team leader, who couldn't sleep and had gone out. Apparently some guys in the room next door couldn't sleep either, and they started some trouble. Our leader ended up beating those guys up. He seems to know exactly what went down, which is why everyone's been looking at us weirdly all day. Dong Ki-nam understood immediately. Our big brother only needs one look to know exactly what's being said, doesn't he? Suddenly, a loud noise hit Dee's sensitive ears. Footsteps were heading this way, and it wasn't just one person. Dong Ki-nam hadn't slept in days, and his temper was far from stable. This was going to be a problem. Stay where you are. A red-haired guy with deep dark circles under his eyes kicked the door open, followed by a group of guys in the same exhausted state. Everyone in the room stared at the door. The red-haired guy spoke in a cold, hollow voice, his eyes filled with irritation. Which one of you is Yu Gwang-ik? He called him out by name, looking like he was ready for a fight. Which one of you is Yu Gwang-ik? Dong Ki-nam didn't know why he was being called, but he raised his hand anyway. That's me. He couldn't believe his own guy had sold him out like that. The guy knit his brows and asked again. You're Yu Gwang-ik. Dong Ki-nam stood his ground unafraid. He answered flatly, that's right. Listen. The guy's tone suddenly changed. His pale face turned bright red and he started stuttering like a schoolgirl confessing her love. I want it too. I want your sleep. Dong Ki-nam froze. The room fell into a dead silence except for Ian, who covered his face and burst out laughing. Dong Ki-nam responded with a deadpan expression, I like girls. The red-haired guy realized how wrong that sounded. He scrambled to explain, no, not like that. I mean, I want you to put me to sleep. Everyone in your room is sleeping like babies. He practically started crying. If this keeps up, I'm gonna die. And so will everyone else in my room. The guys behind him nodded desperately. Seeing them like that, Dong Ki-nam couldn't really say no. All right, fine. Let's go. As they walked, Dong Ki-nam asked, but how did you even find me? The red-haired guy answered as if it were obvious. How could I not? The rumors have spread everywhere. Rumors. The guy laughed and waved it off. You didn't know Dong Ki-nam. Ian was the one who told me. Dong Ki-nam was speechless. So that's why you said you wanted my sleep. Well, I had to say it like that so you'd actually do it. Now he knew exactly who was behind this prank. So that's why the culprit Dong Ki-nam. Ian was sitting there snickering. The guy narrowed his eyes. What are you going to keep complaining and make this difficult? Not at all. Dong Ki-nam raised his hands and spoke softly. It won't take long anyway. That night, the members of Team 1 got exactly what they wanted. They were handled. Dong Ki-nam performed a series of moves that knocked them all out cold. The next morning, the leader of Team 1, Shin Nam, had become much friendlier. They ran into each other at the cafeteria. His face was glowing. He grinned and said, man, your hands are amazing. Seriously, last night I felt like I was in pure nirvana. Dong Ki-nam had never felt more embarrassed in his life. If this guy kept talking like that, people were going to get the wrong idea. The daily training grind continued. The instructor was still spewing insults. How long do you people plan on staying in the warm-up phase? Don't you guys know how to improve? Instructor Jiang Mo noticed the person running at the very back and didn't hold back the insults. I didn't say it like that before, but it seems you immortals can't control your weight lately. Is it laziness, or are you just trying to defy me? Anyone who doesn't finish on time better be prepared. With that, he sprinted ahead. The big guy at the back was stumbling his legs, giving out. He couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed a tree and started vomiting. Dong Ki-nam walked over concerned. You, okay? The big guy waved him off. Don't worry about me. Just go. Dong Ki-nam stopped. He didn't care if he was about to be punished. You're not running anymore. The big guy collapsed, drenched in sweat. I can't finish it anyway. Suddenly, Dong Ki-nam changed the subject. Have you ever seen that basketball anime? Who hasn't seen that? With a look of pure conviction, Dong Ki-nam said, then be a man who doesn't know the meaning of giving up. The big guy stared at him. Are you kidding me? He looked like he had lost all hope. I'm done for. Dong Ki-nam suddenly grabbed him by the shirt and hauled him up. If you were going to give up here, you shouldn't have even started. He looked like someone you could truly depend on. I'll help you. We're finishing this today. Under the clear blue sky, Dong Ki-nam took the big guy's hand and pulled him along. Keep your breathing steady. Just keep breathing. Don't drag your feet, that'll only tire you out more. If you're exhausted, focus on walking fast to the finish line. The instructor waited for a long time before the two of them finally appeared. Everyone was already there except for those two. He crossed his arms and mocked them. Are you two on a date or something? Time was up. Dong Ki-nam felt awkward and tried to explain. Well, about that. As a result, both of them were penalized 5 points. The big guy could barely breathe. This is insane. Dong Ki-nam just said simply, it's fine. You don't need to apologize and you don't need to worry about my state of mind. He comforted him before walking away. I'm okay, don't worry. Just make sure you finish it tomorrow. The big guy promised I will. Definitely. But he still had one question. Why are you helping me? Dong Ki-nam just asked back. Do you really need a reason? He shrugged and walked off. If I don't have any compassion, I'm just a walking corpse. A memory of a mysterious person flashed through his mind. Helping someone who's falling apart or saving someone from drowning doesn't require a reason. That person was probably the same, and that's why I don't need a reason either. Evening came quickly. Are you putting Group 1 to sleep again tonight? Of course. They're already changing. Ian mentioned Shin-nam. Our team leader needs some sleep too. Those dark circles are practically down to his chin. Hearing that Dong Ki-nam was truly fed up, I ask him every single night, do you have any idea how much it moves me when he just glares at me and turns his back? Dong Ki-nam Ian sighed. You and him are both something else. Just then, Dong Ki-nam noticed Bang Gun-tae sitting nearby looking unusually silent. He curiously asked his friend, but why does Bang Gun-tae suddenly look so drained? Oh, that. Kim Ian started explaining. Just a moment ago, the cafeteria, Bang Gun-tae had bumped into that blonde girl and went to apologize. Her wallet had accidentally fallen out and her ID card was inside. Bang Gun-tae picked it up and gave her a sincere compliment. Is your name, My-ho? We've been in the dorms for a week and still didn't know each other's names. I'm Bang Gun-tae. My-ho responded with a cold shoulder. She snatched her wallet back and walked away without a second glance. I don't care. Since then, he's been stuck in this state. After hearing the whole story, Yu Gwang-ik didn't quite know what to say. He walked over and patted Bang Gun-tae on the shoulder. Hey, don't look like your soul's left your body just because of something like that. It's not like we don't know what her personality is like, right? Suddenly, Bang Gun-tae spoke up. Is her name really? Miho Bang. Gun-tae's face lit up, his mind clearly wandering. How can someone have a name as beautiful as her face? Yu Gwang-ik seriously started questioning the guy's mental state. Did he hit his head during training or something? Bang Gun-tae bashfully confessed. To be honest, from the moment I first saw her, I knew she was exactly my type. Man, you're hopeless. You really are. But Bang Gun-tae kept insisting. What do you even know about Miho? Being questioned back like that, Yu Gwang-ik snapped. Then what do you know about her? Bang Gun-tae, losing the argument, just grumbled stubbornly. You're so loud. Anyway, I'm being serious here. As Yu Gwang-ik was talking, he caught a warning look. The three of them reached the bedroom, but something felt off. Someone spoke up. Oh, Yu Gwang-ik is here. Is he the tall one? That's the guy who let one rip on the bus. If what I heard is true, waking up the morning after he hits you feels incredibly refreshing. There are no side effects at all. They all started clamoring at once. Can you really control your strength? Well, I'm the leader of Group 5. Our group is counting on you. Our group wants to receive your enlightenment too. This is Group 4. Yu Gwang-ik and Bang Gun-tae silently glanced over at Kim Ian. He just maintained a completely poker face. What, I'm just praising you. Yu Gwang-ik was in agony. Just confess already, you sinner. He stood stunned before the crowd. How long is this going to take with this many people? Yu Gwang-ik knew that to knock someone out perfectly, he had to adjust the force of his arm to match each person's physical condition. His eyes filled with panic. If he didn't hurry, this was going to take forever. Because of this, his nights became very busy. He had to go from room to room distributing love. At one point, just as he was about to recite his usual command, a girl waiting to be put to sleep spoke up. She wondered, do you really have to say that Yu Gwang-ik didn't miss a beat? Sweet dreams for Dong Ki-nam, he said, swinging his hand down at the same time. I went around blessing all the kids who couldn't sleep. By the time I got back to my room, it was already very late. My whole body was aching. Tonight's work was finally over. Well then, his eyes 70% intrigued and 30% pensive flickered toward one person. Even so, I can't forget the very last thing I need to do. He gleefully waved at Ki-nam. Again today, get lost. The dark circles under Ki-nam's eyes were pitch black. He quietly turned away, refusing to even look at him. But that only made Yu Gwang-ik enjoy it more. Ah, the same reaction as always. That's why I can't hate you. This is too much fun, I'm getting pumped. The more he did it, the more he mastered the technique, a single sneak attack straight to the back of the neck. As a result, people started lining up, and afterward, teammates would drag them back. Everyone was queuing up just to be knocked unconscious, after which someone would carry them back to bed. That was the birth of an eternal partnership. Even the instructors couldn't stop it because most of the trainees relied on my hands to reach the world of dreams. And so I became famous. They called me by various nicknames like the Sleeping Pill, my Dream, the Divine Arm, and so on. But at some point, my nickname turned into the Woodpecker. Shin-nam called out to him with a face as bright as a flower. This change felt completely absurd to Yu Gwang-ik. These guys are even changing the names their parents gave them. Shin-nam held something out. Want some chocolate? Seeing that Yu Gwang-ik didn't hesitate to take it. Of course, even he felt a bit dazed. I don't even know when the orientation training actually started. Things were coming to an end. On the screen were disgusting images of various bizarre creatures. The invaders. That's what we call those who come from the black holes to invade this place. This was what they had to learn in today's lecture. It's been 20 years since the first black hole appeared. In that time, many new types of invaders have emerged. We use a numbering system to classify them. The instructor explained. The first species are named with numbers, and the higher the number, the more frequently they appear. Everyone can check their appearance and how to counter them on your tablets. The ones listed there are the most common species. You'll be fine fighting them as long as you're careful. But even an immortal can die if they let their guard down. However, there are some invaders that you must retreat from the moment you see them. He warned that the species named with the first few numbers represent the primary types, and behind them are many variations of the same species. Instructor Kang Mo pointed to the projection screen. This is the Blue Knight. When a massive black hole appeared during the Giant Gate incident, it killed about 500 armed warriors. After that, a ton of information was forced into their brains to memorize. It has air cushions on both legs and 2 metal wings. Its speed can reach 150 kilometers per hour. Blue energy blades emerged from its wings as Yu Gwang-ik stared intently at the tablet. The education on invaders and training had led to this point. I see. He finally realized the purpose of this company. Warren Telecommunications, an administrative branch under the government's security agency, is a company that enters white holes and monitors the invaders coming from black holes. It's said that our security agency has reached great heights, but the invaders remain a threat to society. Therefore, society still needs people to keep an eye on them. And Warren Telecommunications is just one of the companies doing that work. I guess being an employee there comes with a pretty high salary, honestly. Yu Gwang-ik smiled slightly, his eyes reflecting his joy. I'm glad to know this. Now I don't need luck or the military anymore. Run immediately if you see them. They're called nightmares. While the instructor continued his lecture, Yu Gwang-ik's mind was miles away. Also, why did Dad bring me here to put his own son in such great danger? The last class was about to end. There will be a test on this, so memorize everything you see on your tablets. He set a goal for himself. Maybe I should ask him why. After reaching the halfway point of orientation, new training courses were added. The lecture on invaders by the instructor was one of them. Second, we had lectures from the purple-haired girl about combat support items. Then the girl with the short hair introduced some tools. This one here is called a blood bag. When things get dangerous, you just pop this open and stick it in your arm. It'll find a vein on its own and give you a much-needed boost. She explained every detail very thoroughly. It's made by mixing an awakening agent and a sedative at a specific ratio, then adding some crushed enter leaves. Once you jab it into your arm, air pressure pushes the medicine right into your body. The drug enters your bloodstream to crank up your physical capabilities. We usually just call it a combat drug, but its official name is BB8. Meanwhile, Yu Gwang-ik's head was spinning awakening agents, sedatives, combat drugs. It was a lot. The short-haired girl just laughed cheerfully and said, as long as you use the right amount, you won't get hooked. But if you overdo it even for an immortal, it's going to be a massive problem. You'll be stuck relying on that stuff for the rest of your life. Ma'am, please don't say such terrifying things with a smile like that. It's creepy. Then the instructor chimed in saying this stuff was developed in Germany and is known as the Blessing of Baten or the Blessing of Odin. It's one of the most advanced spiritual cocktails out there. She leaned down to rummage through the medical kit. We've also got other cocktails here, she said. Their main job is to restore your stamina. Yu Gwang-ik couldn't help but think to himself, this place is a total stimulant heaven. Finally, our instructor Kanto had us do some target practice with guns. Everyone was issued a firearm. He reminded us that there's a world of difference between practice and a real fight. So you boys better pay attention and learn this right. After that, it was back to the grind, running technical weight training and working on our flexibility. I kept helping Kang Purim and the others joined in to help too. I'll push you from behind. I've got you on this side. Once everyone got used to this chaotic environment, the number of people I had to physically drag to bed at night actually dropped. Eventually, everyone got strong enough to pass the running test. Even Kang Purim was able to pull it off all on his own. Honestly, seeing all that hard work pay off made me feel pretty proud. Just like that, a month flew by and our training was officially over. One evening, the instructor stood before us. Not a single one of you quit despite the hardships, Instructor Kang Mo said, flashing a rare smile. Congratulations. You are now officially new employees of the Warren Company. You guys did great. Everyone started cheering at once. We made it. It's finally over. This is awesome. Hey, we're actually employees now. Dong Ki-nam hand stepped forward. All right, everyone, listen up. I'm going to announce the results of your training period. These are based on your overall performance during the sessions and your test scores. You'll be assigned to different departments based on your rank. Plus, there are rewards for the top 3. Amidst the cheering, Yu Gwang-ik was feeling pretty good too. I mean, nothing beats cold hard cash, right? He waited quietly. And now for our third place finisher. He was trying to guess who would take first and second, but he wondered who the third person could be. Could it be me? Then a name was called out, Kyo-min. The guy was ecstatic, shouting, "Wow," but Yu Gwang-ik just looked confused. Who? The guy hadn't even popped up in the story until now. He immediately ran up to the stage to shake the instructor's hand. "Well done. If you apply to any department you want, they'll take it into consideration." The guy was already buzzing. Then, the security team. "Oh wait, maybe not yet. We'll talk later," he said, while Yu Gwang-ik watched him with total suspicion. The guy seems kind of like a ditz, but somehow he snagged third place. Then instructor Dong Ki-nam Han spoke again. Next, in second place, a name that couldn't be more familiar. Dong Ki-nam whispers immediately broke out. "Oh, I know him. He's from that bloodline." Yu Gwang-ik watched him, remembering when he had no clue what those whispers about that bloodline even meant. Kim Ian had even questioned his identity back then. "Are you sure you're an immortal? Looking at you makes me doubt it," he'd said, tilting his head back to finish a soda. Dong Ki-nam comes from a direct line with pure blood, which left Yu Gwang-ik even more baffled. He didn't see the big deal. Is he just from some rich family or something? Well, that's only part of it, Bang Gun-tae added. It depends on the type of blood they have. Those with high-grade pure blood usually recover faster and are way more sensitive than mixed bloods. That's why. They're so much better at controlling their immortal bodies than everyone else. And this rude little prince happens to be the purest of the pure. Among the immortals in this country, he belongs to one of the top 3 pure bloodlines. That was the deal with Dong Ki-nam. He never slacked off and always stayed at the top of the class. You could honestly call him a natural-born genius. Even Yu Gwang-ik had to acknowledge that kind of person. He's talented, sure, but his drive to win is even crazier. He's the total package. I might not like the guy, but he definitely earned that spot. Suddenly, Bang Gun-tae started acting up. Wait, if that talented Dong Ki-nam guy isn't first, then maybe I'm the one in first place. The other two just turned away like they hadn't heard a word. My poor Bang Gun-tae. You've clearly got a fever. Totally. And it's not like he's even related to me. Bang Gun-tae snapped. Is that how friends treat each other? Instructor Dong Ki-nam Han paused for effect, but Yu Gwang-ik already knew. If Dong Ki-nam was second, she had to be first. Sure enough, the next name was Yumi Ho. She walked up with a stone-cold expression. Yu Gwang-ik already had his own assessment of her. A rude little Sherlock Holmes. She had zero empathy and was blunt as hell. Bang Gun-tae, of course, was already acting like a total simp. Oh, of course, it's Yumi Ho, but man, she's scary smart. During team training, she'd ditch her own teammates in a heartbeat if it meant protecting her score. After a few months together, Yu Gwang-ik had seen more than enough to know exactly who she was. She was the type who would tell anyone, trying to strike up a conversation that she was too busy training to talk. A total high-strung bookworm, but hey, that's how she got those results. What a piece of work. Let's have a round of applause. Everyone's eyes were glued to the 3 of them standing together on the stage. Now I feel like somehow I'm connected to them. But seriously, what was that third guy's name again? Yu Gwang-ik looked completely blank. The tribute was short and sweet. You're all free until 2 p.m. tomorrow. Immediately people started asking, what should we do? Let's party. Do they sell booze here? Suddenly, someone called out to him, trainee number 48. After a brief exchange, the instructor asked, do you have a moment? Yes, sir. Then let's talk. Meet me in the smoking room in a bit. He didn't decline. Understood. While his 2 friends were standing there looking lost, another instructor called out to him. Number 48, here's my phone number. Give me a call when you get out of here. Yu Gwang-ik took it, feeling a bit dazed. Oh, okay. His 2 friends immediately swarmed him. Hey, what was that? Did you screw something up? He just shrugged. Why is that always your first conclusion? Then Gwang-ik looked down at the piece of paper in his hand. I get it now. He probably wants me to come see him. There were a few things I'd been curious about right from the start. This thought had been weighing on him ever since he first arrived. The whole point of this orientation was to measure the students' potential so they could train the best immortals. But was that really all there was to it? Could the person who planned this orientation have something else up their sleeve? Shin Nam gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder and said, I've been able to sleep like a baby lately, all thanks to you, man. Then the purple-haired girl gently handed him a note with a message. Let's meet up once we get out of here. And stay in touch with the rest of the gang. Okay, see you at the office. In just a short moment, he had met almost everyone from every team. There sure were a lot of them. Even so, Gwang-ik was pretty satisfied. It would be crazy to aim for first place, and honestly, I don't need something like that anyway. There are much more important things to worry about. Kim Ian asked curiously, did you run into some trouble on your way to the store or something? What took you so long? Gwang-ik puffed out his chest proudly and joked, well, it's just because I'm way too popular, you know. The other 2 rummaged through the bags and started complaining. Ugh, I don't even like these potatoes. Didn't you get any mint chocolate? Yu Gwang-ik snapped. You little. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw a man in a suit wearing glasses standing by the door. No one knew how long he'd been there. Even Gwang-ik hadn't noticed him. Even when he got this close, we didn't realize it until he actually spoke. This is the power of stealth. The man called out to someone outside. Another person stepped inside and spoke up. I heard there were quite a few talented individuals in this training session. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. A mature, dignified middle-aged man appeared before the group. I am Nam Bong-jin, the chairman of Warim Telecom. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Everyone immediately stood at attention. In unison, they all gave a formal salute. Nam Bong-jin. I remember seeing his name on the board. Gwang-ik had done some reading on this guy. Born in 1973, he had military experience from serving 8 years in the emergency response team. He was a first-generation immortal, a man who had lived through the flow of history from the most horrific years right up to the present day. Now he's one of the top 10 immortals currently in the veteran force of the South Korean branch. That was the summary of who this man was. His power was undeniable. Why don't you all sit down? It's not like I came here to punish anyone, he said as he walked in. Has the training been fun? Someone shouted at the top of their lungs. Yes, sir. The chairman just chuckled and started rambling. What's so fun about it? Getting yourself hurt and then healing over and over hurts like hell. Gwang-ik could feel Bang Gun-tae nodding like a maniac behind him. He suppressed a laugh, thinking, poor little Bang Gun-tae. His office life is going to be a total nightmare. Nam Bong-jin laughed heartily again. I like your honesty, kid, but you'd better learn to work hard. It might just save your life one day. Believe me, these are lessons bought with blood from those who came before you. Nam Bong-jin's tone turned serious. Dong Ki-nam. The boy immediately stood up. Yes, sir. He stepped forward to shake the director's hand. You did a good job, the director encouraged. Ki-nam replied flatly, thank you, sir. Then he called another name. Yu Miho. She scrambled to her feet. Yes. Again, more polite words followed. I have high expectations for you. Thank you, sir. Meanwhile, Gwang-ik was completely baffled. What is he even doing here? Did he just come to say hello? Is he just here to see what the top-ranked students look like? He stood there with his head in the clouds, thinking the man must have nothing better to do. Then out of nowhere, Chairman Nam Bong-jin called his name. Employee Yu Gwang-ik. He was stunned. Yu Gwang-ik. The man looked at him. Is it true you have mixed blood? Yes, sir. Sharp blue eyes scanned Gwang-ik from head to toe. Not bad. After that, he asked a few questions that didn't seem to have anything to do with training. Gwang-ik just answered him honestly. Finally, the chairman concluded with, that's great. You're at the perfect age for this kind of work. Gwang-ik cursed silently in his head. Great, my foot, I just want a girlfriend. And why the hell is he staring at me so intensely? The pressure was suffocating. Then the man winked at him and left him with one last comment. I'll see you at the office. I'm heading out now. I'll leave some gifts, but don't go getting too drunk, okay? He left Gwang-ik standing there with a look of pure confusion. Kim Ian immediately bombarded him with questions. Who even are you? Are you the chairman's secret son or something? Why was he talking to you like that and winking at you? Even Gwang-ik didn't get it. I've never even met the guy before. Maybe I'm just his type. Isn't he already married? Another guy chimed in. I heard he even has a daughter. Wait, where did you get that info? That wasn't on the profile board. Then a crate was pushed into the room. The instructor sighed emotionally. You guys are lucky. If you're all passed out tomorrow morning, I'm just going to leave you there. So don't overdo it. Gwang-ik was over the moon. Wait, is this alcohol? I was so disappointed thinking there was a party with no booze. Bang Gun-tae came scurrying over trying to act all smooth, but he was shot down immediately. No. He still stubbornly tried to invite her. Since today is the last day, would you like to have a drink with me? She didn't even spare him a glance. Alcohol just makes people stupid. I'm not interested. Gwang-ik and the others looked at his dejected face and sighed. Again, that makes 16 times, and he's been knocked out cold every single time. The chubby guy opened the crate and gasped. This isn't regular alcohol. It's Blant, a mind cocktail that immortals love the most. When you drink it, it numbs your senses and makes your head spin. That's why even immortals with chronic insomnia can fall right asleep after a can. The value of this drink was insane. Bang Gun-tae handed them out exactly 10 cans. I guess it's one for each of us. Each can costs 3 million won. He held it carefully. To think, he'd just give away a gift worth 3 million won. He really is cool, isn't he? The sound of a can clattering to the floor echoed. Ki-nam had already finished a whole can. His face was flushing bright red as he glared at someone. What exactly is? You disrespectful bastard. Gwang-ik was stunned. Was he talking to me? Then Ki-nam collapsed and fell into a deep sleep, completely dead to the world. Everyone was amazed. Usually, even the slightest noise would wake that guy up. The effect was incredible. One of the guys asked Gwang-ik, did you bully him or something? Did you purposely shuffle your slippers while going to the bathroom in the middle of the night? Gwang-ik said casually, no, it's just a habit I picked up from Ki-nam. Bang Gun-tae didn't buy it for a second. Yeah, right. Suddenly, Miho walked up to Gwang-ik and said in her usual flat voice, thanks for everything these past few days. Gwang-ik wasn't surprised. Oh yeah, suddenly Miho handed him a slip of paper. This is to pay you back. You're the only one allowed to read it." Bang Gun-tae jumped, his voice trembling. "No way. Is that what I think it is?" Gwang-ik replied. "What did I tell you?" He ran a hand through his hair smugly. "I told you to just give up, didn't I? I'm just too popular for my own good." "No. Looking at your face, how can I possibly give up?" He left Gwang-ik with one last jab. "Go look in a mirror first, pal." Bang Gun-tae couldn't handle it. He threw his head back and drained his can. "I can't stay sober through this." Kim Aen chuckled. "You two are just as bad as each other." Yu Gwang-ik went to a secluded spot and opened the paper. Inside was the information Yu Miho had provided. Nam Bongjin has a habit of hand-picking a few new employees and monitoring them very closely. If you pass his test, your corporate life will be smooth sailing. But if you don't, you're going to face a lot of hurdles. You better be careful, don't tell anyone else about this. That's what the info said. At the same time, he was surprised. How on earth did she know this? He realized she had some secrets, and more importantly, her attitude wasn't quite what he'd labeled it as. The way she wrote about him and his habits made me feel like she knows even more than this. She must have her reasons for being secretive. Come to think of it, she isn't as unapproachable as I thought. He turned back. "Congrats, it's not a love letter." Bang Gun-tae pouted. "Then let me see it." "No way, you petty jerk." "No, I mean, thanks. Thanks for being thoughtful. Not that, you idiot." After that, they both stuffed their faces and flopped onto the bed. "This feels so good." That bastard Yu Gwang-ik chugged a whole can of blunt and was out like a light. On his first day of work, Yu Gwang-ik stood before a massive skyscraper. He had been assigned to Security Team 3. He stepped inside and looked around. Security Team 3 seemed to be right here. What caught his eye was a man with a scowl and a cold gaze staring at the newcomer him. "Is this guy the manager? I should probably introduce myself, right?" But then a sudden curse made him freeze. His eyes shifted toward the source of the noise. It was a man with dark circles under his eyes, smiling at him. Then he picked up the receiver, and his attitude flipped completely. He screamed furiously, "Are you kidding me? A new recruit? Are you serious right now?" For a moment, the room was filled with nothing but his cursing. "You know exactly what's going on in our department, and you still send a rookie. You can't do this to me. How many times have I told you, send someone with experience, or at least someone who ranked first or second? No, that's not what a manager does. No way. Did I swear I didn't?" "Really?" The atmosphere was beyond awkward. Then someone spoke up. "Have a seat." It was a woman with short red hair, her eyes still glued to the screen. After Yu Gwang-ik sat down in a daze, she stood up and walked over to the manager's desk. "What should I do with him?" He had spun his chair around, cursing the world. "I don't know." The woman turned back to ask the older guy who had just been screaming into the phone. "Senior." He let out a long, weary sigh. "I don't know what you want either. They made the decision themselves, so I guess I'll train him." Yu Gwang-ik was lost in thought. It felt like they'd assigned him to the wrong place until someone called his name. Regardless, he snapped back to attention immediately. "Yes, rookie Yu Gwang-ik, sir." The red-haired woman walked over. "I'll tell you what you need to do." She tossed a folder at him. "This is the War Personnel Registry. Memorize everything by tomorrow, then burn it." By tomorrow, she warned him, aside from bathroom breaks or meals, don't let your butt leave that chair. Then she pointed them out. "This is the security phone and this is the regular one. When you answer the security phone, say something like, 'This is the new recruit,' and then transfer the call to whoever they're looking for. Transfer instructions are on the phone. When you take a regular call, do not under any circumstances mention immortals, shifters, or anything about company business." "Got it." Yu Gwang-ik had a rough idea of his duties. "Yes, I understand." With that done, the woman grabbed her coat and headed out. "All right, I'm heading out to investigate." Yu Gwang-ik quietly got to work. In his ear, he could hear the friendly chatter of his colleagues. "I heard you managed to snag someone. Are you the new guy? Nice to meet you." The whole day felt like torture. "If there's anything you want to know, just ask me." After the manager's secretary spoke, it was lunchtime. With a loud thud of a cup on the table, the three of them gathered. Yu Gwang-ik looked gloomy. "Let me ask you guys something. Do you ever get screamed at?" The other two acted as if it were nothing. "Of course," they said. But Yu Gwang-ik couldn't wrap his head around it. "But why?" Kim Ian hummed. "I heard something about that." Bang Gun-tae chuckled, teasing him. And here we go. The Rookies Rant podcast has begun. It's clear that Nam Bongjin was the one who decided which department you'd be assigned to. Yu Gwang-ik wondered, was it really him who put me there? Kim Ian chimed in. Exactly. He usually listens to employees' wishes when it comes to department transfers. So it's not the first time he's meddled in stuff like this, but the problem is the specific team you're on. That team has quite a reputation in the company, oversees Security Team 3 under the operations headquarters. Operations is already dangerous enough, but overseas security is strictly for the elite of the elite. Kim Ian's tone slowed down. The job is just that difficult, and you need a ton of skills to meet the job requirements. Overseas Security Team 3 is notorious for Yu Gwang-ik. Thought it was just the old cliche. Are they just hazing the new guy? But no, the truth was even more shocking. It was like a bolt from the blue. They kill the rookies. Kim Ian knew quite a few rumors and whispers about overseas security team 3. That manager is a total beast. He works the rookies so hard they've nicknamed him the trash compactor. Oh, and I heard there's a senior there who looks exactly like a panda. Lately, he's become a big shot in the company. Apparently, he's incredibly talented. Honestly, anyone in the industry knows him by now. Recruiters try to poach him every single year. Yu Gwang-ik looked surprised. Really, in his head he secretly thought, so I'm not the only one who thinks he looks like a panda. He pressed further. What about that other senior? At this, Kim Ian looked mysterious and lowered his voice, covering his mouth. The senior. She's definitely one of them. Hearing this, Yu Gwang-ik froze. That person referred to the superhumans created by the effects of special elixirs. These elixirs were substances originally created by ordinary humans to suppress the powers of supernatural species. However, it's now a forbidden substance. These elixirs are the product of experiments combining magic with alchemy conducted in secret without government oversight. No one knows if these experiments were ever tested on humans or what kind of inhumane acts lie behind them. Yu Gwang-ik's expression darkened. Regardless of the truth that Senior is still a mutant. Kim Ian started rattling off a million other stories. Her nickname is the Cleaver. Every rookie who joins gets chopped up by her before being sent to the trash compactor. Yu Gwang-ik went silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. Avengers the Panda told me that I was CEO Nam's Avenger. He paused mid-sentence. But the trash compactor, the Cleaver, and the Panda are the real Avengers. Not me. His face was ice cold as he uttered those words. His two friends stared wide-eyed at the deathly aura radiating from behind our main man. Yu Gwang-ik also felt something strange and slowly turned his head. He was met with a murderous glare and the spine-chilling voice of Dong. Hey, I thought I told you not to go digging into my identity. She walked away, leaving the three boys frozen in shock, their mouths hanging wide open. The server placed a steaming fresh out of the oven plate on their table. His eyes agreed with him, it was on the house. Oh, those delicious, perfectly roasted peanuts. Yu Gwang-ik started singing the song of his life. Looking at these juniors, I knew I was toast. People online always say when you're struggling at work, just tell yourself that labor is a joy, labor is glory. Yu Gwang-ik kept repeating that to himself. At times like this, you just have to imagine you're the prince of a wealthy oil nation, but your father, the king, forced you to experience commoner life to toughen you up. It doesn't matter if people like you or not. The desk phone rang. It was Yu Gwang-ik's job to answer it. Hello, this is the new recruit, Yu Gwang-ik. The person on the other end spoke up. Yes, this is Park Yu Gwang-ik from Support Team 1. Could you connect me to? Kim Jeong-ah, please. Since it was his first time, he was still tongue-tied. Support Team 1 Manager Park Yu Gwang-ik speaking. Darn it, he corrected himself. I mean director, not manager. Yes, sir. Immediately, he heard two familiar insults from the other two, hopeless and trash. He laughed like a maniac in his head. You peasants, I'm a prince, you hear me. It took me several days just to memorize the logs and handle calls. When my teammates were away, the other seniors taught me a lot. His reputation spread far and wide with the nickname, the Pecking Woodpecker, because of his slow typing, but he was used to it and didn't feel embarrassed anymore. Thanks to them, I finally understood what a real team felt like. I also gathered some info while observing the team members. There was Li Bong, the manager, and a pureblood. But to him, this pureblood didn't act like a superior at all. The only thing he had going for him was being the best melee fighter in Warham. He was SSS rank in every category, making him the most elite warrior in all of Warham. He cursed like a sailor, and the word trash was always on his lips. He was a total jerk. No, Yu Gwang-ik corrected himself. He's like a cockroach that just won't die. What a brutal way to put it. The second person was Li Dong, the assistant manager and a half-blood. He was always mocking Yu Gwang-ik, and he was terrible at both fighting and shooting. Yu Gwang-ik's ears were ringing from his constant complaining of, "This is so boring. Is there nothing to do?" Yet he was a genius at handling the HR tower whenever an incident occurred. I couldn't help but admire how he always complained about wanting to quit yet performed his job flawlessly. Yu Gwang-ik knew Li Dong was hopeless at fighting, so he had given up on that early to pour all his energy into intellectual work. When he was quiet, I couldn't tell exactly how talented he was. I just knew he really loved watching anime. The last member of the trio was Kim Jeong-ah, an employee and a mutant. She was one of the rare normal people at Warham, but she was also incredibly skilled. She was in charge of handing him documents. Study this. Yu Gwang-ik also knew she came from a special ops unit with A-rank combat skills and B-rank sniping. Yu Gwang-ik had a pretty good impression of her. He even thought she was the pinnacle of humanity. Aside from manager Li Bong, she was one of the most outstanding employees here. However, she lacked any shred of human emotion. She was like a block of stone. Those were his conclusions about his new bosses. They say with great talent comes great flaws. So what if you're good? Yu Gwang-ik realized a truth: their personalities were absolute garbage. After the first week of work, the sky outside was still peaceful. Today, Yu Gwang-ik was taken to a different location. The sound of the door opening drew the attention of the two people inside. Their faces looked familiar. Team 3 Li Bong led the way, his voice cold. Yes. Yu Gwang-ik noted the identifying features. The one in sunglasses was Ken's manager. He bowed politely, like a machine. I'm the new guy, Yu Gwang-ik. Li Dong started a conversation. Where's everyone else? Ken's manager kept his eyes glued to the screen. They had to leave for work early. The person at the control panel spoke into the mic. Is everything ready? Prepare to increase the load. Yu Gwang-ik found this test quite strange. The person on the screen was clearly struggling. I thought this was just a regular office test. What on earth is this? But as if hearing his inner thoughts, the person in charge explained, this is a weight control device reverse-engineered from civilizations on the other side of the gate. Li Dong chimed in, rolling his eyes. We know that, why bother explaining? The person in charge was speechless. But there's a new guy here. But Li Dong was already looking sleepy. Just keep it short. Yu Gwang-ik hated his attitude, but the guy in charge wanted to give the full explanation. He cleared his throat. Once you're in there, you'll experience record-breaking gravity. The highest record is 9 Gs. We'll perform a few simple tests. He listed the tasks: running in place, push-ups, leaning against the wall, and running 3 laps. Since the manager holds the record, he doesn't need to participate. Now who's next? The other 2 immediately backed out. No way, I did it last week. The responsibility fell on Yu Gwang-ik. Give it to the rookie. The supervisor then focused on the person on the screen. He's doing well. Bump it up to 4 Gs. Ken's manager bragged, our Ken can even handle 5 Gs. The supervisor didn't hesitate and cranked it up to 5 Gs. The gravitational pressure pulling down was no joke. Ken's face immediately turned pale. Yu Gwang-ik struggled to hold back his laughter. Suddenly, Kim Jong-un spoke up. It's fun, isn't it? Her voice made him choke. She warned, keep your mouth shut while watching. Yes, ma'am. The gravity was so intense that Ken started foaming at the mouth, unable to stand straight before his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. He's out of the game. The manager frowned and nodded. Yeah. Li Dong pushed him. It's your turn now. Give us a big smile. Suddenly, Li Bong spoke. He should have been on my team. Yu Gwang-ik froze for a moment, saying nothing. Unsure of Yu Gwang-ik's reaction, Li Dong spoke up. Manager, honestly, he's a bit of a klutz, but aren't we being a bit too hard on him? Li Bong found that ridiculous. Too hard. Do you know how many kids have lost their minds because they couldn't handle reality? Did you forget? Li Dong slightly disagreed. An obedient dog is better than a useless one. Li Dong crossed his arms. I know, but he doesn't know our intentions, so he probably hates us. Li Bong's expression didn't change. It's fine if he hates us. This job isn't for greenhorns. The person in charge started the countdown. Manager Li Bong looked on blankly. It was better for him to give up early. In reality, they just wanted what was best for him rather than letting him fall into a bloody frenzy. This was a condition that only affected immortals. It was a mental illness where the sufferer loses all reason and constantly inflicts pain on others just to regain their composure. Immortals who caught this disease were no different from monsters becoming slaves to their own desires. Li Bong hoped that after leaving this place, maybe he'll head back to the intel room. It's a much safer job over there. For a hybrid rookie with no special traits, that's clearly the best path for him. He started swearing again. Damn it, what was the CEO thinking, throwing a fresh recruit in here? He had no idea those thoughts were about to be shattered. The supervisor praised him, saying, he's actually pretty good. The force started to climb, hitting 4 Gs. The 2 guys in the back didn't even flinch. 4 Gs was nothing to him. To not pass out at this level is impressive. Not bad for a rookie, Li Dong-hoon added, but still not quite elite. Our team needs people who can jump into combat right away, not some kid who needs his hand held. Only Li Kang-mo noticed something weird. The kid wasn't shaking at all. He asked, what's the speed? The guy in charge looked confused. It feels like he's only at 2 Gs. Keep cranking it up. They had no idea he was a hidden master. He was hiding his true power so well that even at 8 Gs, he was still cruising. That's when the 3 people in security team 3 finally changed their expressions. The supervisor looked panicked. He shouted, I've pushed it to the limit. It's at 10 Gs. Li Kang-mo's face darkened, his eyes sharp as an eagle's lost in thought. Sounds echoed from the testing room. Yu Gwang-ik was running with everything he had. He had no idea how much time had passed. He kept going as if he didn't know the meaning of fatigue. Li Kang-mo's words about Dong Ki-nam belonging on his team kept ringing in his head. Hey, Mr. Manager, why do you treat me like this? What if I'm actually stronger than Dong Ki-nam? Then there was Li Dong-hoon, always smiling, but Yu Gwang-ik felt a sense of resentment. That Li Dong-hoon. He just keeps poking at me, doesn't he? He better hope I don't run into him outside. Then there was that red-haired woman he called the Ice Princess Dong Ki-nam Jiang-ah. Okay, fine, she's a bit nicer than the others. At least she actually answered my questions. But could she stop being so stiff and maybe buy me a drink once in a while? And none of you even care if I'm doing okay. Yu Gwang-ik screamed internally. His eyes burned with fire. Spite was the only motivation he needed to keep running. Those bastards are worse than trash. The neon lights were bright, but to him they were just blinding. Yu Gwang-ik didn't stop. I can feel the pressure rising. What's the G-force now? It reminds me of that shifter training session. An immortal body that hasn't been trained is no better than a regular human's. Under this kind of pressure, his organs felt like they were being crushed. It made sense why Dong Kinam passed out. Yu Gwang-ik's mind wandered. If it were Kim, Ian, or Bang Bang Gun Tae, they probably wouldn't last a few seconds either. I'll have to ask them later. But his movements remained steady. It felt like he was stuck in an endless loop. He wondered, how much longer do I have to keep this up? I'm just trying to do what Dong Kinam did. Whatever, I'll show them what I'm made of. His eyes showed pure grit, unaware that his efforts were finally being recognized. A crackling voice came over the intercom. Rookie Yu Gwang-ik, what's 8 times 9? Yu Gwang-ik was bewildered, drenched in sweat. Do I look like I can't do basic math? They didn't ask Dong Kinam stuff like this. Even so, he answered while doing push-ups. 72. Lee Dong-hoon nodded. Too easy, huh? This guy is totally different from how he was at the academy. His test scores showed it too. Let's try double digits. The supervisor threw out a random problem. 12 times 22. The answer came instantly. 264. All 3 of them froze. Dong-ha spoke up. He's not just guessing right. Lee Dong-hoon found it hard to believe. There are drugs that can boost both intelligence and physical strength, but you'd have to be a billionaire to afford them. Manager Lee Kang-mo cut in. We'll know if he's on drugs after a body scan. Kim Jeong-ah suddenly asked, and if it's negative? Lee Kang-mo stared at the screen and murmured, I don't know. Finally, the notification that training was over rang out. Yu Gwang-ik stretched his limbs. Gravity training. Not bad. I feel so light now. I was only in there for a bit, but I already feel stronger. He figured it was just because of his lineage. The speaker crackled. I'm opening the door. Step out. The door slid open automatically. Yu Gwang-ik walked out, and to his surprise, the Ice Princess Kim Jeong-ah handed him a towel. Good job. He was completely lost. Then it was Lee Dong-hoon's turn to give him a big, bright smile. Manager Lee Kang-mo just glared. What are you still doing here? Get back to your stations. Now, then he turned to the supervisor. Let's see these rookies' records. I hope he's not dead last. Yu Gwang-ik was still stunned. Why did he stop swearing? His reaction is so different. I thought I only needed to be a little better than Dong Kinam. The other 2 urged him, let's go. Before leaving, the supervisor called out, Hey Yu Gwang-ik. He seemed very friendly. I'm in charge of the machinery here, part of the infrastructure team. Come find me later. Yu Gwang-ik stood there with a blank expression, totally confused. Me? Meanwhile, the old manager was pushing. Show me the records now. He still didn't believe in Yu Gwang-ik's skills and stayed behind to threaten him. No, I mean, come see me when you're training alone. Lee Dong-hoon nudged him. Come on, let's move. Stepping out of the testing room, he felt his spirits lift. It seems the senior manager actually likes me. With the team manager checking the records behind him, the future was looking a bit brighter. Nice, I'm so proud of myself. He was grinning ear to ear. I've been waiting for a chance like this. How dare they underestimate me for so long? Suddenly, Dong Kinam Jeong-ah spoke up. Yu Gwang-ik, he replied. Yeah, immediately, she snapped at him. Since when do you answer me like that? She corrected him bluntly. Fix your attitude. This isn't a playground or a school. This is a job. His joy was instantly snuffed out. Of course, I'm sorry. Suddenly, she turned her head slightly and said, Keep up the good work. Those words made Yu Gwang-ik freeze. He repeated it in his head. Keep up the good work. It was like his whole world lit up. She actually said that. It meant he was finally being recognized as part of the team. So it's time for the real deal. Yu Gwang-ik hurried after his 2 seniors to the office, but he never expected the real deal to be 3 massive stacks of books. Memorize these. Yu Gwang-ik was speechless. Damn it, I should have seen this coming. Even his voice was shaking. What are these? Lee Dong-hoon personally handed them over. The first one is the invader rankings. The second is pharmaceuticals. The third is equipment specs and how to use them. Yu Gwang-ik could guess where this was going. And you want me to. Lee Dong-hoon emphasized, memorize every single page. Up to which page? Yu Gwang-ik asked. He replied sternly, all of them. Gwang-ik had no other choice. Fine, even if he had to learn it during the 3-month training period. But that guy's statements were even more shocking. I'll give you 4 days. At that moment, only one thought crossed his mind. Is this panda guy high from a lack of bamboo or something? Gwang-ik still wasn't feeling the study vibes. Will remembering this stuff actually help with anything? That familiar, cynical laugh rang out as Lee Kang-mo walked in. It seems our new recruit thinks this is all quite unfair, doesn't he? He then headed back to his seat. Rankings are everything. You're fighting an enemy you know nothing about. You need to memorize this unless you want to be digested and turned into literal crap, Lee Dong-hoon chimed in. Knowing which foods fuel your body is vital, too. Going into battle without knowing your supplies is like trying to catch a tiger with your bare hands. Then it was Kim Jeong-ah's turn to mention the third book. You can't use a weapon properly if you don't understand its basic structure. Knowing how to use it and understanding its build are 2 different things. Just do as we say. They were so right that Gwang-ik couldn't even argue. Fine. Yeah, you guys have a point. He still felt overwhelmed. 4 days. But these people responded with total madness. One guy took 1 day, the manager took 2, and Kim Jong-ah took 4 days. Great. I'm starting to wonder why you guys are here instead of Harvard. Lee Dong-hoon still had that smug smile on his face. I'll test you in 4 days. Manager Lee Kang-mo even looked a bit disappointed. It'd be boring if it was just a simple test, wouldn't it? He added a kicker. 1 mistake equals 1 hour of extra training. This left Gwang-ik stunned. Holy crap, that's way too much. Lee Kang-mo read his mind instantly. Can't handle it, then just quit. That really stung his pride. A spark lit up in his eyes. Gwang-ik grabbed the first heavy book. I'll do it. Everyone there felt the same thing about this rookie. No one knew how this would turn out. The sound of keyboard clicking filled the room. The guy in charge of the testing room was focused on the data, thinking back to earlier. Lee Kang-mo was being stubborn again. The results showed him in first place, but he still couldn't believe which rank he got. It reached the point where even the supervisor was getting fed up. You've asked me 12 times already. Have I? The supervisor chuckled. Yeah, you're pretty excited, aren't you? Lee Kang-mo's expression didn't change as he denied it. No, I'm just surprised that idiot is actually strong. The supervisor judged him to be a special case, like he was just born that way, or perhaps he was raised in a very unique manner. Immortals are rarely that powerful and usually have a limit to their physical training, but if he was born like that, then he was a real catch. He's got potential. If you're going to keep moving up, send him my way. But Lee Kang-mo immediately turned to leave, get back to work. Then a thought flashed by. Team manager Lee Dong-hoon, was he really going to train him? The masher was about to get to work. Why is an internship even called an internship? A question arose, and there's always an answer. It's a set period where you're supposed to learn the essentials for the job and see if you're actually a good fit for the position. Gwang-ik looked dazed. People on the internet said it's a process of learning and adapting to your career. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going through. He realized the deep philosophy that getting into Warren required learning a whole lot of things. Every now and then, Kim Jong-ah would suddenly ask what materials were used for the anti-sword and anti-bullet spears. Gwang-ik answered calmly. G-type full grain and Kevlar fiber. Lee Dong-hoon let out an "oh" while the manager just sighed. Try to remember, it's not that hard. Kim Jong-ah stayed silent, waiting for him to continue. He spoke fluently. It's a material even tougher than diamond. It blocks all sorts of cold weapons like knives and swords and even bullets. Plus, it helps keep the wearer's body temperature from dropping too low in freezing environments. Manager Lee Kang-mo suddenly blurted out, "Number 64, Gwang-ik's eyes showed a hint of panic. 64, what? He tried to steady himself. Think, Gwang-ik, you can do this. Then he answered, steel rims for cars. Are you sure? He stood his ground firmly. I'm sure. The manager asked again, really? Honestly, he wasn't sure at all, but whatever. His gaze remained steady. Yes, I'm certain. Lee Kang-mo made a confused sound, and then of course came the scolding. You're hopeless. Didn't anyone ever teach you not to say things you aren't sure of? Go get your punishment. Seriously, this guy. Gwang-ik automatically headed out for a run as if he was already used to it. The test starts in 4 days. They asked me 10 questions a day, and I average about 3 wrong answers. While running, his mind drifted to something else. What's the internship task for today? Warren invested heavily in company welfare, so there were tons of diverse training facilities. Today, Gwang-ik had to go to the body enhancement room. A woman with short hair seemed to have just finished her workout. Welcome, Gwang-ik. He greeted her politely. Hello, team manager. She replied warmly. How's it going, training? So hard you're forgetting to eat. He looked a bit pathetic. I'm just trying my best, but I can't exactly say it's because I keep failing the memory tests. The woman laughed heartily. I get it. Anyway, it's good to see you. After that, he moved on to the endurance training room. Dong Ki-nam Han was inside enduring 100 degrees Celsius. Enjoy the pain. Gwang-ik walked in. Hello. Dong Ki-nam Han let out a heavy breath. So you're still alive? Gwang-ik felt dejected at those words. You sure have a nice way of talking to your junior, too strict manager. Besides that, there was eye sensitivity reflex training, where he had to dodge swinging weights that would smash his face in an instant. Then sensory control training, where he was blindfolded and had to feel where bullets were coming from. All the way to holographic combat simulations and much more. It got to the point where the manager was sick of seeing his face. You're here again, Gwang-ik swung his arms. Yeah, my muscles are so tight. Fine. You do know endurance training is limited to once a week, right? The intern directors were starting to look at me like I was a total psycho, until one day he froze. There was a thin folder on his desk. What's this? Gwang-ik instinctively looked over at his senior. Lee Dong-hoon's panda-like face was glowing like a literal Buddha. Gwang-ik knew right then he was screwed. The two of them even provoked him. If it's too much for you, you can always quit. Dong Ki-nam and Yu Mi-ho have already memorized all of that, as expected from the first and second ranks. He sniffled, feeling sorry for his own tragic fate. And the next day I got 4 questions wrong in a row. I dragged my exhausted feet back home. I'm home. Welcome back. Dinner's ready. On the table was a simple but warm meal. "Where's Dad? Your father's been on business trips a lot lately." Gwang-ik felt a bit disappointed. He hadn't seen his dad's face all month. He wanted to ask him a bit about work. Even so, he couldn't reveal any company secrets to the old man. After all, he still had to pass that special lie detector test. He suddenly spoke up to confess. "Mom, I went to work today. It's a bit hard to say, but the company treats me pretty harshly." "Really? Do they hit you or something?" He hesitated. "No, it's not that. It's just that they're a bit too strict with the intern training." His mother understood. "That means you're gradually being recognized, son." He felt helpless. "But it's so hard, Mom." His mother replied nonchalantly, "If it's too hard, then just quit." He screamed inwardly. "Mom, that's way too reckless." He felt lost again. "Oh man, what should I even complain about next?" He decided to let it go. "Never mind, it's okay." His mother didn't quite get what he meant. "Are you short on cash? That's part of it." He looked up into the void and added, "But it's because this is the path I chose, and I think it's the fastest way to reach my goal." Thinking of that hero's back, Yu Gwang-ik knew he had to persevere, so he couldn't give up yet. Every day at work meant answering questions, learning to write reports, intense training, memorizing things, and answering phones. Each day passed like that, and 2 weeks flew by in a flash. The clock hit 10:30. Yu Gwang-ik leaned back in his chair dazed. "I handled everything, and memorized everything I needed to." Yu Gwang-ik felt empty. Now there was nothing left to do. He opened his notebook. Warem has 4 main headquarters in total, and the external security team, 3 handles 3 roles. First, rescue operations in assigned areas if a disaster occurs. They were sent out when the Earth's black hole appeared. Those were the areas under their jurisdiction. Second, stopping special terrorist elements. However, this duty is usually handled by Team 2. Apparently, the police also have a team similar to the special Immortal force we have. Third, support. They support other teams. Usually, purebloods are scattered across different teams. But we have a whole team consisting of a pureblood manager, a half-blood assistant manager, a mutant senior, and a half-blood rookie. This team is a bit of a mixed bag, which is why Team 3's main function is support. He looked up at the ceiling and questioned himself. Is Min Sang always this idle? After thinking for a moment, he reached a conclusion. "I'll go train." Yu Gwang-ik refused to let himself be lazy. On the way to the training room, he heard a familiar voice. "Is that so? How strange. You guys should think about it. Are you sure you weren't scammed out of your money?" "I think so too." Yu Gwang-ik recognized the team manager and that Sherlock bitch. Lee Kang-mo cursed, "Damn it, it's the rookie." Yu Gwang-ik replied, like a machine, "Yes, I'm the new guy, what of it?" He casually started a conversation. "Planning to go train. Yes, I was going to stretch my muscles." "Is that fun?" "It's all right." Then he suddenly dropped a question. "Did you ever bully anyone back in school?" Yu Gwang-ik was taken aback. "Why ask that out of the blue?" He answered bluntly, "No." Lee Kang-mo mocked him. "You didn't cause trouble in the neighborhood or pick on kids. From what I've heard, you were quite the delinquent." His expression didn't change. "There was no bullying at my old school." Manager Lee Kang-mo asked flatly. "Why?" "They went back and forth. I told them not to what bully others, and they just listened." Lee Kang-mo jeered. "Are kids these days that stupid?" They kept bickering like they were having an argument right in front of their hesitant colleagues. "Yes, I said no, and they didn't dare do it. I don't like bullies. For example, people who scam others out of their money." His eyes turned cold. "And people who curse too." Lee Kang-mo smirked. "It seems our rookie really was a bully after all." He swung his fists. "Are you good at fighting?" "A little." Then he suddenly made a proposal. "How about a match?" The atmosphere sank to the bottom of a lake, heavy and suffocating. Facing that challenge, Yu Gwang-ik turned serious. "Fine." Manager Lee Kang-mo wasn't too surprised that he accepted the duel. Ready, he gave a small laugh and turned to his other colleagues. "Hey, you guys don't have anything to do this afternoon, right? Want to come watch Miho?" Standing to the side didn't stop him. "That idiot." He looked excited as he gave instructions. "I'll meet you at training center 3 at 3 o'clock. Go get some lunch until then. Just don't eat too much or you'll vomit." Yu Gwang-ik nodded mechanically. "Yes, I understand." Lee Kang-mo then assigned a task. "Miho, you assist him." She immediately turned her head away. "I'm busy." Too bad he had leverage over her. "Don't you know I'm the one who decides your performance review?" She immediately flipped her attitude. "Fine, I'll do it." Facing her glare, Lee Kang-mo acted nonchalant. "I'll keep her as a backup." He gave a mocking reminder. "Don't back out because you're scared, rookie." Yu Gwang-ik took the hint. "That won't happen, don't worry." 5 minutes before 3 o'clock, Yu Gwang-ik and Miho headed to the designated spot. She spoke first. "Why did you do that? Do what? Agree to the duel." Yu Gwang-ik kept it simple. There was nothing to hide or look into. You have to do what they say, don't do what they forbid, and give superiors what they want. Miho was confused. "The team leader wants to fight you." Yu Gwang-ik just rubbed his neck. "I think he really wants to beat me down." She was silent for a long time before concluding. "It makes sense that you're annoyed." Yu Gwang-ik protested. "I'm not," but she was insistent. "What you said sounds reasonable, but you're clearly pissed." Yu Gwang-ik felt a bit dazed. He just wanted to see the skills of a rank S team leader, someone said to be the strongest in Warham. The two of them soon arrived at the gym. Don't you need to warm up? I warmed up before coming here. Behind Lee Kang-mo, someone reminded him. Don't turn him into a cripple. Miho also advised, don't overdo it. Yu Gwang-ik, just hold out as long as you can. Under the bright electric lights, Lee Kang-mo spoke. Are you ready? Yes. He spread his arms out, then come at me. There was a look of hesitation in Yu Gwang-ik's eyes. His feet moved slightly. He took a boxer's stance and rushed in, his gaze calm, just a greeting for the first hit. A jab followed by a combo. His striking speed was fast, but Lee Kang-mo dodged them all. He taunted, can't you even scratch me a little? Inwardly, Yu Gwang-ik was shocked. He dodged everything. Yu Gwang-ik backed off. I just need to land one hit. He lowered his body and swung his arm. I'll intentionally leave a small opening. Lee Kang-mo caught it instantly and stepped forward. Just as he intended, they struck at the same time. A loud impact rang out and everyone was stunned. Yu Gwang-ik was immediately thrashed. He was in shock, not understanding what had happened. His arms went limp. My arms. I have no strength left. Yu Gwang-ik's vision began to blur. His head was spinning. This feeling, when was the last time I felt this? There was one time he had felt this way before. Yu Gwang-ik seemed to find it in his distant memories. He remembered. It was the first time his mother took him to the gym. Her cold, distant gaze back then was still etched deep in his mind. Son, keep your stance and stand up straight. The manager outside was worried sick. Oh my God, ma'am, don't push your son like that. His mother just ignored him. I didn't raise my son to be weak. If he's reckless, he has to take the hits. Being soft on him would only make it worse. Back when I was 15, I talked back to my mother and got dragged to the gym instead of school. Still dazed, his head was spinning. This was the first time anyone besides his mother had ever landed a hit on him. How could this be? Lee Kang-mo kept the same cold attitude. How's it going? You okay? Want to keep going, or should we call it a day, rookie? Meanwhile, Yu Gwang-ik was baffled. How was he the only one getting hit? He focused his mind trying to recall. They both threw punches at the same time. He analyzed it, but the captain's image in his mind seemed to play in slow motion, opening his palm and grabbing Yu Gwang-ik's hand. He snapped my arm back and then gave me a taste of his foot, didn't he? That's all he could remember. His elbow trembled slightly. That move was way too fast and clean. Even if his hand were fine landing, a hit would be tough. Lee Kang-mo's cold eyes provoked him. What's wrong? Pissed because you aren't used to getting smacked around. Kids these days are so arrogant. Sure enough, Yu Gwang-ik took another hit immediately. He took a deep breath to cool his head. I get it. I thought I'd just test his skills, but after all, this is a fight between an immortal and a shifter. At the same time, he realized he'd expected an easy win. He'd been way too full of himself. Shoulder-width stance, fists up in a defensive pose again. This time, I'm going all out. The aura around him settled and steadied once more. That's more like it. Lee Kang-mo smirked as if he'd gotten what he wanted. The sound of rushing wind sliced through the quiet room. Everyone's eyes were glued to the match, and a few other co-workers had gathered to watch the drama. Someone marveled, this newbie is pretty good, though the manager clearly has the upper hand. However, Yu Gwang-ik wasn't distracted. His fists swung again, each strike heavy like a battleship, but Lee Kang-mo dodged them with ease. He chuckled, provoking him again. Yu Gwang-ik tried to keep his composure. Stay calm. You need a steady mind to fight. In the heat of it, the captain suddenly spoke. Why are you even here? For the money. Yu Gwang-ik tried to focus, just ignore him. With eyes wide, he tried to catch a rhythm. Focus. Sharpen your senses and predict his movements. Too naive, Lee Kang-mo suddenly barked. In an instant, he vanished right before Yu Gwang-ik's eyes. Yu Gwang-ik froze, realizing it was a stealth ability. His punch hit thin air. He reminded himself, focus. Put everything into your awareness. Before he could adjust, Lee Kang-mo was already delivering a kick from close range. Yu Gwang-ik reacted quickly, jumping back. The man kept talking to mess with his head, rambling about some heroism nonsense. Yu Gwang-ik quickly put some distance between them, still in shock. He's too fast. I don't even know when to strike back. But how can he be faster than me? I've got shifter blood in me. I should be the one who's stronger and faster. Realizing something, he immediately brushed it off. No, what if this isn't a gift? Both instructors said, I've only finished the basics. He remembered Yu Hui's words, I wanted to teach you more, but there's no more time. And his opponent was a pure blood who had been training for a very long time. He didn't stop moving. He had to admit it, the team manager had S-rank combat skills. Still, Yu Gwang-ik had his reasons for being so stubborn. That doesn't mean I'm giving up that easily. He threw another punch. Lee Kang-mo casually tilted his head, his tone mocking. If it's not for the money or some hero complex, then why? He grabbed Yu Gwang-ik's wrist, pouring on the sarcasm. Do you just want to hear girls screaming your name? He acted like he was giving advice. If that's the case, you'd be better off as a businessman. Yu Gwang-ik was absolutely livid. Shut up, this is the fastest way. His striking speed increased. To do what I want and become who I want to be. A strike sliced through the air. Yu Gwang-ik paused for a split second, sensing something on his left. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough. A blow from Lee Kang-mo grazed his eye. A gash opened up. In that second, blood sprayed, but he refused to stop. Yu Gwang-ik immediately lunged and grabbed the man's arm, finally speaking up. "What about you? Why are you here?" Lee Kang-mo's face contorted. "You really don't know." His eyes flickered with a strange light. "My sense of duty." As soon as the words left his mouth, a powerful force hit Yu Gwang-ik's lower back. It hurt. Yu Gwang-ik felt like he was losing his mind. "I'm stronger than him. I can't lose. Crush him." Suddenly, a massive pressure crashed down. The spectators gasped. The whistling of the wind stopped. His body collapsed. Lee Kang-mo finally exhaled. Someone cried out, "Captain, you used that. Just against a rookie." He grumbled, "See, that bastard. He should have just died." The other person remarked, "This rookie slaying was actually pretty interesting." Someone else was startled to hear that. This time. So this has happened before. Newbie slaying was a tradition in Foreign Security Team 3. They fought to break the rookie's spirit and teach them a few harsh lessons. Lee Kang-mo looked down with disdain. His arm is broken and his ribs are cracked. What an idiot. Dong Ki-nam Kim Jong-al walked up to the team manager and he asked her a favor. "Yeah, take him to the doctor. He probably won't wake up for at least half a day." Someone volunteered, "Let me take him." But Miho's intense glare stopped them. Lee Kang-mo almost forgot. "Fine, I'll do the report for you." Kim Jong-al asked, "So how is he?" His gaze shifted to the man lying on the ground. "How is he?" "Well, he dodged my ambush even while I was masking my energy. He fought and countered using exactly what he knew he was better at than me. His potential, his will, and his fighting spirit are all top-notch." He wondered if he ever met anyone like him before. He had formed an opinion on Yu Gwang-ik. The way he fought looked like he'd grown up being beaten. Not just randomly, but through proper, disciplined physical punishment. Even the skill I used back then affected his senses. His eyes glimmered. To think he'd use that against a rookie. He never did get his answer. Kim Jong-un was a bit confused. "Captain," he looked at the others waiting for a response, his face a bit stiff. He muttered, "That brat was so desperate to land one hit on me." Then he just passed out. Lee Kang-mo waved them off. "Take him to the doctor and get back to work. I heard that even Gong Dong-ki couldn't land a touch on our manager during a match because of his sensory-distorting skills, but I had to use 3 skills just to take down this half-blood. I thought Kinam was the top dog, but it turns out the real deal is that other guy, Jay." A smirk played on his lips, full of intrigue. The new recruits were gathered in the meeting room where a notice for the new employee training program was posted outside. Gun let out a frustrated sigh. "Man, there's way too much to do, plus all this rookie training. It's going to be the death of me. I heard your team leader is teaching us today." But Kim Ian was nodding off right next to him. Gun kept trying to wake him, but no luck. "Man, this Kim Ian. His sensory control is getting way too good for his own good." He noticed Yu Gwang-ik creeping in. "Whoa, you're early. I didn't think you'd make it in time." But Yu Gwang-ik just walked in silently and took a seat in the very last row. Gun shrugged, confused by the judging looks everyone was giving him. Yu Gwang-ik's expression was grim, lost in deep thought, with his brows furrowed so tight they were practically glued together. As soon as he came to Yu Gwang-ik, went straight to Lee Kang-mo. "What was that? What did you use?" he demanded. "That last move, the one that knocked me cold. Were you hiding a club or something?" Lee Kang-mo stopped what he was doing and looked up with a mocking grin. "The final move, huh?" He spoke with a biting tone. "You really want to know that badly?" Yu Gwang-ik's expression didn't flicker. "No, I'm just asking. Are you happy you won at that?" Lee Kang-mo replied flatly. "I'm always hungry for a win." Hearing that, Yu Gwang-ik turned to leave. "Fine, I'm out of here. This is crazy." Just then, Lee Kang-mo spoke up. "Hey, rookie." He leaned back in his chair. "Do you think this is some kind of school? Did you really think I'd just give you the answer because you asked?" Then he added, "Should I tell our poor, clueless little Yu Gwang-ik the secret? Is that how you thought this would go? Listen up. Manager Lee Kang-mo is giving you an order. Figure out what that move was on your own and write me a full report." Yu Gwang-ik was stunned. "A report?" Lee Kang-mo just stood up. "Figure out exactly what knocked you unconscious and put it in writing. Obviously, you're doing this solo. And if you're thinking about asking for help, forget it." His cold gaze completely shut the guy down, making him feel like a total failure. "If you're sitting there wondering why you have to deal with this crap, I can transfer you to another team if you want. I don't give a damn what the boss's orders were." He seemed almost gleeful about it. "Better decide fast." Just then, the team leader started the meeting. "The analysis team has finished several assigned tasks. We've successfully neutralized the high-risk targets. And at the same time, we've debunked those baseless theories and predictions. Regarding our observations, a disappearance involving special species leaves us very little time before it causes a public outcry, so situational analysis is critical." The lecture went on, but Yu Gwang-ik didn't hear a single word. He rested his chin on his hand, haunted by the fact that he was taken down in one hit. "I'm supposed to be the manager of the Immortal team. A hybrid, yet I got knocked out by a shifter in one blow. When I tried to block it, felt like I was lifting a massive boulder. Is it just because he's in peak physical condition? His mood tanked as a million questions raced through his mind. How did he even hit me in the first place? Was it a headbutt? No, a kick makes no sense. Was he hiding a weapon? Did he really need to go that far? Then he thought back to those final words, "I'll transfer you to another team if you want. I don't give a damn what the boss's orders were." That definitely gave him pause. Transferring teams, a slide appeared on the screen. There used to be something called Project Prophet. It's defunct now, but we once tried to build a system that could predict the future, and the result is our current analysis team. Miho raised her hand. "What's up?" She looked confused. "From what I know, real prophets actually do exist." The team leader responded, "Right. Of course not the kind you see in fantasy novels. Every prophet says the same thing: the future is in constant flux. It's always changing, so pinning down one specific point can actually create a whole new derivative timeline." But Miho clearly had her own take. Predicting the future is just a lie. But if only a few people know the future and keep quiet about it, then it ends up coming true. Exactly. There was a theory like that, and it was the foundation of Project Prophet. Gunn sat there, nodding and grinning to himself. That's the woman he loved for you. But it still failed in the end. I want to know why. The team leader shrugged. The reason for that failure was actually very simple. He pointed to his head, the human brain. He went into more detail. To put it simply, the thoughts in our heads aren't always reality. So when we looked into the brains of those who could see the future, there were many things they believed were true that simply weren't. However, there were also plenty of predictions that sounded so logical they tricked us, leading to massive losses. His words hit D right where it hurt. What one person believes to be true might be completely absurd to someone else, and that's exactly why humans are so prone to misunderstandings. Yu Gwang-ik froze. Misunderstandings, he recalled advice from a veteran. The principle of the trace is to scramble perception. And Immortal's senses are so extraordinary that they can prevent information leaks to others. It was like a light bulb went off in his head. Wait, if the principle of the trace works the other way, if I use it differently, it won't just stop at blocking senses. Yu Gwang-ik replayed the fight in his mind. What if it could feed the opponent the wrong information? I thought I had a death grip on his arms back then. No, he realized that's just what I thought I was doing. In reality, he hadn't touched the guy's hands at all. The team leader wrapped things up. That's it for today. The next lesson will be with Liz. A noise rang out, and when they looked over, only an empty chair was spinning. Yu Gwang-ik wanted to rush back and start that report. He ran through the possibilities, faking a trace by using the very principle of the trace itself. The answer lies in his right hand. His fingers froze over the keyboard. The report still didn't make sense. How did he know exactly when to time it? Wouldn't he need to know the exact moment I'd strike to pull that off? Is it really that easy to fool someone's senses? No, there's no way. If it were that easy, Immortals would have wiped out every other species by now. That team leader must have been prepared. He was waiting for that exact split second to end everything in one blow. Lee Kang-mo was getting annoyed by the way he was being watched. That kid keeps staring at me. What's his problem? Lee Dong-hoon chuckled. Maybe he's got a crush on you. Finally, Yu Gwang-ik realized something much clearer. It was almost like a gut feeling. A kind of intuition that only grizzled veterans who've survived countless battles possess. Right now, I still can't rely on intuition or read my enemy's movements. But using intuition with the senses of an immortal, Yu Gwang-ik felt something shifting inside his body. His mind wandered and his heart raced with the thrill of learning something new. The thought that he could do the same. Now those two are just joking around. Seriously, guys. Hey, Yu Gwang-ik, are you talking trash about the science manager? Yu Gwang-ik suddenly bolted upright and lunged at manager Bong. Bong flinched, this crazy bastard, and quickly kicked out from under the table. He kicked his chair back. Are you out of your mind? Documents on the desk flew everywhere, revealing Yu Gwang-ik's eerily calm face. Quiet down. His emerald green eyes glowed with a transparent light. The moment he grasped the concept, he put it into practice, maximizing his senses and blocking out every external noise. Focusing only on the enemy in front of him, Yu Gwang-ik could feel the manager's next strike coming from the left. Without overthinking, he leaped forward, his fist aimed right at the man's face. Suddenly, he realized something. The corner of Bong's mouth curled into a smirk. He actually blocked it. Look at this, son of a... Then his senses were hit hard. The man's energy was surging from every direction. Before he knew it, a fist caught his chin and Yu Gwang-ik staggered backward. The office was a complete disaster. The other two hadn't even processed what happened or how. Bong's eyes were cold. What do you think you're doing? Yu Gwang-ik wiped the corner of his mouth. The report. It's the solution to my homework. Bong looked even more confused. The report. With a nonchalant expression, Yu Gwang-ik added, this seems like a much more accurate answer. Yu Gwang-ik had just figured it out and immediately pulled it off. Anyone else hearing the commotion would have peeked in and yelled, "You're insane." Hong and Kim Jong-ah were fed up. Are you sure you're okay? Go see a psychiatrist. Bong suddenly clicked his tongue. Damn it. Your answer was actually right. Yu Gwang-ik stared at him blankly. How long would it take to clean all this up? Bong's face was as grumpy as ever. What are you looking at? Start cleaning. He shoved his hands into his pockets and turned to Hung. Do you have much left? Hung said no, that he planned to leave on time today. Lena casually asked, what about you, Kim? Jiong-ah, oh, she replied, I'm done too. Once finished, Bong headed straight for the door. Then let's get out of here, it's late. Yu Gwang-ik, clean up this mess before you go. He even had the kindness to add a warning, I have a very good memory, so put everything back exactly where it was. I'll be checking tomorrow. Yu Gwang-ik had no choice but to stay. Understood. Hung pulled Bong back. What did he just do? Kim Jong-ah also looked curious as if Bong were hiding something. Did you teach him while we weren't looking? Bong gave a mocking laugh. Do I look like the type of guy who'd do that? Honestly, no. But there's something else. Why did you accept that attack as a report? He chuckled softly. Because it was pretty damn impressive. Dong Ki-nam, how are his physical specs? She gave a cold evaluation. Based on that alone, he's one of the strongest in the entire company. Hung wondered, but where the hell did he come from? Bong's eyebrows furrowed. He still hasn't learned presence suppression. His movements are still raw. If he were a well-trained pureblood, things wouldn't be this clumsy. He just immediately executed an idea that popped into his head. It's like finding an interesting diamond in the rough. He acted the moment he realized it, and against a team manager, no less. He was brimming with interest. Where did that guy crawl out from? Meanwhile, Yu Gwang-ik was left alone to clean up the wreckage Bong had caused. But he's the one who kicked the table. The next morning, Kim Jong-na was stunned. She thought she misheard. The newbie on a DK mission. Are you serious? Bong waved her off dismissively. We're short-staffed. When aren't we? Just take him. Kim Jong-ah hesitated for a second, then gave in. Fine. She headed for the door, signaling him to follow. They took the elevator down to the 6th basement level. It was a massive armory. Grab your gear. Yu Gwang-ik didn't need step-by-step instructions anymore. He quickly donned his protective suit and equipped his weapons. The two of them stepped out fully armored from head to toe. Warning sirens echoed throughout the area. Something pitch black appeared in the middle of a golden flower field. The vehicle arrived and stopped, the engine cut, and they stepped out one by one. Kim Jong-ah checked her radio. Unit 1-2 has reached the mission zone. A voice crackled from the other side. 1 and UC hotline non-contact sentry speakers activated. Yu Gwang-ik's expression turned grim. The knowledge he'd memorized automatically surfaced. 1 meant the primary invader. UC meant the possibility of more invaders following. Ho indicated the opening speed of the Black Rift, and Line meant the invaders would emerge in a straight formation. The non-contact sentry was the speaker system blaring right now. He surveyed everything on site, glad he'd studied beforehand. Yu Gwang-ik took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The glowing red gate before him reminded him of the accident 9 years ago. Back then, there had been a similar rift right in front of him. That incident was still his greatest trauma. When he finally found some relief amidst the fear and horror, he decided he would live a life where he would wipe out every single one of those bastards coming out of the Black Rifts. That's what Yu Gwang-ik told himself. He could feel it today. Today could be the turning point of his life. He was taking his first step into that new world. But the rift I saw back then was way bigger than this. That's strange. He forced a smile. Senior, why am I so nervous? Dong Ki-nam. Kim Jong-ah didn't care about his fear. Sidearm checked. Yu Gwang-ik was speechless. Man, you're really making me feel awkward. But I guess this is mandatory. Egg lock 17, 2 magazines with 17 rounds each, that should be enough. But Kim Jong-ah's expression looked off. Senior, are the Black Rifts usually this large? Kim Jong-ah immediately clicked her radio. Unit 1 reporting an anomaly. Requesting emergency backup. The other side ordered her to send the video feed. The camera switched on and the two back at the office jumped in shock. They barked out an order. Fall back. Now backup is being mobilized. The nearest team is moving in. Damn it, why does it keep getting bigger? The voice on the radio made a quick judgment. Check the status. CRK hotline wave detected danger level high. Yu Gwang-ik heard it too. A wave. Does that mean an entire army of invaders is about to pour out? Just his luck. Yu Gwang-ik asked, so are we just going back then? But Kim Jong-ah didn't answer. Senior, he followed her gaze. Thinking back to the satellite map on their way here, there was a residential area just 4 to 5 kilometers away. Yu Gwang-ik's face darkened instantly. There would definitely be civilians and likely heavy casualties. You two get out of there, the radio urged again. Both of you fall back. He asked a different question. How long until the support team gets here? Kim Jong-ah replied coldly. At least 15 minutes. The radio barked, Unit 2, shut your mouth and follow orders. But the gate has changed. Senior, the first invader, a blind dog, has crawled out of the portal. The radio chatter continues relentlessly, ordering Units 1 and 2 to get in their vehicles and leave immediately. But their feet feel like they're glued to the ground. Are we really just going to leave like this? You'll become targets if you keep hesitating. Yu Gwang-ik hesitated. No, is this really how things are supposed to happen? He remembered an article stating that fewer than 1,000 people died in traffic accidents last year. With improvements in AI and technology thanks to materials from the white hole, the number of deaths from traffic accidents has dropped. However, every year the number of people killed by invaders still fluctuates between 5,000 and 10,000. He placed his hand on the car door. Deaths from disease and accidents have decreased, but the number of people dying at the hands of invaders remains the same. Sacrifice is inevitable. It's a predetermined outcome. He was still pondering the meaning of life. Immortal teams are so valuable that companies won't risk their lives to save civilians. Then he spotted Zhang standing right in front of the gate. Senior Zhang cold voice rang out. "Hey, what do you two think you're doing?" In just those few seconds of delay, the wolf had completely leaped out. It was taken down instantly. Zhang didn't hesitate to open fire. Yu Gwang-ik knew it was common knowledge that companies value an immortal's life over dozens of ordinary civilians. He seemed to have reached his final conclusion. But didn't he join this profession because he hated following the obvious path? He reached for the cold gun at his waist. Senior Wood, he pulled his gun and aimed. "Is it okay if I fall for you?" Then came a series of gunshots from the other side. Li Kangmo gritted his teeth and cursed. "These lunatics. They're still pretending." "Oh, no." The audio cut out, then a single shot rang out. While Yu Gwang-ik aimed, Zhang reminded him she was reloading. One by one, the blind wolves were taken down. The two coordinated perfectly. "You take the right, I'll take the left." "Got it." Yu Gwang-ik was just now reconsidering the reality of their bravery. "Sure, we decided to fight. But because this black hole was predicted to only release about 10 invaders, we didn't bring much ammo, just 2 handguns." Seeing the wolves followed by a swarm of demons, there was a serious problem. Since the black hole was now in a wave state, it meant the number of invaders coming through would be in the hundreds. The longer it took, the more dangerous their situation became. What should they do now? Gunshots rang out continuously, and the area was soon filled with a foul stench. The wolves were being shot in the head one by one. Zhang was like a robot, constantly reloading and taking out every intruder. They couldn't afford to lose focus for even a second. Doing so would only lead to a swifter death. The wolves were closing in, and Yu Gwang-ik knew he only had 1 magazine left. "This is the last bullet in this mag," he muttered while reloading. "There are quite a lot of them, aren't there?" Zhang replied. "Well, it's a wave after all." Yu Gwang-ik had probably guessed as much. "Senior, you have a real plan, right? Otherwise, why would we dare to face something this dangerous head-on?" She said nonchalantly. "I'll kill them all while they're busy chewing on you." He doubted his own hearing. Did he hear that right? Amidst the intense firing, the final bullet left the chamber. Zhang frowned slightly and reached into her bag. The wolves took advantage of the gap and lunged forward. Yu Gwang-ik prepared to fire another shot, but he was out of ammo. A wolf lunged at him, its jaws wide and fangs bared, ready to crush his head. Just then, Zhang charged in with a strike. The wolf was sent tumbling to the side, and she stabbed it once more, finishing it off instantly. "Cover me." Yu Gwang-ik's lip twitched slightly as a pack of wolves charged. Out of ammo, Zhang was forced to use her bare hands to push them back. She adjusted her breathing and fought at full speed. Yu Gwang-ik couldn't help but be impressed. She's amazing. He could feel the changes in her with his senses as an immortal. He didn't know how a mutant was created, but her strength was definitely far beyond that of a normal person. Yu Gwang-ik also took the opportunity to finish off the few remaining ones behind her. Suddenly, his gun jammed. He had no choice but to holster it. "I'm out of ammo." He knew his own value in the eyes of others. "I guess right now she just sees me as bait for these monsters. And honestly, so do I. But I'm an immortal and a shapeshifter. However, that doesn't mean I can just go around showing off my powers." He wondered. "But as a variant, I should fulfill my duties, shouldn't I?" Yu Gwang-ik didn't think twice and immediately joined the battle. Grabbing a wolf by its leg, he swung it around using one dog to bash the others. He slammed anyone who dared to sneak close. Zhang suddenly stopped as a wolf lunged from above. She quickly ducked, letting it fly over her back. With lightning reflexes, she drew a dagger and threw it. The blade pierced the wolf's head perfectly, making it shriek. As another one lunged, Zhang rolled toward the previous wolf's carcass. She calmly pulled her dagger out. Yu Gwang-ik noted how the distance between his senior and the enemy shifted in the blink of an eye. She was always calculating, choosing the most advantageous position. That's why her combat skill was top tier. In a brief moment of distraction, he didn't notice a wolf snapping at his hand. He quickly pulled a dagger and jammed it into the wolf's snout. The move was so fast and violent that it shattered the creature's teeth, forcing it to let go. Then he sent it rolling with a powerful kick. Yu Gwang-ik regained his composure. That was a mistake. Stay focused. He only thought about what he needed to do. He remembered what Zhang had said earlier. The plan she proposed, "I'll kill them all while they're busy chewing on you." It sounded insane. He had to admit it, but there really was no other way. He took a deep breath, expanded his senses, and diffused his presence, mixing it with the wild bloodlust he had learned from that old teacher. With a heavy stomp on the ground, all the wolves' attention turned toward him. "Over here, you bastards!" Zhang realized his intention. "Good job," he shouted back in agony. "Senior, instead of just standing there praising me, help me out." The wolves attacked relentlessly, biting his arms, snapping at any exposed skin. Even his knees weren't spared. Yu Gwang-ik struggled to deal with them one by one, but there were just too many. He couldn't handle them all. They saw him as prey and were tearing into him. Jong-ah also noticed the pack of dogs swarming in even larger numbers. She screamed, "Yu Gwang-ik." He gritted his teeth, thankful he was wearing a protective helmet. It hurt. It hurt like hell. He tried to keep his mind steady. I'm already used to ignoring pain. Forget it for a moment. Calm down. Keep a cool head and calculate. He struck back at every wolf that came to bite him, only blocking the fatal blows. Fists, feet, knees, and elbows, he would use his entire body to fight them off. One by one, the wolves fell. In Yu Gwang-ik's heart, there was only one thought: the civilians would suffer if even a single one of these beasts got past him. So he couldn't let any of them escape. That was why he had to keep pushing. Someone cried out in shock, "Are they crazy?" Then the roar of a gun echoed. The gunfire didn't stop until every last wolf was dealt with. They couldn't outrun this doctrine of equality, the cold lead. Spent shell casings rained onto the ground by the dozen. Peace finally returned to the field. The rescue team arrived and they were in total disbelief. How did they survive that? Kim Jong-ah rushed over to check on him. But the first thing out of her mouth was, "Did you kill them all?" "Yeah." Before her eyes was a gruesome sight. Wolf heads were still lashed onto him, yet he stood there like an unshakable monument. A satisfied smile played on his lips. The rescue team scanned the area, asking, "Is it over?" It seemed so. The guy looked way too relaxed. They never expected this. "I brought 2 whole squads because this sounded like a nightmare, but all it took were a few handguns." The captain was absolutely horrified. Carcasses were scattered everywhere. There were at least 200 fierce hounds. Did they really wipe them all out with their bare hands? It would only make sense if 10 immortal warriors were fighting together. This was truly hard to believe, especially since there was only one mutant and a brand new immortal here. The captain couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell, Kim Jong-ah? Are you seriously telling me just the 2 of you did all this?" Kim Jong-ah didn't say a word. She knew it wasn't the 2 of them. She looked at the young man who had his eyes closed. He had done everything by himself. In meeting room 3, Lee Kang-mo was fuming. He frowned and roared. Yu Gwang-ik reported calmly. The support communication line was disconnected. "Sir." Hearing that, Lee Kang-mo replied with a voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, I see. I get it." Since the line was down, little Yu Gwang-ik here decided to just ignore my direct orders. "Ha, yes, sir." Lee Kang-mo's anger boiled over and his face turned terrifying. "Damn it. I wish my brain would just naturally lose connection too, so I could beat the crap out of you guys and then just claim I don't remember a thing." Seeing him like that, Yu Gwang-ik thought to himself in fear. Why is the manager saying such scary things while smiling like a freak? His eye is literally twitching. Suddenly, Kim Jong-ah spoke up calmly. "It's my fault. I'll take full responsibility." Lee Kang-mo looked surprised. His voice dropped, sounding deeply dissatisfied. "Kim Jong-ah, what's your current rank?" Still maintaining her calm, she replied softly, "Grade 1 employee." Lee Kang-mo shot back, "Then how do you plan on taking responsibility?" By quitting, those words made her freeze for a moment, unable to speak. Lee Kang-mo turned his back in frustration. "Enough. The disciplinary committee will contact you, so just go home, Kim Jong-ah. Report to the investigation team tomorrow morning when you come in. You know this isn't going to end with just a simple apology letter, right?" "Yes, sir." Suddenly, he spun around and looked straight at Yu Gwang-ik. "And you? Do you think you fulfilled your duty?" Yu Gwang-ik looked repentant. "No, sir." Lee Kang-mo's face was cold as ice as he dismissed him. He turned to leave. "Starting tomorrow, you're turning in a reflection letter every single day." "Got it." Yu Gwang-ik hesitated. "Don't I have to face the disciplinary committee?" Lee Kang-mo slowed his pace. "Oh, you want to? Then get ready to go up there and explain yourself." His voice echoed through the hall. "Whatever, just get that letter done." A thought crossed Yu Gwang-ik's mind. By the day he returned to work, everyone already knew what had happened. The chat channels were blowing up with notifications. Hey, what the heck happened? Reply as soon as you get this mail. Did you 2 really take out 300 hounds? I heard you guys blocked a whole wave of them with just 2 handguns. The thoughts continued. And Ian, tell me what I don't know yet. There was no punishment for the intern. Wait, actually there was. It seemed like a resignation. He quietly looked over at the desk of grade 1 employee Kim Jong-ah. Yu Gwang-ik hesitated to look at his senior. The image of Kim Jong-ah taking all the blame flashed through his mind. Even if Warham Telecom is linked to the government, it's still a business, a profit-driven organization. Yu Gwang-ik slumped back in his chair, his mind racing with a million thoughts. I guess this is the price for breaking the rules. That thought shifted to a memory of him and Kim Jong-ah fighting. But wait, when we were tracking the satellite map on the way, a civilian signal popped up about 4 to 5 kilometers away. We saved them. Did I really fulfill my mission? Of course I did. He reassured himself. I did it. I really did. Walking out of the company, he looked up at the vast sky, his heart heavy with emotion. I did what I had to, but man, I'm so exhausted. Suddenly, a hand reached out from nowhere. It touched his shoulder, making him turn around. Senior, you're still here, Kim. Jong-ah gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. She spoke softly. You did a great job today. Her praise touched Yu Gwang-ik's heart, taking him by surprise. Kim Jong-un smiled and looked at him. Excellent. You did so well, truly excellent. Yu Gwang-ik paused. Those few words cleared all his doubts. He was now certain that what they did today was right. His face lit up instantly. Thank you. When he got home, his mother asked curiously, so did you get a picture? He slowed down his eating, looking flustered. Of who? Of that senior you've been praising non-stop. Yu Gwang-ik answered calmly. No, she doesn't even have a profile picture on her account. His mom was shocked. Really? Yu Gwang-ik asked. But mom, why are you asking? A look of slight embarrassment crossed his mother's face. She rested her chin on her hand, thinking, I was just wondering if she could be my daughter-in-law, that's all. Yu Gwang-ik quickly snapped her out of it. Mom, she's just my colleague, but his mother didn't budge. A senior today, a sweetheart, and baby tomorrow. Yu Gwang-ik looked absolutely helpless, lost for words. Is that so? That sounds really wrong. Suddenly, his mind shifted to something else. By the way, I wonder how the meeting with the disciplinary committee will go tomorrow. The next day, Kim Jong-un was at the meeting. The atmosphere in the room was incredibly heavy. Kim Jong-un spoke up, let's begin. A voice rang out. Today's committee meeting is regarding grade 1 employee Kim Jong-un. All eyes were fixed on the front, Kim Jong-un. During the expedition yesterday at noon, you ignored the retreat order from the Team 3 manager. Is that correct? Everyone stared at Kim Jong-un. She remained calm. Yes, that is correct. Setting aside his anger from the day before, Lee Kang-mo, who was sitting to the side, spoke up in her defense. Things like this happen once in a while, don't they? But he was immediately reprimanded. Lee Kang-mo, behave yourself and take this seriously. He just smirked, crossing his arms and leaning back. Hell no. Did I say something wrong? New recruit Yu Gwang-ik, get in here. Gwang-ik calmly walks in as ordered. Answer me, Gwang-ik. Did Kim Jong-un force you to stay behind and fight? He answers straight up. No, sir. The interrogation continues. Do you realize what happens when an intern starts causing trouble? Gwang-ik answers clearly and firmly. I believe that was the best possible course of action in that situation. The leader immediately snaps back. What would an intern like you even know? Lee Bong calmly cuts in. I've been training him for months. Of course he knows. His words leave the leader fuming, clenching his fists in silence. Gwang-ik speaks up, a look of determination on his face. We saved the civilians. His words make everyone in the room freeze. Lee Bong speaks up in his defense. Exactly. That's the only thing that actually matters during a mission. Don't you get it? If saving people isn't important, then what is? Losing his cool, the leader screams. Everyone else just looks on helplessly. Lee Bong, get out. Now. But Lee Bong remains completely unfazed. This meeting is about a member of my team. I am required and authorized to be here as his team manager. Losing all composure, they start bickering right in front of a helpless Gwang-ik. Then keep it down. Why does it sound like I'm about to get a beatdown? Is this some kind of fascist regime? Gwang-ik thinks to himself. Please don't leave me with this crazy bastard. Lee Bong sighs. Look, these things happen during missions, so just let it go. Another leader objects. Let it go. How can we just let it go? Lee Bong shrugs. Just dock his pay for a few months then. The leader freezes his face, darkening at Lee Bong's suggestion. Gwang-ik pales and stammers out, yes, sir. Outside the room, Lee Bong's non-stop chatter continues. How is anyone supposed to work when you guys always have those funeral faces? Learn to be flexible. You get it. The meeting with the disciplinary committee ends and the sound of steady footsteps echoes. Suman slowly speaks up. I'm not sure if that was the best way to handle it. Gwang-ik asks. What do you mean? Suman walks leisurely. Look, protecting your subordinates is one thing, but he went overboard. If he keeps this up, his performance review is going straight into the trash. Gwang-ik ponders. His team leader protected them regardless of the cost to himself. The foul-mouthed captain. The two stop in front of the office door. Gwang-ik asks, aren't you coming in? I have other things to do. All right, I'll head in first. Just as he finishes, Suman suddenly rushes back. Ah, wait. Inside, Lee Dong-hoon is sitting deep in thought. He asks softly, how'd it go? The manager is doing his best. Gwang-ik adds. Wait, Gwang-ik thinks, did he actually understand what I meant? Lee Dong-hoon says calmly, damn it. Anything else? Gwang-ik snaps his head back in surprise. He thinks anything else. Right, his mind flashes back to a moment ago. Suman had rushed back. Oh wait, recruit Yu Gwang-ik. Yes sir, Suman makes a soft offer. Would you like to join the investigation team? Back in the present, he gives a polite but firm rejection. No thank you. Time passes. Not long after he gets back, the manager and the senior member return as well. Lee Bong frowns and groans. Ugh, I seriously want to quit. Lee Dong-hoon turns to him. What happened? I'm barred from all missions for an entire month. Dong-hoon replies. That's unfortunate, Vice Manager. Lee Dong-hoon asks worriedly, so what now? Lee Bong waves it off. Forget it. His eyes turn sharp. Those bastards. They only know how to target people's weaknesses. He thinks to himself the punishment isn't too severe, but the mood is awful. Gwang-ik steals a glance. They look so pissed they won't even explain things to him. Getting back to the daily grind, Li Bong barks out, "Let's get to work." Anyway, once things settled back to normal, I wrote an apology letter as soon as I got back. Holding the paper, he reads aloud, "It is true that no one should exceed their authority in such a situation while on duty. However, I failed to follow standard procedure, but I couldn't help it. This incident happened because I didn't give it my absolute best. I will be more careful next time." Reading the letter, Li Bong snaps, "Are you insane? Well, I've never written an apology letter before," Gwang-ik says nonchalantly. He thinks back, the manager was furious, and my senior ended up training one-on-one with me again. The training session is intense. Dong-hoon relentlessly throws strikes. "Yu Gwang-ik, you need to rely on your immortal senses." Gwang-ik thinks to himself, there's not a single opening in the manager's attacks. And even if there is, it's probably a trap. He even uses openings as bait. He's too smart. She also gave me a few tips on how to fight the manager. So I wrote another apology letter. He remembers Li Bong's reaction to the letter. "Hey, get over here." The manager starts expressing his anger through more than just words. Li Bong throws a heavy punch at Gwang-ik. "You crazy bastard." The attack is fast, but it misses Gwang-ik. I manage to track it. Gwang-ik takes the initiative and lunges forward. He focuses intently, anticipating a low blow. His eyes flash with determination. There's definitely no opening in his attack. If there is, it's a trap. Defend. Following his instincts, Gwang-ik moves quickly. He successfully dodges another of Li Bong's strikes. Suddenly, Li Bong lets out a weird, sinister smirk. He places a hand on Gwang-ik's shoulder and spins him around. A blow lands hard on Gwang-ik's back, making him cry out in pain. Lee Dong-hoon sits nearby and calmly announces 6 minutes and 1 second. "That's a new record for you." Li Bong laughs loudly. "Yes, I finally got him." Lee Dong-hoon says sheepishly, "I bet on 5 minutes." Li Bong snaps, "Get back to work now." Gwang-ik, doubled over in pain, braces himself on the floor while rubbing his back. "My back. He's too good at fighting." This is just a typical day for Wham's External Security Team 3. But on the screen, an apology letter appears alongside search results for poems found online. A voice suddenly snaps him out of his focus. "Gwang-ik, yes, what's up new recruit Dong Ki-nam Sogun I mean, Yu Gwang-ik," he answers. Li Bong glares at Gwang-ik, his eyebrows knitting together. "What did that bastard Sumun say to you?" Gwang-ik wonders what he thinks back to the encounter. Sumun, the vice manager of External Investigation Team 2. "He spoke to me a few days ago. In his memory, Sumun made the offer. Want to join the investigation team? Wait, what? Sumun just waved him off with a smile and left. "Just kidding. Have a nice day." "That's all he said to me," Gwang-ik recounts. Suddenly, it hits him. "How did he even know?" Gwang-ik replied. "He mentioned that the guy asked if I wanted to transfer to the investigation team, but then claimed he was just kidding." Lee Kang-mo's expression shifted, his face darkening with a sinister look. He gritted his teeth. "So, you actually got an invite from the scout team, huh?" That bastard. Gwang-ik watched him anxiously, feeling a chill run down his spine. Why is he reacting like that? Is something about to go down? Out of nowhere, Moon appeared with a friendly smile. "Hello there," Gwang-ik thought to himself, "speak of the devil." Suddenly, a massive crash echoed through the room. Lee Kang-mo roared in fury, throwing a powerful punch straight at Moon, causing a massive shockwave. Standing behind them, Lee Dong-hoon and Kim Jeong-ah let out a heavy, tired sigh. "I knew it," Dong-hoon muttered. He really should have seen that coming. Meanwhile, Gwang-ik was completely panicked, standing there frozen as he watched the scene unfold, having no clue what was going on. What on earth is happening? After taking that hit, Moon lay trembling on the floor while Lee Kang-mo still looked like he was about to explode. "What's your problem?" Lee Kang-mo snapped. "You little prick. I heard you were trying to mess with my new guy, weren't you?" Moon shrank back, stammering that it was just a joke. Lee Kang-mo slowly stepped closer, his face twisted with rage. "A joke? You think this is a joke?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was Manager Park Pilo. He stepped forward with a serious expression, his hands tucked casually in his pockets. Gwang-ik stared at him, thinking. Lee Kang-mo's voice immediately dropped, and his previous rage seemed to vanish. "What? Why are you here?" Pilo spoke up, his voice carrying a heavy, authoritative tone of reprimand. "What exactly do you think you're doing?" This man was the manager of the External Investigation Team, Park Pilo. Lee Kang-mo tried to stay calm as Pilo nonchalantly said, "What, you playing games? It's just a broken arm. Why are you making such a big deal out of it?" Wincing in pain, Moon clutched his arm and scrambled over to Pilo's side. Pilo snapped back, his voice sharp and biting. Suddenly, a flicker of genuine anger flashed in his eyes. Overreacting, Pilo questioned him directly. "Weren't you the one who went overboard just because of a little joke?" Lee Kang-mo looked at him suspiciously. "A joke? So, you knew about this too?" Lee Kang-mo demanded an answer, his voice rising again. "Did you tell him to do that?" Pilo paused for a moment before responding. "Do what?" Pilo said calmly. "I just wanted to see if your new recruit wanted to join my team. What's wrong with that? Besides, you're famous for being a nightmare to rookies. Everyone calls you the juicer for a reason." Pilo's expression became stern and serious. He bluntly admitted it. "That's right, I told him to do it." I wanted to see if the kid would rather join my team. It'd be much better for him than working like a slave in Team 3. Li Kangmo's voice grew low and dangerous, his face flushing deep red. No, he stated firmly, leaving no room for argument. He belongs to me. Whether I turn him into juice or grind him into pulp, he's mine and mine alone. The argument reached a breaking point, their voices echoing throughout the entire office. Everyone nearby stopped what they were doing, peeking over to see what the chaos was all about. Don't you dare touch him. And that goes for the other teams too. I'm warning all of you. I know you all want him after that gravity training incident and what happened recently. But go ahead, try it if you think you can handle me. Gwang-ik glanced at him with a look of pure exhaustion. Yeah, I know you're a total nutcase, but since when did I become yours? Not backing down, Pilo spoke up again. What is this, some kind of dictatorship? Personal freedom is supposed to matter, isn't it? Gwang-ik sat to the side, watching them go at it and letting out a long sigh. Man, they're still going at it. This is intense. Pilo turned his attention toward Gwang-ik. Gwang-ik, you don't have to be afraid. You can speak up for yourself. Gwang-ik flinched. Wait, what? He looked at Pilo, completely speechless. Gwang-ik scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. He thought to himself, this feels like I'm caught in some weird love triangle. Well, there was no point in hesitating anymore. Memories flashed through his mind: Li Kangmo, Lee Dong-hoon, and Kim Jong-ah, a psychotic manager, a vice manager with permanent dark circles, and a cold senior who actually had a warm heart. A senior who pressured him from both the inside and out. But Gwang-ik stood up and answered clearly, I'm going to stay with this team. Hearing those words, Pilo froze, looking as if he'd just been slapped across the face. Manager Park Pilo, the man known for being bloodthirsty with the nickname The Royal Way. He was a legendary, talented immortal. Pilo pressed him further. Is it because of the director? Look, I can take care of that for you. Despite the offer, Gwang-ik remained firm. No, sir. The realization finally sank in for Pilo. Li Kangmo stood by his side, silently watching him, while Gwang-ik kept his head down, staying quiet. Manager Park Pilo didn't even stand a chance compared to Li Kangmo. Sure, Li Kangmo was a total lunatic and an antisocial jerk, but he was an absolute beast when it came to fighting. Li Kangmo grinned excitedly, sticking his tongue out to taunt Pilo. See, he said he's staying. What are you gonna do now, huh? Gwang-ik just looked on, exhausted. This guy's personality was seriously messed up. Can I ask why? Pilo questioned. There are still many things I want to learn here, Gwang-ik replied, pouting slightly. He thought to himself, learn how to be a crazy guy who picks fights and then demands apology letters. Li Kangmo's face went stiff. What, hey, you little brat, what did you just say? Yeah, Gwang-ik muttered indifferently. Pilo stood there in silence, unable to find the words to respond to Gwang-ik's answer. He turned around and started walking away. Let's go. Vice Manager Moon followed close behind. Yes, sir. On the other side, Li Kangmo was still fuming, pointing a finger at Pilo's retreating back. Hey, you think you can just come and go whenever you want? Lee Dong-hoon did his best to hold him back. Manager, just let it go. There's no point in picking a fight with him now. Suddenly, Li Kangmo turned his gaze toward Gwang-ik. What are you still standing there for, huh? A smug smirk spread across his face. Of course you were going to stay. You'd be crazy not to. Gwang-ik thought miserably, God, did I just make a huge mistake? Li Kangmo turned to leave. Now get back to work. Lee Dong-hoon leaned in and whispered. He's actually really proud of you, you know. Gwang-ik looked at him puzzled. Proud him. Li Kangmo walked back to his desk, but his eyes caught something on Gwang-ik's computer screen. He leaned in and barked. Hey, Gwang-ik, what is this? Gwang-ik answered timidly. It's the apology letter. But I haven't finished it yet. Li Kangmo turned his head, his expression shifting once again into that sinister look. So, you're saying I don't even need to finish it, right? A loud roar erupted. You brat, you're dead meat. Meanwhile, Lee Dong-hoon and Kim Jong-ah just kept working calmly. It seemed like this kind of chaos had become completely normal for them. Lee Dong-hoon let out a long sigh. 2 lunatics in one team. What a nightmare. He calmly went back to his work while the shouting continued in the background. Hey, did you just dare to dodge me? The scuffle was interrupted by Lee Dong-hoon's voice. Manager, we've got work to do. Li Kangmo stopped immediately and ran over to Dong-hoon. What is it? Who should we send for this job? Lee Dong-hoon asked softly. Li Kangmo paused deep in thought for a moment. Then he shot a cold, sharp look toward Gwang-ik. Who else? It has to be him. Gwang-ik just stood there completely confused. What are you two even talking about? Gwang-ik asked. Lee Dong-hoon spoke in a low voice. Well, it's not like Kim Jong-ah can handle this one. Gwang-ik thought for a second, then asked, so where's the new assignment? Li Kangmo replied, the airport. You're going to go undercover as a human inspector. On the screen, a zoomed-in image of a woman with bright red hair appeared. She's the one we need to bring in, Lee Dong-hoon explained. She possesses a very unique shape-shifting ability. This is what she looked like in the footage, but she's likely taken on a completely different identity by now. Gwang-ik thought to himself, a shapeshifter, someone who can turn into anyone they can remember. Lee Dong-hoon continued. We believe she's a mercenary hired to transport highly classified information. You can think of Nona as a spy. You know the PW force, right? That police unit with superpowers. They're the ones who asked for our help on this case. Geraci is also sending shapeshifters for this mission. Yu Gwang-ik was curious. He wondered if catching her really came down to her scent. No matter who they turn into, their scent never changes. Li Donghoon pointed to his nose. You know shapeshifters are experts when it comes to tracking smells, right? Lee Kang-mo remained cold. Are the other teams sending reinforcements? Yes, they're sending Dong Ki-nam and Mi-ho. Lee Dong-hoon replied. Yu Gwang-ik looked frustrated. I can't believe they're sending rookies to work with elites. Do I really have to do this? Yu Gwang-ik groaned. Li Dong-hoon explained gently. There were at least 3 immortals nominated. They requested someone at Dong Ki-nam's level, but there weren't enough trainers this term, so they formed a team of 3 rookies instead. But isn't it too dangerous to have only 3 rookies on this? Yu Gwang-ik worried. On the outside, you're an immortal, but on the inside, you're still just a newbie. Yu Gwang-ik felt uneasy, not sure if he should take that as a compliment or not. Lee Kang-mo spoke up, warning him, hey, you better make sure you protect Dong Ki-nam properly. At that, Yu Gwang-ik's expression darkened. Sure, get ready to receive an apology letter tomorrow. He's the type who gives 100% in everything he does. A voice rang out, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Deputy Manager Dong Ki-nam, Kim Hae-mo from the analysis team, and I'll be commanding this operation. Kim Hae-mo introduced himself. Suddenly, his voice trailed off as he noticed something. Before I go over the mission, everyone turned to look at Yu Gwang-ik, whose eye was badly swollen. Kim Hae-mo pressed him. So, what happened to your face? Oh, this. It's just because I had to. Discuss things with manager Lee Kang-mo. Kim Hae-mo gave a sympathetic smile. Right, you're from Team 3, aren't you? Well, let's get started then. An image of the airport appeared as he continued. As you know, our location for this operation is Incheon Airport. The 3 of them moved with an air of confidence, carefully scanning their surroundings. We'll need to wear civilian clothes to avoid drawing attention. Be at the location by 10 a.m. sharp. We'll rendezvous with the PW team there. Kim Hae-mo and Jae shook hands. I'm Deputy Manager Dong Ki-nam, Kim Hae-mo from the Immortal Special Forces Beta team. He introduced himself politely. I'm Campaign Captain Lee JJ said softly. You guys should be pretty used to this by now, right? Once you're ready, get into your assigned positions. Mr. Dong Ki-nam, you'll board this bus. The PW, Captain, and I will be in the airport security room to monitor the situation and stay in touch. Yu Gwang-ik and Mi-ho kept watch at Gate 5. Yu Gwang-ik whispered into his headset Beta 3 loud and clear. Meanwhile, Dong Ki-nam was tracking the target at the travel agency counter we'd set up. Dong Ki-nam reported back. Beta 1, don't get in my way. Beta 0 confirmed. Yu Gwang-ik's blood boiled hearing that through his earpiece. Is this jerk for real? Yu Gwang-ik muttered. Meanwhile, Mi-ho spotted something ahead. 2 strangers were slowly approaching. She lowered her voice. 2 tall guys are heading this way. It turned out the PW had also requested actual bodyguards from an Excuracy subsidiary. Yu Gwang-ik was lost in thought. I can feel it. Beneath those ordinary clothes are some seriously powerful muscles. A man spoke up, introducing himself. I'm from the True Guard team. Sorry, I'm a bit late. They're part of this operation too, so I have to be careful. A flashback played. Mr. Dong Ki-nam, I have a question, Yu Gwang-ik said, raising his hand. Yu Gwang-ik spoke up. Why is Dong Ki-nam the one at the agency counter? Dong Ki-nam looked annoyed and snapped back. Yu Gwang-ik hesitated. Oh, well, don't just use my name so casually, Dong Ki-nam said sternly. Mr. Dong Ki-nam, I hope you'll speak to me with some respect. Kim Hae-mo gave a peacemaking smile to settle everyone down. Of course. Since an immortal with special telepathic abilities was recommended, he'll be the one stationed at the counter. In his head, Yu Gwang-ik quietly criticized him. How can Mr. Dong Ki-nam be so naive? Mi-ho looked indifferent. What a waste of resources having 4 immortals on one case. Dong Ki-nam chimed in. Actually, it's just 1 immortal and 3 empty-headed fools. Kim Hae-mo looked worried. Are you guys really trying to start a fight? He continued with the instructions. Next, while we're tracking our target, we also need to help airport security with coordination. Dong Ki-nam seemed to be in a rush. Is that the short version? Are we done? Yes. Hearing that, Dong Ki-nam stood up to leave. Then I'm out of here. If you're the commander, you need to be a lot tougher. That's the only way this mission will succeed, Mi-ho added coldly. Kim Hae-mo gave a helpless laugh. Okay. Mi-ho also stood up. If you're done talking, I'm leaving too. See you tomorrow. The room suddenly went quiet after the 2 left. The heavy atmosphere lifted, but Yu Gwang-ik was still fuming. Dong Ki-nam is such a bastard. He's the same rank as me. And you, Mi-ho. She's unbelievable. Mi-ho sighed wearily, blaming herself. It's because I only have half immortal blood. Kim Hae-mo tried to reassure them. Well, at least we still have you and you're actually strong. Yu Gwang-ik was worried. A naive deputy manager and 2 mad dogs. Is this really going to be okay? The next day, a voice called out. Hey, can I get your number? Mi-ho rejected him bluntly. I'm married. The guy trying to flirt laughed. Come on, you're lying, right? Don't be like that. He suddenly froze when he heard a loud shout from a distance. Honey, what's wrong? Yu Gwang-ik appeared, glaring at the man. Who is this guy? The stranger hurried away. Sorry, Miho remarked dryly. You're overdoing it. Yu Gwang-ik adjusted his hat. I'm the type of guy who gives 100% to everything. He looked off into the distance thinking. He scanned the crowd but saw no one suspicious. Suddenly, a voice crackled in their ears. Beta 1 has spotted the target. Like blue shirt, blue jeans, male about 30 years old. The command room replied, identity confirmed. Male approximately 30 years old. Everyone said in unison, confirmed. Yu Gwang-ik locked eyes on the target. What the? I can't see any difference at all, Miho spoke up. I don't get why Dong Ki-nam gets such special treatment. I was wondering the same thing, Yu Gwang-ik agreed. The only difference between us and him is mixed blood versus pure blood. That distinction is a sensitive one. Over there, Dong Ki-nam watched silently through sunglasses. It wasn't exactly sensitive, just a bit of a sting. But the telepathic power of pure blood was truly special. Dong Ki-nam's eyes lit up with intense focus. To them, even water has distinct qualities, and they can tell one pebble from another. They can sense every single difference. The headset continues to buzz with notifications. The guards have confirmed they're closing in on the target 80% certainty. The PW team is moving in to neutralize them. We're just here to watch. Gwang-ik hesitated, his senses on edge. Thoughts raced through his mind, and he suddenly remembered what his father had once told him. His father's face flashed before him. Son, becoming hypersensitive means you've got incredible immortal potential. But honestly, people like that usually have rotten personalities, so I'm actually glad you're not like them. Back then, his father looked relieved, but maybe a little disappointed too. Gwang-ik went quiet, his expression darkening with a hint of sadness. The difference between a half-blood and a pure blood usually comes down to their orientation. The speed at which they learn skills is on a totally different level. But I have that speed too. His eyes suddenly lit up. I used to think everything would just turn out fine. He hesitated. Should I give it a shot? Suddenly, he raised his voice, calling out toward the target. Excuse me for a second. The surrounding security force was already shouting at the crowd. Get back. This is an emergency. We need everyone to cooperate with us. Whispers and murmurs broke out. What's going on? Are they filming a movie or something? Wait, is that a real gun? Who are those people? Gwang-ik lowered his head, lost in thought. Suddenly, he snapped his head up, looking panicked as if he realized something. A frantic voice crackled through the radio. Beta Ba, are you sure? Is there really only one target? Everyone who heard it froze in their tracks. A voice echoed in Gwang-ik's ear. Beta Ba, are you absolutely sure there's only a single target? The others also stopped dead in their tracks. They looked confused by the sudden arrival of someone. A man appeared, looking imposing with his gun. The radio continued to crackle. What are you? Before the message could finish, the gunman pulled the trigger. Seeing this, the team members scrambled to find cover. But the gunfire didn't stop there. The shots rang out one after another, boom, 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 not giving an inch to those guys. The organization started firing back to hold them off. Gwang-ik took off at a full sprint, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Suddenly, he gasped, his eyes widening in shock. Behind you, right behind him, a dark figure lunged out, brandishing a dagger. It was Jiang Mo. He lunged at her, snarling, "You filthy half-blood." But she wasn't about to let him hit her and quickly struck back. As the man tumbled backward, a notification came through the earpiece. Beta 1, all enemies are psychics. Listening to the report, he thought, I knew it. I could feel there were a lot of them from the start. He focused his mind. Now, I can sense them even more clearly. 2. No, they're popping up everywhere. He couldn't even count them all. He felt a wave of anxiety. Was he really supposed to take all of them down by himself? He scanned his surroundings, assessing the situation, but they were already scattering. Shit, 2 days before the mission, Kim Hai-mo had been reviewing the files of the new recruits. Every one of them is special. He noted that even putting aside the orientation scores, Nam-won was incredibly talented because he was an immortal. And specifically, he possessed pure blood. Yu Mi-ho was the same. She might be a half-blood, but she was sharp and decisive, not bad at all. Suddenly, he paused at one particular file. The last person was the most outstanding of them all, Gwang-ik. He thought to himself, lately everyone's been talking about his morning sparring matches with the team manager. It seemed like he was doing it specifically to learn the manager's techniques. Li Yong-yong knew exactly what he was up to, but he allowed it anyway. He picked up the file to analyze it further. On top of that, he's physically strong, a great fighter, and friendly too. He's exactly the director's type. Just then, Dong Ki-nam Han walked in. Are you looking at the rookie's files? Dong Ki-nam Han added. Gwang-ik. He's a lot like you were when you were a newbie, isn't he? He thought for a moment and replied, yeah, he is. Suddenly, a voice shouted through his earpiece. Damn it, the scene was turning into a mess. Someone behind him yelled, Vice Manager. He hurriedly responded, I still haven't fully grasped the situation. I need to get in there. He spoke while running. I'll let Yu Mi-ho handle the reporting. I need to check on Dong Ki-nam as well. After that all, before he could finish, a dark shadow blurred past him. He gasped in surprise. Who was that? I can sense him. Should I go after him? No, the most important thing right now is to stabilize the situation. His eyes snapped wide as if he just remembered something, and he shouted, Beta-ba, I have an order. Kim Haimo's voice rang out, head to left, gate 8 immediately. You are authorized to engage. Just make sure you get the situation under control. Beta 1 report damages. Things were looking grim. The assassins were clearly reaching their limit. Kim Haimo's voice continued, Beta 2 report the status. That's when Gwang-ik spoke up, I'm moving in to intervene. He replied decisively. Beta 3 copy that. Back in the heat of battle, things weren't looking good for Beta 1's side. The opponent kept raining down punches on them. They were resisting fiercely as Beta 1's vehicle approached to attack the guy, a surge of blue energy engulfing him. Someone behind them saw the chaos and shouted Beta 1's name. The report began. 1 QW staff member and 2 security officers are down. On the other end, Miho said, Beta 2, this is an ambush. Looking at how the ones who scattered are now circling back to attack, it seems like their plan is to split our forces apart. An enemy tried to sneak up from behind while Miho was talking, but luckily a teammate blocked him. There are 7 in total. Their main goal is to capture the shifters. Inside Beta 1's earpiece, Beta 0's voice crackled. Beta 1 fall back and observe the situation. Prepare for the arrival of new enemies. But he answered firmly, Beta 1 here, I can still fight. Beta 1, that's an order. The enemy seeing this grew ecstatic, his hand gripping his gun tightly. You're all dead meat. If you try to run now, it's over for you. Suddenly, someone rushed up and yelled, Hey, rookie. A dark shadow lunged forward and tackled the gunman from before. The tables had turned. The guy was pinned down. Seeing this, one of his comrades rushed over. You bastard, why won't you ever just let him finish talking? Mu-run quickly drew a short-barreled pistol from his holster. He shot the guy dead on the spot. Mu-run shouted, they've been neutralized. Meanwhile, in the parking lot, another battle was unfolding. Hoodies and glasses were scattered everywhere and the enemy was panting heavily. Gwang-ik stepped up from behind and asked, Are you still trying to run? The guy replied, Unbelievable. You're an immortal, aren't you? He shot back. You look at my face and you don't recognize me. The guy paused, then muttered, Don't know you. Furious, Gwang-ik snapped. You jerk. The guy boasted arrogantly. So what if you're an immortal? Why the hell are you chasing me? I've got another squad on the way to back me up, he yelled. Gwang-ik just replied, Are you out of your mind? The guy added, Hey, don't you think chasing me was a huge mistake? Gwang-ik burst out laughing. What? But before he could finish his sentence, he froze. Right before his eyes, the man began to transform. He ripped his shirt to shreds, revealing bulging muscles as a wicked smirk spread across his face. You little brat, he roared. I'm a pure blood with god-tier strength. His face scowled in anger. You think immortals can't die? Then how about I crush your skull? Yu Gwang-ik said, nothing remaining silent while his mind raced. Let's see, there's no one around, right? I'll probably have to wait 5 to 10 minutes for reinforcements to arrive. He let out a long sigh, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. That should be enough. In the hallway, the wounded and the dead were scattered everywhere. Jae-hee spoke up, Move the injured members out of here and make sure to clean up the scene. Understood. Moon thought to himself, noting there were no shapeshifters nearby. He looked up, realizing they were definitely stalling for time, just as Miho had warned. Someone had likely already escaped. Back to the fight between Yu Gwang-ik and the pureblood. Yu Gwang-ik watched as the man stomped his foot hard on the floor as if to show off his power, but he just casually asked, Are you ready yet, you bastard? The guy smirked and said, Everyone says immortals are invincible. Let's see if that holds up after I crush your skull. Despite the threat, Yu Gwang-ik's face remained perfectly calm. He continued, Let's find out if it's true. He swung a heavy punch toward Yu Gwang-ik, who quickly dodged and blocked the strike with just one hand. The guy's face twisted in rage and pure shock. How? How did you? Yu Gwang-ik said softly, wondering why you can't pull your hand back even though you're trying your hardest, you piece of shit. The guy looked completely stunned by those words. Yu Gwang-ik then gave his wrist a slight twist, making him groan in agony. He then shoved the hand away. The man's hand was already bruised, dark purple. Yu Gwang-ik gave him a light push that sent him stumbling, then lunged forward with such speed that the man couldn't react. He only managed a startled sound before Yu Gwang-ik appeared right in front of him, looking cold as ice. His eyes were glowing with determination. He remembered his master's words, every technique has its own path of movement. You only need to apply a counterforce to knock an attack off course. He applied that exact principle to his opponent, then swung his fist, landing a direct hit right on the man's jaw. The guy was launched into the air and hit the ground hard. Yu Gwang-ik looked down at him with cold arrogance. I've mastered this move more times than I can count. He walked over to the man, a mocking smile on his face. Less than 3 minutes had passed, but it would still be a while before the support team arrived. In a panic, the man suddenly transformed into a briefcase. Yu Gwang-ik laughed. What should I do with you? You shapeshifters can turn into anything you see, right? He walked closer. But I heard something interesting. He emphasized his words. You can only mimic the appearance of steel. He chuckled. You can't actually become steel, can you? He pulled out a lighter and held the flame close to the briefcase the man had shifted into. Terrified, the man screamed, "I surrender, I surrender." Yu Gwang-ik smiled triumphantly. "You should have done that a lot sooner. I want to ask you a few things." The man panicked. "Just keep that lighter away from me first," he added. "Even if you ask, I won't have the answers you want. It'll ruin my life." He continued, "But we can make a deal." Before he could finish, Yu Gwang-ik cut him off. "I don't care about your life. Here's my demand. Can you turn into something smaller?" The man looked confused. Yu Gwang-ik explained. "Like a cigarette, for example." The man hurriedly replied, "What? No, that's impossible. This is my limit." "Really?" Yu Gwang-ik cleared his throat, then turned back into a human right now. He barked. "What are you doing? Didn't you hear me?" The man added. "Then lend me some clothes first." Huh. The scene shifts back to the hall. Moon walked over and asked, "What's going on?" Yu Gwang-ik replied, "Oh, you guys are finally here. Who's this?" "Oh, right." Beta reporting the situation. Yu Gwang-ik pointed and said, "This bastard tried to run and pick a fight, so I beat him to a pulp. And the briefcase he was carrying, that's the red-haired shapeshifter. Understood, you did a great job." In the distance, a man clutching a bleeding arm walked over. Yu Gwang-ik exclaimed, "Oh, Kinam." He said everything had been taken care of. Kinam said nothing. Beside him was Miho helping someone who was injured. Yu Gwang-ik leaned in and whispered to Kinam, "This was all thanks to me, so get lost." A girl stepped forward from behind. "You're saying you're the one who took him down," he replied. "Yeah, I just got lucky." As everyone surrounded him, he joked, "I managed because I wasn't distracted by the excitement of finding an enemy, unlike some people." Everyone listened, thinking to themselves, "What a jerk. He really is mean." Shin-Nam walked over with a laugh. "You really are a funny guy." Yu Gwang-ik forced a smile. "Oh, I'm quite the comedian." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Beta 3, do you even know who you just defeated?" "Who?" The person paused. "Wait, I thought you knew." She explained, "That's Notapan, a level 3 wanted criminal, also known as the Rhino. A criminal like him has a massive bounty on his head." Yu Gwang-ik replied, "A level 3 wanted criminal. That means he's at least connected to a terrorist organization or he's a serial killer." A person nearby explained, "He's an incredibly powerful criminal. Taking him down is truly impressive." The crowd started buzzing. It must have been a bloody battle. He only survived without a scratch because of his immortal powers. But no one knew the fight ended with just one punch. Moon walked over and offered praise, thinking to himself, sending him on this mission was definitely the right choice. He walked up to the shapeshifter and said, "Now let's negotiate a few things." "Negotiate what? We've already achieved our goal for this operation. Besides, we don't even have any equipment yet." The person thought, "An immortal fighting with bare hands isn't exactly a legendary feat." He laughed and said, "You shouldn't be so blunt about it." "Fine, let me ask you something." She turned to Yu Gwang-ik. "What rank is this employee?" "Let me introduce our new recruit, Yu Gwang-ik." A slightly annoyed voice chimed in. "Why do you have to go around showing off your name?" Lee Kang-mo rested his chin on his hand, scowling at him. "Are you trying to be a star?" Yu Gwang-ik stood at attention. "You've got it wrong. I thought your dream was to become a businessman." His voice started to fade out. Yu Gwang-ik drifted back into his thoughts about the earlier conversation. "I looked into it, and the criminal you caught was once a member of the Prometheus terrorist organization." Yu Gwang-ik took a guess. "So the people who hired that shifter were..." The voice cut him off. "Prometheus." He continued to reveal information, leaving Yu Gwang-ik deep in thought. She clearly held a secret about the psychic organization, and it seemed like a top-tier secret. Suddenly, Lee Kang-mo called him back to reality. "Hey, are you happy you caught a terrorist?" Yu Gwang-ik put on a bright face. "Yes, I'm quite happy." Lee Kang-mo couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, get that report rewritten for me right now." In his mind, Yu Gwang-ik could only think about the name Prometheus. From what he knew, they were a terrorist organization and a group of mad scientists. They were people who wanted to grant all of humanity a special power, just like the gods who brought fire to this world. He cursed under his breath. The world is full of sick people. A voice called out his name, Mr. Yu Gwang-ik. Bo appeared from behind. "You need to come with me." The scene shifts. Yu Gwang-ik has arrived at his destination. He's quite surprised as he opens the door. Inside, Nam is already sitting there waiting for him. His expression remains calm, yet it's hard to read. "Have a seat." Yu Gwang-ik walks in with his usual greeting. "New recruit, do Yu Gwang-ik, reporting for duty." Nam Bong-jin looks curious. "Is that how you introduce yourself to every cop and shifter you meet?" Yu Gwang-ik replies softly, "That was just an accident." Nam Bong-jin lets out a loud laugh. "I see. Everyone makes mistakes, we're only human. A man with 0 flaws would be quite dull. Without beating around the bush, he gets straight to the point. I heard you captured the terrorist. What reward do you want?" Yu Gwang-ik picks up his teacup, lost in thought. But it seems like he's just acting as he had already decided long ago. He says bluntly, "I want a promotion to assistant director." Nam gives a faint smile. "You're quite greedy, aren't you?" He plays it smooth, alternating between praise and pressure. "This achievement alone isn't enough to promote you to that rank. But it truly is impressive, considering you're just a rookie." Yu Gwang-ik cuts him off. Then why did you want to see me, sir? He sets his cup down and looks Yu Gwang-ik dead in the eye. Because I'm incredibly proud of you. Minam asks again, what do you want? Yu Gwang-ik's face goes completely blank. In the end, he gives a very practical answer. Money. After receiving the bonus, he gives a portion of the reward to his mother. She's thrilled. I bought some Iberico ham. Do you want some honey? Yu Gwang-ik smiles warmly. Ahem. Yes, please. Let me have a taste. He's genuinely happy just seeing her so joyful. Back at work, there were still tasks left over from the airport incident. Young-ah throws his jacket over his shoulder and calls out to his teammates. Let's move out. Now Yu Gwang-ik finally understands why his senior is always so busy. They had captured 5 high-priority criminals within 3 months. Yu Gwang-ik holds a pair of special cuffs, keeping the terrorists pinned down and silent. He had participated in over 10 black hole containment missions. Lee Kang-mo was yawning nonstop, looking bored out of his mind. Meanwhile, Huang stayed intensely focused, aiming at every single target. Looking at the man fighting alongside him, Yu Gwang-ik realized one thing: the manager is incredibly lazy. He was literally picking his nose while complaining. These damn bastards are everywhere. There's no end to them. And Lee Kang-mo absolutely hated Yu Gwang-ik's reports. His complaints echoed through the office. Why the hell did you write that I was picking my nose and sleeping in the official report? Yu Gwang-ik stayed nonchalant. I'm just reporting the facts. These 2 big shots were making everyone in the room lose their minds. They were just so noisy. Before long, it was time for some physical training. Their hands collided with immense force. Lee Kang-mo swung a heavy hand toward Yu Gwang-ik's face, but he quickly ducked to dodge the blow. Just as he stood up to counter, he took a direct kick from Lee Kang-mo. But Yu Gwang-ik didn't go down this time. He wasn't the same guy who would crumble after a few hits like before. Suddenly, Lee Kang-mo stopped and turned away. Damn it. Yu Gwang-ik understood the cue and gave a salute. Just like every other day, good job. The manager never sparred with him for more than 10 minutes. Yu Gwang-ik watched Lee Kang-mo walk away deep in thought. From that series of 10-minute bouts, he noticed something. That broad, muscular back left Yu Gwang-ik in awe. He had never seen the manager's strength even come close to hitting its limit. 3 months after the airport mission, Yu Yuan-hong's expression was dark. She radiated a bloodthirsty aura, every word dripping with lethal intent. I'm going to kill every last one of them. The other 3 in Lee Kang-mo's team felt like they wanted to disappear into the mountains. Right now, it was dinner time at the company. The atmosphere was lively with every table packed. Lee Dong-hoon spoke up to explain. She's always like this whenever she gets drunk. Yu Gwang-ik was a bit surprised. Wait, only when she's drunk. Dong-hoon explained further. She's just talking in her sleep. It's become a habit every time she drinks. She'll snap out of it eventually, just leave her be. Then he turned excitedly to Lee Kang-mo. Hey manager, do you think I'll finally get a girlfriend next year? Lee Kang-mo sighed. I'm not a fortune teller. Dong-hoon looked devastated. Can't you say something to reassure me? The manager was more concerned with the new recruit. Don't overdo it, brat. I'll beat the crap out of you if you do something stupid. Yu Gwang-ik purposefully stuffed his mouth to show he was listening. Got it. He thought to himself, I'm part shifter anyway. How could I even get drunk? He looked at the surrounding tables. He thought an Immortal's meal would be something extraordinary, but it was just a bit quiet. Compared to the usual company cafeteria, it was only this loud because people were tipsy. Yu Gwang-ik downed his glass in one go, feeling some of his stress melt away. He let out a long breath, his gaze suddenly locking onto a single point. He watched Lee Kang-mo, who was gripping his glass with a stern look. He couldn't help but wonder. He was curious. The manager felt his gaze and shot Yu Gwang-ik a warning look. Watch yourself, you idiot. Doubts kept racing through Yu Gwang-ik's head. I wonder how much I've changed. He blurted out, manager. Yu Gwang-ik seemed swept away by his own thoughts. Ever since the first time I fought you. He confessed his inner feelings. Do you want to have a serious match with me? It seemed the alcohol made him even more eager to challenge Lee Kang-mo. A real fight where rank doesn't matter. Lee Dong-hoon's eyes widened as he watched Yu Gwang-ik's expression. Yu Yun-hong completely sobered up from the shock. Only Lee Kang-mo remained calm, swirling the drink in his glass. Are you drunk? Yu Gwang-ik looked up. No. Lee Kang-mo's voice remained steady. 5 minutes later, he turned and stood up. Meet me at the training center. Short and sweet. Both of them arrived at the spot, and of course, Dong-hoon and Young-ah tagged along. Lee Kang-mo's eyes sharpened with intensity. You want to get knocked out? Yu Gwang-ik was just as fired up. I'm ready. Lee Kang-mo closed his eyes tightly as if gathering his inner energy. The previous spars were pretty dull, weren't they? Suddenly, he opened his eyes with a savage grin. Come at me. The sound of them clashing echoed throughout the training room. Lee Dong-hoon watched intently and suddenly noticed something shocking. On the mats, Yu Gwang-ik lunged forward, driving his elbow hard into Lee Kang-mo's right arm. But his next move was to retreat immediately, rather than aggressively pressing his advantage. Yu Gwang-ik had planned it all out. Done. His right arm is definitely broken. Now I need to stay on the defensive. Suddenly, Lee Kang-mo's voice rang in his ear, catching him completely off guard. Before he knew it, the manager had a fist inches away from Yu Gwang-ik's face. Yu Gwang-ik moved fast to catch it, but that wasn't the only surprise. Lee Kang-mo threw another punch with his other hand. The attack was so sudden that Yu Gwang-ik didn't have time to react. His eyes widened in pure panic. That was the very arm he had just broken. The force was both powerful and unexpected, sending Yu Gwang-ik crashing to the ground. The manager relaxed, muttering, "You little bastard." Lee Dong-hoon stepped forward, confused. "Manager, did you just use that?" Lee Kang-mo immediately denied it. "No." Dong-hoon stared at the manager's right arm. "But your arm is broken." Lee Kang-mo had to admit it. "Is he the first one? He's very different." Then he glanced down at the floor. "Yeah, he's definitely different." Even though Yu Gwang-ik had a bloody nose from the hit, a look of satisfaction lingered on his face. A folder of new faces was presented. This was the list of new recruits sent over by the HR department. Yu Gwang-ik's ID photo caught his eye. A voice asked, "Thanks. So is this the guy the CEO picked?" The secretary confirmed, "Yes, sir." Dong Chae-hoon pointed at the screen. "Hand me his file." He skimmed through the documents: B-rank marksmanship, B-rank close quarters combat, and an overall B-rank combat assessment. "Not too shabby," he muttered. Suddenly, the director's tone turned sour. "His immortality rating is way too low compared to his combat skills. With stats this pathetic, shouldn't he just be considered a failure?" The secretary added, "I heard he slept like a baby through the entire orientation." The massive gap between his stats left Dong Chae-hoon a bit stunned. "Mission completion rate C. I had no idea anyone in Foreign Security Team 3 could even score that high," the secretary explained. Assistant Director Kimo gave him a near-perfect score on his final mission. The director leaned on his hand deep in thought. Social skills. B. Responsibility. D. Teamwork. D. Work attitude. F. Decisiveness. A. He basically failed every category. Then something else caught his eye. "What's this? Exceptional drinking tolerances." The secretary noted that the Team 3 manager added that in. Dong Chae-hoon burst out laughing. What a lunatic. He sat up straight. A crazy bastard who knows how to swing his fists but has zero self-control. And his immortality rating is that low. He tapped his finger on Yu Gwang-ik's photo. "We should just get rid of him." Back at the office, Yu Gwang-ik was resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. He turned to Lee Dong-hoon, who was standing behind him. "Hey, how exactly do they measure immortality anyway?" Dong-hoon didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked, "Just what have you been doing since orientation?" Yu Gwang-ik frowned. "Is there some kind of mistake?" Dong-hoon explained. "Well, you skipped the disciplinary committee meeting. Even though you were technically marked as present, the committee doesn't think much of you. That's why your evaluation is basically garbage." Yu Gwang-ik glanced at his other stats. "I really think my responsibility and teamwork scores should be higher than this." Lee Dong-hoon emphasized that the disciplinary meeting carried a lot of weight. Yu Gwang-ik was even more shocked by his rock-bottom attitude score. "And look at this work attitude score." Dong-hoon shot back immediately. "That's because you keep talking back to the team manager." Yu Gwang-ik stared at him with dark circles under his eyes, clearly annoyed. "Just imagine having to listen to your neighbor scream like a stuck pig every single morning for 2 straight months. Would you be happy?" Yu Gwang-ik had to concede. But he was still pretty confident. At least his decisiveness was rated highly. Looking at the bottom of the file, he felt a bit curious. "Why is there a note about my drinking habits here?" The assistant pointed it out. The manager suggested adding it. "Apparently, it's the one thing you're actually good at." Lee Kang-mo snapped his fingers in delight. "Our little loser sure can drink like a champ." Yu Gwang-ik cursed under his breath. Lee Dong-hoon headed back to his desk, but Yu Gwang-ik wasn't done asking questions. "What's this red number 1 next to my name for?" Dong-hoon answered as he sat down. "It means the person in charge has marked you." Yu Gwang-ik didn't seem too surprised. "Fine, I guess it means I'm the first one on the chopping block." Figures. I knew red was a bad sign. Suddenly, Yu Gwang-ik's voice sounded a bit panicked. Lee Dong-hoon explained patiently. "Huh, what are you talking about? It means if you don't perform well in the upcoming evaluation, you'll be the first one fired." Those words made Yu Gwang-ik's expression do a complete 180. A moment later, the company speakers crackled to life. "Attention all Warem employees, please gather in the underground training room immediately." In no time, the room was packed with new recruits. The supervisor announced, "We will now begin the performance evaluation to make the final decisions regarding your appointments." From a corner of the room, a voice cheered. "Oh, look who it is. It's potential unemployed person number 1, Kim Ian," and Bang Bang Gun-tae walked over, grinning ear to ear. Yu Gwang-ik, who had been sitting hunched over, looked up. "I thought other people weren't supposed to see my evaluation." Kim Ian smirked. "There's always a way." Yu Gwang-ik immediately caught on. "So the company's confidential info is just leaking everywhere now." Kim Ian and Bang Bang Gun-tae didn't seem to care. They crowded around him, teasing Yu Gwang-ik, "Buddy, good luck. You bastard, you can do this. Seriously, don't be sad. I'll even buy you a meal later." Yu Gwang-ik's face darkened. I haven't been fired yet, you jerks. An employee from the organizing committee announced that the test would begin immediately and asked everyone to move to their assigned spots. Kim Mi-in didn't linger. Gotta go. Suddenly, Yu Gwang-ik called out to them. Hey, have you guys seen the movie, The Sixth Sense? Bang bang. Gun-tae looked confused. Kim Mi-in turned back. Yeah, why? Yu Gwang-ik stood up. Do you know why that movie was so good? Kim Mi-in gave a random answer. Because the main character was a ghost. Yu Gwang-ik disagreed. He threw back a confident look and a triumphant smile. Because of the plot twist. In the control room, the door suddenly swung open. The sound of approaching footsteps made the supervisor turn around. Nam Mi-in walked in. The supervisor asked Director Nam, what brings you here, Mi-in? Crossed her arms, staring at the screen. I was just a little curious. I couldn't possibly miss something this interesting. The first one appearing is Dong Ki-nam, a voice said with excitement. This is a match between our strongest rookies after all. The coordinator called out the next name. Next up, Dong Ki-nam. He has chosen Yu Gwang-ik as his first opponent. Get ready. Yu Gwang-ik spoke first. Hey there, little Dong Ki-nam. Did you really miss me that much? Dong Ki-nam looked irritated. Don't act like we're friends. But Yu Gwang-ik kept messing with him. Our precious little Dong Ki-nam. Dong Ki-nam cursed. What the hell is wrong with you? Their eyes met, sparks flying as if they were ready to kill each other. Both lunged forward to take the upper hand. A flashback hit. Yu Gwang-ik was in a different room. An examiner sat across from him, holding a stopwatch in one hand and 5 cards in the other. What's the difference between these cards? Yu Gwang-ik answered instantly. The first one on the left, the third one in the second row from the top, the fifth one has a dot in the middle, and the sixth one is thicker. The examiner hurriedly checked the stopwatch. 3.4 to 8 seconds. That's even faster than an S rank. Back in reality, Yu Gwang-ik threw a punch, but it seemed to miss the target. A thought flashed through his mind. Time to hide my tracks. Dong Ki-nam lunged with a punch, but Yu Gwang-ik tilted his body and dodged it easily. During the evaluation that day in the push-up test, Yu Gwang-ik had been going at it non-stop. The examiner actually started doubting the equipment. Is this thing broken? But another person confirmed, no, it's working fine. Yu Gwang-ik's voice rang out, do you want more? The examiner hurriedly stopped him. He was in total shock. 12 Gs. That's 3 times the average for a new recruit. It was true, Yu Gwang-ik had been hiding this formidable strength all along. He landed an uppercut that caught Dong Ki-nam completely off guard. Dong Ki-nam raised his elbow to counter, but Yu Gwang-ik had already slipped behind him. Yu Gwang-ik's punch felt like it was about to tear right through Dong Ki-nam's internal organs. During the initial physical exam, Yu Gwang-ik had excelled in every single category: endurance, stability, reflexes, reaction speed, and flexibility. The examiner couldn't help but gasp. This is impossible. Every single score is way beyond the average. He jotted down the notes, still filled with disbelief. S-rank anti-gravity. Could he really be evaluated as an S-rank? Back to the match, Ki-nam seems to realize something's off. He can't keep up with Gwang-ik's speed anymore. Ki-nam is stunned by this superior being. His movements, they're just traces. Gwang-ik whispers softly, sorry, Ki-nam. To be honest, I was hiding my true power because Gwang-ik didn't want anyone to know he's a shifter. He believes he's stronger than any of the immortals here if he actually tries, but this is about his pride. I can't hold back any longer. From now on, I'm showing you everything I've got. Gwang-ik launches a direct assault. The punch is so powerful that Ki-nam completely loses control of his body. Even the examiner for that evaluation recognized his talent. Those 2 words were clear and hit the mark. The next day, Lee Kang-mo-gu starts interrogating Gwang-ik. You knocked out Ki-nam's front teeth and broke Miho's molars. Are you actually proud of yourself right now? Gwang-ik rolls his eyes, reminding him of his achievements. You're forgetting something. Gun-tae is in a coma too. Yesterday, Bang Gun-tae was acting all heroic, demanding I finish him off. He said, if you want to hit Miho, you'll have to kill me first. The manager speaks sternly about him breaking his colleague's teeth. He asks sarcastically, what are you, a dentist or something? Gwang-ik clarifies, acting like he's totally innocent. No, I'm Gwang-ik, a rank 3 employee. Lee Kang-mo is fuming. Maybe I should knock your front teeth out too. Gwang-ik makes a run for it. I'm heading home. On his way home, a car pulling up beside him catches Gwang-ik's eye. The lights flash, the car stops, and the window rolls down. It's director Dong Ki-nam himself. He gives a sinister smile. I'm Dong Ki-nam, Dong Chun. Since you're heading home anyway, why don't you hop in, Mr. Gwang-ik? A moment later, the car is speeding down the road. Dong Chun lights a cigarette. I have a project in development and there's 1 spot left. Gwang-ik acts indifferent. Oh, really? The director glances at him, his voice steady against the wind. I'm hoping you'll be the one to fill that position. This honestly leaves Gwang-ik stumbling over his words. I'm not really sure how to answer that. Dong Chun reassures him immediately. You can keep your normal job and just volunteer when I start the project. Gwang-ik gives a quick reply. Fine by me. The director flicks his cigarette ash looking pleased. Good. He then raises his voice, tell me, do you like meat? Shortly after the car pulls over. He drops Gwang-ik off after he answers, yes sir, I do. Once alone, Dong-chun quickly calls someone, his voice dripping with intent. Yes, it's going smoothly. No, the kid is very talented. He really stands out. Everything I mentioned. And that gift. He wears a self-satisfied smirk. I'm not sure if he truly understands what they mean just yet. Back at home, Gwang-ik and his mom are enjoying the BBQ the director gave him. His mom asks curiously, why would the director give you all this BBQ? He doesn't give her a straight answer, just brushes it off. I guess he's rewarding me for working so hard. Things seem peaceful for a while after that. After finishing his training, Gwang-ik officially becomes a rank 3 employee. He can now access more data on the internal network, and his salary has gone up. Gwang-ik even moved into a company building just a 5-minute walk from work. His parents help him move, though helping is a bit of a stretch, they're mostly just hovering over him. His mom warns him, if you ever have an accidental child, just make sure the mother is beautiful, okay? Back at the office, a colleague starts teasing Lee Kang-mo. Hey, don't you feel bad for Lee Dong-hoon? Work a little harder, will you? The manager snaps back. Get lost? Gwang-ik peeks over at Lee Dong-hoon's desk. It turns out their team has very little to do. Lee Kang-mo yawns loudly. I'm heading to a meeting. Gwang-ik ponders for a moment. During the break, he asks Kim Jong-ah, hey sis, why doesn't our team have any work achievements? She answers while stretching her arms. Because we haven't actually done anything for them yet. Gwang-ik is confused. But what about the secret cases we joined or those special criminals we caught? Kim Jong-ah explains, that was just us providing support. It doesn't count towards our record. Then why don't we do something else? Kim Jong-ah pauses, trying to find the right words to explain the situation. The higher-ups don't like our manager, so they won't assign us any work. Gwang-ik is speechless. So that's why he treats everyone that way. Kim Jong-ah reassures him that the team can survive even without a record. The assistant manager takes on the side tasks from other teams and finishes them instead. Back in the present, an employee from another team comes over to ask for a favor. Mr. Lee Dong-hoon, could you? He answers like it's second nature, just leave it there. 2 cups of coffee are placed on the table as Gwang-ik speaks up. Assistant manager, do you need any help? Lee Dong-hoon takes a sip of his coffee and declines. I feel bad making you do paperwork. Gwang-ik tries to insist he can do more, but then he can't hide his frustration. Is our team really just going to stop working? Dong-hun tries to defend them. We are working. Gwang-ik snaps back. Since when? Lee Dong-hun's voice trails off. Sometimes. Even though he has dark circles under his eyes, his smile is still weirdly motivating. When the team manager finally brings in a big mission, the group chat starts blowing up. Lee Kang-mo dinner with the whole team tonight. Dong-hun asks where. Kim Jong-ah, already knowing the drill, replies, got it. Lee Kang-mo says Lee Dong-hun's house. Gwang-ik is confused. We're really eating at a coworker's house. A little while later, they all head down into a basement. Gwang-ik is shocked. Wait, is this really the assistant manager's house? Lee Dong-hoon denies it. Of course not. Lee Kang-mo finally explains it to him. This is a meeting room outside the office. Its code name is Lee Dong-hun's house. The USB is plugged in and the projector is ready for this secret meeting. On the screen is a sparkling crystal. Lee Kang-mo stands up to lead the session. Listen up, he introduces it. This is a new material found in the Baekseon white hole. It's an object that contains aura. Gwang-ik immediately remembers. Aura is a type of energy that only someone with power can emit, and it's unlike any other ability. Lee Dong-hoon adds more info. You can channel aura into the stone to change its very energy. Lee Kang-mo agrees. Exactly. The analysis team says Axion stones will open up a whole new era of energy sources. Lee Dong-hoon continues. It seems not every stone has the same capacity. The manager gets excited. That's right. He switches slides. Of the ones found so far, the highest rank announced is AA. Lee Kang-mo starts bragging about its peak power. A single D-rank Axion stone can power a flight from Incheon to New York. The efficiency nearly doubles with every rank increase. An AA rank stone is powerful enough to take down an S-rank shifter. Gwang-ik is pretty stunned by this new information. Lee Dong-hoon double-checks. When you say announced, do you mean S-rank stones have been found but kept secret? Lee Kang-mo gives a slight nod. Lee Dong-hoon is curious. How many? I'm not sure, at least 50. He's shocked there are that many. The manager changes the slide and his expression turns serious. Psychics were the first to discover them. They tried to keep them for themselves, but someone in the company leaked the secret. He explains in detail. Because the info got out, the psychics asked for help from OFX. Harim's special Immortal force was tasked with guarding the Axion stones, receiving a few stones as payment for their protection. Lee Kang-mo spoke in a serious tone. This will strictly be a matter of negotiation and diplomacy. That's all the info from the meeting I attended today, so our dinner menu will be our only topic from now on. While clicking the remote, he continued presenting the plan for security team number 3. On the screen, the harvest plan for the Axion stones appeared, and while Lee Kang-mo's team was involved, one detail in the plan left everyone stunned. It was a four-man team, but two of them were missing from the roster. Lee Kang-mo turned to his assistant Dong-hoon. We can still add Kim Jeong-ah and Yu Gwang-ik to the list, right? Lee Dong-hyung knit his brows and thought, I'll look into it. If we want to create a scenario where we can intervene. But it seems like nothing can really stop these guys anyway. He flashed a confident smirk. Yes, it's definitely possible. Lee Kang-mo popped open his soda can in agreement. Good then. Suddenly, Yu Gwang-ik cut him off like a confused little lamb. By the way, what are we doing now, sir? Lee Kang-mo looked annoyed at being interrupted. Yu Gwang-ik tried to picture the work ahead, and then he let out a subtle, meaningful smile. The manager was confused. What are you grinning at? Yu Gwang-ik quickly denied it. Nothing. I just think it's pretty cool. Lee Kang-mo grumbled. I don't know why, but seeing you smile like that just rubs me the wrong way. He raised his soda can with determination. Regardless, we're going to get those Axion stones. 2 days later, in a desolate wasteland, the sound of a chase echoed. Stop right there. The commotion caught the attention of the guards nearby. I said stop. A sign hung on a tree reading restricted area, but a mysterious blue-haired man was already leaping rapidly through the branches. Behind this intruder, another set of footsteps followed in pursuit. Hey. The guard raised his rifle and shouted at the intruder. This is a restricted area. The person chasing from behind signaled them. Get out of the way. Yu Gwang-ik and Jeong-ah, fully geared up, lunged forward. This was the special Immortal force in action. The intruder, running for his life, shouted back in confusion as he headed toward a glowing white portal. You crazy bastards, why are you chasing me all the way into the white hole? Yu Gwang-ik and Dong Keenem Jeong-ah exchanged a quick glance. Jeong-ah feigned shock and planted her feet. Where did he go? Yu Gwang-ik gave a calculated, vague answer. I'm not sure. It looks like he went in there. The guards scrambled to stop them. Wait. Hey, you guys, but Yu Gwang-ik had already reached out and touched the portal. The guards screamed, don't go in there. But nothing could stop them now. Somewhere else, a monster took a bullet to the head and died instantly. A team of fully armed men with rifles began scanning every corner. Left entrance clear. Right entrance clear. No signs of invaders. Before them now stood trucks overflowing with Axion stones. One man signaled that they had located the divine Axion stones. We will begin moving them immediately. Everything was prepared, the drones were ready for transport, and Lee Kang-mo was also assigned to help move the stones. But he didn't seem focused. His mind was clearly elsewhere. Everything was going smoothly. It seemed that the chase and the thief running into the white hole were all part of the plan. Lee Kang-mo silently hoped that Lee Dong-hyung's side of the plan would be a success too. Lee Dong-hyung had researched it thoroughly. About 1 kilometer from the white hole, a suspect acting as a thief would be chased into the restricted area and accidentally enter the portal. Special forces are permitted to enter restricted zones during emergencies. On the other side, even though the guards had tried their best to stop them, those two pushed forward with the plan. Lee Dong-hyung was certain that whether the guards interfered or not, they had to make it. Lee Kang-mo focused all his thoughts into a prayer. You two, you have to get in there. As soon as Yu Gwang-ik and Jeong-ah stepped through the white hole, illusions began to manifest. The two of them started to feel the torment. Yu Gwang-ik was drowning in his own thoughts, his head spinning as if someone was twisting his skull like a top feeling, a heavy metallic weight pressing down on his shoulders. I'm gonna barf. A strange blurry face appeared before his eyes. What is this feeling? Where am I? No. I need to focus. The face slowly became clearer. It was a man with spiked red hair wearing a mask that covered half his face. Yu Gwang-ik snapped out of the illusion with a jolt. The red-haired man from the vision was actually standing right there. He growled, "Who the hell are you people?" Yu Gwang-ik stared at him. This feeling. The red-haired man got irritated because Yu Gwang-ik didn't answer. Is he mute? Another man behind him rushed to report the news. Invaders found Yu Gwang-ik assessed the situation. They looked quite formidable. Are they guards from a psychic company? Yu Gwang-ik turned to Jeong-ah for her opinion. Senior, are you okay? What should we do? Seeing she wasn't reacting, he called out again, Senior. The red-haired man angrily cut him off. These bastards just keep whispering to each other instead of answering. Hey, who are you, Yu Gwang-ik? It quickly came up with a cover story. We're from the special Immortal force. A criminal escaped into this area, so we tracked him here. The red-haired man looked puzzled. A criminal. He asserted that they were the only ones who had entered. Yu Gwang-ik smirked inwardly because it was all a lie, but he had to maintain control. Yu Gwang-ik questioned him, Are you harboring a high-profile criminal? He then declared his authority. From this moment on, the Special Immortal Force is taking partial command of this operation to apprehend a special criminal. The red-haired man's blood boiled and fire erupted from his hand to show off his power. What the hell? You think this is your house? Yu Gwang-ik was ready for a fight, speaking as if the man had already confessed. If that's how you're going to react. The red-haired man threatened, If you don't leave before I count to 3, all of you will. Yu Gwang-ik's eye didn't let him finish. He immediately initiated the plan to subdue the uncooperative target. With that, he popped the pin on a smoke grenade. The explosion made the red-haired man flinch and jump back. The support man behind him let out a startled cry, while Jung-ah, still barely conscious, raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her from behind, making her jump in alarm. Yu Gwang-ik reassured her, "It's me." The red-haired man, realizing he was stuck in a blind spot, started attacking wildly. "You bastard! Once I catch you, you're dead." While he was raging and searching, Yu Gwang-ik had already escaped, carrying Jung-ah on his back. On the other side, the transport was still going smoothly. The crates of Axion stones were being moved under heavy guard between two rows of soldiers. Lee Kang-mo suddenly cursed under his breath. "Damn it." A colleague next to him asked, "What's wrong? Is something up, Manager Lee Kang-mo?" He just brushed it off, saying there was too much dust. Memories of that meeting flashed back. Lee Kang-mo had arranged everything. "I will be the official one maintaining support for the main force, as well as overseeing the transport of the divine Axion stones. While that little incident is happening, Dong Kinam Jung-ah and the loser will steal a few boxes of the divine Axion stones." There was one more thing, a faint light glowing on Lee Kang-mo's chest, a magic charm. It sends a signal when the person carrying the other half of the charm is nearby. The signal being on meant that both of them had successfully infiltrated the white hole. There was one major flaw that really worried him: the signal would get incredibly weak if it got wet. Suddenly, the commander leading the transport team noticed a signal alert flashing on his wrist. He signaled that there was an unusual reading in the area. Up ahead, a legion of demons was lined up waiting in the thick swirling dust. They let out ferocious growls. An analyst identified them as number 12 orc demons. With more than 12 of them, the commander ordered his men to open fire. The demons, driven by a primal hunger, charged forward. Both sides realized this was a fight over resources. Empty shell casings rained onto the ground as everyone focused with intense precision. Meanwhile, in another part of this world, a demon fish with a terrifying set of teeth was howling in hunger. This was number 22, the caterpillar fish. Its eyes glowed a piercing red as it locked onto its prey. That prey was none other than Yu Gwang-ik. The caterpillar fish unhinged its massive jaw, ready to snap him up, but Yu Gwang-ik gripped his small dagger tight and lunged upward. With expert precision, he sliced a long, deep gash from the creature's head all the way to its tail. The monster thrashed violently, swinging its spiked tail to strike back. Yu Gwang-ik barely managed to dodge, but he couldn't completely avoid the impact. He stabbed his blade hard into its tail and ripped downward completely, stripping the creature of its ability to swim. He backed away, leaving the fish to writhe in agony. Kim Jong-ah remained almost motionless, but she was rapidly processing everything she saw. She was absolutely stunned by what was happening. Normally, it takes me 45 minutes just to stand up, walk, hear, and get my bearings when first entering the other world. Even immortals have to travel between worlds dozens of times before they can shake off the initial headache within 5 minutes. Even then, they still need at least half an hour before they're ready to fight. Kim Jong-ah was overwhelmed by Yu Gwang-ik's sheer power. She realized she had been naive. She thought the best-case scenario would be taking out the psychic company's people in 2 days, but he had finished them off instantly with a single smoke bomb. And now, she was witnessing even more surprises. Yu Gwang-ik was carrying the whole team. He was testing out the skills he'd just learned against an invader he'd never even seen before. Kim Jong-ah hesitated, wondering if she should step in. She watched Yu Gwang-ik catch his breath after taking down the monster, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Just how many more surprises does this guy have? Yu Gwang-ik's voice snapped Kim Jong-ah out of her thoughts. Hey, senior, he was eager to see how his strength stacked up against others. How many immortals would it usually take to capture a number 22? Kim Jong-ah gave a short, blunt answer. Too many to count. Yu Gwang-ik pouted playfully. Man, you're so cold. He sheathed his dagger. That's okay. I can wait until the mission's a success to get my praise. Yu Gwang-ik looked genuinely excited and refreshed. Let's keep moving. A day after entering the rift, Yu Gwang-ik and Kim Jong-ah walked together through the howling wind. Yu Gwang-ik lowered his voice and said, Senior, I think there's a small cave behind this hill. We should hold up there for the night. Kim Jong-ah and Yu Gwang-ik's plan was to track their targets and wait for orders. Earlier, Lee Kang-mo had told them with a serious face, follow the soldiers, moving the spirit pulse stones and stay ahead of their route. Go there and wait. Whether it's big or small, something is bound to go sideways. Use that chaos to snatch the stones. Before long night fell, the two of them took shelter in a cave sitting around a crackling fire. Yu Gwang-ik frowned slightly. Sometimes I think our manager is a little bit crazy. Kim Jong-ah replied in a low voice. Not just sometimes. It's all the time. Wait, really? Yeah, I see it constantly. I knew it. Fast forward to the fourth night in the rift, and they were still hunkered down in the cave. Yu Gwang-ik lay in his sleeping bag, his eyes wide open as he thought to himself. They still haven't shown up today. Plus, being stuck in this tiny cave with a woman, he couldn't help but feel like some kind of bond was inevitable. Then he started wondering, why is she even doing this when she isn't even an immortal? He couldn't resist asking, Senior, are you asleep? Immediately, Kim Jong-ah's voice rang out. What I wanted to ask you something. She turned her head to look at him. Why did you choose this line of work? Kim Jong-ah didn't answer right away, instead asking him back. What about you? He paused for a moment thinking. World peace. She went silent for a bit before whispering payback. But Yu Gwang-ik didn't seem surprised at all. World peace and payback. I guess we really are opposites. Just go to sleep. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and they both bolted upright. Kim Jong-ah whispered, how many two? It turned out there were two guys outside scouting the area. The outsiders quickly realized someone was there. Don't move. Both sides had their guns leveled at each other. Drop your weapons and step toward us slowly. Kim Jong-ah slowly complied, setting her gun on the ground. She asked, who are you people? They didn't answer and barked back. That's what I should be asking you. Where did you come from? Are you alone? Just as he finished speaking, Yu Gwang-ik lunged out of the shadows. He slammed one man's head hard against the stone wall. The other guy, holding the gun, froze in shock. Kim Jong-ah seized the moment, lunging forward to grab his gun hand. The tables were completely turned. Freeze. After restraining them, they began the interrogation. An automatic rifle and a radio. That means there's a sniper too. What are you here for? Is there anyone else with you? The guys remained stubborn, snapping back. What the hell are you talking about? We're just here to make some quick cash by taking out a few intruders. Yu Gwang-ik thought to himself, freelancers. Why would they show up right now? No, that can't be it. These guys have the same idea we do. They're here to steal the spirit pulse stones. He frowned, remembering Lee Kang-mo's warning. Something is bound to go sideways. Just an accident. Looking at how prepared these guys were, this wasn't just some random incident. Yu Gwang-ik whispered, senior change of plans. Meanwhile, in another location, wind and sand were blowing everywhere, making visibility nearly zero. Lee Kang-mo scowled and muttered, what the hell? This is a surprise. Prometheus, I thought the higher-ups didn't care about the spirit pulse stones. The man laughed confidently and replied, I'm glad to see you, you little worm, and your freakish mutant friends. If you're smart, you'll hand over the goods and get lost. If you do, I'll be merciful and only kill half of you. Lee Kang-mo bit his lip, thinking to himself, this is bad. That bastard has the advantage of both timing and location. He even brought no Pudu the woodcutter. I didn't expect someone that powerful to show up. While he was deep in thought, another person spoke up in a low tone. I'll admit the spirit pulse stones are amazing, but are they really worth the woodcutter himself showing his face? He took the chance to signal the team behind his cheat back. Lee Kang-mo, we have to buy some time. Keep him here. Then Lee Kang-mo actually chimed in saying, is our little baby Biao Du bored lately? Hearing that the guy growled, I'm 2 years older than you, Lee Kang-mo. What does age even matter when you act like a damn child? Biao Du mocked his tone and shot back. Looks like you don't realize the mess you're in, little Lee Kang-mo. But Lee Kang-mo just answered him bluntly. Oh, I understand perfectly. I heard our baby Biao Du was busy running away to the Philippines. When did you even crawl back to Korea? Didn't I tell you the next time I saw you, I'd rip your head off? They kept bickering back and forth. You little brat, I'm 2 years older. You're the kid here. You better behave just because you're still brothers with a human. Brat Biao Du hissed, unable to take it anymore. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly rang out, enough, followed by the sound of others groaning in pain. Lee Kang-mo and the others quickly turned toward the noise. You're making a mistake. Do you really think things will change? Just because a few of you managed to hide your presence and escape, Rose stood there with a crowd blocking their path. There's no way you're leaving here in one piece. Give up. With that, she snapped her fingers as a signal. Lee Kang-mo didn't look surprised or panicked at all. He thought to himself they knew exactly how many we were and where we were headed. Information must have leaked. There's definitely a spy among us. On the other side, someone used a walkie-talkie to contact another unit. Kill code initiate. Lee Kang-mo bit his lip, calculating his moves. Should I just force my way through? I could escape on my own with the stones, but if I do that, less than 25% of my people will survive. I don't like those odds. Just then, a voice came over the radio. Malay Star has sight of the target. Plan middle P-Dog baby start. Lee Kang-mo looked stunned. Even the guy holding the radio had no idea what the hell the other person was saying. What are you talking about? Just start shooting. Only seconds later, a bullet flew down from above and struck him right in the leg. A blood-curdling scream followed. Rose watched the scene unfold, completely dazed. What the hell? Lee Kang-mo smiled, slightly cutting her off. Middle pick means Lee Kang-mo. Dog baby means bastard. It's such a lame pun. But it's not bad, kid. She frowned and looked up. A sniper's scope was aimed precisely at her, and the ones holding the guns were none other than Dong Kinam, Jeong-ah, and Yu Gwang-ik. A few hours before the ambush, two figures appeared on the cliffside. Two enemy snipers were scanning the distance. Huh, did you hear something? The guy with the buzz cut asked, looking into the distance. Is it the invaders? I don't see any signal. But before the bald guy next to him could finish his sentence, he noticed a glowing object above his head. I definitely heard something. Out of nowhere, a mysterious shadow appeared and pinned the bald guy to the ground. The other guy's eyes widened in terror. What? The person's blade was incredibly sharp, lunging forward and slicing the gun barrel clean in half, leaving him paralyzed with fear. The bald guy on the ground kept screaming, Who are you? Do you even know what's going on? Yu Gwang-ik looked down at them coldly. We're the ones asking questions. You just need to answer. Before long, both of them were tied up tightly on the ground. He looked around. A super sniper and an immortal half-blood guardian. This is the 5th spot. Should we look for more? Jung replied to him. We've checked every possible vantage point. Yeah, looks like they weren't lying. No more snipers here. Yu Gwang-ik then spoke into the radio to report. Kill code, start aiming. They seem ready. Dong Ki-nam Jong-ah slammed the bag in her hand onto the ground. Then we should get ready too. Looking at the bag, he asked curiously, Oh, is that your main weapon? She proudly pulled out her gun. Say hello to my little friend, the sea hippo. Back to the present, the enemy sniper on the ground was groaning in pain, making Rose wary. All our snipers were taken out. Who did this? Suddenly, a commanding voice shouted, Immortal Special Forces battle formation. They quickly lined up, raising their heavy shields. Rose suddenly turned and started running. Damn it, the RF code inside the radio responded quickly, reporting in, We're here. Who is that guy? The voice on the other end replied playfully. 185 centimeters tall, extremely charming and cute. A man who's great at home and even better at work. It turned out Yu Gwang-ik was on the other end. He was mocking her. Being teased by a masterpiece of a gentleman made her blood boil. You bastard, she ordered her soldiers to kill them all. Bullets rained down towards Yu Gwang-ik. Rose turned to her team, asking for their coordinates to send the Vivi 7. But he wasn't going to give them a chance to escape. Where do you think you're going? A bullet was fired, but a man suddenly lunged forward to block it for him. Her voice turned sarcastic. That's your enemy, you know. Lee Kang-mo's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Big brother's pretty busy, huh? We'll talk later. The guy gritted his teeth in fury. You bastard, don't you dare call me brother. Yu Gwang-ik shot back immediately. You're the bastard. That one line made the guy's eyes bulge with rage. Biao-du lunged forward, wielding 2 sharp axes. Jung's gun muzzle didn't stop spitting fire. Then a voice announced they could move to the next point. A noise in the distance caught his attention. Blood Wolf and 2 of his cronies were approaching. Their eyes were fixed on Yu Gwang-ik and Jung. Suddenly, he realized their secret. What? They need to push us back quickly to regain the advantage in this fight. The guy walked up, talking big. Took a while to find you. You keep moving around. But they only sent 3 people, and the 2 behind him didn't even look like warriors. Seeing Yu Gwang-ik stay silent, the guy grew impatient. Hey, by the way, Blood Wolf noticed Jong-ah standing behind him. What's your relationship with that girl back there? Yu Gwang-ik's voice was full of mockery. She's the one who used to rest her legs on me. That remark sent him over the edge. A punk like you. What the hell did you say? Blood Wolf lunged like a hungry fox. How dare you? He threw a punch, but Yu Gwang-ik dodged to the side. Suddenly, a razor-sharp spike sprouted from his elbow. Looking at it, Yu Gwang-ik was stunned. Is that fur growing out of his elbow? Before he could think, Blood Wolf landed a heavy blow. Yu Gwang-ik was knocked back several steps. Their eyes met, glaring at each other like mortal enemies. From behind, Jong-ah quickly drew her gun and aimed straight at him. She was stunned by his sheer speed as he tracked the barrel's movement and dodged effortlessly. That bastard Vivi B7 has insane reflexes. The Blood Wolf's fist swung with incredible velocity, but that was just the opening act. He started throwing punches like a total madman at anyone in sight. Suddenly, his massive hand clamped down firmly on the man's arm. He was caught completely off guard. You. The Blood Wolf growled, his voice rasping. Get out of my way, you bastard. He had already shifted into a monster with razor-sharp fangs. She's my real target. You're just the dessert. The sight left Gwang-yi completely stunned. This freak was a shifter. And after transforming, his strength hit a whole new level. With a brutal shove, the monster sent him flying to the side. Jong-ah stayed on high alert, her grip tightening on her gun. Damn those Prometheus bastards. Those crooked teeth and that patchy fur. I'm certain this is some kind of mixed blood shifter cooked up in a lab. Gwang-yi shook it off and stood up, shielding her. Get behind me. We have to fight this thing together. You can't take him alone. Before Jong-ah could even finish her sentence, the battle raged on. Her eyes followed him silently as someone stepped in to block the Blood Wolf's path. The monster was livid, his mouth dripping with saliva. What's your name? You hungry for something? Gwang-yi's footsteps came to a halt. Because you guys are nothing but food to me. Judging by this undying soul energy, I can tell, even without asking, this bastard isn't some special mixed blood. He's completely lost his mind, driven by nothing but pure mindless hunger. A monster created by human hands. Looking at him, Gwang-yi couldn't help but feel a surge of annoyance. How irritating. The Blood Wolf bared his fangs and lunged at Gwang-yi with a feral roar. The beast managed to land a bite on his arm, shredding through his sleeve. But right then a flash of blue light erupted right in front of him. He violently hurled Gwang-yi to the side. He slid across the ground, barely stopping in time. So this guy is the only one they sent to take us out. The others seemed to be just watching. Standing there, he sized the monster up. I guess they thought this one freak was enough to handle us. Suddenly, the monster let out a bone-chilling howl like a lunatic. Jiang, standing nearby, was paralyzed with shock. What a terrifying bloodlust. I can't even move my body. Her heart raced with worry for Gwang-yi. Could he really handle this alone? The monster's face continued to contort, turning into something even more demonic and cruel. He lightly stepped aside, dodging the incoming strike. Sorry, he thought to himself, but I've dealt with things like you before. A hail of bullets rained down on the blood wolf. As the rounds hit, his eyes flared with a murderous glint. With a swift move, he managed to knock the gun right out of Gwang-yi's hand. The monster didn't stop lunging forward again with his claws out, but Gwang-yi wasn't surprised by the beast's incredible agility at all. He took a massive risk charging in unarmed. The monster's body seemed completely indifferent to pain, showing no signs of slowing down. Watching this, Gwang-yi's eyes narrowed with suspicion. This was the blood wolf, and he was locked in a life-or-death struggle. It felt like an explosive fire was surging through the monster's body. That energy radiated outward, instantly healing the wounds he had inflicted. Gwang-yi quickly realized what it was, shaping an ability that lets someone manipulate their own bone structure. I hate to admit it, but he really is a lab-grown mixed blood. Within seconds, the surrounding soldiers were wiped out, falling one by one until only Biao Du and Gwang-yi were left standing. Gwang-yi let out a mocking laugh. Did that woman just call you VVB7? That sounds more like a name for a cheap toy, don't you think? What is it? The man sneered back. What are you worried about your little friend? Gwang-yi replied with a flat, calm voice. I guess so. I'm just hoping one of them gets their ass kicked. Sounds nice. The man's face twisted with murderous intent. I don't know how many people you have on your side, but we sent someone who can't be beaten, not even by a whole army. Biao Du didn't waste any more words. He gripped his massive axe and charged. I'm certain your friend is going to end up in his stomach. Hearing that, Gwang-yi let out a soft smirk. An army, please. He let out a furious shout. This guy isn't even strong enough to lay a finger on us. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed past him. With the shaping ability to harden his body and the incredible physical power of a shifter, the blood wolf unleashed a relentless claw attack on Gwang-yi. Those are some pretty dangerous skills you've got there. He didn't panic for a second. But I've got a skill of my own, one I taught myself, hidden presence. The monster's eyes glowed red, seemingly sensing the incoming attack. He suddenly stopped and looked around frantically, trying to spot his target. Gwang-yi launched a surprise attack from behind, catching him completely off guard. With a calm expression, he looked the beast in the eye. The blood wolf could do nothing but howl in agony. Next, he used a distraction technique to fracture the monster's focus. The blood wolf's body quickly began to crumble under the weight of those strikes. Your body is pretty tough, I'll give you that. A contemptuous smile played on Gwang-yi's lips. But that just means I have to keep hitting you until you shatter into pieces. Enraged, the monster glared at him with eyes full of pure malice. Even with his body breaking apart, the blood wolf lunged forward once more. Gwang-yi just watched him with a cold, indifferent gaze. He sharpened his senses, focusing entirely on a single living target to predict its every move. By just watching the creature's muscle twitches and eye movements, even as the attacks came at lightning speed, the blood wolf suddenly felt something was wrong. Gwang-yi's hand shot up into the air and clenched into a tight fist. Without a shred of mercy, he drove a devastating punch straight into the monster. And just like that, the rampaging beast was dealt with. He let out a long, exhausted sigh and sat down right next to the blood wolf's corpse. Man and beat. The soldiers stood there in a daze, weapons in hand. The bastard's tired, let's finish him off. With that, they rushed toward him. Seeing them coming, a smirk touched his lips as he turned to mock them. And here I was worried you guys would run away. In an instant, they were all taken down. Damn it. The last one remaining started spraying bullets at him like a torrential rain. Gwang-yi bolted toward the downed man as fast as he could. His voice was surprisingly gentle as he tried to calm him down. Relax. I don't really enjoy the killing part either. He gripped the man's mask hard, leaving him groaning and unable to speak. Get out of the way. Before he could say another word, Jiang put a bullet straight through the guy's head. She then explained, That's a suicide bomber from Prometheus. You almost got your hand blown off. Jiang said softly, I trust you. She turned to leave, adding, I knew you'd dodge that, and this too. And just like that, she left him behind. The situation was finally under control. Prometheus. Let's get moving. He remained silent, saying nothing at all. I actually managed to get a compliment, huh? Even though I have no clue how the mission even succeeded, those guys over here were quick to pull everyone together. Li Kangmo recalled what Pooh said, I'll let you go this time. Even while he was tucking tail and running, he was still so damn arrogant. He was about to leave when he was asked who that person was. Manager Li Kangmo, the guy who took out Prometheus' sniper. He bragged with pride. That's Dong Kinam, Jiang and Yu Gwang-ik from Security Team 3. They're my subordinates. I see. He couldn't help but think it over. After all, they did save us, and he wasn't the type to just forget an employee's outstanding performance. He hoped those two would get some solid evaluations. As they were walking along, they were suddenly stopped. Wait, you immortals. you're still here. After the battle, Lee Kang-mo was rummaging through a supply crate while no one was looking. Lee Dong-hoon smiled and said, led them to another world through a white hole to catch a criminal. He must have been running pretty damn fast, huh? Good job. Dong-hoon, write up the report tomorrow. For today, just head on home. Gwang-ik frowned, wanting to say something back, but he thought to himself, how am I supposed to tell him the mission was actually a failure? Lee Dong-hoon didn't seem to care and happily packed his stuff to leave. Humming to himself, I get to head out early today too. Seeing that Gwang-ik didn't say anything else. Or maybe it was better not to. Then Gwang-ik and Jung-ah left the office together. Do people even realize that employee satisfaction is way higher when you live close to work? That's why I love the dorms, it's only a 5-minute walk. He glanced over at her. You're heading that way, right? Well, it turns out Dong Kinam Jung-ah was talking about today as well. Hearing that Gwang-ik asked, yeah, what about today? She turned her head away and said, I trusted you. After saying that, Jung-ah walked straight ahead. She hurried back to her apartment. As soon as she stepped through the door, Jung-ah collapsed onto the floor. She was gasping for air, her face turning pale in an instant. Side effects of the special medicine. At least it's not as bad as I thought. I didn't use much the first time thanks to a certain someone. I told him I trusted him. Why the hell did I even say that? Twice in a row even. Jung-ah felt more and more exhausted. She asked herself, is it because I feel guilty? If he were just a normal immortal, would he have been fooled by a shapeshifter? She remembered Gwang-ik's question from before. He definitely wasn't normal, that was for sure. Maybe I'll ask him out for dinner sometime. The scene shifts to the next morning. Gwang-ik stood in front of a massive building, letting out a heavy sigh. Now what? We finished stealing the divine mirror stones. The company probably kept a lid on it, but I couldn't. They saw me there. He thought with a serious look, I just need to keep my mouth shut about what happened in the other world. I have to come up with some kind of excuse. A moment later, the girl in charge of reviewing his paperwork whispered, everything looks fine. You're good to go. There were some complaints from the association, but in the end, what you guys did was completely justified. Gwang-ik didn't expect this at all. Wait, what? It turned out they didn't have a huge reaction to it. There were just some slightly negative comments. How'd you get promoted? You got connections or something? Yeah, if possible, please let me know along with Miho Jung. That wasn't the best way to get the job done, but congratulations anyway. Good job, man. Gwang-ik stared blankly after reading it. Huh. Suddenly, Lee Dong-hoon appeared right behind him. The company decided to reward us with even more divine mirror stones. If it wasn't for you two, the mission would have been a total failure. Hey, you did an incredible job back in the other world. The promotion is just a reward for that. Right then, another voice rang out, Yu Gwang-ik. The person who spoke was the security director of the R&D Center, the one who led the main team back then. Without beating around the bush, he handed Gwang-ik a gun. Thank you. Lee Dong-hoon quickly recognized it. Ah, it's a slack night. He asked in a low voice, why are you giving this to me? The director smiled and replied, because we wanted to show our gratitude to you. With that, he turned and left. Lee Dong-hoon grinned and said, this thing is worth at least $10,000. But since it's from him, I bet it's worth way more than that. Gwang-ik was completely stunned. His eyes widened as he stared at the gun in his hand. Lee Dong-hoon continued, hey, listen up. You and Jung-ah are both getting promoted. Lee Kang-mo chimed in from the side, stinking with joy, aren't you? Gwang-ik was practically glowing with happiness, but he said, no, it was just luck. I didn't really contribute much. It's all thanks to Sunbai and you. But Lee Kang-mo flatly replied, yeah, right. You really think this is the right time to celebrate? This is exactly why I call you a stinker. Hearing that, Gwang-ik whispered to Lee Dong-hoon, is he just jealous of me? But he just patted his shoulder as a reminder. Just write the report. Gwang-ik thought to himself, he's such a buzzkill. Whatever, let's just get this report done. A great report is an honest one. Then his expression suddenly turned serious. He just remembered that the ambush failed because he and Sunbai showed up at the exact right time. More people would have survived if everything had gone according to plan. But if that happened, things would have taken a completely different turn. Gwang-ik frowned, remembering Lee Kang-mo's question. Do you really think this is the right time to celebrate? What did he mean by that? Looking back at the whole situation, there was only one reason for it. He quickly typed into the report. Information was leaked. There's likely a spy within the Immortal forces, especially after carefully checking the details he had. The scene shifts to a week later. Damn it. At some restaurant, Lee Kang-mo was gritting his teeth and shouting. The higher-ups always rake in the cash while the underlings work like dogs. He downed his entire drink in one go. Another one. But Lee Dong-hoon and Gwang-ik both stopped him. It's not worth it. Knock it off, man. Hearing that, he complained, why are you being so strict? You just got promoted. Gwang-ik watched as Lee Dong-hoon ordered 4 more plates of pork belly, his face turning pale. I'm going to go bankrupt just from this one meal. But they didn't pay any attention to him. Hey, we're out of soju, bring us 4 more bottles. Lee Kang-mo's face was now beet red from the alcohol. He kept muttering under his breath. There's an inside man in this damn company too. Should we just go catch him right now? Gwang-ik then asked, don't you think it might be someone at the top? He stared with wide eyes looking, surprised. Holy crap, you're a genius. He had never even considered that possibility. They'll write a whole long report about it. I wonder what they'd say if I actually sent that report to them. Oh right, we get it. But look at this point, that's just a minor detail. Little slip-ups like that happen once in a while, you know. I mean, sure it sounds serious, but we'd save ourselves a ton of trouble if we just stopped worrying about it. So basically, screw it. That's exactly how those guys would put it, got it? As Yu Gwang-ik listened, his face twisted in annoyance. He thought to himself, why the hell are you only telling me this, you jerk? As the night grew later, Yu Gwang-ik slowly trudged away from the restaurant to head home. He remembered Lee Kang-mo's disgruntled face. Wait, what? We just left the house. He couldn't help but wonder. His salary is higher than mine, so what exactly is he spending all his money on? Earlier, during the meal, Lee Dong-hoon mentioned that terrorists these days have changed a lot. They even have their own savings companies. What if they aren't depositing their money there, though? Like, what if they're stashing away money stolen from the higher-ups? A drunk Lee Kang-mo shouted. Then nobody would even need to work for the company anymore. To hell with it. Yu Gwang-ik fell into deep thought. He pulled out his phone and called his dad. Hello? No, nothing's wrong. I'm just calling to see how you're doing. I see. His father asked with a chuckle. So you're saying this is the only time you can call to check in? His mother, who was busy cleaning, called out from the background. Is that our son? Yu Gwang-ik quickly replied. Sorry, Mom. I'll call more often. Anyway. Dad, there's this bad guy that everyone knows about, but no one can touch him. What should I do? Hearing that, his dad asked, wait, are you picking a fight with the heir to Samsung or something? Because if so, we might need to stay away from each other for a while. Feeling a bit helpless, he replied, no, it's not like that. They're stopping me from going for the head, though. Yeah, you could say that. Then hit him in the shins. The shins? Yeah, the shins. Yu Gwang-ik was a bit bewildered. So, if I can't hit the head, go for the shins. He then hung up saying, I'll call you back later, Dad. After his mom said something, Yu Gwang-ik quickly dialed Lee Kang-mo. What's up? Where are you? Lee Kang-mo replied, I didn't think you'd actually show up. I'm at that bar by the house from the other day. But if you come, you're paying. Before he could even finish, Yu Gwang-ik cut him off. Manager, why do you think he's the mole? Yu Gwang-ik rushed toward the bar, his mind racing. There's definitely an insider. Hypothesis number 1, the insider could be one of the higher-ups who's out of reach for the Manhwa security team. Hypothesis number 2, the guy has absolutely no direct ties to Prometheus. If he were a Prometheus loyalist, the government would have definitely taken action, even if he were a high-ranking official. Hypothesis number 3, the guy is just working with Prometheus. The reason he worked with Prometheus without being one of them leads to hypothesis number 4. His ultimate goal is money. Yu Gwang-ik lowered his voice and spoke to Lee Kang-mo. You said it before, those higher-ups are trying to hide their cash. Maybe a terrorist group like Prometheus is holding their money for them, and in exchange, they turn a blind eye to the group's activities. Makes sense, right? Lee Kang-mo's expression suddenly turned serious. Where are you? Just as he finished the sentence, Yu Gwang-ik burst into the bar from outside. If we can't go for the head, we go for the shins. Why don't we just steal that insider's money? Lee Dong-hoon saw him and asked, I thought you went home. What's he doing here tomorrow? Lee Kang-mo smirked and said, we'll discuss this tomorrow. Cut to a certain bank. Thank you for visiting us today. The bank staff all noticed a man dressed entirely in black, covered from head to toe. A security guard stepped forward, wondering to himself, what the hell is this? When did he even get in here? Who are you? To his surprise, the man pulled out a gun without saying a word. Then, without hesitation, he shot the guard straight in the legs. Suddenly, another guard appeared out of nowhere behind him. That guard bared sharp teeth and bared a set of strangely long claws. Who the hell do you think you are? But the intruder easily landed a heavy kick to the guard's face. The guy collapsed, instantly tumbling to the floor. Not stopping there, the man in black pulled a long gun out of his bag. He pressed it right against the head of a staff member who was trying to reach for the panic button under the desk. Don't worry about the alarm, I'll set it off for you. As soon as he said that, he started firing wildly. Everyone in the bank huddled down, clutching their heads in terror. Everyone, hands behind your heads and get down. Not a single sound. If I hear so much as a scream or a whisper, I'll blow your brains out. Start praying for your lives. Don't move and don't even think about anything. The scene shifts to Money and SEP, the second largest financial group, which handles private loans and operates a bank. Lee Dong-hoon said in a low voice, it was founded by the terrorist organization Prometheus. Including the first one, there are 3 locations in total. Let's get him. That's what you were going to say, right? Sitting right in front of him was Yu Gwang-ik. He frowned slightly and replied, well, normally we would trace the source and monitor the money flow with the help of the Financial Services Commission. But there's no way that's going to work this time. Besides, we don't have much time. So let's just go with the fastest way possible. If we can't take out the imposter quietly, we'll just have to go in heavy-handed. Kim Jeong-ah and Lee Kang-mo both stared back with blank, bewildered expressions. Yu Gwang-ik couldn't help but ask, what's with those faces? That's actually impressive. I'm in. Guess you're not a total idiot after all. Everyone chimed in one after another. Yu Gwang-ik let out a tired sigh. Seriously, do you guys really think I'm that much of an idiot? Lee Dong-hoon replied nonchalantly, you should look at how you used to be. Old Yu Gwang-ik did nothing but doze off all day long. You complain about being some prince from an oil-rich nation and get into fights. What an idiot. Despite that, he insisted I thought I'd already left. An impression on everyone that I'm actually quite brilliant. Lee Dong-hoon flatly retorted, actual smart kids don't go around saying things like that. Lee Kang-mo turned serious and asked in a low voice, so what's the reason? Why did you bring up the imposter? Yu Gwang-ik replied without holding back. It just hit me after hearing you complain every single day. Our team manager basically got robbed of everything. And essentially, you were robbed too. Regarding the neural strike plan when you realized the enemy's invasion, Lee Dong-hoon agreed with you. Exactly. Yu Gwang-ik put on an incredibly serious face and said, I'm a loyal guy, so I've been thinking. I asked myself what I could possibly do for. Lee Kang-mo was furious at first when his company stole his teammates' hard work, but now he doesn't even react anymore. He quickly barked out an order. Lee Dong-hoon, get a plan written up. Dong-hoon asked sluggishly, what about the permit? I'll handle it. Kim Jeong-ah, go dig up more intel. Drag out those liars. Understood. Yu Gwang-ik heard that and asked, what about me? Lee Kang-mo smiled and pointed right at him. Just look at your face, you're clearly the main character. Yu Gwang-ik was completely baffled by his words. Switching scenes, did you find that bastard yet? We checked every camera in the area, but we haven't found anything new. The security team is patrolling around the money and bank trying to gather evidence on that terrorist. He cracked the safe in under 5 minutes and used camera blind spots to escape. He's definitely a special species. Who the hell is this guy? Captain, we have an emergency. Yeah, I know. No, it's not that. The money and branch in the Suya area has also been. The captain's eyes widened in shock. At the Suya branch, every single cent in the bank had been burned to ashes. The terrorist slowly walked out from the inside. As it turns out, this terrorist was none other than Yu Gwang-ik himself. He thought to himself that he was the one who made the suggestion, but Lee Kang-mo was truly insane. Lee Kang-mo had told him earlier, I bet they won't. Ever imagine we'd hit 2 locations in a single day? The others stared at the fire, lighting up the area, unable to believe their eyes. Did you really just burn all that money? Are you out of your mind? Yu Gwang-ik replied nonchalantly. Probably. Adios. He didn't linger and sprinted away. In a flash, he ducked into an alley, quickly changed his clothes, and walked out carrying 2 bags. Outside, Kim Jeong-ah was already waiting on a motorcycle. She took off her helmet and said, hop on. Let's head back and try not to cause a scene. Looking back a bit, when the high-level leader heard Lee Kang-mo's plan, he said, my head will be on the chopping block if I authorize a crazy plan like this. But Lee Kang-mo replied firmly, if we fail this final mission, we're all dead anyway, myself included. That incident forced so many people out of work for months. The targets are Money N and Hapjeong, Seongsu, and Gangnam. Of course, we'll make sure no civilians get hurt. With the disappearance of the Immortal Special Forces and the Psychic Association, if we start here, the others won't suspect a thing. We have to retaliate. The leader finally gave in. Fine, do whatever you want, but I'm staying out of it. Currently, news of the bank occupation is blowing up on the Money N platform. 2 terrorist attacks in one day. The culprit is still out there. According to the Donglo News, they haven't been able to identify the suspect. Money N branches in Hapjeong and Seongsu were both hit. The perpetrator hit 2 banks in just 10 minutes. The security system proved to be incredibly weak, especially with the recent rise in special species crimes. Is there a solution to this? The Shop News reported the incident at 2 Money N banks. Both locations were robbed, leaving the residents in shock. After reading the news, the leader was stunned. Those lunatics. They actually did it. As for Yu Gwang-ik, now that everything seemed to go smoothly, he said cheerfully, thanks for the meal. Manager Lee Kang-mo was gritting his teeth in rage. You absolute idiot, I told you to take at least a little bit of the cash. Yu Gwang-ik just laughed and said, no way, I can't become a common thief. Lee Kang-mo clicked his tongue. As if that money wasn't illegal in the first place. Yu Gwang-ik noticed Kim Jeong-ah kept hanging her head, so he asked, Senior, are you drunk already? She mumbled back, we really punched those bastards right in the face. It feels so damn good. I hope one day you'll help me smash the captain's face in 2. Just then Lee Kang-mo whispered a warning. There's still one more thing, don't get too relaxed. Especially you newbie. Look at that, Lee Dong-hoon laughed and nudged Yu Gwang-ik. Now you're the new guy instead of that brat. Congrats. Yu Gwang-ik didn't feel happy at all. I don't really appreciate a congrats like that. But still, he finally felt like he was truly part of the team. The next morning at headquarters, a colleague saw Yu Gwang-ik's bright face and couldn't help asking, did something good happen? He smiled and replied, nothing much. It's written all over your face. I just washed my face, that's all. Forget it. The 2 stepped out of the elevator together. At that moment, there were strangers in the office. Da Ram faced Lee Kang-mo with a cold expression. Do you have anything to say for yourselves? Lee Dong-hoon frowned and spoke up. This is pointless. But she cut him off sharply. I'm talking to manager Lee Kang-mo. Yu Gwang-ik walked in and asked, what's going on? Daram looked at him and said, an internal corruption investigation. Is the newbie involved in this too? Lee Kang-mo smirked. He's only been here for 6 months. What could he possibly know about corruption? Daram glared at him. Save the attitude for your superiors. Then they turned to leave. Kim Jong-ma, Lee Dong-hoon, Lee Kang-mo, and the others all followed behind. As Lee Kang-mo passed Yu Gwang-ik, he whispered, just do your job, kid. The higher-ups just ordered an investigation into internal corruption. Why isn't there any detailed info? Working in this field means we often have to do dangerous and illegal things. If you dig too deep, we'll all get caught. A colleague whispered to Yu Gwang-ik. Hearing that, Yu Gwang-ik asked, what if we're exposed? If you're lucky, you'll just be fired or suspended. If you're unlucky, you'll end up a criminal. And where do criminals go? Yu Gwang-ik thought in silence. They had even resorted to robbing a bank just to catch an imposter, and now the entire management team was being interrogated. There was no way this was a coincidence. He asked again, then what will happen to me? The colleague said bluntly. This will be the manager's last act of heroism. Just pretend you don't know anything. Keep your mouth shut. Don't do anything but breathe. With that, he turned and walked away. Yu Gwang-ik opened his phone and saw a message from the headquarters leader. What have you guys done? Was it for the money or to protect what you've already done? He couldn't help but sigh. Did I just do something stupid? Damn it, my plan was to catch that imposter, but I ended up putting my teammates in this mess. What should I do now? Right for the research, I still have to secure the money and protect the main site. Transition to the interrogation room. Do you admit you have more than this? Even if only half of these documents are true, you're looking at least 10 years in prison. Donnie Bong responded without a shred of fear. I have no idea what you're talking about. The superior wasn't at all surprised by his defiant attitude. Don't go making things even more complicated. If you just admit to these few charges, we'll take care of the rest. Donnie Bong frowned as he picked up the stack of papers left on the desk. I'm asking who requested this investigation. Hearing that, the man replied, look, Manager Lai Donnie Bong, there are things going on here that even the CEO doesn't know about. A lot of this is just based on speculation. Am I right? Things are only going to get harder for you if you keep acting like this. You know how it is. But Donnie Bong remained as nonchalant as ever, tossing the papers back onto the desk. You weren't going to let this slide easily anyway, were you? There's going to be a trial. Is that really what you want? He flinched for a split second when, in 2 days, Donnie Bong thought grimly to himself. 2 days isn't enough time. That means I've only got one trump card left. The scene shifts to another high-level office. Nam Bong-jin sat with his back to the door and said in a low voice, even if I'm a friendly guy, I'm still the CEO. Did you just wander in here from somewhere just because you wanted to chat? Isn't that a bit too casual? The employee Yu Gwang-ik asked directly without a hint of fear. You've been keeping tabs on me all this time, haven't you? I don't know why, but there must be a reason. I want to prove what that reason is, so please trust me and let me do this one thing. Hearing this, the man smirked as he looked at him. Within 2 days, there will be a trial for the members of the 3rd security team. You'll be excluded from it, so you only have 40 hours left. But you want to rob the bank of 2,000 people, a terrorist without any support, and bring that imposter here. No, that's not what I said. Don't you realize you have to do at least that much for me to even consider this plan? But I should at least get a little bit of support. Nam Bong-jin replied with a smile. No support. You just said you were going to prove yourself, didn't you? I've been watching you because I believe you have something I want. Now listen closely. What I need is to catch the rat ruining everything. Fine, I'll do it. Once things were settled, Yu Gwang-ik didn't linger and turned to leave the room. As soon as he stepped out, the secretary, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. You're quite heartless, sir. Nam Bong-jin didn't get angry. Instead, he just smirked. What do you mean? You know he won't be able to pull it off. He replied nonchalantly. That's not a good habit to have. What do you mean, sir? Underestimating people. The secretary argued logically, saying that based on his ranking throughout the performance tests and his track record in the field, one could conclude he's a rank 2, but even so, it's impossible. On his own, he won't be able to break through that wall. Nam Bong-jin glanced over at him. Why do you think I chose him the very first time we met? Is he your secret love child or something, sir? I'd like to think you're joking, but you're always so serious, so no. He continued. He's got a real knack for making friends. I almost gave him some support back then. The secretary didn't hesitate to call him out. That's a lie. But Nam Bong-jin only said, of course I couldn't do that given my position. Hearing that, he asked, does it really make a difference if he's good at getting close to people? He smirked and replied, a huge difference. Elsewhere, 2nd rank employee Yu Gwang-ik was looking for her. Are you seriously asking for my help? I'm a rank 2 while you're only a rank 3. Hello, you still owe me for that plane crash incident. If you want to pay me back, get to the rooftop right now. Yu Gwang-ik kept spamming messages. He glanced behind him. You should really answer your messages. I've been looking everywhere for you. Miho replied coldly, I'm busy. Make it quick. He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. You know about the money and the terrorist rescue, right? I'm the one who did it. Even though he was being scolded, Yu Gwang-ik didn't take it to heart. He handed her a paper. This is the plan already approved by the CEO. The goal is the money and securing the main location. Let's take that place back together. Miho frowned and looked him straight in the face. You're a total idiot. Yu Gwang-ik continued, you can pay me back and make a great impression on the CEO. There's no better opportunity than this. Miho skimmed the paper for a moment and asked, who's in charge? Me. What about the other teammates? She turned away without a second thought, seeing that he quickly held her back. Wait, one more thing. I need the guy who taught me how to look like a real thief during those first 2 heists. The scene shifts to a park. Good to see you again, Uncle. Uncle Lee Dong-hoon sat quietly on the bench, and upon hearing his voice he replied, you said 2 places, so why are you here? I'm a bit worried. You were a legendary figure in this game. You turned robbery into an art form before you retired. I feel like I'll do much better with your help. He glanced at Yu Gwang-ik and let out a soft sigh. Kid, you looked at me like I was talking nonsense when I told you those stories. He smiled, broadly sat down beside him and said, I never did that. Just this once, Uncle, please. And if I refuse, Yu Gwang-ik's eyes widened threateningly. If you die, you won't be able to talk, Uncle. Damn it, this is exactly why I hate working with government bastards. I'm just kidding, Uncle. We need to move to the next step. Make up your mind quickly. Uncle Lee Dong-hoon couldn't help but click his tongue. Fine, I'll do it. Getting the answer he wanted, Yu Gwang-ik acted extremely friendly. I knew I could count on you. Later at the Money Inn headquarters, they had beefed up security after those 2 incidents. They called it security, but it was clearly the entire force on high alert because of the prophecy. Yu Gwang-ik used binoculars to watch from a distance. Uncle Lee Dong-hoon and Miho stood beside him, also observing. They didn't usually have this much security from the start because they didn't want to cause a panic. Now they're everywhere and the security system is maxed out. Even in my prime, I couldn't get past that. No, even 5 of me couldn't. Miho frowned and asked, it's been like this lately, hasn't it? Exactly. What we need to do is start a war and melt it all down. Normal methods just won't cut it. We just need to flip the script. If the machines and people here work together like a precise security system, we just need to break that precision before everything even begins. That's why I need to start a war and melt it down. In the middle of the chaos, we'll melt the security wall behind the headquarters and head inside. An anonymous superhuman will handle that part. After listening to him go on for a while, Miho asked, so where is that person? They'll come and go as needed. Good. Yu Gwang-ik said in a low voice. The main cause from the start was the neural pulse stone. The Psychic Association is going to be absolutely pissed about this challenge. We're definitely going to smash this prophecy so they've got nothing left to lose. Even if you hired a seasoned pro for this, the plan seems a bit too simple. Sometimes the simplest ways are the most effective. Simply put, we're walking straight into the fire. That's why I'm asking for your help. He handed the binoculars to Miho and said, I know you're quick-witted no matter the situation, so I'm counting on you for battlefield support. She couldn't help but ask, have you been stalking me? Like I have time for that. You heard it from Kim Ian, didn't you? Dong Kinem Kim Ian, that big-mouthed guy. While the 2 were busy talking, Lee Dong-hoon Ko was fumbling around with the gear. Enough small talk, let's move. He pulled out 3 masks. Put these on. What are these? They're made from a new material from WH. They're light and won't fall off easily. Not bad. Who designed them? I did. Got a problem with that? No. It's actually pretty good. Yu Gwang-ik quickly grabbed one and put it on. All right, let's go. He changed into a different outfit, fully protected from head to toe to hide his tracks. He thought to himself, I'll run as far as I can before they spot me. The guards standing at the entrance quickly noticed his presence. An Immortal? In just a split second, Yu Gwang-ik fired accurately at them. Since when? They took down 2 guys in a flash, 1 kick sent a guy flying. The rest of the crowd turned their heads at once. Yeah, the tiger is here. Those management bastards are being guarded by private security. Meanwhile, BW is in charge of the surrounding area. Miho circled a spot on the map. I guess we won't have to worry about civilian casualties. We'll divide it into 16 zones. Try to remember the location and name of each area. I'll give you the order for each spot. Yu Gwang-ik replied, okay. Miho stood up and turned to leave. But before she could speak, he cut her off. Oh, wait. Here's some meds. Take them. You know what they do, right? She quickly downed the whole bottle. Kate medicine, also known as popcorn. It boosts your physical stats a bit, making you sharper and more unpredictable. Miho put on her mask and continued to watch from afar through her scope. By now, Yu Gwang-ik had gone down to cause a distraction as planned. Miho thought to herself, Yu Gwang-ik. He defeated Dong Ki-nam in the blink of an eye and always gets perfect scores on every test. He can execute a plan perfectly and has a keen eye for observation. She couldn't help but recall some past events. Is he really human? That level 3 criminal they call the Rhino. I hate to admit it, but he's incredibly talented. Miho reported while observing. Area 3, you have 256 seconds to enter. Number 5, 28 seconds to fight. Number 7, 47 seconds, turn left into Area 6. The goal is to create chaos to mask the heat signature behind the safe. There's an Immortal in the area with a pit, so skip him. Zone 10, watch out for the shapeshifters. There are 4 guys at number 3, so you'll have to head to number 2 and engage. Miho focused, thinking she needed to read the situation and predict what was coming next, while relaying everything to him just to stir up chaos. Watch out behind the pillar on the left. Yu Gwang-ik, who was in the middle of fighting, was caught off guard for a moment. He quickly dodged the bullets fired from that direction. Then Yu Gwang-ik threw a smoke grenade. It released a thick black cloud to block the enemy's vision. He took the chance to hurl a knife straight into an opponent's eye. So that crazy tiger knows how to fight. Get him. The security guards swarmed, in their numbers growing by the second. The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly. Catch him. 3 scopes were aimed at Yu Gwang-ik at once, but he still nimbly dodged them all. Target is moving into the alley ahead. Follow him. They cautiously entered the path. However, there wasn't a soul inside. The target's gone. Damn it, he's masking his presence. He's hiding. We have no idea where he is. They didn't realize it at all. Yu Gwang-ik was clinging to the wall, looking down. Then he aimed his gun and shot one of them directly. The rest were startled by the noise. What the hell? Before he could finish, he dropped down from above and finished him off with a knife. Just then, a shapeshifter lunged out from behind. He threw a powerful punch, hitting Yu Gwang-ik hard and forcing him back a few steps. Even so, it didn't faze him at all. The shifter's eyes widened in shock. How? An immortal, Yu Gwang-ik said in a low voice. I don't know how to thank you. Thanks for taking off your helmet. With that, he knocked the guy out with a single punch. He then used the guy's body as a shield against the bullets. Yu Gwang-ik braced himself and used one hand to hurl the body at another enemy. Right then, Miho shouted a warning, watch your head. Hearing her, he instantly ducked to avoid the shot. A sniper group after group kept coming, their guns pointed straight at him. That's enough. I don't know who you are, but if you keep this up, we'll blow your brains out. Yu Gwang-ik silently observed them. That gear. They must be PW. Wait, time's up. The men raised their guns and peered through their scopes. Die, you bastard. But even that couldn't stop him. Yu Gwang-ik quickly dashed away. Miho's voice rang out again. 2 guys on the right corner. Without hesitation, he pulled the gun from behind his back. They lunged out for a sneak attack, but Yu Gwang-ik dodged effortlessly. He shoved his gun against one guy's gut and pulled the trigger. The other one, hiding nearby, was stunned. Before he could process it, he shot him too. Miho kept directing him, go straight. Head for the parking garage on the floor next to the money building and rescue them. The remaining guards watched Yu Gwang-ik's retreating figure and wondered, who the hell is that guy? Are you sure you guys are using the remote control? We are, but he's disabling it with his own power. Are you sure he's just an immortal? How is he so strong? Then several police officers raised their weapons and chased after him. Stop or we'll blow you in this car sky high. But the guards stepped in to stop them. Put that down. What do you think you're doing on our turf? You can get lost now. The cops were furious. We're the cops, you bastard. How dare a mere guard like you talk back? The guard replied, we're catching him because he attacked first. Don't be stupid, you guys are disgusting. Taking advantage of their distraction, Yu Gwang-ik used his strength to lift a parked police car, shocking everyone. What the fire? He flipped the car over, using it as a bulletproof shield. The police officer finally snapped, holding a massive cannon in his hands. Seeing this, a guard rushed to stop him. Wait, that's the banana bead. But the cop didn't care and pulled the trigger with all his might. Instantly, a bullet with massive destructive power tore through the air, heading straight for Yu Gwang-ik. Meanwhile, back with Lee Dong-hoon-ki, the ceiling above was rattling with a series of heavy thuds. He thought to himself, damn, that kid is a beast. Well, thanks to him, I doubt anyone will spot us. Just then, the man in black, tasked with melting the wall, let out a cry. Lee Dong-hoon-ki heard it and asked, what is it? There's a second wall. It's the back of the safe, melted down too. Lee Dong-hoon-ki frowned but thought, perfect. Everything is going according to plan. The real question is, will he make it here in time? The surrounding area was now nothing but a cloud of dust and a massive gaping hole. God, that hurts. I bet the manager is just kicking back, using the investigation as an excuse to slack off. And here I am suffering through this. Oh, I'm definitely making him pay when I get back to the BBQ joint. I'll make him treat me to a huge feast again. I'm going to max out his credit card. Yu Gwang-ik lay on the ground, trembling as his enemy taunted him. This kid is out of his mind. You've been an awakened one for a long time, haven't you? Do you seriously think you can't die just because you're an immortal? The masked man pondered silently. He's definitely crazy, but his combat skills are exceptional. More than half our forces have been cut off and can't even fight. Looking at that massive hole and the sheer force of the blast, it was enough to make anyone's heart race. It had literally blown a hole right through the wall. He spoke up with a shaky, angry voice. The mountain saint is furious. And that's exactly why I'm here. The 2 enemies cursed under their breath. Damn it. This guy has lost his marbles, but he's still sharp. At that moment, the green-haired man pulled out his phone. I've got someone like that on my side too. On the screen, a message appeared. Found the tiger's assistant, brilliant and absolutely mental. 2 figures slowly emerged from the shadows. Miho quickly sensed the noise coming from behind her. A shapeshifter, his entire body covered in thick fur, lunged at her like a starving predator. She turned around, completely stunned. Where did he come from? The shapeshifter unleashed a barrage of punches toward her. His body hovered in midair as he threw a punch that sent a sonic shockwave forward. Mi-ho was sent flying several meters by the impact. The man in the tiger mask moved as if he knew every single position from high above. He was acting arrogant, likely because he had positioned someone where they could see everything without getting dragged into the fight. There were a few skyscrapers in this area, but he just needed to narrow down the choices. A sinister smirk played on his lips. Don't you think so? Mi-ho sat silently on the ground, staring at the shapeshifter and then toward the distant ruins. I'm wondering, why couldn't I sense him as he approached me? He must have charged from a blind spot where I couldn't feel his presence. Just then, the man spoke up. Hey, Blondie. You're from the Special Immortal Task Force, aren't you? You're going to fetch a very high price. Below them, a brutal battle was raging. Yu Gwang-ik had been run through by the green-haired man's blade. His body convulsed. I'm dying to see who's hiding behind that mask. I can't feel anything. He's completely masking his aura. This guy is an immortal too. The two people outside turned to each other confused. Hey, who the hell is that guy? Who's the guy with the weird-ass thought crossed his mind. The only two high-ranking members of the Prometheus security team. Once they move, the job is basically done. A few days ago, Yu Gwang-ik had happily walked up and asked, can I get a copy of that report? The secretary hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Fine. As he took the documents, Yu Gwang-ik asked, you've heard the whole story, haven't you? He leaned lazily against the desk. You know everything, don't you? You actually know who the leader of that terrorist group is, and you're just doing nothing. Could you tell me? The secretary sat down and started organizing files. You're a man of many secrets, aren't you? I'm going to start spreading rumors that you're actually terrifying. He turned and joked with the secretary. Can I call you Big Bro? No. The rejection was cold, but Yu Gwang-ik's smile remained bright. Could you help me with this, just once? Look, the CEO said no, but you're his secretary, not the CEO himself. This is for his own good. The secretary listened in silence as he continued. If you can't help directly, then some indirect help would be great. Just this once. I won't get caught. But the secretary had coldly walked away. Yu Gwang-ik. A flurry of thoughts raced through his head. He's definitely a strange one. A rare breed in this society. Next time he's in a spot like this, he'll probably ask to call me Big Bro again, won't he? He's so pure and blunt. Just like a child. But then again, he's not wrong. Would it really make a difference if he had better social skills? A faint smile touched the secretary's lips. He picked up the phone. Yes, I'd like to request approval for a certain matter. Back on the rooftop, Mi-ho and the shapeshifter were still facing off. Her body was nearing its limit. I've only got 5 minutes left. I can't believe I'm risking my life just to help Yu Gwang-ik. The man stepped forward, raising his arm. I have a debt to pay, but this is way more than I bargained for. Suddenly, the secretary appeared, leaving the shapeshifter stunned. I'm quite busy. The shapeshifter's eyes locked onto him. Sensing a hidden presence, the beast suddenly lunged at the secretary. He charged forward madly, but then the shapeshifter's eyes widened in shock. Who are you? The secretary held a weapon in his hand. I'm someone who isn't at liberty to reveal my identity. The secretary pulled a wire taut as he stepped forward. I'm someone who doesn't want any news of what happened here to get out. The shapeshifter panicked. Damn it, it's a laser wire, I'll remember your face. But before he could escape, the wire coiled tightly around his body. The secretary effortlessly sliced the shapeshifter in half. I just told you. I didn't want any news of what happened here spreading. Mi-ho stared at him dazed. He had preset the wire and lured the enemy right into his trap. The secretary slowly walked over and asked, Are you injured? I'm fine. But I get it now. You're the CEO's assistant, right? He quickly denied it. No. Is that not it? Someone just asked me to look out for you. Below, Yu Gwang-ik was still fighting tooth and nail against the green-haired man. The enemy was incredibly arrogant. I'm going to rip that mask off. Yu Gwang-ik's body twitched slightly. The man noticed him starting to move. Suddenly, Yu Gwang-ik's hand clamped down on the man's bulging muscles. Right before the explosion, I tucked a pill inside my mouth. High-calorie super recovery, officially known as HCS-3. It numbs the user's pain, triples their strength, and grants rapid regeneration. His arm began to heal visibly. The enemy was pinned down, unable to move a muscle. Yu Gwang-ik's body exploded with power. I can't move my arms. How is he this strong? Both of the green-haired man's arms were torn clean off. A gut-wrenching scream echoed as he howled in agony. Yu Gwang-ik, consumed by rage, slammed him violently into the ground. Hey, you green-haired freak. Those snipers outside are backing off. You know, an immortal should really learn to speak more respectfully to another immortal. They were absolutely terrified of his power, an elite member of Prometheus. Are you just going to stand there forever? Who's next? Gwang-ik charged forward alone, braving a relentless hail of bullets. Moving with incredible speed, he leaped high into the air and took on 3 snipers at once. With a single slash, he took one of their arms off. One by one, Gwang-ik was cleaning them up in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation coming from behind. Gwang-ik turned his head just in time to see a volley of arrows flying toward him. One of them pierced right through his thigh. Looking down at the arrow, he couldn't hide his surprise. It was a weapon designed specifically to hunt immortals, a hooked bolt. That sniper from afar had aimed straight for his leg. Go ahead, try pulling it out. You'll only make it worse. Because right now, you can't even move. Suddenly, someone started cursing. Damn it, if you had a weapon like that, why didn't you use it sooner? My men are all down, he shouted, his voice trembling. What the hell are you talking about? Do you have any idea how much a single hook bolt costs? Gwang-ik quickly yanked the hook out and bolted. When they reached the spot, all they found was the hook stained a deep, dark red. The man with the hook weapon barked an order, kill him now. Did he seriously just rip that out with brute force? Gwang-ik found a spot to sit and recover. Spirit power. The snipers quickly used their abilities to attack him. Freeze, one yelled, while another thrust his hand forward, unleashing a wall of flame. Gwang-ik stood trapped between the intense heat and the freezing power they unleashed. Suddenly, he flexed his entire body with everything he had. The layer of ice beneath his feet shattered into a million pieces instantly, and he lunged forward, sword in hand. That move caught them completely off guard. His eyes glowed with a murderous blue light as he let out a roar. The scene shifts. Jung-gu is standing alone in front of a massive pit. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Well, how'd it go? Gwang-ik walked in, looking like he'd just finished a heavy workout. I was planning to take my share and leave if you didn't show up in another 5 minutes, Jung-gu said. He looked Gwang-ik over and added, seeing you like this, I don't even have to guess what happened outside. You didn't leave a mountain of bodies out there, did you? Oh wait, actually nobody died. Gwang-ik stepped further inside. A few people lost some limbs, but with modern medical tech, they'll be fine. It'll just cost me a bit of money. Suddenly, something in the distance caught his eye. Right in front of them was a massive reinforced door, a safe. Looking at it, Jung-gu sighed behind him. These Prometheus guys are loaded. This safe is made of adamantium. They actually built a vault out of one of the most expensive metals in existence. Gwang-ik lightly touched the surface of the safe. It made him vibrate with anticipation as he tried to pry the door open with his bare hands. If I don't see what's inside, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Jung-gu tried to talk him out of it. Even an atomic bomb wouldn't put a dent in that thing. Hey, do you want me to open it for you? Jung-gu slammed his bag onto the floor and stepped forward. The hardness of adamantium actually makes it a pain to work with. It's hard to build complex structures out of it. He pulled out a small, picking tool and gently inserted it into the keyhole. In other words, Jung-gu focused on the lock. This thing is actually easier to pick than a gym locker. Gwang-ik stood back, impressed. Man, I told you before, you're the best. Yeah. The two of them poked their heads inside the safe. Now let's see what they're hiding in here, shall we? Inside there were only 2 items, a scroll and something else. Gwang-ik picked up the scroll. The parchment is made from invader's skin. It's useful for storage since it won't burn or get damp. Oh, and these are the tears of he. His eyes widened as he stared at the items. This is bad. I can't take this with me. It'll be too easy to track. Do I really have to just ignore it? Jung-gu slammed the door shut. Let's go. I'm locking it back up before we leave. This is a treasure of humanity. I can't just let it burn. As they prepared to leave, a voice rang out from behind them, accompanied by the sound of a gun being drawn. That's enough. The moment he heard that voice, he knew exactly who it was. That voice? It was Ki Nam-dong. A shadow stepped quietly into the light. The fact that he was a pureblood meant he carried twice the responsibility. He had grown up under the crushing weight of his family's expectations. He was forced to climb higher and higher up the social ladder. However, he had failed. He was a pureblood, but his abilities were nothing more than beginner's luck. He was just a rookie, but everyone else knows how to do a basic flight. Right, I just have to ignore them. I can get back up. I just need to work harder and rack up more achievements. While lost in thought, someone walked in. Get ready, Ki Nam. We're heading out for backup. There's a robbery in progress at the bank headquarters. They rushed to the scene. Are you sure this is just a robbery? They looked around, scanning the area. He's insane. He's definitely some kind of cold-blooded sadist. We're retreating from the fight and erasing our tracks to hide. Ki Nam stepped forward to report. The security team took the most hits. The investigation team looks okay. You guys are just surrounding the building. You're not going in. Look around. You think we can just walk in there? He's been highly trained. Are you sure he's not one of ours? We'll handle the investigation ourselves. Ki Nam's mind was racing. This was his chance to prove himself. Determined to prove his worth at Century Bank, he steeled his resolve. Just then, someone came up and asked, how is it he's not here? He felt a pang of disappointment. Maybe he already escaped. Let's move. His teammates quickly cleared out. This place was used to store incredibly important items. Why would someone stage a terrorist robbery here? The investigation team called him a lunatic and a heartless sadist. But what if this was all just a show? Ki Nam turned and called out, Captain, before we leave, can I check one more spot? Gwang-ik looked hesitantly at the person in front of him. Hey. He suddenly shoved Jung-gu hard to the side. Run! Ki Nam leveled his gun at the man. I'm not letting either of you escape." Without a word, Gwang-ik swiftly drew his sword and hurled it with all his might at Ki-nam, who was aiming the gun. The force knocked the weapon right out of Ki-nam's hand, but Gwang-ik was immediately sprayed with a volley of bullets. Every bullet that hit his body shattered into pieces. These were octopus bullets, rounds that explode into 8 fragments upon impact. Ki-nam threatened him. "If you don't want every muscle and nerve in your body torn to shreds, get on your knees." Gwang-ik summoned every ounce of strength and lunged forward. Ki-nam held his ground, firing the gun repeatedly, but the bullets didn't even graze him. Jung-go was sprinting with every ounce of strength he had left. All eyes were now locked onto him. Seeing that Yu Gwang-ik peeked his head out, he used himself as bait to distract the guy. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, that bastard was targeting me from the very start." He ducked behind a wall and let out a huge sigh of relief. At least Jung-go managed to escape. He tried to steady his nerves by biting down hard on his own hand. Now he just had to deal with Dong Ki-nam. His mask had fallen off. There was no way that guy came here alone. His teammates were probably crawling all over the place. Yu Gwang-ik spat out a chunk of flesh with a bullet lodged in it from his arm. These Immortal Special Forces were a different breed compared to PW or private security. He had to wrap this up before reinforcements arrived. He remembered the advice he'd been given. "You don't want to get shot, do you? Then learn how to run to dodge bullets." Recalling those words, Yu Gwang-ik charged forward with everything he had. He zigzagged and shifted directions, adjusting his speed in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he had closed the gap with Dong Ki-nam, and with a single punch, the guy was sprawled out on the ground. Dong Ki-nam barked out a curse, "You bastard." Looking at Dong Ki-nam, Yu Gwang-ik couldn't help but mock him. "You're pretty good. You were aiming for my cervical vertebrae, weren't you?" Even with his regeneration, he'd be nothing more than a hunk of meat if his brain and body lost connection. Dong Ki-nam grimaced, unable to say a word. Without wasting any words, he delivered a kick straight to the guy's face and decisively pulled the nail out. Since he dodged it, it didn't really matter. He neutralized Dong Ki-nam and quickly got out of there. He saw Jung go off. As the man was about to leave, Yu Gwang-ik warned him, "You'll have to lay low for a while. See you later." Then he disguised himself as a delivery man. After that, he drove to a motel. The sun had set. In 12 hours, there would be a trail. Inside the room, a mechanical voice droned on breaking news. The news anchor, looking incredibly serious, announced another terrorist attack on MNY and Boss. Yu Gwang-ik walked over and switched off the TV. Despite the pursuit by the Immortal Special Forces and SWAT, the criminal had escaped. I met the secretary. He looked at his phone screen and let out a long sigh. I was pretty confused because he acted like nothing happened. How on earth did you convince him? Never mind. So what were you looking for? Don't you understand the question? If you just hit a branch of money and Boss, that would be revenge. But given the current situation, that's not it. You did it because of Security Team 3's test tomorrow. Yu Gwang-ik felt helpless. She was way too sharp. A board member had stamped the wrong document. What are you talking about? That's all I can say. Fine, I don't need to know. Besides, I paid my debt. Wait, she really didn't ask. He felt a bit anxious. He'd have to handle this himself now. However, since he'd already exposed this, he couldn't stop questioning himself. He couldn't ask anyone on the team. Should he step up as a witness and tell everything? Would they even believe him? His enemy is a board member and he's just a level 2 employee. Yu Gwang-ik pushed those thoughts aside. Whatever. If he asked his father what to do in this case, the old man would definitely say, "If you don't know the answer to something, overthinking won't help you find it. Just ask the people who know." Those words left him lying on his bed, lost in thought. Somewhere else, music blared out from a pair of headphones. In the middle of the gym, a conversation unfolded. "Hello. It's a beautiful night. I'm not into younger guys." The instructor replied, "I'm not into older women either." "Then why did you call me?" "I wanted to ask you something." Yu Gwang-ik responded, huffing and puffing. "We shouldn't cross the line. Let's keep work and our personal lives separate." Then he spoke up. "Could you take a look at this photo?" The scene shifted to a skyscraper. Inside a room, several people sat with stern expressions. Kim Jong-un and his teammates were there, along with CEO Dong Ki-nam Dong Chun and instructor Lee Kang-mo. Those two were fine, but Director Mon was the one running the test. Facing Lee Kang-mo was an incredibly strict man. He was someone even CEO Baek Myung-jin couldn't touch. They had handcuffed him, but they probably still viewed him as an instructor. At that moment, someone spoke up. "Are you sure the commander of this mission is innocent?" The white-haired guy responded awkwardly. "I don't understand how this mission was carried out either. They only requested an unofficial mission." "Fine," the man said. "Agenda discipline, the employees who aided the terrorists against Money and Boss. I don't know why they targeted those 2 locations, but they planned the attack." He scowled in annoyance. "Yesterday, headquarters was also hit by terrorists, yet they've been here all night." The official asserted firmly, "Yes, that's right." "Are you sure it was them?" "Yes, there's a witness." Byung-chun jumped up and shouted, "This is unfair. I haven't even had a chance to argue." The woman turned and announced, "We'll save the debate for after the witness testifies." "Who is the witness?" "Level 2 employee Yu Gwang-ik from Foreign Security Team 3. Where is he?" "We called him in advance. However, he might be a little late because he overslept." That statement caused the hall to fall into a dead silence. Not a soul said a word. Lee Kang-mo and Kim Jong-ah remained silent as well. Nearby, Nam Bong-jin burst out laughing. Mr. Nam, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He bowed his head. Still late to a disciplinary. Hearing where the future of his team is being decided. That crazy bastard, Dong Ki-nam muttered. Very quickly, he appeared. Hello, Level 2 employee Yu Gwang-ik reporting. Mon asked him irritably, and the reason for your delay I overslept. He really did. Standing before them, he spoke up clearly. Then I shall ask the witness. Did Foreign Security Team 3 participate in the terrorist actions against MNY and Boss? Without hesitating, he confirmed yes. Well, if that's the case, there's nothing more to say. You crazy bastard, what the hell are you doing? They continued. Does that Yu Gwang-ik include you? Yes. From this point on, Level 2 employee Yu Gwang-ik will be considered a criminal. Wait, that's not it, he interrupted. I'm the one who robbed the headquarters yesterday. Those words left everyone stunned. Myung Jin thought to himself, show us the play, you're hiding. Yu Gwang-ik stood in the center of the room and said firmly, I am the one who robbed the headquarters yesterday. And I found some very interesting things in the safe. The crowd frowned. What are you trying to justify? He pulled a piece of paper from his clothes and said, I can prove this plan was carried out with a justifiable cause. Do you really think Moneyen is just an ordinary financial group? Kim Jong-ah glanced at him. Mr. Yu Gwang-ik, regardless of how that bank operates, carrying out a terrorist attack based on mere suspicion is illegal. Yes, you're right. However, according to our laws, in extremely rare circumstances, such actions are permitted. Mian added with a smile. Chapter 8, Article 12. An extremely rare circumstance is defined as a corporation being excessively dangerous. Gwang-ik unfolded a piece of paper in front of everyone. It read, we possess a brilliant aura capable of dispelling the darkness. We hold supreme authority to educate the ignorant masses. The Immortality Creed, an organization for those who believe in elite immortality. They believe only the lineage of immortals deserves to exist on this earth. You could call them a cult, but they're much closer to a terrorist organization. The photo of the scroll's contents he sent over is exactly what the organization's creed states. Before this, Gwang-ik had contacted Kim Jong-ah to discuss the matter. The commandments. She said softly, I don't know why, but the high apostles of the Immortality Creed believe they must follow these commandments to prove their worth. There's a special ink that only reacts to immortal blood. It's called holy water. The name of the high apostle of the Immortality Creed is definitely written on this scroll using that special ink. Back to the present, Jiang Mo saw this and asked, that scroll was in Manhwa safe. Ma-on, sitting in the center, also spoke up. Have you checked the name of the apostle written on those commandments? Yet Gwang-ik immediately replied, yes, the name written there is wait. Dong Ki-nam, Dong Ki-on pointed at himself and said, I'll check it myself. Kim Jong-ah took the paper and handed it to him. Dong Ki-on turned his head to look at Ma-on. Oh damn it, does anyone have a knife? I do, thanks. But in a split second, Ma-on slashed Dong Kam's throat with a knife. He then yanked the blade out and hurled it toward Jiang Mo. Without stopping there, he raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Jiang Mo's face. Kim Jong-ah immediately lunged forward, bracing her hand on the table and swinging her leg high to kick Ma-on. He smirked, reaching into his coat pocket. Seeing this, Kim Jong-ah's brow furrowed. Does he have another knife? Before she could react, he quickly used his strength to kick her hard in the stomach. Gwang-ik rushed over to catch her. Manager Ma-on took the opportunity to run toward the room's window. He was trying to escape through it, but just as he was about to make his move, a figure flickered ahead of him. In an instant, Lee Kang-mo appeared behind him. Ma-on immediately spun around, but all he could see in front of him was a blur of white. Lee Kang-mo took advantage of the opening and delivered a light kick to the man's shin. As soon as he turned, Lee Kang-mo kicked the other leg. Ma-on collapsed onto the floor. Ready for more, or should I wait? Both the secretary and the others surrounded him. The leader rushed over to support Dong Cheon.
Sir, are you okay? The names. He looked down at the paper in shock. It was now soaked in blood, and the names were finally beginning to appear.
Lee Jung-sok, Yuen Ho Maun Dong Kinam Song Gun Kang Hyung Sang. He gritted his teeth and hissed, I lost to a lowly, low-level employee. You. I'll remember your face. Ma-on glared directly at Gwang-ik. Without a hint of fear, Gwang-ik casually replied, go ahead and remember it, but I've already got a lover. After Ma-on was taken into custody, Kim Jong-ah gave him a small smile and said, I was so worried when you were late. Did you arrive late to prepare for a counterattack like this? No, I just overslept. All right, well done. Mi-in slowly walked out from the back. As he passed Gwang-ik, he glanced at him. Gwang-ik, today was quite interesting. See you again. The secretary whispered a reminder. For the next 48 hours, do not disclose anything about this incident. Foreign Security Team 3, please cooperate. Understood. Only Lee Kang-mo, Lee Dong-hoon, Gwang-ik, and Kim Jong-ah remained in the room. They all smiled and praised him. Great job, our Gwang-ik is the absolute best. You little rascal. Lee Kang-mo stepped forward to face Gwang-ik. The two of them just stared at each other in silence. You should go take a shower. Gwang-ik was completely stunned by his words. But this time, Kim Jong-ah and Lee Dong-hoon stepped up to defend him. Manager Gwang-ik really saved us this time. You didn't even believe he would succeed. Being called out, Lee Kang-mo walked off grumpily. Yeah, I can't even imagine what my escape would have looked like if I'd chosen to jump out the window. Well done. Gwang-ik pointed at him with a straight face. Who are you exactly? Why do you have the same face as our team manager? Are you wearing a mask? Lee Kang-mo gritted his teeth in fury. He glared at Gwang-ik, cursing under his breath. Damn it, you little brat, it's been a while since I've given you a beating, so you're just asking for it, aren't you? It's just because you can't beat me. Let's go. The impersonation incident ended. My team received orders to keep the news under wraps, so we were given 2 days off. Notice title resignation. Director Maon has resigned due to health issues. The truth about Director Maon was kept hidden. Everyone knew Foreign Security Team 3 was involved in Director Maon's resignation, but no one could uncover the details of what actually happened. Our peaceful lives returned as we sat in the office. Gwang-ik thought dejectedly, this is so boring. Suddenly, a series of rapid footsteps echoed. Hearing the noise, he glanced over and couldn't help but feel surprised. The others also looked over as Gwang-ik was yanked up from his chair. He smirked and asked, did you get a new hairstylist? It was Yu Kinam hissed through gritted teeth. You're the one who made me turn out like this. It's you. You're the one who put me in this mess. Gwang-ik maintained his indifferent attitude. What Kinam grabbed him by the collar. You're the bastard who kicked me in the head back then. Hearing this, Gwang-ik looked a bit bewildered. What kind of nonsense are you talking about, buddy? Kinam furrowed his brow. If you keep acting deaf and dumb like that, I'll tell everyone. Muff. I have no idea what you're talking about. You son of a... Both of them glared at each other and without another word threw their fists. Just then, Lee Dong-hoon jumped in to stop them. Hold on, you two. Colleagues shouldn't be fighting at work over a little friction. Besides, we need to talk. Although Kinam was still very grumpy, he wasn't as impulsive as before. Fine. Gwang-ik watched his retreating back and shouted provocatively, I was just about to knock out your front teeth too. Hearing that, Kinam whipped his head around. You. But Lee Dong-hoon smiled to make peace. Calm down. He's always had a sharp tongue. It's normal. There are plenty of times I want to punch him myself. Just ignore him. Lee Kang-mo sat to the side watching but didn't say a word. It's true that he mentioned meeting Kinam at Money and Bank before. Maybe that's how it all happened. Hey, what are you doing? He's going to hate you for that. Or are you doing it on purpose? Before he could finish, Lee Kang-mo saw Gwang-ik's playful expression and understood immediately. Damn it, what a relief. That should keep him from blabbing the truth to everyone else. It was already late afternoon. Yu Gwang-ik and Kim Jong-ah were walking home together as they usually did. He lowered his voice and said, honestly, back then, I was dead serious about punching his lights out and tying him up. But as soon as the assistant director asked to talk in private, I just shut up and stayed quiet. No matter how much I tried to provoke him, he just completely ignored me. I have no idea what the manager told him. Ah, we're here. He waved goodbye. See ya. Just then, Kim Jong-ah softly called out, Yu Gwang-ik. Hey, do you want to come in for some ramen? Note, asking someone for ramen is slang for inviting them to Netflix and chill. A little later at Kim Jong-ah's house, while she was busy in the kitchen, Yu Gwang-ik sat there at the dining table, looking like a total idiot, thinking to himself, what is even happening, Ramen? Did she really just ask me that? No, wait. With her personality, she probably doesn't even know what that implies, right? But still, the bottom line is she invited me into her private home. My heart is racing. First time at a girl's place. Suddenly, Hin's face popped into his head. Wait, so was my place a pigsty and not a girl's house? Well, not exactly, but this woman is an exception. He started feeling more and more nervous. Does she like me? Is that it? What do I do? Save me. While Yu Gwang-ik was panicking, Kim Jong-ah finished cooking 2 bowls of ramen and brought them over. What are you thinking about? The two of them quickly finished their meal. Thanks for the food. Yu Gwang-ik stared down at his empty bowl, but nothing happened. It felt no different from grabbing a bite at a cafe near work. Just then, Kim Jong-ah said softly, I have something I want to tell you. He stared at her with wide eyes. Could it be? Come to my room for a second. Immediately, his head felt like it was going to explode. Wait, we can't do this yet. Yu Gwang-ik struggled to get the words out. Look, you're a great person, but you're just not my type. Kim Jong-ah didn't care and told him to stop talking nonsense and get in there. Yes, ma'am. She quickly opened her bedroom door. Inside was a board covered in photos of various people. He followed behind her, feeling confused. What is this room? What's all this? These are the people known to be current members of Prometheus. They might come after you after what you did. Remember to be careful, especially with these 3. Hearing that Yu Gwang-ik asked who they were, she didn't answer directly, only saying that if he ever saw them, he should run away immediately. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a small family photo of Kim Jong-ah on the shelf. She immediately reached out and flipped it face down, then said, It's not just those 3. You need to be on guard against all of them. Got it. Yu Gwang-ik frowned slightly and called out Senior. But before he could speak, she cut him off. Please leave. Yes. Before he left, she called out in a low voice, Yu Gwang-ik. You have to destroy Prometheus. He heard her and smiled back with a firm tone. I will. I promise. He thought to himself, that room is her everything. It's her final boundary that no one can touch. I can feel it. Does she have a grudge? Is her goal revenge? Well, it's not really my business. Either way, Prometheus is a criminal organization, an enemy that needs to be taken out. As her junior, I should help her as much as I can. Just as Yu Gwang-ik reached out to enter his passcode, his hands suddenly froze. The lock had already been opened once. Someone was inside the house. He couldn't help but remember Kim Jong-ah's warning from earlier. They might come after you after what you did. Yu Gwang-ik slowly pressed each digit to open the door. He scanned the house warily. To his surprise, Ki-nam was standing there looking lost. Both of their faces twisted as if they were looking at a disgusting maggot. Then, without a word, they lunged at each other. Both threw their fists at the same time. Most employee housing consisted of double rooms. Initially, when I rented this place, I knew a roommate would be moving in within a month. But who would have guessed it would be our beloved Ki-nam? And well, anyone could guess how that punch ended. Ki-nam was now sprawled out on the floor. Yu Gwang-ik sat back nonchalantly in his chair and told him he looked like a piece of trash. He even let out a heavy sigh, feeling frustrated with life. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Lee Kang-mo. In just a few moments, he had used his gun to wipe out the monsters crawling from the hole. Every single bullet landed right between their eyes. Damn it, just because I was nearby. They think they can just call me in for anything. This is ridiculous. I already finished my part of the work and I'm a manager for a completely different team. The others heard him and laughed nervously. We're really sorry. The black hole's location shifted suddenly and well, you're just so reliable. Everything's been swept clean and the hole is closed. Things went so smoothly, thanks to you. You guys don't really need me, you know. I mean, who could have known 2 parallel gates would suddenly pop up like that? Lee Kang-mo asked in a low voice. How many times has a parallel gate appeared now? Twice in Seoul and 8 times total in South Korea. A single gate is already a very strange phenomenon. But for them to keep appearing like this, it means a new threat has been given a name, right? Lee Kang-mo frowned and turned to leave. Whatever, I'm out of here. Your team owes me for this. All right, good night. Pack up the gear, we need to call the cleanup crew. As he walked away, he thought a new name. If this is really happening, I wonder how many lives will be lost this time. Back at the house, Ki-nam raised his fist and screamed, I'll kill you. Yu Gwang-ik didn't even let him get close. He responded instantly, using his arm to tighten a chokehold around the boy's neck. Very quickly, Ki-nam passed out and Yu Gwang-ik leaned him against the chair. Later, someone came up and asked him, what did you guys do first thing this morning? Is he trying to be friends with me? Now what's going on? He remembered the boy's actions. Nothing. I only fought him last night because he tried to punch me. You two seem close. Suddenly, someone noticed and asked, is Ki-nam here? You're going to wake the baby. You psycho, stop bullying him. Yu Gwang-ik stood there confused, not understanding what was happening. Bullying, I'm treasuring him. No one makes a better punching bag than him. This is crazy. Lee Dong-hoon spoke up with a dead look in his eyes. I was happy to see you and the team manager getting along, but instead you're fighting with Ki-nam. By the way, where did the manager go? He went out to work. He sighed internally. No wonder he didn't hear the man's constant swearing. Just then, Yu Gwang-ik opened his laptop. He had received an email. Hello, I'm Robert Dong Ki-nam from a headhunting firm. Are you looking for a career change? I was very impressed by your recent work. An Esper company with better benefits and higher pay. The special Immortal force is waiting for you. Assistant No is searching the brain for Shu Si. Call me when you get the chance and I'll try to meet your needs. Who are these people? He turned to Lee Dong-hoon, looking completely lost. These tech scammers are seriously impressive. They even managed to get past our firewall. If there are hackers that good out there, we need to snatch them up immediately. What the heck? He started cursing in frustration. Damn it, those were the top-of-the-line models. I just got a bunch of emails from some no-name companies. Based on what he said, I'm starting to get the picture. I see Moon used to be a director, but he's gone now. Naturally, other companies and organizations are doing everything they can to find out what happened, including those folks over at Warem who are totally in the dark. There are also people who've already jumped to conclusions without knowing the full story, and I'm pretty sure they'll be coming after me to investigate. After thinking it over, Yu Gwang-ik flashed a satisfied smirk. He then spoke up, should I be a nice guy and go meet them? Should I check this one out first? Suddenly, they both received a notification, a support call from the police about a rift appearing in the Dong-Kinamina area. A spatial gate opened. Get to Dongdaemun Station right now. On the other side of the gate, 2 guards were on duty and the rest of the team was waiting for them to arrive. It's going to be a real problem if things get any worse. Gwang-ik quickly got dressed and headed out. We can't use any explosives, so we have to wrap this up fast. As they were walking, a voice suddenly called out to them. Long time no see. Dong Chan stepped out in front of the 2 of them. Dong, she walked right past the older man with a cold expression. Still none of your business. It's pointless to spend your whole life chasing something that hasn't even been proven. At that moment, he walked up to the man and said, "Let's just focus on the job, uncle." Dong Chan paced back and forth, curiously sizing him up. "You have a pretty average face for someone in the Immortal Force." "You mean an extraordinary face? You don't seem very bright, do you? Are you really Yu Gwang-ik? Am I your type or something?" Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky and began to widen. Category C, Slime number 3. A massive slime emerged from the rift. It was toxic gas. "Get back. It's a Type 1, a decomposition slime." Gwang-ik looked at the older man. "I'm Dong Chan and it's only been 20 years. So I'm not your uncle. Sorry, I get it." He gave Gwang-ik a sinister look. "Coming here to support was actually worth it. I finally got to meet a celebrity like you. I'll finish this up quickly, so let's chat afterward." Out of nowhere, a blazing flame appeared, hovering in the air. The monster's poison was incinerated by the fire, shriveling on the ground as every single drop was burned away by the intense heat. Dong Chan charged forward alone, brandishing a flamethrower. Standing before the spatial gate was an incredibly mysterious man. That man made Gwang-ik suspicious. He could control the flames at will. He was making sure to wipe out the remaining slimes. Is his suit made of some kind of special material? The man finally spoke. "The fire surgeon. Yeah, that's what everyone calls me. I'm Dong Ki-nam Mangon, the fire surgeon." He also stepped forward to introduce himself. "I'm the sexy representative of the Special Immortal Force. So the rumors about you being a weirdo were true. I don't want to hear that from a guy calling himself the fire surgeon." He didn't waste any more time and made his move. No more small talk. "Come join my company. You're a perfect fit." Suddenly, Mangon was standing right there, talking to him. "Why do you think I'd come to support a mere Category C Rift Gwang-ik? Don't you have any manners? Why are you talking like that while we're on the clock?" He pushed up his glasses and turned to leave. "My job here is done. The flamethrowers can handle the rest. And I don't recall giving you permission to call me Brother Gwang-ik. Don't listen to a word he says." The two of them started bickering. "I really ought to roast that mouth of yours. I think you've lived long enough. It's time for you to cross over to the other side." They locked eyes with murderous intent. Then they both spoke at the same time. "Come to Excuracy, no come to my company." Excuracy. He felt a bit conflicted. "What do you want money? Go ask anyone which organization is the richest. Even the dog next door knows the answer. I should probably be happy, but it's just weird having two hairy guys fighting over me." Dong Chan stood by with a completely indifferent expression, not caring in the slightest. She kept her eyes glued to the black hole at the gate where countless hands were starting to reach out from the rift. Gwang-ik was caught off guard by those things. A creature lunged out, flying over the guard's head. Ignoring the two men who were still arguing, he quickly charged forward. More and more poison began pouring out of the rift. Dong Chan shouted to warn everyone. "Get back. Everyone fall back now. Damn it. I thought today was going to be fun." Type 2 Power Slime. Marking Type 3 Overlapping Double Rift. Predicting all types of slimes. Dong Chan and Mangon charged forward in unison. "Mangon, I'm not your brother." A flaming sword sliced the monster in half. Gwang-ik called out to the soldier. "Over this way. Thank you." Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. Targeting Type 3 Spitfire Slime. A hail of bullets rained down on the pack of slimes. He looked around bewildered. What's going on? She was even using expensive ammunition. An overlapping black hole is also known as a double rift. It's a phenomenon that's been happening a lot lately, where a new rift opens up inside an existing one. There's no way to predict it. Because of that, there's no choice but to prepare more forces than necessary for every single rift. You don't need to jump in. As part of this special immortal force, just take care of the ones that slip through. Gwang-ik kept questioning her. "Only the strays. We don't need to help them." No sooner had he asked than 3 pillars of light appeared in the sky, incinerating the toxic gas. It was the Excuracy XQ-3000 subnuclear composite rifle. Excuracy is the richest organization in the world. They're making us look so poor. He turned to look at his teammate. Is there really nothing else for us to do? Which team is the backup coming from? Suddenly, someone started screaming curses. "Hey, you bastards, is this some kind of kidnapping ring?" Lee Jung-bong shouted at the top of his lungs. "I raised him with everything I had, and you think you can just snatch him away from me? Don't you dare touch my dog, I'm warning you. If you try that again, I'll lose my mind." I'm Lee Jung-bong from the Special Immortal Force. Up ahead, a Type 4 slime exploded and number 3 fell. Right after that, a massive explosion suddenly erupted from above. A blinding flash of light went off and thick clouds of dust swirled violently. Jung-bong stood to the side, arms crossed arrogantly. "You'd better do a better job than that. If you think it's about to blow, you should use your own body to block it." Gwang-ik let out a weary sigh. "Are you just going to stand there and watch, or did you actually come here to do something?" He growled, threatening to break the legs of all those thieves. And in Jung-bong's eyes, Dong Chan was thief number 1. The older man turned to him and barked, "Hey, you're Lee Jung-bong's teammate, right? Just act like I never made that suggestion." Hearing this, he could only stand there in helpless silence, unable to find the words. Meanwhile, in another corner, Kim Jong-ah shouted while opening fire. "But it's really strange. The rift has been open for 2 hours, yet it doesn't look like it's shrinking at all. Over here, the guys were also locked in a fierce battle. How many slimes are still left inside the rift? The analysis team asked. Shaking all over with a bloody nose, the man struggled to reply, I'm not sure. Confused, he asked, what do you mean by that? Breaking into a cold sweat, the analyst stammered. I can't decode it. I've never seen a rift like this before. Gwang-ik was stunned after hearing this. Team manager, what is the real reason you came all the way out here? Lee Kang-mo asked seriously. When the black hole appeared at Dong Demon Station, dozens of them, large and small, popped up across the country. He continued his report. Half of them are dual gates, and this one is the largest of them all. Gwang-ik was still lost. What does that even mean? Dong Ki-nam, Kim Jeong-ah, standing nearby, quickly explained. A dual gate is a new type of anomaly that just recently started appearing. With a grim expression, she said, You know the kind of consequences an anomaly can bring, right? He replied with a look of disbelief. It causes mutations. The most common mutation is the emergence of a new species. Right then, the surrounding space suddenly distorted and an intense pressure slammed down, making the ground tremble. What matters more right now is when it will reach the other side. And as for that black hole, nothing is certain. From the center of the rift, a dark purple spatial gate began to crack. Ki-nam immediately keyed his radio, his voice frantic. Target location, Alpha 14, Alpha 14. New species detected. I repeat, new species detected. A new Nemet variant has emerged from Rift number 3. After reporting, he turned and signaled to Gwang-ik retreat now. But just then another voice crackled over the radio analyzing. The emergence. It's a slime type. Ki-nam glanced over and saw Gwang-ik standing frozen, and he yelled out in a panic. Gwang-ik. The young man's eyes widened as he drowned in his own chaotic thoughts. This atmosphere, this pressure. A traumatic memory suddenly resurfaced just like 10 years ago. Back then, Gwang-ik was just a child, his small body trembling in the middle of a dusty road as he watched the horde of monsters approaching with terrified eyes. Now that same scene was playing out again. He stood paralyzed, eyes wide, staring intensely at the creature manifesting before him. Gwang-ik thought to himself, a massive explosion slammed into my eardrums. All I could see was the mangled metal ceiling and crumbled concrete, a mess of flesh and blood, and a monster I had never seen before. All I could hear was a constant ringing in my ears like my head was stuck in a fog of tinnitus. At that moment, Gwang-ik had been pinned under a boulder. His body shook as he thought, I'm so dizzy. My legs hurt so much. What time is it? Where am I? It hurts. I'm scared. With his weak body bleeding out, Gwang-ik panicked. Mom, Dad, where are you? Help me. Looking at the hideous monsters in front of him, he wailed, I don't want to die. Please, someone save me. As the pressure intensified, Gwang-ik burst into tears, his desperate cries for help echoing through the air. Suddenly, a loud shout broke through his panic haze. Gwang-ik, hearing his name, he snapped out of it. Kim Jeong-ah barked at him with a stern voice. Snap out of it. He opened his eyes and looked at her, his vision still blurry. Senior Gwang-ik asked, confused. What's happening? But before he could finish, he froze. Ahead of him, amidst the chaos, dozens of people were battling the monster. Gwang-ik's pupils constricted in utter shock. Even though his senior told him to fall back, he stayed put. He had taken a hit to protect an association employee. Right after that, Kim Jeong-ah explained firmly, the tentacles of this Nemet individual contain a toxin that affects the mind. I just gave you an injection. It's a mixture that will give you higher resistance against mental attacks. He glanced at the needle mark on his neck and asked, when did you even get that? Before she could answer, the sound of heavy footsteps approached from behind. Support team is here, they shouted in unison. Roger, we need to break through its barrier. On the other side, another squad was still fighting desperately. Mental team. 1, coordinate with team 2, burn those tentacles. Lee Kang-mo gripped his weapon and roared, watch out for those eyeballs, it's getting ready to fire its laser. Kim Jeong-ah spoke up, we're retreating. Let's leave the rest to them. Hearing this, Gwang-ik faltered. Leave it to them, his eyes scanned the battlefield. Some were severely injured, slumped over and trembling amidst the debris. Others had taken a direct hit from the monster and lay motionless on the ground. He looked at the monster, its dozens of eyeballs oozing dark poison, and couldn't help but blurt out, they're being overwhelmed. Are we really just going to dump this on them and leave? Suddenly, the monster lunged upward, spraying streaks of dark fluid toward everyone like a rain of living weapons. Before anyone could react, a nearby person was hit. A blood-curdling scream rang out as people began to scatter. It's corrosive. Everyone get back. Seeing the crisis, Gwang-ik charged forward, but Kim Jeong-ah immediately pulled him back. Where do you think you're going? He said with a serious face. If we just leave, that person is going to die. Up ahead, the person who had been hit by the corrosive fluid was writhing on the ground, trying to crawl away from the monster's reach. She gritted her teeth and hissed, if you go over there, you'll die too. Gwang-ik hesitated for a second, but then his eyes landed on the man. His face was twisted in panic, his eyes filled with pure terror and despair. The image of his younger self crying and begging for help flashed before his eyes. Ignoring everything else, he shoved Kim Jeong-ah's hand away and bolted forward. Seeing this, she screamed in worry, hey Gwang-ik. Ignoring her, Gwang-ik sprinted ahead. The monster roared and its twisted body shot out a barrage of tentacles straight at him. But with lightning-fast reflexes, he managed to scoop up the injured man and roll to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Then he shouted to get someone's attention. Dong Chan. Hearing him, the man fighting nearby turned around. That kid is really... Gwang-ik put every ounce of strength he had into lifting the man and tossing him toward Dong Chan. In that split second, Dong Chan jumped up to catch the injured man. He held him tight, tensing his muscles as his feet slammed firmly onto the ground. In the process, Gwang-ik's leg was snatched up and tightly bound by the monster's tentacles. He struggled to break free but couldn't move. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light tore through the air. The tentacles were sliced off and incinerated instantly. It was Lee Kang-mo standing in the middle of the battlefield, his energy cannons still smoking. Damn it, this crazy bastard went and did it again. He roared out orders, don't stop, keep attacking. Hit it until that barrier cracks. Right at that moment, Yu Gwang-ik snatched the blood bag and bolted. I'm borrowing this for a second, manager. The sudden move left Lee Kang-mo frozen. He roared in fury, hey you lunatic. Just then a blinding light flashed from the monster's eyes. All of its eyes simultaneously emitted dazzling lasers sweeping across the entire battlefield. One of those beams shot straight toward a wounded man, lying motionless on the ground. Without a second thought, Yu Gwang-ik lunged, shielding the man and rolling clear of the deadly light. But a laser managed to graze him, slicing clean through one of his arms. The beams continued to fire wildly in all directions and everything around them began to collapse. The wounded man was now completely spent, his eyes wide with terror, as he looked up to see a massive boulder falling straight toward his head. But at that split second, Yu Gwang-ik threw himself in front of the man to shield him. He barked out a quick question, can you move your arm? The man just stared back, dazed and confused. Yu Gwang-ik told him to inject the blood bag into the guy. Then he gently laid down the unconscious person. As his own arms slowly began to regrow, Yu Gwang-ik grabbed the man by the collar and warned him this is going to hurt a bit. Without waiting for a response, he hoisted the man onto his shoulder. Even though his body was severely battered, he still tried to hunch down and pick up the other body, pushing himself to the limit. Overexerted, he started coughing violently, spitting up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the man asked with a trembling voice, hey, if you keep helping us, you're going to die too. Why are you going this far? Yu Gwang-ik replied, this is just my job, man. I can't exactly quit if I want to get paid. Besides, I've got to kill these invaders and save people. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly sharpened and a twisted smile spread across his face. And obviously, I have to survive. This is what I was born. Yu Gwang-ik hoisted both men onto his shoulders, ready to run. Suddenly, someone approached and told him put them down here. Hearing that, he dropped them both onto the ground. You're absolutely insane, Meng said. Yu Gwang-ik looked back and replied, obviously. He smiled and asked, hey, were you about to thank me? That's right. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Yu Gwang-ik. Dong Ki-nam Johan was holding something and plunged it straight into his chest before looking up at him with an annoyed expression. If you're looking to commit suicide, go do it somewhere else. His other arm was also gradually regenerating. I don't plan on dying anytime soon. A piercing scream rang out, making them both turn. The monster was relentlessly bashing against the barrier. The shield's at its limit, aimed for the crack in the barrier. It slammed its head into the shield, its massive eye glaring down at those below. It lunged forward with a burst of speed, its enormous body crashing onto the floor as its eyes darted around, scanning behind it. It swung its arms at the people nearby, making them scream in terror. Dong Chan watched, gritting his teeth in pure desperation. Damn it. That monster is still standing there covered in blood. What the hell is going on? It suddenly fell backward, creating a massive shockwave. Yu Gwang-ik carried the others and took off as fast as he could. Psychic team, hold the line, bring the white phosphorus. Are we out of blood bags? Gather all the wounded in one spot. Hey, Immortal. You should wait until you've fully recovered, but he didn't listen and bolted immediately. The monster, its mouth dripping with blood, glared at someone sitting below. Just as it attacked, Yu Gwang-ik lunged and grabbed the person. Suddenly, tentacles sprouted from the monster's body. Yu Gwang-ik's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking in shock. A tentacle pierced right through Yu Gwang-ik's stomach. Then a loud sound echoed as the tentacle was sliced in two. Someone stepped in front to shield him. You stubborn brat, you just won't listen, will you? Get him out of here. You too, Yu Gwang-ik suddenly froze. What? Why are there suddenly 3 or 4 of them? A swarm of identical figures began attacking the beast. It was like dozens of managers. One slash grazed the monster's face, followed immediately by another. Then yet another slash landed. A man in black fired his gun and shouted at the top of his lungs. The breach in the barrier is right here, you bastard. Mang held out both hands, channeling his power. Concentrate all attacks there. The person next to him heard this and charged toward the monster. Meanwhile, the man Yu Gwang-ik had helped earlier began to stir. Yu Gwang-ik was still gasping for air. Thanks. What did the manager just do? It's like he's everywhere at once, but I can't see his real body. Yu Gwang-ik touched the wound in his gut. I can still run. His eyes flashed with determination. I can do this. Yu Gwang-ik suddenly bolted, catching the other man off guard. Hey, the monster sensed something, twisting its body frantically to dodge the incoming strikes. Once that starfish attacks one of my clones, the others will target its weak point and keep it pinned down. That's when I'll run. To the ones who fell, the ones dying a slow death, the ones who couldn't dodge. I'll bring every single one of them back. I won't stop. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Suddenly, someone touched Yu Gwang-ik. Stop. The area was empty, filled only with clouds of white dust. It was finally finished. He just stood there in silence. Yu Gwang-ik stood there for a long time before finally asking Lee Kang-mo, "Did we win?" "We didn't lose, right?" Lee Kang-mo turned around with a smile on his face. "We didn't lose." I only understood what he meant later. Humanity has never been able to kill a name it, and this time was no different. We didn't kill that starfish. It just retreated back to where it came from. However, we didn't lose. Yu Gwang-ik slumped against a wall. What's his name? Lee Kang-mo, sitting nearby, turned to look at him. Why do you want to know? I need to know the name of the man who saved my life. Savior, my ass. Dong Chan laughed heartily. It's Yu Gwang-ik. Damn it. Is he that guy from the rumors? Yeah, that's him. Cough, cough. Tell him thanks for me. I almost bit the dust before I could even see my daughter being born. Tell him yourself. I'm not a messenger, Lee Kang-mo snapped. Then he asked Dong Chan, what are you looking at? If you're planning on taking him, I'll kill you myself. He let out a long sigh and said, the kid is just absurd. He's a total mood killer. This kid doesn't fit in with Spike at all. Lee Kang-mo leaned his head against the wall in silence. I didn't teach him to act like that. He just does whatever he wants. June 11th. A new species of Namit appeared in Seoul, South Korea, but not a single life was lost. Yu Gwang-ik excitedly downed half a glass of beer. He let out a satisfied sigh. I bet you're feeling a lot better now, huh? He smiled and replied, it's been 4 days since that happened, so of course I'm fine. Dong Ki-nam Yohan heard that and asked, so what was it like, what that starfish? Yu Gwang-ik put on a serious face and said, it was a total nightmare. I finally understand why humanity has never managed to kill a Namit before. To be honest, just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Yohan lowered his voice. Clearly, that wasn't just some new Namit that popped out of nowhere. He raised an eyebrow and asked, then why is that recorded as the first battle? He explained right away, double gates also opened in other areas, but they managed to avoid fighting there. The starfish lost. It wandered around space because all the gates were closed. Eventually, it slipped out of that gate before the other gate closers could shut it. Bang Bang Gun Tae spoke up then. Gate closers. Kim Ian glanced at him. Apparently, that's what they're called. They can close dimensional gates whenever they want. Most people know about it, it's just us rookies who were in the dark. Yu Gwang-ik went quiet for a moment after hearing that. Having finished his explanation, Kim Ian made a suggestion. Well, should we get going now? Wait. What about the check? Kim Ian and Bang Bang Gun Tae stood up to leave at the same time, muttering, what was that our colleague who just got a bonus without doing any work was saying again? Considering the value of the intel we just gave you, you should feel guilty even thinking about making us pay right. Yu Gwang-ik looked at them dumbfounded. You guys really want someone younger like me to treat you? Both of them acted like it was only fair and said age doesn't matter here. We're just colleagues. In the end, he gritted his teeth and pulled a card out of his wallet. Fine, I'll pay. You homeless bastards. But the waitress smiled and said, that gentleman over there has already settled your tab. Yu Gwang-ik frowned, looking where she pointed. Up ahead, Stephen Choi was smiling and nodding at him. Dong Ki-nam Yohan saw this and asked, who's that your new boyfriend? He didn't answer, just kept a straight face and said, I'm leaving. Yu Gwang-ik ik. Then followed Stephen Choi. He lowered his voice and spoke first. You're that police officer from before, aren't you? The one who saved me when the double gates opened. He kept his back turned and said in a low voice, thank you for that. Yu Gwang-ik frowned suspiciously. Still, it's strange. From what I remember, you were just an ordinary cop. How did you get into a restaurant that only accepts people with mutant powers? Stephen Choi slowly turned around and said, I apologize for inviting you this way. At that moment, Crocodile and Rose both stepped out of the shadows. She said with a serious face, it's been a while. He frowned slightly at the sound of her voice. That voice. You guys better watch out. It's a bit chilly tonight. You might catch a cold if you keep following me like this. Tarantado. In Filipino, that means bastards. Rose gritted her teeth and glared at him. I hate that jerk. Crocodile reminded her emotionlessly, don't forget why we're here. Yu Gwang-ik thought to himself, that guy. He's the one in the photo pinned in my senior's room. What should I do now? She told me to hire him if I ever saw him. Stephen Choi pointed to himself and said, allow me to introduce myself. Yu Gwang-ik didn't care about him and started calculating. I can't run away anyway. I feel pretty uncomfortable dealing with that cop. My name is before he could finish. Yu Gwang-ik lunged forward to attack him, but Crocodile stepped forward just in time to block him. Yu Gwang-ik quickly pulled his hand back and retreated. Crocodile frowned, realizing he had grabbed a prosthetic hand instead of the real one. He looked Yu Gwang-ik straight in the eye. Not bad. Yu Gwang-ik scowled deeply. Actually, I'm in a really shitty mood. He also sensed something for just a split second. It was only a moment, but I definitely felt it. A second later, and I would have been ripped into 8 pieces and slammed into the ground. If I hadn't backed off in time, he would have caught me. Stephen Choi let out a small sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "You've really surprised me. I didn't think you'd improve this fast. You've only been on the job for 1 year." I think I should explain the situation first. My name is Stephen Choi. I work at a headhunting agency that's small, but very busy. I came to see you once before, but things went a bit sideways. Whenever there's a talented individual and someone wants them, my job is to bring the two together. I would like to formally introduce Yu Gwang-ik, a second-class employee from the Immortal Force, specifically to Prometheus. Rose couldn't help but click her tongue. "That's enough," she said. He smiled and asked, "You know there are still fees even if you're ineffective at your job." "Right," she snapped back. "You money-grubbing bastard." Then Rose turned to Yu Gwang-ik. "You heard him right. This is a hell of a deal." Before she could finish, he cut her off. "I already have a woman I like." Hearing this, she yelled angrily, "Ugh, it's not like I like you either." "Well then, problem solved. Peace out." Suddenly, his entire body froze. Yu Gwang-ik tensed all his muscles. He thought to himself, "I'm getting goosebumps. I feel like my body will be split in two if I turn away right now." Is it because of his wild bloodlust? Crocodile's entire body was radiating an intense killing intent. He said in a low voice, "Make your decision after you hear us out." Rose added grumpily, "I promise you a high-ranking position if you work with us." Yu Gwang-ik asked nonchalantly, "Higher than you, maybe. So will you guys give me a lot of money? You won't have to envy any other rich guys." "What about women? I like women." "You can have as many as you want." "What about a house? I can't sleep unless it's a penthouse." "Manhattan Gangnam. Anywhere you want." "What about benefits? I like taking time off, and I have a lot to do on my days off too." "You'll be able to live a life you've never even imagined if you reach a high position in Prometheus." The two went back and forth for a while. Finally, Yu Gwang-ik replied in a low voice, "All right, I refuse." Rose frowned, looking him straight in the eye. "Think carefully. You'll regret this." "I've thought about it very seriously."
Maybe, if you were my type. But you're not even close.
Crocodile reminded her softly. It's useless trying to convince him. With that said, all three turned and left. "You'll regret this. This is your last chance." Yu Gwang-ik was left alone in the dark alley. He couldn't help but sigh.
Man, it's tough being this talented.
The scene shifts to the next morning at the headquarters. His colleagues smiled and greeted him. "Oh, if it isn't the savior of Dongdaemun. There he is, the hero of the Westgate, Yu Gwang-ik." Ik looked confused. "What?" they explained. "Don't you know, everyone's been calling you that since that day." Johan patted his shoulder and said, "Are you that surprised?" "Mr. Hero of the Westgate, I was dying to tell you yesterday." Yu Gwang-ik quickly put on an act like it was obvious. "Geez, I'm blushing." Lee Dong-hyung couldn't help but mock him. "You actually know how to feel shy." Ignoring the comment, he said, "Guess what happened yesterday?" What? I was absolutely stunned. I never thought this would actually happen. In an instant, Gwang-ik's face became more serious than ever. Prometheus had reached out to recruit me. Jeong Lee Dong-hun and Lee Kang-mo all burst out laughing. Did anyone else get an invite from them? Are these bastards just hanging around here trying to poach everyone? Lee Kang-mo smiled and walked over to Gwang-ik. "You little brat, you lucky little frog, you stupid lucky frog. You're like a frog stuck in a well, aren't you?" He clicked his tongue, his lip curling in a pout. "I don't know," he continued, "but we've got a new job, so follow me." "Right, so our little Westgate hero was invited to work for Prometheus. Did they offer you anything else?" Gwang-ik asked with a smirk. "Why don't we just drop it?" He turned his head toward Jeong. "Oh, by the way, that senior guy was there. The one you three sisters told me to stay away from. The guy in the photo hanging on your wall." Instantly, the faces of all three went pale. Seeing this, Gwang-ik looked confused. The atmosphere had shifted so abruptly. Jeong asked in a low, tense voice which one of them. His eyes widened as he replied, "Don't you call him the crocodile or something, that muscle-bound monster. And you made it back in one piece. He didn't seem like he wanted to kill me." Jeong couldn't help but grit her teeth, her eyes turning razor sharp. Then all four of them left the room together. "What's the job this time? A rescue? Who are we saving?" "Someone is hiding in the mountains with vital information." Gwang-ik slightly raised an eyebrow. "So it's not a rescue, it's a kidnapping, right? His name is Park Byan. He's the target for this mission. You've probably heard of the name the Hole Closer before. Park Byan was supposed to be a supporting scientist back when the Hole Closer was still in Europe. Inside a small room, the leader used a projector to show the target's image. Below him sat Gwang-ik, Jeong Lee Dong-hun, and Lee Kang-mo. Those assigned to this mission must find and recover him. He's the key clue to the Donnan incident. "Fine, let's get moving," Gwang-ik said with a smile. "So it really is a kidnapping." Jeong quickly shushed him. "Shh." The leader heard them frown and barked. "Hey Lee Kang-mo, do you even bother training your subordinates?" Lee Dong-hun replied with a bright grin. He's been trained well enough to be the hero of Dongdaemun. I wasn't asking you, Lee. Lee Dong-hun. Yes, I'm all ears. Understood. You lot need to get your team in order. Hey Lee Kang-mo. Lee Kang-mo covered his ears with his hands. He pointed grumpily at the screen. Gwang-ik here is listening too. I'm sure he's paying attention. The leader grew even more furious at their dismissive attitude. What is wrong with you bastards? Your superiors are trying to help you. Gwang-ik thought deeply to himself. That Coordination Council chairman. I heard his political influence is fading. Is he ordering us to do illegal work just to make sure our team doesn't gain too much influence using the terrorist rescue funds as an excuse? Right then, the leader called out again. Hey, rookie, I'm talking to you. He gave a bright, determined smile. Yes, mister.
Chairman, I've heard and seen everything.
I've memorized all the plans too. The mission is framed as a rescue, but the goal is simply to capture the doctor alive. I understand completely. By now, the leader was so angry that veins were popping on his forehead, he finally exploded. You brat, have you all lost your damn minds? You think you can act like this just because the chairman has your back? Is this how your captain taught you? But Gwang-ik only let out a soft, mocking sigh. How pathetic. Mr. Chairman, do you have some kind of anger management problem? Lee Kang-mo didn't back down either. He stood up and yelled. Why is that my fault? I never taught him to be such a goddamn prick. The leader was fuming with rage. Die, you bastards, I'll kill you all. The others rushed in to hold him back. Oh my god, Chairman, take it easy, Captain, stop it. But Lee Kang-mo kept arguing at the top of his lungs. Kill me fine, let's go then, Gwang-ik said nonchalantly. Captain, you're supposed to be helping the weak, remember? Jeong-ah frowned and pulled him away. That's enough. Is this guy crazy? Without another word, Lee Kang-mo marched over and kicked the door open to leave. The leader screamed from behind them. Hey Lee Kang-mo, sit back down. Who said you could leave? Did I say the meeting was over? Hey, where do you think you're going, you bastard? Come back here. He ignored him and shouted, damn it, I don't want to do this. Hey rookie, go get some weapons. Which ones, sir? Just not the standard ones we usually use. Go with Jeong-ah. You want something customized, in your dreams. If you want that, buy it yourself. Then what should I get? After a back and forth of questions and answers, Gwang-ik followed Jeong-ah to pick up the weapons as ordered. He asked with wide eyes. Are there really other weapons besides the standard and custom ones? She explained it to him. Yes, though they aren't free. They entered the specialized weapons vault together. Inside, Kang Jung-hwa, a war engineer, saw them and smirked. So it's you, the Dongdaemun hero, or whatever. Introduce yourself, Gwang-ik said, slightly dazed. Oh yes, I'm Gwang-ik from Team 2. I mean, Manager Lee Kang-mo sent us here. I know. Here, take this. Jung-hwa smiled and handed him a knife. This is an adamantium blade. It's the best non-customized weapon you can get your hands on. I made it exactly to specifications, but customers usually complain because it drains their stamina and they have to focus too much when swinging it. Is that so? Gwang-ik held the knife, thinking the balance felt a bit strange. It's not very practical for regular use. I'll have to get creative with this. All right, I'll take it. Jung-hwa raised an eyebrow. You must train a lot. That thing is pretty heavy. Gwang-ik thought to himself that while he did train, he also had shifter blood in him. Suddenly, Gwang-ik noticed a gun sitting next to her. But what's that gun over there? Jung-hwa glanced over. It's just for display. I made it 3 years ago, but since everything is made of adamantium, it's incredibly heavy. It wasn't meant for immortals. Really, he walked over and tried to pick it up, the veins in his arm bulging as he gripped it. Gwang-ik used his strength to lift it high. Seems fine to me. Jung-hwa's eyes immediately lit up. You're actually strong, he replied humbly, just a bit above average. But what's the handle for? The handle. I added that because people found it hard to use. It's probably more effective as a club. Jeong-ah finally spoke up. If it's all adamantium, it must cost at least 300 million. Gwang-ik's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What, 300 million for this? Jung-hwa said in a low voice. Yes, but money isn't the main issue here. She smirked and asked him, can you even use it? It's not impossible. Are you sure? Yes. He couldn't help but wonder, why are her eyes sparkling like that? Jung-ha gently touched the muzzle of the gun. The weapons I create are like my own children. Seeing them born but never getting the chance to shine. How do you think a mother like me would feel? She suddenly leaned in close, making Gwang-ik flustered by the move. I don't know. Whatever. I'll give that to you. Hearing that, Gwang-ik found it hard to believe. Jung-ha smiled and warned him, I won't forgive you if you just let it gather dust in a corner. He smiled brightly back. Throw it away? Definitely not. I'll even take it to bed with me. Haha, you're quite funny. So can I treat you like my big sister from now on? Sure. Of course. Don't forget to name my baby. Back at the office, Gwang-ik quickly reported everything that happened to Lee Kang-mo. So that's how it went, sir. While Gwang-ik was showing off his gun with excitement, he suddenly noticed someone. What the hell are you doing here? Ki-nam snapped back. None of your business. Lee Dong-hoon explained calmly. He's going to help out on this mission. Does it really have to be Ki-nam? Lee Kang-mo teased from his chair. He's our Ki-nam now. Gwang-ik thought to himself, yeah right. They clearly brought him here just to mess with me, didn't they? He clicked his tongue and said, fine. He's a bit lacking in the skills department, but at least he tries hard. Hinayam ground his teeth in fury. I'm gonna kill you. Just then, Kim Hae-mo frowned and cut in. Ahem, since everyone is here, let's go over the plan. All right, let's start. He asked with some hesitation, but are you really letting the rookie be the support? Lee Kang-mo replied nonchalantly. If you want to complain, then you become the team leader. Later in the secure briefing room, a model of the house they were supposed to raid was projected in the center with red dots representing people. Wait, did they hire mercenaries? Yeah, they've turned the mansion into a fortress. Kim Hae-mo said with a serious face. There's one group we managed to track down called the Blue Twins. Lee Dong-hoon added, that group is in the top 5 in the United States. There are 3 of them in that group, and the rest are in Korea. We expect a total of about 20 people. Lee Kang-mo smirked, looking pumped up. So those bastards upstairs have already set us up for failure, huh? Hey newbie. He glanced toward Gwang-ik, who sat silently without answering. Lee Kang-mo called out again. Hey you jerk. Gwang-ik immediately turned around scowling. Yes, Lee Kang-mo pointed at Gwang-ik and Kim Hae-mo. Go scout the place with him. Take them out before they can call for backup. We're going first, sir. The rest of the team will leave tomorrow morning. You two get moving now. Gwang-ik frowned slightly. Right now, yeah. You bastards got a problem with that. Kim Hae-mo also looked dazed, his face showing how exhausted he was. I really don't want to do this. Despite that, as night fell, they both arrived at the mountain range for the mission. Gwang-ik and Kim Hae-mo looked up from the foot of the mountain. Since the mansion is halfway up, we have to hike all the way there. Suddenly, a phone started ringing. Gwang-ik fumbled through his pockets. Oh, sorry. Let me take this. What now? He pulled out his phone. It was his mother. If I don't answer this, my life is literally on the line. He stepped aside to a corner and answered. Hi, Mom. He thought to himself that he'd heard she'd been feeling a bit lonely lately. Seon-hui asked softly, are you busy? Gwang-ik immediately started buttering her up. No matter how busy I am, I always have time for the most beautiful woman in Dongdaemun. If you're going to compliment your mother, you better write it down. Make it a long one. Like 2 volumes of Don Quixote long. Hearing that made him break into a cold sweat. That's a bit much, she continued. Can you come home this weekend? This weekend. Is something going on, Mom? I just feel like seeing you. Gwang's face went dark, thinking this was a bad omen. He had called his dad earlier. Is Mom cranky because you're always at work? Why is that my fault? His dad stroked his chin and speculated. No, it's just her empty nest syndrome kicking in. No way, it's definitely your fault. Dad, Seon-hui asked one more time. You can't make it. Gwang-ik held his head and grit his teeth. I'll be there. I'll make it back, no matter what. Meanwhile, Kim Hae-mo was panting heavily as they climbed. Seeing this, Gwang-ik turned back and asked, are you that tired? Kim Hae-mo was shaking all over, leaning on a walking stick. Just keep moving. Don't talk to me. Gwang-ik stood ahead, scanning the surroundings. Hey assistant, I think we climbed the wrong mountain. Before them was a dead end. They couldn't go any further. Kim Hae-mo's face went pale. What? But Gwang-ik said nonchalantly. Just kidding. Kim Hae-mo collapsed in exhaustion. I'm starting to understand how manager Lee Kang-mo feels. What does that mean? Nothing. Go scout the area? Fine. As it got later into the night, Gwang-ik took out his scope to observe the target's house. You said there were 20 guys. If you count the ones inside, there are way more. This place has more security than a whole mercenary guild. This doctor must be filthy rich. Kim Hae-mo asked in a low voice, did you memorize the positions? I got them all. All right, we'll keep an eye on them for another 3 hours. After observing for a while, they mapped out the terrain and the potential entry and exit points. There's only one way into the house, and it's surrounded by forest. If we just hide in the woods, even snipers won't be able to do anything. This is tough. This road is wide enough for 3 set-ins. Do you see the machine guns in the back? Is there an issue with the firing angle? They're aimed toward the rear of the mansion. Gwang-ik frowned slightly and said, the entrance is a trap. None of the guards are even looking at it, so there must be something there. They're focusing more on the flanks. I bet there are snipers there too. Snipers, machine gunners, and special ops mercenaries. But their positioning is a total mess. Kim Hae-mo stared at him dumbfounded. Seeing his expression, Gwang-ik asked, what is it? That's just my hunch. Kim Hae-mo couldn't help but say, do you want to join the analysis team? The scene then shifted to the group gathering together. Kim Hae-mo quickly reported the situation to Lee Kang-mo. Traps, machine guns, and about 40 special forces soldiers. Other than that, we haven't seen anything else. Lee Kang-mo couldn't help but praise him. As expected, of the analysis team's ace. It wasn't me, sir. It was all thanks to Gwang-ik. Immediately after, Lee Kang-mo shouted, anyone who isn't blind would have seen that. It's nothing to brag about. Gwang-ik pouted, thinking to himself, what a two-faced jerk. Then Lee Kang-mo glared at him and asked, hey rookie, what do you think? Me, is there any other rookie here besides me? He cursed the bastard under his breath, but on the outside he looked deadly serious. We should go in with a full-scale assault. The others fell silent at once. Lee Dong-hoon said in his tired voice, Manager, I understand the terrain here. How about I come up with a plan? Lee Kang-mo didn't even think twice before refusing. No need. I'll do it. Gwang-ik stared blankly, thinking, they're totally playing deaf with me. Ki-nam took the chance to chime in. You're insane. Gwang-ik didn't care and continued. They've definitely prepared something. If we're going to use traps or ambushes, we have to strike when they least expect it. More importantly, they're just a bunch of guys who've never worked together. 5 of us is plenty. Lee Kang-mo smirked and said, you're crazy. It's already 4:45 in the morning. At 6 o'clock, we move. We take out the sniper, then neutralize the machine gunners. Everyone enters through the front gate. Assistant Dong Ki-nam, get the sniper rifle ready. Understood. Kim Jong-ah, handle the machine guns. Stay quiet. Copy that. Just a side note, Kim Jong-ah was an Olympic gold medalist in archery. Yu Gwang-ik's eyes widened. What about me? The man replied nonchalantly. You're responsible for your own words. What responsibility? Lee Dong-hoon answered for him. You're going with the manager. Frontal assault. He frowned deeply upon hearing that. Great. With the tasks assigned, they didn't hesitate and charged. Within moments, 3 mercenary guards were down. Then came a series of other sounds. The mercenaries who were half asleep jumped in surprise. What's going on? We have intruders. They watched as the 2 men and Lee Kang-mo came sprinting toward them. No worries, they're heading straight into the minefield. Are they stupid? But as they got closer, the confusion grew. Wait, why aren't the mines going off? With the Yu Gwang-ik and Lee Kang-mo were grinning ear to ear as they kept charging forward. The mercenaries panicked, shouting, what the hell? Why isn't anyone hitting them? Who are these guys? Looking back, this was the danger sense. Huh, what are you talking about? Lee Kang-mo frowned and waved him off. No time, I'll get you sorted right now. Yu Gwang-ik doubted him, thinking, you're the weird one here. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power heading for his face. Yu Gwang-ik quickly dodged the purple light. What? Why so sudden? But it didn't stop there. Something was lunging at his back. Now what? But Lee Kang-mo moved fast, raising his leg to block it. Yu Gwang-ik's eyes flashed red for a split second. He saw it. His danger sense, he could see exactly where the mines were. Back to the present, the mercenaries were frantically ordering more mines to be set. As they ran forward, they hit claymore mines. A massive explosion erupted instantly. The survivors were left trembling in fear. Is he even human? Or have I been in the mountains so long I'm hallucinating? Are they ghosts? Get a grip. Other mercenaries rushed to help. How many are there? A whole battalion. Just 2. You set all those mines just to take out 2 guys. You don't get it. They're freaks. Despite being so close to the blast, Yu Gwang-ik was still alive with only a few scratches. What kind of monster is he? Is he even real? Lee Kang-mo, standing behind him, was completely unscathed. He smiled and said, all right, let's keep going. Yu Gwang-ik gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, you use me as a human shield. He whispered, manager, they gave us such a warm welcome, we should return the favor. He pulled out a gun and squeezed the trigger with all his might. The moment the bullet fired, his entire body was blown backward. A rifle. Lee Kang-mo was stunned. That's a freaking cannon. It turned out the gun he received was actually a portable cannon, not a regular firearm. Lee Kang-mo frowned and cursed, you idiot. Yu Gwang-ik didn't care and just smiled. I've decided. I'm naming you 4th batter. Note, the 4th batter in baseball is the strongest hitter, the cleanup hitter. Even though the blast was powerful, none of the enemies were hurt. Seeing this, Lee Kang-mo snapped, 4th batter my foot. He argued back sheepishly. It's my first time using it. Whatever, just hurry up, he said, sprinting toward the forest. Watch where you're going, moron. Yu Gwang-ik scrambled to his feet and followed. Why? We're supposed to be fighting them. Lee Kang-mo replied casually, I only asked for your opinion. I never said I'd follow it. Screw you. Then why are we even here? To get the upper hand. What are you even saying? Just then, something suddenly streaked through the air. Luckily, Yu Gwang-ik's quick reflexes saved him. A mercenary was chasing them from behind, surrounded by sharp, floating spears. You bastards. His eyes widened. The guy was flying and throwing spears at the same time. An ability, or remote control. Lee Kang-mo couldn't help but mock him. Use your brain for once, not just your muscles. Rookies these days. Both of them kept running for their lives. Manager, can I ask you something? Have you been swearing since the day you were born? Lee Kang-mo glanced back. Are you out of your mind? In the dark of the night, the 2 soldiers were being pursued relentlessly. Why is he sticking to us like glue? One more step and you're dead. What? Their eyes bulged as they looked at the ground. Suddenly, a purple light flashed, taking them out instantly. Now only the sounds of groaning filled the forest. Damn it, there's a sniper too. The man's mouth curled into a sinister grin. I told you, keep looking and you'll end up in a grave. They chatted while running. Does this plan have a name? What name do you speak English? Yeah. Yu Gwang-ik cursed. You total prick. He was being bandaged up. An invisible prison. You mean we're going to scare them so bad they won't dare to leave? Exactly. We kill anyone who tries to step foot outside. Suddenly, Lee Kang-mo angrily kicked him. Typical Ki-nam style. Why not just kill them all at once? Come on, efficiency is the foundation of every plan. You little corporate chicken. Once the bandages were done, he dragged Yu Gwang-ik along. Now let's move. Huh, where do you think? We're infiltrating their base, obviously. Follow me. He turned back to warn him. Fine, if you're going to use that gun, keep your stance steady. Unless you want your arms blown off. You should have told me that sooner. They watched closely as they moved. Watch me carefully. Are we going stealth this time? Lee Kang-mo gave a wicked smile. This is going to be fun. In the dead of night, light from a window spilled outside. Suddenly, a rustle came from the bushes. They had approached the brush. What was that? Just the wind. Then Lee Kang-mo's terrifying face suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The sight was so scary, the sniper passed out on the spot. He whispered softly. Hide in the shadows and exploit the enemy's blind spots. What, as we get closer to the rest, will become invisible. Meanwhile, at the sniper nest, the two of them tie the enemies up. There are 2 suspects. They fired and then ran. A member of the Blue Twins mercenary team said, sounding annoyed. They've got us figured out. I have no idea what these bastards look like. Air from the Blue Twins remarked. They're professionals. Lee Kang-mo remained alert, looking ahead. The traps at the front entrance are destroyed. 6 men are dead, and we still haven't taken out that guy with the cannon. Damn it, John was itching for a fight. These bastards. They're going to be screaming for mercy if they cross me. But Arthur held him back from behind, telling him to stand down for now. They can't avoid us forever. At that same moment, June tossed a bottle of water to Yu Gwang-ik. Hey, rookie, drink up, will you? He kept pressuring him. Drink it so you can awaken. Awaken when I'm sure you felt it when you were attacking. Your senses were so sharp it felt like you had everything right in the palm of your hand. We call that awakening. Hurry up and open that thing. That's just the basics. If you can't even do that, don't even dream of touching a single hair of mine. As soon as Yu Gwang-ik put it in his mouth, his senses exploded. He could feel every single cell in his body. His heart was pounding nonstop, and his body started feeling incredibly uncomfortable. His senses were even sharper than usual. The veins in his muscles started bulging. It felt exactly like this. June turned back to remind him, stay calm, now follow my lead. John asked impatiently, what the hell is going on? He noticed 2 snipers tied to the base of a tree. Are you seeing ghosts? I'm terrified. Very quickly, the 2 of them sensed a strange aura coming from the bushes. They immediately went into a defensive stance. What, is there something there? Taking advantage of the natural cover to hide, a blind spot appeared when they turned their heads. Damn it, why can't I see them? To lose them before they could even be spotted, the enemies were knocked out instantly. Yu Gwang-ik gave a sinister smile. Hello there. He walked up to Manager June. At this point, he didn't seem like the shy guy from before. Maybe I should just rush in and kill them all at once. I've awakened now, so let's just wipe them all out to make it quick, shall we? But June only smiled and didn't respond to Yu Gwang-ik's words. Instead, June gave him a thunderous kick, leaving him in total pain. Forget it. This annoying guy just tried it and already wants to be perfect. Damn it. How long does it usually take for those from elite families? It takes at least 3 months to awaken. Yet deep down, he was secretly thrilled. This guy succeeded on his very first try. The 2 of them continued deeper into the forest. Let's go, we need to keep moving. Wait, I need to do one thing. John couldn't hide his rage. What the hell is this? The snipers were all hanging upside down from the tree branches. Damn it, these bastards. They're not amateurs, they're freaking artists. Arthur was breaking into a cold sweat, visibly shaken. Without professional leadership, our individual attacks are all failing. They're only aiming for our weaknesses, and they've got style too. They gathered to discuss. Weight double has been captured. What captured? The strongest mercenary in Korea, my ass. We should have known when he ran away after getting hit by an arrow. They were starting to feel some regret now. Damn it, he said he was going to confess his feelings after he got back. I hope he didn't see anything weird. At this rate, they'll all run away during the night. Our end will be just like theirs. A fear controlled by an even greater fear. Arthur stepped up to lead. Just stay inside, no one is allowed out. If anyone ignores my orders, I'll tear you apart myself. His words were a direct threat to them. Outside, June asked blankly, no one else is coming out, huh? Yes, they're staying put. Well then, let's open the prison doors. Yu Gwang-ik spoke up hesitantly. Manager, why are we opening the prison doors? June didn't want to explain. Dong, you explain it to him. Yes, sir. Should I just punch him? She leaned in close to his face and explained, an invisible prison only works on the weak. Also, my chest being this close counts as harassment, you know. Seeing that look on her face made him incredibly angry. The essence of this tactic is to spread fear. We'll keep terrifying them and pick them off one by one to reduce their numbers and cause internal conflict. June enjoyed their awkwardness. Inside, it's like they're having an exorcism. They definitely won't be sleeping well after what we did. So what do we do next? That clueless question earned Yu Gwang-ik a painful smack. What do you mean, what next, you idiot? If they're scared, what are we supposed to do? We take them out. He stood below and shouted, hey, you guys, crawl out here, those bastards. We aren't ghosts. June asked, puzzled, why aren't they coming out? Maybe try saying it in English. Seeing that he raised his middle finger while holding a megaphone and shouted, hello, you pieces of trash, you bunch of pathetic rookies. Finally, one of them stepped out. It turned out to be John appearing with his crew. So it's you guys. You pathetic amateurs. He quickly struck up a conversation. I learned this from the last mission, but I think the best way to learn a new language is to learn the swear words first. A small smile played on his lips. Come here, Takaki. Being hot-headed, he threw his gun straight at them. Damn it, Yu Gwang-ik. It quickly grabbed his gun and got into his sniping position. Without a word, he fired directly inside. But they were incredibly fast. This bastard. Everywhere he charged, sparks of electricity flew. He was a special forces soldier with a body of steel. John's slashing speed was insane. With just one strike, he sliced the gun in half. Damn it, Yu Gwang-ik asked hesitantly. You're not Takaki anymore, you're just a rolling marble. He didn't care about his words. He just kept charging, roaring like a total madman. Die. His eyes were intensely focused on him. John's arm was sliced clean off, falling to the side. His body trembled, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell? Sorry about that, my sword is just a bit too sharp. Those words only made him even more furious. And Yu Gwang-ik was facing that mindless lunatic all by himself. He looked up ahead. Huh. The severed arm was holding something that could explode at any second. A grenade. Seeing that terrified expression on his face gave John a huge thrill. Die. But he didn't just stand there waiting for death. He got into a combat stance. Humph. Yu Gwang-ik grabbed the arm, holding the grenade and flung it. The grenade exploded high in the sky, creating a spectacular scene. He was shaking now. John was so angry that veins popped out all over his face as he kept swearing. You son of a bitch, I'll remember your face. Hearing that, he gave him a hard slap. What was that? With one blow, he was flattened on the ground. The special undying forces will handle the rest. If anyone wants to complain, step up. The soldiers were so terrified they didn't dare move. I surrender. Me too, Arthur, standing nearby, quickly intervened. Stop it. If you're being paid, you have to fulfill your responsibility. He put on his glasses and immediately his eyes glowed, firing a laser beam straight at everyone. Do you have any idea how much I'm paying you people? Damn it, it's Laser Cyclops. Don't move, you're all terrified. Stay still. Every single one of you is in my sights. His gaze darkened at that moment. A laser eye, huh. No wonder you're so confident. But today, I've learned something very strange. Double sat on the ground, trembling and begging. I was only doing what the client asked. Please have mercy on me. What should we do with him? Since we caught him, we might as well put him to use. Lee Kang-mo turned and pointed right at Yu Gwang-ik's face. Double knock him out. Wait me, yes you. If you can take this kid down, I'll let you go. He looked dazed, not understanding what Lee Kang-mo was talking about. Huh, what does that mean? It means use whatever ability you want. My little rookie here isn't allowed to touch you, not even your collar. He turned back, his eyes filled with murderous intent. How long do you plan on relying on luck to dodge? If you don't want to die, learn how to dodge properly. Receiving the order, Double sat up and attacked immediately. Fine, leave it to me. Caught off guard, Yu Gwang-ik didn't know what to do. A deep-seated fear crept into his heart. How could he possibly dodge what he couldn't even see? After getting hit about 8 times, I finally understood what the manager was after. I have to use my heightened senses to feel the invisible force being released. That way I can predict an ability user's moves and react in time. Damn it, Air cursed in a rage. Die, you trash. He charged forward relentlessly, firing his lasers. Suddenly, an item dropped right in front of his feet. Everything around them became shrouded in thick fog. Using dirty tricks like this, Air searched frantically for his target. Over there, right suddenly, Yu Gwang-ik appeared from behind and attacked. The knife in his hand was swiftly driven straight into Air. Then with a powerful kick, he sent him flying. Air wouldn't go down that easily. He lunged back even more fiercely. Ah, so that's the slug gun. That move successfully sent him flying several meters away. Having landed a hit, Yu Gwang-ik started showing off. I'm pretty cool, right? What are you doing? I know I look awesome. Suddenly, his expression turned to one of panic. I missed. Yu Gwang-ik had. He hadn't noticed the soldier further away. There was another one, and he couldn't sense his presence at all. Immortal force. It's too late. We can't catch him. Lee Kang-mo provided cover with his bow and arrows. Manager. The soldier was currently struggling in a fierce fight with Yu Gwang-ik. Very quickly, he was sent flying by one of Yu Gwang-ik's kicks. A faint smirk appeared on his face. You're fast, I'll give you that. But unfortunately, Yu Gwang-ik circled behind to attack, catching him completely off guard. The rest of the team watched the two fight with indifferent expressions. I'm faster, you bastard. He successfully took the guy down. The man's face trembled as it was pressed against the ground. I think we're done here. Yu Gwang-ik sat down and started rummaging through his pockets. Hey, what are you doing now? Looting, obviously. This jacket isn't just some ordinary rag. Out of nowhere, someone appeared and asked him, are you a regressor? Huh, I've decided on the title for this series. The Overpowered Rookie Regressor. Hearing that, he gave a thumbs up. I bet the profit will be at least 1 billion a year. What on earth is going on? Lee Kang-mo lost his patience and turned to leave. Hey, you bird brain, tie his hands and feet. We're going inside. Now he's calling him a bird brain on top of being a rookie. Suddenly, Park Byung-hoon rushed out, threatening everyone with a gun. Stay right there, stay where I can see you, or I'll pull the trigger. Lee Dong-hoon gasped as he saw the doctor come out. Dr. Park Byung-hoon, please calm down, the doctor shouted back in a rage. I told you to stay away, holding himself hostage. That's weird. Lee Dong-hoon waved his hands dismissively. He knew the man had it all wrong. We invited you here to be our advisor. Invited. While carrying weapons, this is just how the Immortal Special Forces roll, he said, waving his hands awkwardly. Hey, don't move, Yu Gwang-ik, move quickly. If you don't mind, could I say a few words as the most handsome guy on the team? The doctor scowled in anger. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Let go of that hideous man, Yu Gwang-ik grinned and pointed at himself. If possible, can I speak as the most handsome one here? Park Byung-hoon frowned and asked, what the hell are you saying? That bastard is ugly as sin. Yu Gwang-ik turned nonchalantly to Dong Ki-nam, who was standing quietly nearby. Dong Ki-nam, he's talking about you. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm talking about you. Does the Immortal Special Force hire circus performers now? Yu Gwang-ik immediately put on an innocent act. We're just trying to calm you down. Park Byung-hoon trembled, pointing the gun at himself. Just get out of here and never come looking for me again. Lee Kang-mo frowned and walked toward him. I don't know what you're hiding, but you better start being honest. Park Byung-hoon immediately panicked. Stay back. One more step and I'll fire. I told you not to come any closer. While he was distracted, Yu Gwang-ik lunged forward and easily slapped the gun out of his hand. Then he asked with a look of total innocence, are you okay? Park Byung-hoon's face turned beet red with rage. His hand was bruised red from the impact. Are you mocking me? He thought to himself. Damn it, since when did he? Yu Gwang-ik turned toward the wooden house. Let's go. But Park Byung-hoon tried to stop him. No, please, come back, I'm begging you. He frowned and grabbed the man's hand. Just stay put. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened. Inside the house, a girl with striking blonde hair was tied up inside an iron cage. Her mouth was gagged, so she couldn't make a sound. A girl. This time, Yu Gwang-ik was truly furious. Can I just break his bones, please? Lee Kang-mo looked around the house and asked, can you handle the consequences? Park Byung-hoon collapsed to the floor and whispered, that's my daughter. I'll go with you just. Please leave her alone. Yu Gwang-ik was stunned. What? You two look nothing alike. The man explained. She's a special test subject. Her immune system is weak, she has a vitamin deficiency, and her mental state is unstable. Those wounds on her body, she probably did that to herself. As soon as Yumo tried to get closer, the girl who had been lying still suddenly bolted upright and started screaming. Lee Kang-mo turned to Park Byung-hoon. You know she'll be sent to a lab if the government finds out right. She's just a child. She hasn't done anything. But at that moment, Himo drew his gun and aimed it at the girl. Assistant Director, unauthorized test subjects must be disposed of. Stop, Marie. Yu Gwang-ik didn't expect Himo to actually go that far. Are you serious? She's just a kid. But his expression remained cold and determined. If we let this child live, she'll only end up suffering a miserable life as an experimental object. Killing her is an act of mercy. Hearing those words, he thought, a test subject to be disposed of. It's like they don't even see her as human. Is he really going to kill a girl who isn't even 20 years old yet? Whatever, I can't just stand by. He frowned and said, let her go. We have to keep this a secret. Killing her would be a crime. Yu Gwang-ik, are you really going to follow such inhumane rules? Lee Kang-mo suddenly leaned in and whispered, listen, rookie. If you want to hide something, you have to distract everyone with an even bigger problem. You want to take responsibility. He pointed at Yu Gwang-ik and said, Himo, he'll take responsibility for this. Just leave it be. Himo frowned, unable to believe what he was hearing. Are you for real? Lee Kang-mo looked away, pressing his middle finger to his forehead. I wasn't going to say anything, but when Kwang-ish saw that he thought it was a secret team signal, he thought it meant cover me. Lee Dong-hoon, catching on quickly, said Assistant Director, do you even know who's backing Kwang-ik? Who exactly, Director Nam mean? He's Kwang-ish's father, Lee Kang-mo said, sounding completely nonchalant. Both Kim Hae-mo and Ki-nam's eyes nearly popped out of their heads in shock. No way. Seriously. You're his son. Kwang-ik just stood there dazed, letting them roll with it. Is that what he's going with? Oh well, I guess I'm Director Nam Mian's son now. He apologized to his dad in his head. Sorry, Dad, but for today, I've got 2 new pawns for my game. Lee Kang-mo and Lee Dong-hoon worked together to spin a story that sounded like a top-secret action movie. Why do you think the assistant director is looking after him? Kwang-ish thought, gritting his teeth. They say people will believe anything if enough people are lying. His teammates were surprisingly good at making stuff up. But Kim Hae-mo still didn't put his gun away, saying, I'm still reporting this to the director. Lee Kang-mo frowned and warned him. You shouldn't get involved. Kwang-ich walked toward the cage. Oh, what a pain. Who's taking this kid? Park Byung-hoon, who had been quiet, suddenly cried out. What did you say? She's my daughter. Before he could even finish his sentence, every pair of eyes in the room locked onto him, making him shut up instantly. Lee Dong-hoon gave a threatening smile. If you take her, she'll be a corpse in less than 2 days. The news will just call it a research subject casualty. Plus, we'll make sure they think you're the one who let her go. Dong A quietly calculated the situation. You can handle her, teach her the language and basic manners. You'll treat this child well even though you know she's a test subject. I need a special Mother Teresa type. Gwang-ik was caught off guard. Special Mother Teresa. I never thought I'd hear those two words put together. Why is one specific person coming to mind? He smiled and said, I know just the person. Leave the girl to me. The scene cuts to Gwang-ik carrying the girl to his mother's house. She had been sedated, so she just lay motionless on his shoulder. I'm home. Mother Teresa Lee Seung-hee looked at them with a saintly smile. Then she demanded an explanation. Who is that girl? Du Hui poked his head out from inside, grinning ear to ear. Who's this Gwang-ik? Who's the new guest? Did you already get a head start on me, kid? He could only say helplessly. It's not what you think. Gwang-ik's eyes darted around. He thought mom's been bored lately, so wouldn't having her look after this kid be a win-win? Well, maybe not. I just happened to save her, but on the way to the police station. Before he could finish, Mary woke up. She kicked him hard right in the face and leaped away, letting out a loud growl. Even after being hit, Gwang-ik didn't look annoyed at all. See, Mom, she's not exactly well. Lee Seung-hee smirked and said, Is that so? Both she and Du Hui gave Mary a sharp, threatening look. Mary, who was about to scream, suddenly shriveled up in fear. He thought to himself, oh, the kid's about to start wailing. Her dad would be so disappointed if he saw this. Du Hui smiled at Lee Seung-hee. Maybe we should give her a bath and feed her first. A little while later, Mary, who had looked like a total mess, was cleaner and tidier than ever. Now she looks more like a human. While cooking, Lee Seung-hee noted, It looks like she's a mixed breed. She probably only awakened less than 6 months ago. Du Hui spat out in annoyance. Some scumbag must have abandoned her. What is it with these jerks lately having kids and then refusing to take responsibility? Gwang-ik poked his head in and asked Mom, should we tell Dad about us being shapeshifters? She frowned slightly. You already decided who you're living with, so why ask? Don't make me blow my top. Make a real decision before you come to me. Gwang-ik turned to Du Hui. Oh right, you're the landlord. Is there a spare room? My building isn't your playground. Then Lee Seung-hee brought out a bowl of shimmering golden fried rice. The kid must be hungry. Mary's eyes immediately lit up. She opened her mouth wide, baring her fangs, but before she could do anything, Lee Seung-hee grabbed her by the hair and shoved a spoonful of rice straight into her mouth. Eat with a spoon. She even squeezed the girl's cheeks, forcing her to chew. Chew slowly. Now swallow. That's it, good girl. Gwang-ik sat there watching. He thought, this is exactly why I thought of Mom. She looked like she could kill the girl and care for her at the same time, the perfect mother. Meanwhile, in the executive office, the leader was focused on a report, his brow furrowed. They ran into countless mercenary teams. Not just Korean teams, but 3 Blue Twins teams as well. Even if they weren't top tier, those 3 must have cost at least several hundred million won. And this guy beat them all by himself. This new hire hasn't even been here a year. The leader was reviewing Gwang-ik's performance evaluation. The report described him as a rare talent. With great judgment, bold actions, and a strong spirit, they requested a transfer to the security team. Only a few missions in and he's already a master strategist. Usually geniuses show their talent right from the start, but Yu Gwang-ik is the opposite. He used to be completely ordinary. He sighed and said, this kid has improved a lot. Aside from his talent, he's a completely different person. My influence is limited because of him, so I don't really like the guy. But I can't let personal feelings get in the way of business. Yu Gwang-ik is definitely an outlier. Yu Gwang-ik is an outlier, huh? Looking at the approval stamp on his card, he laughed. Dong saw this and asked, are you that happy? He replied with pride, a little. Outside, the sky was gloomy and gray with lightning striking repeatedly. Gwang-ik smiled at Lee Kang-mo. Hey there, assistant director. The weather sure is beautiful today, isn't it? Quite unusual. He replied grumpily. Is this brat crazy? The weather is insane out there. He continued to poke fun at him. Oh, our unusual manager is swearing. You didn't even use the F word this time. You look the most manly when you're dropping F-bombs, you know. Lee Kang-mo glared at him. I bet you already know what I want. Not stopping there, Gwang-ik moved on to bother the others. Perfect timing, you Miho, our star employee. Let's look at the evaluation reports together, buddy. Miho frowned and said bluntly, beat it. Stop bothering us. Who's your buddy? Oh right, my bad. Gwang-ik leaned in close to Keenem. We can't be friends, can we? Our third-class employee, Keenem. The guy made a face and told him to get lost. But he still acted friendly, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Screw off. You've picked up all the bad habits from our team manager. Our dear Dong Keenem. Just then, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Don't push your luck. A man slowly walked toward them. I'm watching you. Being that arrogant won't end well. Gwang-ik replied nonchalantly, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. He gritted his teeth and hissed a curse. You freak. Then the man lowered his voice, scolding Dong Keenam. How did something like you even get born? To think you lose to a complete nobody like him. Dong Keenam bit his lip and muttered, I'm sorry. Seeing this, Yu Gwang-ik was a bit surprised. I've never seen Dong Keenam act so submissive before. He whispered to the colleague next to him, "Who's that guy over there?" The guy replied, "That's Dong Honam, the manager of External Security Team 1. His name is almost identical to Dong Kinam's because he's his older brother." He thought to himself, damn, that's his brother. Why is he chewing him out so hard, poor Dong Kinam? After he finished his lecture, Dong Honam didn't stick around. He turned to leave, saying, "Get your head in the game, you useless brat." Yu Gwang-ik ran over and patted Dong Kinam on the shoulder, saying, "Cheer up, buddy." He was so pissed his veins were popping out, looking like he wanted to kill you right then and there. Just then, the secretary suddenly came looking for him. External Security Team 3 Yu Gwang-ik Yu. Hearing his name, he turned around. "Oh, Mr. Secretary, what's up?" The secretary lowered his voice and said, "Let's go." The director is looking for his long-lost son. The scene shifts to Nam Bongjin's room. Outside, lightning continued to strike, creating a dark and gloomy atmosphere. He smiled and asked, "So you've arrived, my son?" Yu Gwang-ik forced a smile and replied, "The seed you sowed back then has grown into a tree." But inside, he was thinking, "I wonder who the snitch was." Nam Bongjin said, "Son, why don't you have a seat? Tell me what happened last Thursday." He didn't hesitate and sat down in the chair. "Well, how much do you already know?" The man chuckled softly. "I only just found out about my long-lost son and the test subject." Hearing that, Yu Gwang-ik bit his lip and thought, he knows everything. If I can't avoid it, I might as well face it. Killing her wouldn't have achieved anything, so I spared her life. Oh, that's right. There's no absolute need to kill someone just because they're a test subject. I see. Even so, I can't just let you do whatever you want. I need you to do something for me. In a few days, an important person will be flying into South Korea, and I need you to be their bodyguard. Yu Gwang-ik agreed without a second thought. Simple enough. Trust me, I am your son after all. But I'm not done yet. The secretary stepped forward to brief him. You also need to find out why that person is coming to Korea. Use any means necessary to investigate. However, you are strictly forbidden from harming them physically or mentally. Yu Gwang-ik slowly stood up. "Leave it to me," he said with full confidence. "By the time that person leaves Korea, I'll make sure they're shouting that the Republic of Korea is the absolute best." Suddenly, a cup of noodles flew straight at him. "Damn it, you idiot. This is way too spicy." A bratty kid, his mouth burning, was screaming in anger. "You should have told me it was this hot, you stupid crazy Korean moron, you complete freaking idiot. Who the hell would even eat this crap?" The boy kept spitting out curses, but Yu Gwang-ik remained completely unfazed. "You're the one who told me to buy it, so shut your trap, you little brat." He was currently in a massive mansion with many people bustling about, but no one paid them any mind. "The name's Yu Gwang-ik, you little punk. The person I had to protect was Boliana, a prince from a superpower nation in Southeast Asia. That king had 35 children, and this kid was the son of a concubine. The kid was only 10 years old, but he was a real piece of work." Boliana pouted and continued his insults. "What are you staring at, you jerk?" Yu Gwang-ik was feeling extremely irritated by the constant insults, but he forced a smile, thinking, "I heard he's fluent in 6 languages. Guess he knows how to swear in all of them too." An older man walked up and said to him, "Don't be too mad. He's actually acting like an angel today. At least he's not throwing things yet, especially the hard, sharp ones." Hearing that, he thought, if this is him being an angel, how bad is he normally? I need to get close to him to find out why he's here, but I don't think I can pull it off. So he changed his plan. A few days later, I had become close with the other bodyguards and learned about their abilities. Robert the Immortal Brown Bear. He loved showing off his strength. He was a strange immortal who took great joy in flexing his biceps every time he won an arm wrestling match. If I brought him banana milk after training, he'd relax immediately. He was the first one I befriended. Then there was Jay, a special superhuman with Middle Eastern looks. This guy could control temperature, making any part of his body heat up. He was very skilled at controlling his power. If he were a member of the association, he'd definitely be high-ranking. He had a mild temperament and loved to have fun, so I taught him how to play cards. Then there was Eva, the shapeshifter. She had a great physique and a pretty face, but she was way too touchy-feely. Every time she touched me, the prince looked like he was getting jealous. We were on the same side since we all had the mission to protect the prince. But it was strange. I felt like she was very wary of me. Then there was Daniel, a total weirdo and special superhuman. I still didn't know what his power was, but our personalities were definitely opposites. He never answered with more than one word and looked at me as if he'd make me disappear the second I tried to crack a joke. He wasn't a bad guy, but his professional attitude reminded me of someone. And so, 3 or 4 days passed. Yu Gwang-ik showed off his cooking skills, which actually impressed the young Boliana. Holy crap, this is so freaking good. 5 days went by, and every day he kept a close eye on the boy's every move. "You over there, come here." On the night before the 6th day, Boliana lay in bed and made a demand. "Sing me a lullaby so I can sleep." Yu Gwang-ik furrowed his brows, but a smile remained on his lips. He thought, this little brat wants everything. "I wish I was born a prince too," he whispered. "Sleep tight. I'll sing you a song." He then began to sing a song in English. Before long, the boy quickly drifted off to sleep. The sound of steady, slow breathing filled the quiet room. Is he asleep? Yu Gwang-ik suddenly noticed that Boliana had tears welling in his eyes even while he slept. The next day, while he was fast asleep, Daniel was outside screaming his head off. You want to die? What? The yellow can Daniel, don't you dare stop me. I'm going to rip that bastard's mouth off. Yu Gwang-ik reminded them in a low voice. Eva, there's ketchup on your shirt. Hearing this, Eva cried out, Are you serious? That's the absolute worst. Suddenly, Boliana, who was sitting down, froze. His face looked as if he was about to face something absolutely terrifying. Eva stood up trying to wipe her clothes. Damn it, this isn't coming out. Daniel immediately turned his attention to Yu Gwang-ik. You hate him too, right? I have to teach him a lesson. Robert quickly stepped in to stop him. Daniel, stop it. Boliana's eyes widened and his entire face turned pale. What on earth was happening? Daniel roared in anger. Hey, you bastard, get over here. But Yu Gwang-ik remained indifferent, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Are you playing deaf with me? Robert smiled and held him back tightly. All right, calm down, Daniel. Let's go. Let go of me. Robert turned to him and said, I'll leave the prince to you. Meanwhile, Eva was still fuming over the stains on her outfit. Why won't this tea stain come out? I'm going to go change. After that, the chaotic room was left with only Gwang-ik and Boliana. The boy frowned, his face pale, as he asked, What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Gwang-ik acted like it was nothing and replied, Lost my mind? Not at all. My head is perfectly clear. I actually have something to ask you. A moment later, Eva stepped out of the room wearing something light and breezy. She grumbled, complaining about where all that tomato sauce had come from. Seeing her, Gwang-ik smiled and asked, Did you get it clean yet? I took it to the dry cleaners. Where is the prince? He said he was tired and went to his room. Oh, really? What about Robert and Daniel? He stood up and walked toward her. But then, in the blink of an eye, Gwang-ik pinned Eva against the wall, one hand resting on her waist. Now it's just the two of us. Do you have anything you want to say to me? Her face turned bright red at his words, even though the atmosphere was incredibly heavy and they were drawing closer and closer. Just as their lips were about to touch, Gwang-ik suddenly grabbed Eva's hair and slammed her head hard against the bookshelf behind them. He used his other hand to cover her mouth. Now her nose and lips were covered in red pepper flakes. He put on an innocent face and said, Sorry about that, Eva. You're going to need some time to recover. Actually, this is spicy pepper. For a shapeshifter, this is the worst kind of punishment. Eva trembled and let out a piercing scream. At that same moment, Boliana took the chance to wrap a blanket around himself and bolted out the door. Joey was woken up by the scream and stumbled out looking half asleep. What's going on? But Gwang-ik had already grabbed Boliana and started running. Wait, what? He crashed straight through the window and leaped from the high floor. Upstairs, Robert and Daniel were also drawn by the loud commotion. What's happening? When they stepped out of the room, they only saw Eva standing in the middle of the living room. Eva, she was gritting her teeth in rage. Even so, Joey ran over and snatched the radio right off Robert. He just stood there completely dazed. Joey used the radio to alert the other bodyguards. Everyone to the first floor immediately. I repeat, all guards to the first floor. This is an emergency. The prince has been kidnapped. The scene shifts to the An headquarters. Lee Kang-mo was sitting there casually chatting with Nam Bong-jin. Why are you comparing them like that? He's already talented, so why are you still helping him? Hearing that, he replied, to help them go further and reach their next goal faster. By the way, ever since his orientation, he's been working for me. He gets disciplined once in a while, but this vacation is actually a reward for him. This job teaches him patience. Plus, I can punish him for letting that test subject survive. You've dealt with the prince before, haven't you? Lee Kang-mo gave a slight smirk. Yeah, that was a real pain. Right then, the door burst open. The secretary rushed in shouting, Sir, something's happened. Yu Gwang-ik has kidnapped the prince. Lee Kang-mo and Nam Bong-jin's faces went completely blank. Wait, what? Back to Gwang-ik. During his time at the mansion, he had noticed some problems. I didn't know why this kid was so anxious even though he was just here for a vacation. He's always shaking his legs and crying in his sleep. So I asked my assistant to look into it. It turns out those four aren't bodyguards at all. Eva, the shapeshifter. Her nickname is the Stalker. She used to be a mercenary in England. She'll hunt her target to the ends of the earth, whether they're a man or a woman. Then there's Joey, a special superhuman nicknamed the Torch, who is a royal guard that enjoys burning people alive. How does someone like him get to be a royal guard? Third is Robert, the Immortal one nicknamed the Chatterbox. Also a royal guard. His specialty is the spear. Even though he's the one who taught me how to improve my close combat skills, the guy is still a suspicious bastard. Finally, there's Daniel, another special superhuman and royal guard. He has the power to isolate space. All four of these people are only loyal to one person. Andre Landy, the most likely successor to the superhuman kingdom and this kid's older sister. After gathering all the clues, I could finally draw a conclusion. This kid was sent here to be assassinated. Before that, Gwang-ik had seriously asked Boliana, I want to ask you one thing. Do you want to live? The boy frowned, looking very wary. What are you planning? I'm serious. I know why you're here and we don't have much time. Do you want to live or not? Boliana bit his lip. He summoned his courage and said, I don't want to die. I understand your wish. Yu Gwang-ik, member of the Special Immortal Force, will now begin the mission to rescue the prince. At that moment, he was carrying Boliana and running through a shortcut. The boy couldn't help but ask, "How did you know about the reason I'm in Korea?" Gwang-ik replied, "I guess this is just the intuition of a Korean employee. Just a little longer, prince." Wait, what? He didn't answer but pulled out his phone instead. As soon as he hit answer, Lee Kang-mo's voice came screaming through the speaker. "You crazy bastard, what on earth are you doing? If the prince's safety is at risk, why the hell would you kidnap him? You should have reported it to the royal guards there." He calmly replied that those people were actually the threat. Gwang-ik gestured for Boliana to hide behind a wall. Hearing that, Lee Kang-mo asked, "Are you sure? 50-50. What the hell? 50-50. You lunatic, don't you dare contact us again. Just go hide." He raised an eyebrow and asked back, "What about reinforcements?" Lee Kang-mo roared in anger. "What reinforcements? Do you want to start an international incident? Do you think we can send backup for a kidnapper?" "Hmph, I guess so. If you get caught, you're dead meat, got it." Gwang-ik spoke with total confidence. "I won't get caught. I'm a master of hide and seek." Just as he finished speaking, a noise came from outside. He glanced over. Not far away, Eva was sprinting toward them like a madwoman. "Eva!" He looked at Boliana confused. "Prince, are you wearing a tracking device or something?" The boy answered in a low voice. "It's a mandatory royal requirement. Why are you only telling me this now?" There was no time for small talk. Eva lunged forward, throwing a punch right at him. But Gwang-ik nimbly dodged it. She spat out every word through gritted teeth. "You dare trick me," he smirked. "I'm not really into women with obsession issues." "What, you bastard?" Eva used all her strength to kick Gwang-ik in the leg. This time he couldn't dodge. Right after that, the rest of the group arrived. How stupid. When fighting a shapeshifter, you shouldn't create that much distance. Daniel cracked his knuckles and said, "I knew it. I should have killed you sooner." Joey walked ahead, holding a lantern. "Sorry, dude, but you can't get rid of that tracker. If you surrender now, we'll make it easy on you. So hand the prince back over to us." Gwang-ik scoffed, exposing the truth. "Liars. The moment you catch me, you'll start torturing me immediately. Am I wrong?" Joey flinched. "How did you know?" Suddenly, Eva lunged from behind, screaming, "Are you distracted?" Gwang-ik dodged the blow and ducked down, stabbing her once in the waist. Eva screamed in rage, "You son of a bitch." Immediately after, she lunged again, swinging at him, but Gwang-ik quickly pulled out his shield and blocked the hit. Eva was reeling from the shock to her shield. A moment later, she was officially down for the count. Even a shifter would find it nearly impossible to recover quickly after having their neck snapped. Yu Gwang-ik pointed a finger at the man across from him as a warning. "Listen up, Robert. You can take down a shifter if you exploit an opening from a distance." Hearing that, Robert frowned, clearly on edge. That takedown of Eva was impressive. The entire Joey squad immediately tightened their stance. The captain's face darkened as he declared, "I admit we let our guard down, but there's no way you're escaping the three of us." Yu Gwang-ik didn't act rashly. First, he took off his jacket. Then he draped it over Boliana and instructed, "Don't lose this." The kid glanced at the oversized jacket on him and asked, "Where did this cheap rag even come from?" He didn't answer, just turned around to crack his knuckles and warm up. "Now, let's go." Then Yu Gwang-ik lunged forward, leaving the Joey squad in utter shock. Before they could react, he scooped up Boliana and bolted. The captain barked an order, triggering a hail of bullets. "He's running, catch him." Several bullets struck Yu Gwang-ik's back, only to bounce right off. Robert cursed under his breath. "Damn it, he's wearing body armor." A squad member chimed in, "He's fallen into the trap anyway." The captain ordered the pursuit. Yu Gwang-ik grabbed Boliana and headed toward a wall. The kid panicked. "What are you doing? This is a dead end." Yu Gwang-ik clenched his fist and said calmly, "When I was a kid, my mom always told me that when there's no way left, just clench your fist." Immediately, he threw a powerful punch, shattering the wall. He continued, "Create your own path." Witnessing that scene, Robert couldn't hide his astonishment. "That's insane," he muttered. "How could an immortal be that powerful?" He lifted Boliana through the wall and told him, "Prince, run." Just then, Robert charged with a blade gritting his teeth. Not a chance. Boliana felt a deadly chill from the sharp blade rushing from behind. A split second later, blood splattered everywhere. But when the kid looked up, he saw Yu Gwang-ik had spread his arms to take the blow for him. The blade was still buried in his back. The kid was stunned. "You idiot." But Yu Gwang-ik didn't care. He picked the kid up like a little piglet. "Let's move." Even though he was badly hurt, his eyes were full of resolve and certainty. He said, "I'll keep my promise to you." In Boliana's mind, memories from his childhood came flooding back. "Everyone wants me dead. Since the day I was born, my father couldn't have any more children, so I became the last prince. Everyone was disgusted. The insults still echo in my ears. Do you even have the right to live? Don't let me see your face again. Why don't you just die?" The kid continued to remember. It wasn't just his siblings. Everyone in this country hated or avoided me. It was because my mother's lineage wasn't noble, and no one knew what my power was. I've only survived this long thanks to my father's mercy, but the people I loved died for no reason and their deaths left a scar. Boliana remembered the hurtful, slanderous words. You killed her, didn't you? You useless bastard, why even bother fighting him? It's all your fault. You should just die too. My trauma. My father grew weaker and eventually he couldn't protect me anymore. They said I'm giving you a chance for the sake of this country. Just die. I realized that if I just died, everything would end. So I took on my final mission to have a glorious death and came to South Korea. Boliana recalled the first time he met Yu Gwang-ik. At first, I thought he was so weird, but everything changed since I met him. Everything flipped 180 degrees the moment he used his body to shield me from that blade. In that moment, seeing him risk his life for me planted a seed of hope I'd never felt before. In that instant, the glass of my insecurity and inferiority shattered. I started wanting to live. I really wanted to live. Scene change. The two of them had escaped to the edge of a forest. Seeing Boliana crouching by the road completely drained, Yu Gwang-ik asked, "Are you okay? Did you get motion sickness just for moving a bit?" The kid wiped his mouth, wondering, isn't this place even worse? They'll find me with a tracker anyway. But Yu Gwang-ik simply replied, "I've got it all figured out." The kid bit his lip. A second later, Boliana said shyly, "Thanks. I trust you now." But before he could finish, Yu Gwang-ik cut him off. "Prince, can you stay here alone for a bit?" Hearing that, the kid immediately panicked. Right here. Are you crazy?" Yu Gwang-ik continued calmly. "What do you think is the most important part of hunting? A gun, a wolf trap?" His eyes flashed with a sly grin as Yu Gwang-ik answered himself. "No, it's the bait." With that, he took off. Boliana screamed in frustration behind him. "I'm such a fool for trusting a lunatic like you." As night fell, standing alone in the middle of the desolate forest, the kid couldn't help but shiver in fear. Damn it. A moment later, the group appeared. Target spotted. Robert told the others, "Keep it simple. Let's finish this. I'll go first." The others followed. The captain added, "Robert, you scout. Daniel and I will surround them. If anything goes sideways, kill the prince first." Daniel started isolating the space. After receiving the order, he quickly reached out to unleash his power. Immediately, a circle with distorted edges appeared. Daniel warned, "I can't hold this for more than 30 minutes. Robert replied with a sinister laugh. "That's more than enough. With Daniel here, they can't escape." A smirk played on his lips. "Let's see where you're hiding." Through his binoculars, he quickly located Boliana. "Ah, I see the prince. 10 o'clock. Jack is close too." Suddenly, a knee appeared in his field of vision. A second later, Yu Gwang-ik drove his foot straight into the middle of his face. Robert clutched his face in agony, screaming, "Turn on the flashlights." Just as the captain swept the area with his light, he discovered that the subordinates waiting for him were all unconscious on the ground. Only then did Robert realize the problem. When did he get here? Was the prince just bait? He then acing his gun toward the bushes on the right and shouted, "Over there," but the bullets only tore through the tree trunks. Robert clicked his tongue in anger. That brat. He tried to stay calm, thinking he ambushed me while I was distracted by the prince. Not bad. But he forgot something important. Right then, Boliana was huddling in a corner. He was quickly found by Robert's men. One shouted, "Our only target is the prince." He lunged forward but was suddenly grabbed in a chokehold from behind by a dark figure. Robert was stunned. How did he get here? Was that a fake trail? Just then, the Joey squad rushed to help Robert. However, the man was thrown violently to the side, slamming right into the captain. Yu Gwang-ik was back. He pulled Boliana close and taunted them, "Hey there. Hey Joey, you want to take a little stroll?" Just then another squad appeared. One of them blurted out, "Oh, take a look at that." The whole group stood there in shock, staring at the barrier Daniel's team had set up earlier. They couldn't believe someone could isolate space on such a massive scale. Kim Haimo rubbed his chin and said, "I thought he'd tuck tail and run, but this. I didn't see this coming." Dong Kinam, standing beside him, asked, "Should we try to break through?" But right then a voice cut her off. "No need. Just stay put." A grumpy young man suddenly stepped forward, rushing everyone. "We need to capture Yu Gwang-ik immediately." "What are we still waiting for?" Lee Kang-mo shot back coldly. "Have you never encountered someone who can isolate space before? How exactly do you plan on breaking this barrier?" He reached out, feeling the invisible wall to examine it. "If we try to force our way through, it'll just push back. If you don't know what you're doing, just sit down and listen. If the kidnapper feels threatened and kills the princess, are you going to take responsibility for that?" The man with glasses folded his arms and said seriously, "This choice has consequences. We won't be able to cover for you." Lee Kang-mo picked his nose nonchalantly, replying, "That's not an issue. I'm planning to move in once that space isolator gets exhausted. Any objections?" The others looked at each other, hesitating. Lee Kang-mo stared at the barrier and thought to himself, "I told the kid to break the rules if he couldn't change them, but this brat went and deleted the rules entirely. I'm actually kind of proud." Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Boliana was wailing, her face a mess of tears and snot. "You bastard. How could you just leave me all alone like that? Don't ever do that again." As Kwang-ich ran like the wind while carrying the kid, he asked, "Are you crying?" Boliana snapped back, denying it instantly. "No, I'm not." As if seeing the kid didn't want to admit it, he just let it slide. All right, Kwang-ich said. Boliana huffed. Give me a straight answer. He turned his head and asked, What, you're playing games again? I'm just breathing, Gwang-ik replied, holding her tight while scanning the area. South Korea is a country that values etiquette, you know. Swearing isn't good for you. Boliana looked puzzled. Why? Why are you taking my side? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Gwang-ik leaped onto a massive tree in a few bounds, answering confidently, Because I have the power to handle it. Boliana, tucked safely in his arms on the high branch, looked at him with a confused gaze. You're insane. Just because you have power, you're doing this. Do you really think you can take on 4 of them at once? Gwang-ik lifted her up by the armpits, pretending to think. Yeah, 4 at once might be a bit much. Boliana blinked. Wait, then why did you say you had the power? He winked at the kid. I said it wouldn't be hard to set the stage. We're going to play hide and seek for a bit, and when someone finds us, I'll just blow them away. Simple, right? After hearing that plan, Boliana shot him a look, unsure if he was a genius or just flat out crazy. He happily replied that he was probably both. At that moment, Joey was frantically searching for them everywhere. His roar echoed through the area. I'm going to kill you. Gwang-ik thought to himself, our little Joey is truly pissed off. Boliana looked up at him as he prepared to leave and whispered, Don't die. He replied, Don't worry about me. Just put your jacket on. With that, he launched himself down from the tree. At that moment, the old man was still using his flaming fists to smash the surrounding trees. Come out, I'll kill you. Then, just as expected, Gwang-ik appeared right above him. Joey's eyes caught him instantly and he smirked. Got you now. With that, he spun around and swung a wave of fire toward Gwang-ik, but he managed to dodge it. He thought to himself, this guy knows the terrain perfectly. Is he just faking this rage? Suddenly, Joey spoke up. Everyone assumes special ops supers don't know how to fight close quarters, and they think fire types are just hot-headed. But you're not the only one here with a brain. I've heard that even immortals are terrified of fire. Hearing that provocation, Gwang-ik cracked his knuckles and shot back. Sorry, Joey, but I'm not just an immortal. Without waiting another second, the old man lunged forward with his hands glowing white-hot. You're all talk. Joey kept diving and attacking Gwang-ik, but he dodged every single blow. They traded moves like that for a while, and he silently noted that this guy was a better fighter than Eva, but I can still dodge him. In a split second, Gwang-ik saw his chance. There's an opening. He clenched his fist and lunged, but right before he made contact with Joey, he suddenly pulled back. Gwang-ik scrambled to drop his weight, barely dodging a nasty hook from the old man. He thought, if I'd landed that hit, my fist would have finished him. This guy is actually incredible at controlling his power. So right after that, he scooped up a handful of sand and flung it straight into the old man's face, catching him off guard. With sand in his eyes, Joey barked out in anger, You bastard, that's a dirty trick. Next, he lunged forward with a dagger. Joey was stabbed cleanly through the shoulder while he was unable to fight back. The old man struggled. You little brat. Gwang-ik warned him you really shouldn't move. But Joey was stubborn and dismissive. A flesh wound like this won't do a damn thing to me. I'll just pull it out and use my fire to cauterize it. Before he could even finish the sentence, the old man suddenly froze. Then a massive explosion erupted right on his body. In a panic, Joey gasped, This dagger. It explodes when it hits fire. Once the embers cleared and the dust settled, the old man collapsed miserably to the ground. His shoulder and neck were a bloody mess from the severe injuries. His hands trembled as he reached for the wound. Shrapnel had dug into his chest and throat. Watching him try to touch his neck, Gwang-ik was surprised. Is he really trying to use heat to stop the bleeding? But a second later, Joey suddenly coughed up a spray of blood. Then his entire body went limp and he slumped flat onto the ground. Joey had logged out for good. Staring at the scene before him, Gwang-ik fell into a deep silence. He's dead. That was so easy. This was his first kill. Modern science had advanced to the point where fatal wounds could be treated, but it still couldn't bring back the dead. Immortals train by constantly wounding themselves. When we lose the sense of pain, we become monsters. That's exactly what I am. He stood there in shock for a long time. So this is what killing felt like. It was horrific. But I live in a world of superheroes. From now on, I'll probably have to go through this countless times. Just then, Daniel's group appeared. He called out softly, sounding terrified. Joey. Gwang-ik turned his head, his face radiating a murderous aura as he warned them, Don't touch me right now. I'm in a really bad mood. I'm dead serious. Daniel was truly frightened now. He tried to explain, You've got it all wrong. I was just trying to ensure the prince's safety. Before he could finish, he was struck down and fell flat on the ground. A voice rang out, Drop your weapon and put your hands up. The barrier slowly faded away. A man in glasses pointed a gun at his back, warning Yu Gwang-ik. Level 2 agent Yu Gwang-ik, you're under arrest. For the kidnapping of the Super Kingdom's prince and for murder. You don't have the right to remain silent or the right to a lawyer. Come with us. He quietly called out for his manager. But even Lee Kang-mo was temporarily helpless. What, I'm just a guy working for a paycheck too, you jerk. If you resist, we'll be forced to use physical restraint. Your team leader is cooperating, so just come with us. But Yu Gwang-ik's face remained completely calm. After all, the prince was still very much alive. Lee Kang-mo, frustrated that he couldn't make him see sense, hissed, Stop lying. At the same time, behind his back, Lee Dong-hoon and Dong Ki-nam signaled with their hands, suggesting they play along for now. Fine, he thought, I'll cooperate. Once I confront the prince, this will all be over. He let the two of them grab his arms and lead him away, saying, Go ahead, take me in. I'm innocent, and the prince will testify for me. But by the time he was sitting in the interrogation room, Bolena was nowhere to be found. Yu Gwang-ik questioned the assistant director, who replied, It's true, the prince is alive, but he flew back home in the middle of the night. He asked in confusion, to where Lee Dong-hoon said home obviously, to the superhuman kingdom of Arathud. Yu Gwang-ik pressed further, Then what about me? He replied nonchalantly, You're heading to an internal trial, what else? Hearing this, Yu Gwang-ik cursed that brat Boliana, who was probably sleeping peacefully on a private jet right now. That little punk. He should have at least testified for me before leaving. In the analysis department, Assistant Director Choi Myung-tae frowned suspiciously. So he assaulted his shifter, broke an immortal's neck, and killed one of the two special superhumans. Hearing that, the other man asked, I thought you were the one pulling the strings. Could Yu Gwang-ik be the famous Ghost? He thought to himself, Ghost is team leader Lee Kang-mo's nickname, so he must be the faceless one. He is the sharpest weapon the government owns. His name and face are complete mysteries. We have no way of tracking where Yu Gwang-ik has been or what he's done. Just what kind of monster is he? Is he a secret weapon forged by the director himself? Myung-tae glanced toward Ki-nam and concluded that he was the real rising star, not Yu Gwang-ik. Seeing the man's gaze, Ki-nam immediately put on a serious face. If you give me the chance, sir, I can prove my worth as well. Myung-tae couldn't help but sigh. Whatever, he's not exactly normal either. I want to find out who Yu Gwang-ik's parents are, but you can't just investigate the private info of the special immortal forces whenever you feel like it. Just then, Lee Dong-hoon spoke up unexpectedly. I know Yu Gwang-ik's secret. He's a regressor. This is his second time living this life. Myung-tae quickly judged him internally. This guy isn't sane either. Whatever, let him do what he wants. I just need to get rid of him when the chance arises. That's how you climb the ladder in this industry. Sorry, kid, but you're finished. Scene changed to the interrogation room. Yu Gwang-ik grumbled. You guys need to change this design. It's hideous. Sitting across from him, Lee Kang-mo heard this and asked, Is there a hole in your head or are you just insane? He calmly retorted, Insane? You shouldn't talk to people like that. I'm a precious son to my family, you know. Lee Kang-mo felt a bigger headache than ever before. Forget it. Are you trying to save everyone in the world? Is that a rhetorical question? Talk to me properly or I'll shove this down your throat. Yu Gwang-ik immediately answered firmly, Yes, exactly. Are you a superhero or something? How do you plan on saving people? Even if you're an idiot, you must know. If you had just reported the situation, we would have brought you back to the team. Why did you have to take it this far? Didn't you anticipate the consequences? Without hesitation, he replied, I knew there would be consequences, but I didn't expect it to go this far. But team leader, my world is defined by what my eyes see and my heart touches. I was once ordered to ignore the weak and prioritize my own survival, but I don't want to do that anymore. Killing Park Bong-jun's daughter just because she was a test subject, and the prince does a 10-year-old boy really deserve a death like that. So if I can protect everyone in my world, I will. Lee Kang-mo just stared into his eyes in silence before finally standing up and walking out. You just want to do things your own way, don't you, you brat? Kim Jong-ah was walking over, then carrying a stack of documents. She noticed the faint smile on Lee Kang-mo's face as he passed by. Kim Jong-ah pointed toward the door and asked, What did you say to the team leader? Nothing much. All right, let's go. The trial is about to start. Shortly after at the trial, Myung-tae spoke loudly, We will now begin the trial of Level 2 employee Yu Gwang-ik on charges of kidnapping the prince, murder, and failing to report to the company. Yu Gwang-ik frowned slightly and interrupted. Forgive me for cutting you off, but I didn't kidnap the prince. I only took him to safety. The man immediately fired back. If that were true, he would have given us a statement before leaving. Anyone would do that for their savior. Dong Ki-nam Dong-chun spoke up as well. Given the murder of the bodyguards and the kidnapping of the prince, his guilt is clear. I see no reason to keep him around. Myung-tae asked in a low, interrogating tone, Yu Gwang-ik, what was your motive? He maintained his initial composure and replied, The prince said he wanted to live. Do you admit to killing the bodyguard? That was just an accident that occurred while protecting the prince. Why didn't you report to your superiors? I didn't have time. Before he could finish, the man bombarded him with more questions. And yet, you had the time to contact Assistant Director Kang Hee-mo. Yes, I needed to know who the enemy was to stall for time. And after that, why didn't you contact the company? Yu Gwang-ik grit his teeth in silence. Interrupt me one more time and see if I don't punch you. In summary, Level 2 employee Yu Gwang-ik kidnapped the prince and even killed one of the bodyguards. The prince, the only person who could testify, left the country as soon as it was over as if he were running away. What do you all think? Myung-tae said with full confidence. If anyone believes Yu Gwang-ik is innocent, please speak up. The entire room fell into a heavy silence. Yu Gwang-ik saw Lee Kang-mo, Lee Dong-hoon, and even Dong Ki-nam remain silent. He thought, I feel framed, but they aren't technically wrong. I did kill a bodyguard without reporting to the security team, Even the director probably can't cover this up. Mayamte added with a smirk, no one is speaking up right. In that case, as director Dong Ki-nam Dong Chun stated, we will fire. Just then, another voice rang out, cutting him off. Apologies, I'm a bit late. I am On Boliana, the last prince of the superhuman kingdom of Arathud. I am the prince's bodyguard appointed by his majesty. I am also a witness who cooperated with employee Yu Gwang-ik in this trial. I will serve as the translator for his highness. Yu Gwang-ik was completely stunned to see them. Is he actually a bodyguard? My bad. Boliana frowned and pointed at him. Are you planning to arrest him? Yes. For what crimes? He kidnapped the prince and caused harm. Both Daniel and the prince shouted in unison. Cut the crap. Daniel pulled out a projection device. The man Yu Gwang-ik killed was a traitor and a wanted serial killer. The two men Du Hang assaulted were also criminals posing as bodyguards. If it weren't for Gwang-ik, I would have been dead a long time ago, Boliana stated firmly. But what gives? You're punishing him instead of rewarding him. Should I report this to the kingdom? Before the boy could finish, Gwang-ik smiled and said, I'll handle the translation for that part. You bastards. Li Dong-hoon nonchalantly countered. Did he really say that? Sorry, you idiot, but since he's the prince's savior, I have a request. You can't punish him for protecting me. If you agree, I won't say a single word about what happened today. Mian finally spoke up, laughing heartily. Fine. Since you're willing to let this go, we'll act as if Agent Yu Gwang-ik didn't do anything. Any objections? Then the final verdict for Level 2 Agent Yu Gwang-ik is not guilty. Afterward, Gwang-ik, Boliana, and Daniel entered the elevator and left together. Your Highness, Gwang-ik asked with a very kind smile. May I ask what took you so long to come out and testify? The boy coughed once and replied, I had some things to take care of. Boliana thought to himself, he said he did it because he could, so I figured I could live too. I was just pretending to be indifferent. I have to protect myself. Earlier, the boy had threatened them. I'm asking you to, will you confess? Or do you want to die or perhaps use your lives to protect me? The guards could only tremble as they replied, we will protect you. Please spare us. Good. Since you fought for me, I'll reward you accordingly once we return to the kingdom. Instead of my siblings, I was the one targeted for assassination. That means my existence is a threat. I'm no longer that stupid kid running away from his problems. I will face those of my own blood and take back what belongs to me. There's something I must do. I have to return to the kingdom as soon as possible. Back in the present, Gwang-ik smiled and said, but you should have testified before leaving. Boliana pouted and replied, I took the time to come all the way here, so you should be grateful. From now on, you can just call me Anne. Sure, Anne. Gwang-ik looked at Daniel and scratched his head. And, Daniel, sorry for punching you in the jaw. I honestly thought you were the most dangerous one there. As the elevator doors opened, a waitress was already waiting outside. There you are, your highness. She took out an outfit and handed it to Gwang-ik. This isn't much, but thank you. He took it without hesitation. It's not cheap, though. Gwang-ik saw a pair of gloves in the bag and said, these aren't mine. Try them on. He quickly pulled them on. They were enchanted just like the coat. This is no ordinary item, Boliana reminded him with a frown. This is the first gift I've ever given you. You better take care of it or else. Gwang-ik smiled and promised. Fine, I'll even pass them down to my grandkids. The waitress looked dazed at that. Well, I'm off. Come visit sometime. The boy gave a lively smile and said, you're my first friend. Voices echoed in the room. Well done. The prince gave you an heirloom treasure and even a gold card. Gwang-ik was slightly surprised as he held up the gold card. Do you know what this card is? Mayan nodded and explained its history in detail. Yeah, it's a special card that lets you ask for help from their kingdom exactly one time. If needed, they'll even deploy their entire national army for you. How on earth did you win him over? Gwang-ik joked. I guess we bonded over our shared tragedies. Hearing that, Mian laughed loudly. Taking an interest in the prince, how fascinating. The relaxed atmosphere made him bolder. By the way, I think what I did was a pretty big deal. Don't I get a reward? He really was an exception to Mian. He promised him I was planning on promoting you after this mission, but strictly speaking, the mission failed and others are against it. Although he was a bit disappointed, it was enough to put him at ease. Is that so? That's a shame. But I'm still considering it instead of quality. Let's go with quantity. Gwang-ik wondered what he meant. Just then, Secretary B walked in with a stack of documents as Mian answered, Go finish your promotion requirements. Scene change. On a phone screen, a news anchor and a guest were discussing some critical issues. Recently, black holes on Earth have been appearing more frequently. Do you think this phenomenon is as dangerous as the Gate incident? I can't say for sure, yet other than the fact that it will threaten. Turning away from the screen, an impolite voice called out, Hey, a haggard young man threw some bills and coins onto the counter demanding a pack of cigarettes. The clerk informed him the price was 6,000 and the man was shocked. What? He immediately got aggressive. What did you just say to me? The clerk brushed it off. Nothing, you must have misheard. His hot temper flared up. Joe's son swung his arm to hit him, but Gwang-ik leaned back and dodged it. Seeing this, the man was stunned. Did he just dodge? But I clearly heard him. No. He just turned his head to the right at the perfect moment. There's no way a convenience store clerk could do that. Feeling like something was wrong, Jo-sun grabbed his cigarettes and left. At the door, he looked back and muttered, "Bastard. Go watch something more interesting. Why is a kid like you watching the news?" But Gwang-ik had no intention of letting him go. He spoke up mockingly. "Are you paying for my phone bill or my electricity? Does me watching the news affect your dinner table?" Gwang-ik even waved his hand in front of his nose in disgust. "Oh, and another thing, you should take a shower. You stink." His plan worked. The man got furious, knocked over a row of items nearby, and cursed. "You little shit, you want to die." He was about to spout more insults when a lollipop was suddenly shoved into his mouth. Jo-sun went ballistic, clutching his head and looking up. He screamed like a total idiot while Gwang-ik calmly covered his ears and reminded him, "Keep screaming and you'll lose your voice." Just then, Miho appeared, closed the door, and interrupted. "Enough. Why did you have to take it this far? You just needed to buy some time." Gwang-ik repeated the mission requirements. "I have to keep him here." "Look, I did it, didn't I?" She stepped closer and chided him softly. "You idiot. You could have just said the receipt printer was broken." Gwang-ik replied, "What if he still left?" The two started bickering again. "I meant use a more reasonable way to hold him back." You dummy. Jo-sun stood there dazed watching them. "What are you people doing?" But no one paid him any attention as they continued to argue. Like a reasonable way would actually work on a guy like him. "You told me not to lay a finger on him until the arrest warrant arrived." Hearing this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. "Arrest warrant? What arrest warrant? Are these bastards cops?" Miho didn't hold back her attitude. "Your work is as pathetic as your face." Gwang-ik shot back immediately. "If you're comparing it to my face, then I must have done an excellent job." Taking advantage of their distraction, Jo-sun whipped out a kitchen knife and lunged forward, screaming, "Get the hell away from me." But a split second later, Miho had his wrist effortlessly pinned, while Gwang-ik delivered a sharp, unexpected blow to the back of his neck. Looking down at him unconscious on the floor, the two read out the arrest warrant and discussed the man known as Taoist Bak-cho. He'd been forging high-end luxury goods and selling them. Where was his hideout? I'd already tracked it down and even had the evidence and arrest warrant ready. Ignoring the commotion, Gwang-ik walked toward the door and gave a casual wave. "So we're all done here, right? You did a great job." Miho spoke up to stop him. "Hold it right there, your shift isn't over yet." He looked confused. Miho then informed him orders from the director. "Get your butt over to Simmi immediately." A short while later at Simmi, an intense battle was underway. Yet the people involved were busy shooting while bickering about something completely unrelated. "I should be out there fighting through hell with Miho. Why am I stuck as your partner?" Gwang-ik snapped back without missing a beat. "Who knows, but I'm damn sure your standards are way too low." After that, the team members rushed off to handle a rescue in the next dimension. Everyone eyes up, the doppelgangers are attacking. Despite the danger, their mindless daily banter continued as usual. "Wait, is that really what my face looks like? No way. I think that guy is actually hotter than you." Finally, the Simni black hole began to close, but the Yongnam black hole was still active. They took down an out-of-control shapeshifter. By the time he finally sat down in the back of the car, Gwang-ik was utterly spent, his face looking haggard. "Team lead, I've only been back for 10 minutes. He asked about the next mission. Where are we heading this time?" Lee Kang-mo maintained his cold expression. "Thanks to Park Bong-nam, we found the locations of several laboratories. We're on our way now to see if that doctor was telling the truth." He continued. "On paper, they develop biotechnology or something, but that's just a cover. Those bastards are conducting illegal experiments." Hearing this, Gwang-ik was taken aback, his voice rising slightly. "Illegal experiments." Lee Dong-hoon, sitting in the passenger seat, shuddered as he described the nature of the research. "They're crossbreeding invaders with humans. It's absolutely revolting." Dong-ah, who was driving, added, "Technically, this is a private organization. Even though they claim to be a public entity to the outside world, we don't have a legal basis to raid them right now. We have to make sure we don't leave a single trace." The sound of Lee Dong-hoon's typing clicked away. "Team lead, their security is incredibly tight. It's a 3-story building with no basement, but there are 50 security cameras and all sorts of alarm systems." He frowned. "If you were them, where would you perform the experiments?" He thought for a moment before making the guess. "I wouldn't do it in the main building. I'm sure many of their employees have nothing to do with these illegal trials." He pointed to a spot on the screen. "If there aren't any secret passages, I'd bet on the waste disposal room. Normally, experimental waste is dangerous, so people tend to avoid going there." Gwang-ik rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "They'd also need a massive power source for their research. How could they draw that much electricity without raising suspicion?" Lee Kang-mo immediately caught the point. "That's the key right there. You just said it yourself. Electricity." That night, Gwang-ik disguised himself as a flashy, arrogant prick and stepped out of the car. "Get out of the car, babe, we're here. I told you there was a cafe here with a security system theme." The babe he was talking to was Dong-a, posing as his girlfriend. She had changed her outfit and was acting all shy. "Wow, how cool," she said, though she was thinking, "What the hell is this? Even a drunk guy would sound more natural than him." Suddenly, he pulled her along. "Right, let's go in." Just then, a warning voice rang out. "Halt." A security guard informed them coldly, "This isn't a cafe. Please leave." Gwang-ik intentionally started acting like a nuisance. Whoa, the staff here are so cool too. You really look like a guard. Is this part of the customer greeting event? He threw an arm around Dong-a's shoulder and laughed loudly. I get it now, let us in. My baby is starving. She glanced down at his hand, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Forget it, let's just go. Gwang-ik kept up the act. Don't be mad, sweetie, you're scaring me. Then he turned to the guards and yelled. Hey, didn't you hear her? She said, forget it. The guards were getting ticked off. I told you this isn't a cafe. Get lost, you creeps. He was intentionally stalling for time so Assistant Director Panda could sneak in from behind. What creeps, I'm giving this place a 1-star review. While they distracted the guards, Assistant Director Panda successfully slipped inside. Seeing that the plan worked, Gwang-ik pretended to lead Dong-a away. Honey, I guess it really wasn't a cafe. Let's go. She played along. That's such a shame. The two guards continued to curse them out behind their backs, calling them losers. Once they were safely in the car and driving away, he looked at her sheepishly. I guess you don't really want to be an actress. Huh, she shot him a look. What? He immediately shut up. Nothing, just asking. The car quickly parked in a deserted area where Lee Kang-mo was waiting. An illegal research lab will definitely destroy all their data if any trouble arises. So we can't do a direct assault. We have to sneak in. The two got out and walked toward him, Gwang-ik's mind racing with a million thoughts. This whole plan was orchestrated by the team lead. I really need to learn from him. He's so sharp and trusts his teammates completely. I definitely want to lead a team like this someday. Just as he was feeling a surge of admiration, Lee Kang-mo looked at them with pure impatience. Get over here now. Gwang-ik immediately took back one of those compliments. Man, his personality is still a nightmare. Lee Kang-mo kept his hands in his pockets, scouting the situation. What's the status of the guys at the front? Gwang-ik answered with total confidence. I'll have them handled in 60 seconds. Even though he knew things were progressing well, Lee Kang-mo couldn't help but let his sharp tongue fly. You arrogant brat. Gwang-ik placed his hand against the wall. He felt it out. The wall was incredibly thick and made of something other than standard brick. They had definitely used special materials. Suddenly, he flinched, realizing he could no longer feel any vibration. Assistant Panda must have succeeded. He reported back to Lee Kang-mo. Team lead, the power is out. Lee Kang-mo tapped the wall lightly. Now figure out a way through this wall. Gwang-ik naively suggested. Should I use a bomb? Lee Kang-mo's voice was full of exasperation. Do you even understand the concept of sneaking in? Then Lee Kang-mo reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Here, I brought some toys for us. Of course, I'll have to write a report if we use these thanks to that damn accounting department. As soon as he pulled it out, Gwang-ik's eyes widened. It was a long, glowing rod. He tried to call it by name but fumbled the words. The father of us all, Lee Kang-mo corrected him immediately. It's not your father. The name is May God give you strength. In the pitch-black hallway, an employee in a lab coat used a flashlight to guide his way. Suddenly, a flash of light made him freeze. Then the thick wall came crashing down and Lee Kang-mo's team of 3 appeared. The employee shrieked in terror, an intruder, but Gwang-ik lunged forward and delivered a blow that shut him up instantly. Commotion erupted throughout the building. Damn it. What's wrong with the emergency power? Where the hell is the security manager anyway? By then, Yu Gwang-ik had already knocked out that staff member. Hearing the commotion, he clicked his tongue. They seemed pretty pissed off. Lee Kang-mo acted like it was a given. Wouldn't you be furious too if the power went out right while you were grinding for a rank up in your game? Yu Gwang-ik turned his head back to tease him. Are you in bronze rank? Man, I don't get tilted by games that easily. A moment later, the 3 of them put on white lab coats and walked down the hallway. Yu Gwang-ik glanced at the crowds, rushing by thinking it was even more chaotic than he'd imagined. He was just babbling. They probably had something really intense going on. Lee Kang-mo glanced at the bump on Yu Gwang-ik's head as a warning. You looking to get punched again? Keep talking nonsense and see what happens. He responded submissively. No, sir. The 3 of them arrived at a large door guarded by a man. This was the waste storage room. The security guard raised his hand to stop them. This is a restricted area. Only authorized personnel are allowed inside. Looking at him, Yu Gwang-ik figured he must be a rookie. Lee Kang-mo whispered, should we just take him out? Yu Gwang-ik cut him off. Let me handle this. Before the guard could say another word, his collar was suddenly grabbed tight. Yu Gwang-ik put on a fierce face, trying his best to look like a total badass and growled. Where's your team manager? How the hell do you plan on handling this damn situation? Huh. Then he screamed right in the guy's face. We hired you idiots to stop things like this from happening. You trying to get fired. The guard was so scared. He was about to cry. I'm so sorry, I was just hired recently. Then he dropped to his knees, letting the 3 of them barge in like they owned the place. Beat it. I need to grab a few things from storage. Once they were inside, Lee Kang-mo gave a cold smirk. You're a real professional scammer, aren't you? Yu Gwang-ik wondered. Was that a compliment or an insult? The warehouse was messy and dark, so the 3 split up to search. Lee Kang-mo gave the orders. The entrance is well hidden. Sharpen your senses and find it. Yes, sir. Yu Gwang-ik reached out to open a door. He discovered a hidden workspace and shouted, "Found it!" Lee Kang-mo urged him on. "The files will be destroyed if we try to separate them, so just take everything." He was stunned. "Everything?" Yu Gwang-ik asked. "What if all the files get lost?" Lee Kang-mo said flatly, "Then we're all dead." Right at that moment, the lab team spotted them. Why is it open?" The three were immediately interrogated. "Who are you people? Where did you come from?" The tables had turned, so the three had to take off their lab coats and reveal their identities. "We're with the security team." The young man with glasses on the other side started screaming. "What security? What business do you have here? If those files are lost, we're all finished, you understand. Now get out there and do your job." Yu Gwang-ik kept a straight face. "Then you should have stored them better in the first place." Hearing that the guy lost his temper. "What the hell did you just say? Who's your team manager? Tell him to come see me." Before he could finish barking, Lee Kang-mo landed a stinging slap across his face. "That would be me, you bastard." Seeing their colleague knock down, the other two panicked and started screaming at the top of their lungs. Intruder. A short while later, they had already left the base. Seeing Yu Gwang-ik struggling to carry the boxes, Lee Kang-mo said, "You idiot, you don't have to solve everything with violence." Hearing that Yu Gwang-ik brought up what just happened. "You were the one who used violence first." Lee Kang-mo made an excuse. "I just gave him a little tap." Yu Gwang-ik mocked his tone. "Yeah, right." Lee Kang-mo frowned. "What's with that attitude?" After putting the boxes in place, Yu Gwang-ik thought about how the mix of different invading forces was making this mission harder and harder. He looked at the files and judged. The lab researchers probably put a password on this thing. It'll take some time to decrypt. In other words, they wouldn't gain anything today if they couldn't crack the code. After that, Yu Gwang-ik said he continued doing this kind of work as usual, catching thieves using his acceleration ability, then moving on to catching terrorists. Even though the interrogation room was a headache, Yu Gwang-ik asked indifferently, "It was you, wasn't it?" The guy denied it, but Yu Gwang-ik was insistent. "It had to be you." The guy growled, "No, it wasn't." Then it was back to suppressing monsters, or being a bit rebellious by intentionally throwing a cup of water that almost hit Lee Kang-mo and saying, "Oops, my hand slipped," only to get a good scolding. "I'm gonna skin you alive right here." Yu Gwang-ik claimed he didn't even have time to rest after missions like these. He sipped his coffee, feeling resentful toward Lee Kang-mo. How could that guy sleep while he had to work like a damn slave out here? He told himself he had to report him to HR. Suddenly, a voice called out. Yu Gwang-ik's senior manager of the analysis team, Choi Mi-nam, brushed her hair back and gave a shy smile. "What brings you here?" He immediately scratched his head awkwardly. "I was just worried because Kim An keeps causing trouble." But inside, he was shocked. It's Choi Mi-nam, the hottest member of the analysis team. She bit her finger and raised an eyebrow. "I see." Yu Gwang-ik analyzed her silently. "I've never talked to her before. Since she's this beautiful, she must be a pureblood." Suddenly, she softly called his name, Yu Gwang-ik. Mi-nam leaned in close to his face and smiled. "Want to go on a date with me?" "You still don't get what's going on, do you?" But then she acted like it was nothing. "I'm just kidding. I find you pretty interesting." His cheeks turned a bit red from embarrassment as he wondered, what's with this flirty, vague atmosphere? His mind began to wander. She was gorgeous and incredibly hot. She must work out really hard. He could tell just by talking to her for a bit. In his heart, Yu Gwang-ik was certain this woman was exactly his type. He felt a bit dazed, his heart racing. Mi-nam turned around to say goodbye. "If you have time, let's meet up at the lounge. It would be great if we shared the same hobbies." His eyes followed her. He had never experienced anything like this before. His imagination started to run wild. In his dream, Yu Gwang-ik boldly confessed, "Manager, I love you. Let's have 3 kids together." Mi-nam gasped in surprise. "Oh my goodness." Then she took his hand and said sweetly, "No, let's have as many as possible. As many kids as you want." His dream of a happy home and children was interrupted by a voice in the present. "That's enough for today." Mi-nam waved. "See you later, Yu Gwang-ik." His eyes sparkled like stars. He softly replied, "Bye-bye, sweetheart." A strange feeling washed over him. Yu Gwang-ik mumbled, "Mom, Dad, I've finally found your daughter-in-law." He hugged himself, twisting around lost in his daydream. 3 kids should be enough, right? 1 boy and 2 girls. Though I prefer girls. 2 colleagues watched him from a distance with pure judgment. Is he losing it? The world around Yu Gwang-ik was now filled with pink hearts. Love had hit him like an unstoppable storm. His eyes shimmered as if he'd been shot by Cupid, mumbling to himself. "She just whispered in my ear." Miho was getting irritated listening to him. "Will you just shut up already?" Suddenly, Johan grew suspicious. "Hey, have you noticed? Manager Choi Mi-nam is no ordinary woman." Miho nodded in agreement, noting that she's incredibly cold and strict. She hides her true skills behind that beauty. Miho bet that if she wanted to, she could land 10 guys easily. Yu Gwang-ik cut in, "What are you jealous?" Miho got annoyed and snapped, "Go to hell." Suddenly, Johan laughed and asked, "We've been working together for 2 weeks now and it seems like only good things happen to you. Shouldn't you treat us to a meal?" He wondered why this sudden announcement. You didn't know. You've been promoted to rank 1. The scene shifts to Ki-nam, who is currently training boxing in a gym. Voices from the past echoed in his mind, "Don't fall behind. If you carry the pure bloodline, you must become the strongest. He remembered hearing that countless times since he was a child, which is why he spent his whole life trying to prove he's worthy. But on the punching bag, a portrait was taped up. It seemed he held a deep grudge against this person. But that idiot, that psycho, he ruined everything. Deep-seated emotions surged within him. I planned to beat him within an inch of his life, but when it came to a real fight, I couldn't even touch a single hair on his head. However, the most humiliating part was that he treated Keenam like a toy. The photo lost its stickiness and fell to Keenam's feet. He used all his strength to stomp on it. I'll make you pay for this. A promotion to rank 2 staff, I could do that in a heartbeat. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, rank 3 Jung Keenam." He jumped at Yu Gwang-ik's sudden appearance. Yu Gwang-ik asked, "What are you doing here?" Seeing Keenam not reacting, he raised his voice in surprise. "Oh, you're not even going to look at me. I'm your superior, you know. Do you want to hit your quota today?" Because Yu Gwang-ik's photo was still under his foot, rank 3 employee Keenam didn't dare to move. Yu Gwang-ik started to find it strange. "Are you ghosting me? What's that piece of paper? By the way, I'm a rank 1 employee now." Keenam was stunned. Rank 1 Yu Gwang-ik started teasing him. "Let's have a celebration party at my house tonight. You'll have a sister-in-law soon." The fire of rage inside Keenam flared up. "I want to kill him." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "So you're both here. Come over." A leader appeared and coldly announced there was a mission for the 2 of them tomorrow. The sound of ice swirling in a glass could be heard continuously. On the desk, a nameplate clearly read Vice President Kang Tu-wan. The male secretary stood respectfully nearby, wondering. He's been doing that for 30 minutes after calling me in. Tu-wan was deep in thought, his mood hitting rock bottom. Because of that damn Maroon, the sales management team has been facing so many difficulties, and the pressure from above is heavy too. Is this a plot cooked up by the CEO? Stop joking around. Everything starts with something small. He silently whispered the name Yu Gwang-ik. Tu-wan was certain that if he could get him, he could turn the tables. He ordered, "Let's bring him over to our side." His ambition grew even larger when mentioning Yu Gwang-ik. No matter how objectively you look at it, his achievements are no joke. Plus, since he's now rank 1, he told his subordinate to find out what Yu Gwang-ik wants and spend time with him while making sure to stay out of everyone else's sight. Tu-wan especially warned. This must absolutely not reach the ears of Nam Bong-jin. The secretary's face grew heavy, but he eventually nodded in assurance. "Understood, sir." On the other side, Yu Gwang-ik was discussing things with Lee Dong-hoon, who confirmed. "So you're going undercover for a mission," he frowned. "Yeah, but I have no clue what I'm supposed to do there." They didn't even bother explaining the mission details. He recalled the unreasonable and demanding attitude of those people earlier. They said if it's not requested, don't do it, just find the info yourself. Yu Gwang-ik was frustrated. He'd never received such a vague and poor briefing. Suddenly, Lee Dong-hoon typed a bit on his computer and said, "Wait, now that you're rank 1, you have access to classified information." He was surprised. "Rank 1 classified info," yep, Dong-hoon explained. "Usually it takes people 2 years to fully understand it all, so it's still a bit early for you. You know that not all white holes are the same, right?" He nodded. "Yeah." Dong-hoon continued. "We can't enter high-level white holes without limits." A question was posed. "But we can't guard them 24/7, can we? How can we ensure no one sneaks in?" Yu Gwang-ik rubbed his chin, starting to analyze. "To completely stop people from entering a hole like that." "Wait." The answer flashed in his mind. "We built this building to do exactly that. There are several white holes located 8 floors beneath this building. There's an extraction team on the other side." He looked at Lee Dong-hoon and guessed. Then, "My mission must be to protect the extraction team." Dong-hoon warned, "Be careful. If you get lost, it'll be bad. Make sure to hold Keenam's hand tight." He made a disgusted face and flatly refused. "Hell no." Dong-hoon was a bit surprised. "I didn't expect that. Are you worried about Keenam?" But in reality, he wasn't thinking that at all. "No, it's not that. I just feel uncomfortable." He added, "I heard his family situation isn't very happy." Yu Gwang-ik seemed to realize something, so his personality is like that because of how he was raised. The scene shifts to the start of the mission. The command rang out, "I'll go first. Yu Gwang-ik, you go in after. Remember to maintain your distance. Switch on the respirators." His hand slightly adjusted the protective mask as his body felt the surroundings change. The pressure shifted. The gravity here must be 1.2 times higher than Earth's. With all this gear, it feels like I'm being dragged down. He glanced over at Keenam, who was struggling uncomfortably. He thought to himself, "Of course I'm speaking for Keenam. I'm actually doing just fine." Through the thick dust and smoke, 3 blurry figures appeared. He stepped forward to report, "We have arrived." A reply came back, "Good, next." The other person introduced himself, "Nice to meet you, I'm Dong Chun. Let's head to the shelter." Meanwhile, in the break room, 4 members of the security team were playing cards and gossiping. "Did you hear? They say Yu Gwang-ik is coming here." "Ah, you mean the savior Dong Di?" someone asked. "Didn't you join at the same time as him? Are you too close?" The purple-haired girl didn't seem to care much. "I've talked to him, but we aren't that close." The person didn't stop and kept digging. So what do you think? This time, Yu Gwang-ik is coming to provide protection. Whatever, if you're that scared, just go die. Finally, you get to see them again, don't you? She put down her last few cards, empty-handed again. I'd rather die. While putting on her mission gear, a boy kindly reminded her, you know we aren't supposed to have private conversations while working, right? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, yeah, I know. In the restroom, Yu Gwang-ik naturally voiced his confusion. Are we here because the expedition team is short-handed? Then why did you? So you're back in Dong Kinam, Dong Chan too. Just tell me the truth, I won't hit you. Kinam's whole body was trembling, his face pale as if he were severely constipated. He muttered under his breath, you crazy bastard. Stop talking nonsense. Yu Gwang-ik asked again, you still haven't gotten your senses under control. Want some advice? You're really pathetic at this. Kinam's skin turned an even deeper shade of purple, but he couldn't help being curious about the advice. Yu Gwang-ik smirked with a teasing look and said, just try harder. It's easy, right? Seeing that his plan to annoy him worked, Yu Gwang-ik laughed heartily. Suddenly, someone called his name. The curly-haired woman spoke up, glad to meet you. From now on, I'll be a part of his team. I'm the senior manager of the Dong Kinam Dun expedition team. And this is our staff member, Choi Yosu. Yu Gwang-ik looked at her with a confused expression. He felt like he had met her somewhere before. Suddenly, she turned her head away and shyly said to Den, let's go, manager. The scene shifts to the base outside the danger zone where a voice rings out. There's an oxygen supply system here, so we'll be fine. Dong Kinam briefed them on the situation. The four of us will take our positions and stay on high alert for any invaders. Yu Gwang-ik asked Dune in surprise. Do you mind resources every single day? She smiled modestly. Probably only once or twice a week. We don't succeed every time, you know. Yu Gwang-ik immediately switched to his smooth-talking mode. It must be so hard for you having to live in such an unpleasant place. She replied politely, yeah, even if you're used to it, it's still uncomfortable, right? He sighed sympathetically, it must be really tough. Dune smiled brightly like a flower. If you run into any trouble, just tell me. I'll support you. Yu Gwang-ik continued to pour honey into her ears. You're so kind. I bet you get a lot of attention from everyone. Den was overjoyed, feeling both shy and thrilled. Are you flirting with me? Oh my, you're quite the charmer too. Then Dune asked the same question everyone else does. Do you have a girlfriend? He answered frankly. No. She followed up, oh then what about an ex-girlfriend? Even though he was confused, he still answered, I don't have one. Suddenly, Yosu cut in. Do you remember me? Honestly, he was wondering the same thing. I was just about to ask. Have we met before? She reminded him of the past. You told me to dream about Brad Pitt. Remember? Yu Gwang-ik thought about it for a moment. Brad Pitt. The memory suddenly came rushing back. Years ago, he really had told a little girl to dream about Brad Pitt. Looking at her grown-up face now, he was slightly shocked. It's you. Immediately, Yosu switched into full social mode, chirping excitedly. You remember now, I'm going on a trip next month and I know this amazing place. His face went a bit blank. I see. She continued to tell the story with pure excitement. The camping there is incredible. Actually, it's so luxurious that it's more like glamping. She was about to say more when a voice suddenly interrupted with a warning. Den, the one behind you is flashing. Yosu kept pestering him. Do you want to go glamping with me? Someone else warned them. Hey, the second one is flashing too, which means the invaders have already passed through the mine. Outside, the monsters were already charging toward them. Yosu said, wait, the red alert is going off. A second later, all the monsters clinging outside the glass shrieked in agony at the exact same time. On the floor, sticky residue clung to the soles of their shoes. Yosu, with her face splattered with a bit of liquid that was clearly monster blood, said, please come go glamping with me. Kinam watched them speechless and commented, wow, that's some hardcore taste. Yu Gwang-ik leaned back to keep his distance, thinking to himself that he seemed to be getting way too much attention from strange women lately. Yu Gwang-ik drew a clear line. Sorry, but let's just be friends. But the power of Yosu's love wasn't discouraged at all. Instead, she motivated herself. That's okay, friends can eventually become lovers anyway. This time, he flatly refused. No. Diyun joined in the fun, pointing at herself. Then what about me? Yosu was annoyed. The senior manager too, dumb laughed. No, I'm not asking him out on a date. I just want to know what his type is. What's your type? Yu Gwang-ik rubbed his chin, looking a bit embarrassed. Someone neat and cute, but also tough, lovely, and pretty. And she's got to have a hot body. Hearing that list of standards, Kinam couldn't help but curse. Are you out of your mind? Have you ever even looked in a mirror? Suddenly, both girls turned away, their attitudes completely changing. Understood. Let's just be friends. You're way too picky. You're weird. What's with that reaction? Dun warned him. Yu Gwang-ik, don't ever tell anyone your type again. Yosu agreed. Yeah, it makes you look incredibly selfish. Those words made him doubt himself. Was what I said really that bad? Meanwhile, Kinam was suddenly struck by something. He touched the bump growing on his head and asked Dune's senior manager how many invaders are there usually. She said 2 or 3 at most 5. After all, this is a safe zone. What if there are more than 20? Dun replied. If there were that many, they wouldn't even be able to get past the mine. The situation started getting tense. Nam raised his scope to take aim and announced, "There are at least 30 invaders approaching." Yu Gwang-ik looked pleased. "Oh, you finally figured out how to use that." Nam's face darkened. "Leave me the hell alone, you psycho." Suddenly, an axe flew through the air and slammed into the outer wall. The spot where the blade hit the wall glowed hot like molten lava. Yu Gwang-ik was shocked. "Is that a firestone?" At that moment, Nam frowned. He thought bitterly to himself, "This damn world. They said 12 hours would be enough to adapt to the conditions here. Is it because I'm a pureblood?" Pureblood is a title for those who aren't just from a pure lineage, but are the pure blood of a specific ancient vein. The hallmark of this bloodline is a level of sensitivity far beyond normal people. Because of this, every time they enter another world, their 5 senses are completely overwhelmed by the environment. Nam immediately remembered his teammate's advice. "You won't get used to it right away, just be patient and wait." Because of that, he had been stuck in a passive state and had to make a quick decision. Since he said that, I waited for 16 long hours until my chaotic senses finally stabilized like before. I felt something, so I immediately followed to check it out. Even though I don't know what kind of creature or thing it is, I trust my intuition. Nam secretly calculated in his head, when walking on the ground, you have to step so lightly that almost no one can hear you. That's right. Almost nothing can walk without making a single sound. In an instant, he decisively reached a conclusion. "I've detected an invading army approaching. There are at least 30 of them." Nam told himself that after adjusting his senses, he could finally hear them clearly. In the distance, a massive axe suddenly appeared and slammed into the wall. Immediately after, a terrifyingly powerful explosion occurred, wiping out everything in all directions in the blink of an eye. At the same time, at the command center base, the information screen suddenly flashed a red alert, making the supervisor scream in shock. "What's going on?" Without a moment's hesitation, the guy with glasses rushed to report. Base number 2 and base number 3 were both sending out emergency signals at the same time, making his teammate standing nearby freeze in terror. "Base number 2 and base number 3. But those are right in the unexplored zone," the group cried out in a panic. "There are dozens of mines planted around there. Is something wrong with the weather?" Facing these questions, the guy with glasses didn't waste any time. He kept it brief. "The weather is normal." Hearing that, the commander standing to the side felt a surge of anxiety, thinking to himself, "There are no sandstorms or red lightning, yet they're still sounding the alarm. That means a massive army of invaders is heading their way." He quickly gripped his weapon, his face turning grim and determined. There are only 4 members currently at base number 2. 2 of them are just rookies. If this were the regular world, they could manage, but no, this is another world and the environment here is completely different. Realizing the danger, he immediately ordered the group to move. "Head to base number 2 immediately. Call for reinforcements and the reserve squad as well." This left the commander feeling helpless for a moment. "Everyone, please try to hold on." The scene shifts to Yu Gwang-ik. He was currently struggling to hold the line while his teammate questioned him. "Where did you get those gloves from?" Yu Gwang-ik just gave a vague, playful answer. "Since I've been a good boy, Santa Claus gave them to me." Hearing that, Nam looked totally fed up and scolded him for being a lunatic. At the same time, another girl sat huddled in a corner, staring in complete awe. An axe made from flint? Seriously? Yoon-soo was also amazed. "I've never seen anything like this before." Suddenly, Yu Gwang-ik called out from a distance. "You two have stared long enough." His face turned stern as he growled. "Get up, grab your weapons, and fight. The triple experience point event is about to start." As Yu Gwang-ik spoke, his face showed clear signs of restlessness. "Right after done, aim at a target and analyze. They can easily avoid all the traps and mines we set up. They must be a mutant strain. Their weapons are mostly crude, stone, and machetes." She felt the tension rising and added, "However, we have our defensive lines and special weapons. We'll have to hold them off while waiting for reinforcements." Just as Diyun finished speaking, a monster on the other side suddenly opened its mouth. In an instant, it let out a roar that immediately alerted all the surrounding monsters. The strange axe flew through the air, causing a massive explosion. Seeing this, Dune couldn't help but feel worried, firing her gun repeatedly. A moment later, almost everything around them was destroyed, leaving only a thick cloud of white smoke. Yu Gwang-ik asked, "Did that shot kill it?" But Nam coldly replied, "No." Indeed, in the distance, though the monster was heavily wounded, it still had a bit of life left as it knelt on the ground. In the blink of an eye, its arms suddenly grew back. Seeing this, Yu Gwang-ik let out an awkward, uneasy laugh. "Super fast regeneration. You've got to be kidding me." Without hesitation, Nam asked in fear. He blocked that hit with his bare body. How many of those guys in that crowd can do this? Before they could say much more, the monster's eyes suddenly bulged. It let out a loud scream, once again alerting all the monsters nearby. With no other choice, Yoon-soo hurriedly grabbed 2 grenades, grumbling helplessly, "This day really sucks." Meanwhile, the monsters thick as ants rushed forward. But unfortunately for them, the grenades exploded just in time, tearing everything apart. Rocks and debris shattered and flew everywhere. The team didn't have time to react. Everyone stood there frozen like statues except for Yu Gwang-ik, who remained sharp. He managed to create a shield just in time to block the debris, saving everyone from certain death. Standing nearby, Yeon-su was stunned and praised him. "You're wearing magic gear from head to toe. Are you rich or something?" Yu Gwang-ik felt a bit embarrassed and brushed it off. "No, these are just cheap knockoffs." At that moment, the group unfortunately found themselves stuck between a rock and a hard place. They complained, looking totally frustrated. It's hard to see what's going on when they keep throwing rocks like this. Suddenly, as if remembering something, a teammate grabbed a camera. "Let me handle this." It was down. Without hesitation, she carefully hid behind a wall. Quickly, she skillfully popped the camera open. Holding it in her hand, she thought seriously, "I'll check the blind spots with this camera." Instantly, a series of monsters were taken out by Dune's confident strikes. "I took down a few that were trying to ambush us." Feeling relieved, she declared loudly, "The problem is solved. I don't think there are any more left in hiding." But suddenly, a desperate warning rang out. Wait, Yeon-su appeared, her face pale as she shouted, "Look up." Before they knew it, a giant monster suddenly leaped down to the ground. Facing it, Yeon-su immediately raised her gun, but she was stopped. "Wait, don't shoot." Yu Gwang-ik was so tense he was breaking out in a cold sweat. After a moment, he shouted in horror, "That shield can reflect bullets." On the other side, Diyun heard this and stood frozen for a second. Fortunately, Yu Gwang-ik rushed forward just in time to open fire and adapt. His eyes narrowed as he aimed directly at the monster's head. A loud bang echoed and the monster immediately collapsed. Splattered with green liquid, Yu Gwang-ik didn't panic and kept his eyes locked on it. Standing to the side, Kinam warned seriously, "Don't let your guard down." Yu Gwang-ik, fully alert, agreed, "I know." Suddenly, Yeon-su injected a strange liquid into her body, making Yu Gwang-ik's eyes go wide with curiosity. "What's that?" Yeon-su replied with his stern, growling voice. "Bait. It's a drug known as the Blessing of Odin. It can enhance the user's physical strength. You should take some too. Those invaders are gathering more troops. It doesn't look like we can escape." As she spoke, she quickly pulled out a bunch of strange medicines. Right after, Yu Gwang-ik suddenly spoke up, "I'm going to go take down a few. You guys can handle things without me, right?" Hearing this, Kinam flared up and yelled, "You're talking like you're some big shot. I can handle this place on my own." But Yu Gwang-ik still didn't quite trust him. He reminded the others coldly, "Keep a close eye on this guy." Seeing it, Den chimed in from the side. "You two are pretty close, aren't you? You into guys or something?" This made Yu Gwang-ik look visibly annoyed, glaring at her as well. "Just try to stay alive. When I get back, I'll grant you a wish." Hearing this, Yeon-su gave a satisfied smile. "A wish, huh? Don't you dare go back on your word." After those words, Yeon-su just watched Gwang-ik's back as he faded into the distance. A moment later, after running quite a long way, Honam was gasping for air, completely exhausted. He immediately sharpened his voice and reported loudly, "Captain of Defense Squad, Wondong, Honam has arrived at Base 2. I'm heading in." As soon as he finished speaking, Honam reached for the door. With a serious face, he pushed it open and stepped inside. But in the next second, a gruesome sight suddenly appeared right before his eyes. It wasn't clear when it happened, but everyone had been severely wounded. Time rewinds to 30 minutes earlier. Gwang-ik was facing off against thousands of monsters. Looking at them, he let out a sigh of relief, feeling pumped. Finally, he could fight without holding back. "Come at me, you bastards." The moment he spoke, the monsters immediately raised their shields for defense, making Gwang-ik tilt his head in confusion for a second. "You guys aren't gonna attack me." "Fine then," he said, frowning as he made a choice. "In that case, I'll make the first move." Before the words even left his mouth, Gwang-ik lunged forward with explosive speed. Just like that, the monsters were being smashed to a pulp one by one. Very quickly, he sent one monster flying in a split second. Only a few seconds later, another reckless monster bared its fangs and claws, rushing him. But Gwang-ik stayed perfectly calm, gripping the butt of his gun tightly. Without saying a word, he delivered a brutal blow to the monster, sending it crashing far away. Taking that chance, another monster charged in with a weapon, but Gwang-ik spotted it instantly. With a single sharp kick, he sent the monster sprawling to its knees. Without any hesitation, Gwang-ik poured all his strength into a finishing blow, pushing back the entire horde of monsters around him. Seeing the heavy losses, the monsters flinched and started to back away in fear. Gwang-ik stepped forward with his gun and growled, "Next, hurry up." This made the monster jump in shock and scramble back a few steps. Furious now, Gwang-ik emphasized again, "I don't have all day." The monster's whole body shook, completely speechless with terror. It took a while before it suddenly lunged forward to fight. Looking at the three monsters surrounding him, Gwang-ik thought to himself with total confidence, "Oh, so they're planning to attack all at once." He suddenly closed his eyes and made a quiet decision. "Then I'll give this move a try." Instantly, Gwang-ik dropped into a combat stance as he began to shift his senses. He was determined. He was sure he could use his senses to gather all the information in the surrounding area and draw a path connecting all three opponents. If he could do all this in just 1 second, in the blink of an eye, a sudden slash was unleashed. Back in reality, Gwang-ik easily sliced the three monsters in front of him right in half. Without a hint of fear, he quickly stood up and scanned the area for his next target. This immediately enraged the monsters. They all threw their shields at once and rushed him, trying to gang up on him. Gwang-ik was a bit puzzled. "You're throwing your shields away." but he quickly regained his focus, raised his gun, and let out a savage grin. Too bad for you, I'm not using a club anymore. I've got a gun. And with that, Gwang-ik easily took down the two giant monsters in an instant. Now there was only one scrawny monster left trembling in absolute terror. Seeing this, Gwang-ik growled with authority. Next time in a hurry, so get over here. This made the monster even more terrified than before. Its face went pale and it stood there, frozen like a statue. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from a distance, immediately catching Gwang-ik's attention. Seeing a splatter of blood, his face twisted in annoyance as he shouted, "Weight radiating, killing intent." Gwang-ik growled and turned around. His eyes were filled with pure resentment. He barked at the monster. "If my toys are broken, you're dead meat." At the same time, the scene shifts to the other side where a drone was flying through the sweltering sky. A young soldier caught the drone in his hand. He couldn't help but wonder, manager, something must have happened at the base. He immediately started reading through the lines of information displayed on the drone. The guard post was ambushed. Multiple invaders suspected. That's what it says here. Hearing that, Honam's eyes widened in shock. He suddenly remembered a conversation with his superior. Back then, Honam had proactively suggested Dong Ki-nam still hasn't finished adjusting yet. "Are you sure you want to put him on a mission right away?" Without any hesitation, his comrade simply replied sharply, "Yeah, that'll help him adjust faster." He took a sip of his coffee, his face serious and determined as he stated, "Besides, this isn't the time to be resting. The staff here have been working way too hard, they're already complaining." Having no other choice, Honam could only question him loudly. "How long is his shift? At which guard post? Isn't this too dangerous? He hasn't even adapted yet." This made the superior visibly annoyed. "What's this? Why are you so worried? Are you his parent or something?" In an instant, Honam radiated killing intent as he demanded, "Please just answer me." This left the other man with no choice but to give in. All right, you're such a pain." Back to the present. Honam was staring intently at his watch, guessing to himself, guard post number 2. His shift was at 20:30. Immediately, he rushed off, leaving the whole group stunned. Manager, seeing Honam's unusual silence, his two comrades could only urge each other on in a hurry. "Let's go." "So it's true, huh?" One of them suddenly spoke up. "I heard that Manager Honam cares deeply about his younger brother." A moment later, the scene shifts to a room filled with corpses. Honam stood there in a daze for a long time, making his comrade feel a bit confused. "Manager, why are you here?" Looking at the monsters lying scattered across the floor, Honam muttered to himself in shock. "Giant ogres. You need at least 5 fully equipped heroes to take down just one of them. Don't tell me these 3 killed all these giant ogres themselves." Right then, Gwang-ik suddenly appeared from the distance and called out, "Manager Honam, are you here as backup?" In response, Honam turned his back in embarrassment. "Actually, I was just about to head back." In that brief moment, the scene in front of him caught Gwang-ik's eye. Even though Dong Ki-nam was seriously injured, he was still kindly asking Han Dong, "Can you stand up?" Han Dong groaned in agony, "I'm dying over here." In contrast to them, Gwang-ik couldn't help but let out a laugh. They're all alive. Very quickly, the 2 other comrades caught up and shouted together, "Are they okay?" "I'm so sorry, we were ordered to head to guard post 3 first." Hearing this, Honam just kept a straight face, assuming the situation was already handled, and everyone was safe. Witnessing the absolute carnage before their eyes, the crowd was instantly terrified, repeatedly asking each other if a whole army of shifters had just marched through there. How on earth did they kill all these invaders? One soldier looked visibly shaken for a moment, his voice trembling as he spoke. "I don't think the manager took them out the moment he got here. And there's no sign of any reinforcements. What exactly happened?" In response, Dong Ki-nam replied shortly with total confidence. "This guy handled them all by himself." He then glanced over at Yu Gwang-ik. "Look at the blood on him, his wounds, and the weapon he's holding. Can't you tell just by looking?" Then Li Taeyan quickly took the initiative to approach and start a conversation. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Li Taeyan." Without a second of hesitation, Yu Gwang-ik responded cheerfully. "I'm Yu Gwang-ik, a level 1 employee." Hearing that, the man immediately cut him off. "All right, I'll hear the rest of the report later." Right after that, Li Taeyan barked out orders in a flash. "Move the wounded to medical first. You look like you're doing okay, so why don't you lend a hand?" This made Yu Gwang-ik's face go pale for a moment as he gasped. "But I'm a patient too, you know." Meanwhile, lying off to the side, Yeon-su suddenly started moving. Her whole body was aching and she kept moaning in pain, making Yu Gwang-ik worry. He checked on her. "Hey, are you all right?" Holding her hand, Yu Gwang-ik spoke tenderly to comfort her. "You're badly hurt, just try to rest." Just as he finished speaking, Yeon-su suddenly bolted upright, giving Yu Gwang-ik quite a shock. "What the hell are you doing?" Without missing a beat, Yeon-su pouted with determination. "My dream. Mdua. Ring room." Dong Chun thought about his goal for this mission, and made a silent vow that this time he had to beat Yu Gwang-ik no matter what. He pulled out his phone. Well, there are plenty of ways. It seemed like Yu Gwang-ik had never dated anyone before, so he curiously leaned down to look at the phone too. Dong Chun thought about using a honey trap, wondering if his daughter would agree to it. But maybe if he lured the guy in with a date, suddenly Yu Gwang-ik threw a wet blanket on his plans. Oh, is this your son? He's got the look of a real general. Yu Gwang-ik calmly walked away, not noticing the man grinding his teeth while staring at him. That little brat. He slammed his head on the table and started an emergency meeting about the invasion. And so the meeting began. The room was buzzing with gossip about the recent battle. High-level manager Dong Ki-nam, Dune Dong Ki-nam, and another team member had taken down a giant ogre. 3 against 1, now that's impressive. The reinforcements this time seemed different. Dong Chun delivered the good news. And finally, team member Yu Gwang-ik eliminated all the remaining invaders. A few people looked disappointed even though they already knew he was the one who wiped them out. Just him. Yeah, I figured as much. Damn it again. The place was starting to feel more like a shrine than a meeting room. Everyone had the same question. Just how on earth have you been training? Yu Gwang-ik was already a natural genius, so how was he supposed to answer that? You have to say something. He threw a couple of punches in the air, leaving everyone in the room momentarily stunned. Yu Gwang-ik had to make up a plausible-sounding excuse on the spot. Training the left hand. If you're proficient with both hands, you can master any situation. They were a bit surprised, but judging by their expressions, they seemed to buy it. The left hand. The next day, Yu Gwang-ik's random comment actually became a life philosophy. Expedition Team 4 started training with their left hands. He couldn't exactly tell them the truth. I'm so sorry, I was just thinking out loud. Thinking back, he felt like he wasn't entirely wrong. Mastering the basics is crucial. He looked at the BBQ bento menu on the board, but you can't use your left hand for everything. Someone walked up and called out to him. He turned around to see Dong Ki-nam looking a bit awkward. Are you free 10 minutes earlier? Before that, Ki-nam had confessed his desire to join the mission. Please let me join this expedition mission. I'll prove my worth. But given his current condition, getting Honam to agree was going to be tough. You've lost an arm. What exactly do you plan on doing? Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. But Ki-nam was still determined to join. I want to participate in this mission, please say yes. Honam didn't care at all. Don't be so stupid. He kept trying his best to convince him. There's no one better suited for this mission than me. Honam turned his face away. No, I'll handle this myself. Ki-nam stubbornly explained, you can't play the role of both commander and striker at the same time. Honam stuck to his decision. I don't want to repeat myself. Get out. Ki-nam seemed to have reached his limit and spat out words that made Honam furious. If this keeps up, I'll never have my skills recognized by my family. I want to make all of them shut their mouths so they can't spread rumors about us anymore. Just as expected. He turned back and warned him in a stern tone. Watch your mouth. There are a lot of eyes and ears around here. Ki-nam dropped his previous expression. I'm sorry. Honam had another solution. If you're going to be that stubborn, go convince this person. His plan was to have Ki-nam go talk to Yu Gwang-ik. Prove to Yu Gwang-ik that you're useful to the team and have him come see me. If you do that, I'll consider it. Hearing Yu Gwang-ik's name, his eyes widened. Dong Ki-nam spoke up loudly, clearly not wanting to follow this path. Don't drag him into this. I'll convince Vice Executive Director Dong Ki-nam, Dong Chun instead. But Honam countered, no, you need to convince Yu Gwang-ik. Honam forced him to follow his lead. If you can't do it, then just give up. Just so we're clear, Yu Gwang-ik said in a mocking tone. What a favor. Ki-nam was so angry he was shaking as he suppressed his emotions, but Yu Gwang-ik kept that same tone. Me, why me? Ki-nam explained, I have pure blood running through my veins. No one is better suited for this mission than I am. He finally started to take it somewhat seriously. Oh, I see. But we have Director Dong Hwan. Do you even know how to deal with a giant ogre? He furrowed his brows deeply. Of course I do. Ki-nam recalled the battle that cost him his arm. If you slice it into more than 30 pieces, it stops its regeneration process. That's what we were trained for. Yu Gwang-ik covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. You knew that and still managed to lose an arm. That's why I'm telling you to put some effort into it. Ki-nam gnashed his teeth in deep regret. I know he doesn't realize it, but just how much harder do I have to try? This sight took Yu Gwang-ik by surprise. What's wrong with him? He wasn't acting like his usual weird self. I can't just say it out loud because I'm half shifter. Yu Gwang-ik didn't quite understand these things, but I can give you some basic advice. Put in the time and try your absolute best. Dong Ki-nam slumped his head. Try your best? I got it. He was so unusual today that Yu Gwang-ik had to wonder, what's up with him? I don't get it. Dong Ki-nam shyly looked up. So, will you help me? Yu Gwang-ik gritted his teeth and turned away, calling back. Lift your head up. Don't stare at the ground when you're talking to people and don't rely on me. But it's not like there's no other way. Instead, he turned back with a devious smirk. Let's negotiate, shall we? The two sat down to talk. Dong Honam was shocked. What Yu Gwang-ik had made his decision. I want to take Dong Ki-nam on the mission. Unlike you, I think he might actually be useful. He couldn't believe his ears. What the hell are you talking about? Dong Honam tried to explain Dong Ki-nam's physical condition to him. Do you really think he can handle a mission with just one arm? Are you kidding me? Yu Gwang-ik had his own logic. He shot back. You don't need two hands for everything. What we need for this expedition are a commander, a striker, a raider, and a sniper. He turned and squeezed Dong Ki-nam's face, making the guy glare at him in discomfort. Even if Dong Ki-nam is missing an arm, he's still got his eyes, one hand, and a brain. Who could play the raider role better than him? Despite Dong Ho-nam's furious protests, Yu Gwang-ik wouldn't budge. So I'm taking him. All right. Dong Ho-nam turned away, feeling helpless. Fine, do whatever you want. They sat down together. Before we start the expedition, we need to have a briefing. Something in the meeting room caught his eye. Dong Ki-nam Yumi calmly pulled out a bottle of booze and took a few swigs. Yu Gwang-ik was baffled. Is it okay to drink while working? This was the commander of Expedition Team 4 Dong Ki-nam Yumi, also known as the Alcohol Goddess. Lee Sun-sang acted calm since he was used to this. That's just how she is. It's fine. It's fine. This was Expedition Team 4's senior manager, Lee Sun-sang. Dong Ki-nam Yumi playfully shoved the empty bottle toward Yu Gwang-ik. Want a drink? No thanks. She giggled. You're pretty funny. Got a girlfriend? He answered honestly. Not yet. Suddenly, the conversation took a turn into his love life. How do you feel about older women? Yu Gwang-ik couldn't understand why he was so popular. What the heck? Why am I stealing every woman's heart I meet? Lee Sun-sang warned him nervously. Yu Gwang-ik, be careful. She's a total man-eater. But he was the one suffering for it. Dong Ki-nam Yumi told Lee Sun-sang to shut his mouth, then turned back with puppy dog eyes and a sweet voice. Yu Gwang-ik, I'm not that kind of person really. Yu Gwang-ik had a massive headache. Why is nobody here normal? A voice rang through the room. Enough playing around. Dong Ho-nam walked in to start the briefing. This is a serious matter. Dong Ki-nam Yumi got serious instantly. Got it. Let's start. A blue light projected onto the room. The mission name is Ant Nest Exploration. We're going to thoroughly check this area. There's a specific invasive species there, so we must avoid direct contact. While everyone was listening intently, Dong Ki-nam was struggling with his stump of an arm. Any objections? Dong Ki-nam Yumi draped her arm over Yu Gwang-ik's shoulder as he raised his hand. None. Dong Ho-nam glanced over. Then please gather at the shelter entrance in 10 minutes. Then he turned to Dong Ki-nam with a terrifying glare. And Dong Ki-nam, come see me outside. Even though he was sweating bullets, he had to obey. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, on the other side, the footsteps of green monsters were sneaking across the sand, leaving tracks behind. It wasn't just a few. A whole pack was moving in. The fully equipped team trudged through the desert sand. Enemy at 45 degrees to the right turned left from all directions. Dong Ki-nam turned back to say something, but Yu Gwang-ik only noticed one thing. He's adapting fast. Lee Sun-sang took off his coat. Nothing to worry about as long as we don't run into the Red Thunder. Everything was thanks to the staff. Yu Gwang-ik was curious about one thing. But why haven't we seen any invaders? Dong Ki-nam Yumi explained, even the invaders need to hide from the sandstorms and the Red Thunder. Besides the storms, they were also at risk of encountering Red Thunder. Red Thunder was a weather phenomenon from another world. Most living things would be zapped to ash by that high-temperature electricity. Everywhere the Red Thunder struck would turn into igneous rock. It was the lightning itself that helped create new materials. Red Thunder flashed in the distant sky. Even the invaders were scared of natural disasters, meaning they usually hid in safe places. Dong Ki-nam Yumi looked at him. That's why we're heading to the ant nest. A massive swarm of things flew out of a rock cave in the desert. These creepy creatures were called hell fairies. The team watched from the side. Lee Sun-sang carefully observed the situation. We don't know what kind of creatures might pop out of there. Let's just observe for now. Set up camp here. We'll start the mission once we identify the monsters inside. Someone was happily eating noodles while the group relaxed in the sand. Yu Gwang-ik managed to talk even with a mouthful of noodles. Oh right, Dong Ki-nam. He was worried Dong Ki-nam wouldn't be able to take it. Give me a sign if it's too tough. Okay, I'll take you back. The guy didn't look worried at all. I'm fine. Yu Gwang-ik cast again, and if giant ogres show up, can you handle one? I'll take care of the rest. This guy was like a jagged blade, and his wounds showed his grit, which pleased Yu Gwang-ik. Exactly. That's the reaction I wanted. A voice rang out that startled him. All right, I'll shred one of them. Yu Gwang-ik wondered, did he eat something weird? A familiar figure walked closer. Employee Yu Gwang-ik. Dong Ho-nam looked irritated. Why don't you just shut your damn mouth? Seeing this reaction, it wasn't hard for Yu Gwang-ik to realize something. It feels like he really wants to beat the crap out of me. Dong Ho-nam spoke sternly. Last warning. Enough small talk. Go inside and sleep. He replied calmly, yes, sir. By nightfall, the green monsters arrived in a pack, leaving 5-fingered prints in the sand. They were clever enough to signal each other to stay quiet. A flash of light erupted, and several monsters in the front were sent to hell. A bullet grazed a monster's face. Flashes of light kept bombarding them. They were definitely planning to ambush us using flash stones. This trap cost them quite a few of their pack. Those who hadn't fallen yet were still fighting the raging flames. We learned our lesson from last time. Flash stones can be countered with piercing attacks. Even the biggest one in the pack couldn't escape. Sorry, but you bastards never stood a chance. Since they had ambushed them from a distance, how could those monsters ever win? Fully equipped with a secure terrain advantage, Dong Honam stays in touch with everyone using modern gear. The communication system helps pinpoint enemy positions in advance. More importantly, we're prepared. Sun Kang asks Dong Honam while he's still focusing. They're almost all dead, can we head back now? He thinks to himself, well, our original goal was just to scout the area. Maybe we can head back. Then he suddenly calls out Dong Kinam's name. Dong Honam stares intently ahead. Get ready. We're going to find the special variants, though things might turn out differently whether we're paid or not. He shuts his eyes tight, blocking out all his senses to focus solely on his hearing. Everything around Dong Honam falls silent. Sure enough, by focusing only on his hearing, he's able to sense the location of those blue beasts. He snaps, his eyes open. Found it. He's identified the special OGR variant, then orders Sun Kang, get ready for a sniper shot. Ready for combat, sir. A massive beast approaches. Dong Honam shouts urgently, wait, it's coming. The bloated monster lets out a terrifying scream. Everyone is affected by the sound. It's not just noise. It's a scream that triggers primal fear, freezing their entire bodies in place. Yu Gwang-ik stands his ground as two monsters charge at him. Even so, he prepares to throw a punch. He lunges forward, sword in hand. This is nothing. It doesn't even have a fraction of my master's bloodlust. A single slash grazes the monsters. He pulls out a gun and squeezes the trigger, opening fire. A monster with a wide-open mouth rushes him from behind. Its whole body explodes, leaving nothing but a flash of lightning where its round belly once was. Yu Gwang-ik turns back in shock. An optical weapon. Wait, the one who fired that shot was Dong Honam using his specialized gear. He commands the hunt for the special variant starts now. Maintaining his stance, he keeps firing. The two snipers provide cover. Everyone opens fire, each bullet hitting the monsters with deadly precision. They form a line under Dong Honam's orders, forcing the enemies into a corner. Dong Kinam calls for the commander. Dong Honam looks over. The boy looks worried. Just stay down. That's not what I mean. More blue beasts continue pouring out of the cave. They're still coming. Dong Nam Yumi stops in her tracks. Oh my god, there's a whole swarm of them. Sun Kang shouts, we're reaching our limit, we have to pull back. The monsters keep flooding out like a swarm of ants. The situation is looking grim. The tide of battle has turned against them. We've hit our limit. Are they trying to push us all the way back to base? Sun Kang turns to Dong Honam. Do you think we can stop them if we regroup with the forces at the base? Dong Honam doesn't think so. No, too many people will die before we even reach the gate. Dong Honam's eyes widen. There are too many of them, and if they retreat now, many will lose their lives. And then there's that thing. The giant monster approaching at the back. It can summon even more invaders, which is the real problem. Since it can control the others, it must have awakened that specific ability. Dong Kinam Yumi shouts, I'm out of ammo. Things are going from bad to worse. Everyone's faces are pale with fear. The blue monsters part ways for their leader. This ugly bloated creature is their chief. The lead beast laughs mockingly. Dong Honam narrows his eyes. He thinks, that bastard knows we can't handle them from a distance. Is it provoking us to waste our shots? He grips his gun tight, telling himself, stay calm, stay calm. We're in a real tight spot. Plus, they're still out of range for this gun. Dong Honam knows the score. There are too many for a melee fight. The monsters just keep coming. He weighs every option to save his team, requesting backup. The sandstorm and red thunder mean reinforcements won't make it in time. If they retreat now, the base will be completely wiped out. Sweat rolls down Dong Honam's cheek. He ponders, I have to end them all right here. I must find a way to defeat every single one of them. The monster closes its mouth, then laughs loudly. Suddenly, a bullet flies and hitting it right between the eyes. Everyone looks at Yu Gwang-ik. Holding a gun, he asks innocently, can we go back now? And so all 5 of them returned safely. As they walked, they chatted. The rest were just small fry. Once the leader's down, even invaders feel fear. Their leader died so fast, they must have been in total shock. Dong Kinam Yumi looks at Yu Gwang-ik shyly. I think I'm in love with you. Come to my room tonight. Thinking she hasn't changed a bit, Yu Gwang-ik immediately refuses. I already have plans. Dong Honam looks at him and says, for a rookie, you've got quick reflexes. Yu Gwang-ik gets cocky. Please stop falling for me. Dong Honam asks, what kind of weapon is that? Yu Gwang-ik looks at the red gem on his arm. Oh, this. Yu Gwang-ik explains the stone's origin. The researchers from the expedition team gave it to me. It's a gauntlet-style weapon made from parasitic stone. He holds out his hand. A drop of blood changes its shape. The reloading is different too. It takes 2 drops to reload. And when I press with my thumb, the bullet flies out. It fires faster than the speed of sound. Hearing this, Dong Honam is impressed. You've got quite an impressive weapon there. Yu Gwang-ik points at the gold gun on Dong Honam's hip. What about that pistol? Dong Honam pulls it out. It's a fusion of pure weaponry and magic called a six-bullet. It can fire 3 types of rounds: fire, ice, and light orbs. Looking closer at the gun, Yu Gwang-ik realizes something. So it's a top-tier weapon too. Any invader who comes near is as good as dead. That special invader probably took a bullet to the head from this very pistol. Yu Gwang-ik asks if it's custom-made. Dong Honam reveals, without magic talent, you wouldn't be able to use it anyway. Yu Gwang-ik is a bit confused. Magic, he thinks. Dong Honam looks at the gun in his hand. Neither of them notices Dong Kinam behind them looking absolutely furious. He thinks I heard hidden mages are appearing all over the world, but I've never actually seen one in person. Dong Honam speaks up. I only learned the basics to make use of this pistol's power. I'm not skilled enough to be called a real mage yet. Yu Gwang-ik pats his chest. Let's be friends. Dong Kinam grinds his teeth and warns him. Hey, don't you dare cross the line. He keeps walking while answering Yu Gwang-ik. Yeah, sure. Off the clock, that sounds fine. Dong Kinam tries to intervene. Director, annoyed by Dong Kinam's interruptions, Dong Honam snaps. Stop cutting in. We're having a conversation here. Dong Honam walks ahead to handle some business. I need to report to the expedition captain. You guys go on inside. You all did a great job. She happily replies. Will do. Sun Kang adds. You did a great job too, sir. Yu Gwang-ik slung his arm around the other guy's shoulder and said, let's go eat. Dong Kinam made a face sounding annoyed as he snapped. Get your hand off me. Yu Gwang-ik actually liked this side of him. The guy hadn't changed at all. That's why I like him. Dong Kinam Yumi frowned as she looked at Yu Gwang-ik. You don't like men, do you? Hearing that, he quickly explained, I like women. My dream is to become the president. She listened to Yu Gwang-ik but couldn't make sense of it. What does that have to do with liking women? His expression was dead serious. When I become president, I'm going to legalize polygamy and have 15 wives. Lee Sunsang found that number hard to believe. 15. Dong Kinam Yumi was speechless. Sometimes you really seem like a total psycho. Yu Gwang-ik was already used to hearing things like that. Well, I hear that so often now that it doesn't even hurt anymore. Dong Honam went to the captain's office and reported the mission in a serious tone. If it weren't for Yu Gwang-ik, 80% of us would be dead out there. The blue-haired officer standing nearby tried to gauge the situation. So you're saying the scout team would have failed back then? He replied that they wouldn't have made it. Dong Honam's expression grew heavy as the entire base recalled the critical situation. Fortunately, Yu Gwang-ik acted just in time. It was only a matter of a few short seconds. But if he had been even a few seconds late, the entire invading army would have sworn to protect that ogre, and we wouldn't have been able to kill it with a single shot. Every move Yu Gwang-ik made took him by surprise. He even predicted the sandstorm would appear and act as a shield for us. I didn't say a word during the retreat, but it was like Yu Gwang-ik already knew everything. It's hard to believe he has zero combat experience in the other world. Not to mention he's only been working with us for about 1 year. Thinking back, Dong Honam still found it a bit hard to believe his sharp judgment and how decisively he acts. He moves as if he already knows exactly what order I'm about to give. He recalled Yu Gwang-ik's friendly face, his immortal blood, his ability to stay one step ahead, and his incredible knack for making friends with others. That is all. The blue-haired officer gave a forced smile. That could have ended really badly, but I'm glad he handled it so well. I'm honestly proud of you. He started imagining his younger sister Dong Kinam Yumi dating Yu Gwang-ik. If those two actually started seeing each other, just the thought of it made him feel over the moon. He's 21 now, right? Or maybe 22. His main priority right now must be women. Who knows if I can actually pull off setting them up. Dong Jae's face darkened as he sank into deep thought. This bastard is really something else. Before transferring Yu Gwang-ik to Team 4, he had calculated that the kid was too rebellious to be his subordinate. That's why I planned to tame him by sending him to the 4th expedition team. But it looks like all my plans have gone up in smoke. The plan failed. I was going to protect him from Dong Honam's temper to build trust first. His whole body trembled as he suppressed his rage, but not only did he do a great job protecting his teammates, he even managed to blow a hole in the head of a special invader during a— If this shot isn't handled carefully, it might come back to bite me. I can't even cancel this mission. The report will reach headquarters soon anyway. If the commander hears about this, my whole plan is ruined. After the mission, security was tightened for a few days. Plenty of girls came by to bring flowers and gifts for Yu Gwang-ik. I got the chance to meet a lot more people during that time and even got 2 confessions from women in the research team. The engineer who gave him the parasite-infused gauntlet also came to visit. The engineer was eager and curious about his gear. I heard you tried using that thing. How did it feel? Hearing the question, Yu Gwang-ik immediately offered his praise. It was amazing. That response made the engineer beam with joy. Really, seriously, this is the perfect stepping stone for Yu Gwang-ik. I've met a totally normal engineer, and this is a great chance to get to know others. He remembered his promise to Yoon Soo. He still hadn't fulfilled that woman's wish. The two shared a warm embrace. Yu Gwang-ik asked her how she was feeling. Are you feeling any better? Yeon-su replied, I had a dream about you. He thought to himself, well, I guess this is okay for now. Things definitely seemed to be looking up. Dong Jae was no longer glaring at him. Dong Honam was more open than before and even reminded Yu Gwang-ik to take good care of Dong Ki-nam. Looking at him now, he finally understood. Now I see why everyone says he's so protective of his little brother. Everyone happily waved goodbye to Yu Gwang-ik. I've become the main star of the guard post invasion, the hero who took down the special invader. He waved back a member of the special immortal force that had kept the base safe. Yu Gwang-ik side-checked his phone. There were tons of notifications. Messages from someone with an English name kept popping up. When he finished reading them, he couldn't believe his eyes. Does this guy have a split personality or something? What's with these messages? Well, I'll just reply that I'm busy on a mission. Suddenly, Yu Gwang-ik saw another message. He realized immediately it was from his mom. Why aren't you picking up your phone? Why aren't you answering? Call me back right now or I'm disowning you. When Yu Gwang-ik called her, a voice answered. Who is this? He answered nervously. Mom, it's your troublesome son calling. Hearing his voice, his mom snapped back. Oh, so you're actually still alive. Yu Gwang-ik tried to explain. I'm sorry, Mom. I had to go abroad for work, so there was no signal. On the other end, his mom was busy working out, sounding a bit annoyed. I get it. So both you and your father are off working abroad now. Huh, I see. I'm being sincere, Mom. I've messed up big time. I'm truly sorry. She started worrying about Yu Gwang-ik. So, are you hurt? Why on earth did you have to go abroad? He gave a strained laugh, unable to tell her the truth. Yes, I'm perfectly fine. It's just that my work got a bit overwhelming. Things will be easier from now on. Yu Gwang-ik thought to himself that at least now going on business trips wouldn't seem strange in the future. I haven't seen Mary since I left her with Mom. He wanted to know how Mary was doing, so he asked, Mom, how's Mary? She didn't answer right away. Do you miss her? Yu Gwang-ik had to keep his promise. Yeah, I told Mary's father that I'd let him see her. His mom replied, fine, just bring him over. Is he your biological father? I'm guessing probably not. She didn't say anything else, only giving Yu Gwang-ik instructions. All right, just text me when you're coming over. He looked at his phone, wondering if it was just his imagination or if his mom sounded angry. Well, I did promise him he could see Mary, so I'll ask about that once my vacation is over. Yu Gwang-ik was delighted to finally eat his fill. After that, he was given 2 days off. Training is all well and good, but eating without having to lift a finger, now that's the life. Yu Gwang-ik was doing things that seemed ordinary to most, but for him, it was a total luxury. I'd been gaming for 8 hours straight, and then I hit the weights for some bodybuilding. I even did a little extra training whenever my body started feeling stiff. I was soaking up my free time by catching up on the news. Dong Ki-nam had gone to the hospital, so I had the place all to myself for those 2 days. I got some seriously good rest before it was time to head back to work. By the next day, Yu Gwang-ik looked fresher than ever. Morning, everyone. Hope you're all doing great. Meanwhile, Dong Ki-nam Han looked like a zombie that had just crawled out of a coffin. It was honestly terrifying. You're finally here, someone said. He replied, yeah, I'm back and fully recharged. Lee Dong-hoon came over to shake his hand. Oh, it's you, man. It's good to see you. Yu Gwang-ik stared at Lee Dong-hoon, who looked way more haggard than before. Why did everyone have such deep, dark circles under their eyes? Even Lee Kang-mo looked completely drained. You're late. You should have come back sooner, he muttered. Even as Yu Gwang-ik listened, he couldn't help but notice that even that jerk of a team manager had dark circles too. In the end, Yu Gwang-ik was the only one who looked okay. It seemed like a lot had gone down while I was away healing. Apparently, a black hole anomaly had appeared while I was out. A black hole with tens of thousands of monsters pouring out of it. An anomaly. He kept explaining that as the number of black holes increased and began to overlap, the number of invaders only grew. Because of that, they needed more people to close those holes. As night fell, everyone was exhausted, their eyes heavy with dark circles. The yawning was non-stop. War in the Special Task Force, the Immortal Special Forces, even the private military company Excuracy had to join the fight. They had to work day and night without a single break. That explains why the department head and assistant Lee Dong-hoon looked so sleep-deprived. There was a photo of Mon holding a nameplate. His face was twisted in a nasty scowl, but there was another culprit behind Lee Kang-mo's dark circles. The sign showed the numbers 0183724 Mon. Mon, the leader of the Immortal Faith, had escaped from prison. While a transport truck had its back doors open, the convoy was ambushed and a black hole appeared right in front of the vehicle carrying him. That was the exact moment Mon made his move. A pair of handcuffs lay shattered on the ground, surrounded by splatters of bright red blood. Even though he'd been fitted with a tracking device and injected with power suppressants, he still managed to escape. He took out every single tracker, so someone must have helped him. Kim Jong-ah pulled off her gloves, preparing to trace what was left behind. Prometheus is the prime suspect. Kim Jong-ah had to stay up all night trying to track them down. Back at the office, Yu Gwang-ik gave a cheerful greeting. Hard work, everyone. Lee Dong-hoon rubbed his head tiredly. I was actually going to ask if you enjoyed your little vacation. With that, he started typing furiously on his keyboard. Expedition Team 4 said your stats would be included in our group report, so I took a quick look and a bunch of info popped up on the screen. Security Team 3 performance report 270,202.5 million, 329.5 million, 189.6. It hit 1.9 billion. He turned to look at Yu Gwang-ik. Man, you did a whole year's worth of work for a normal person in one go. Yu Gwang-ik was actually surprised by his own performance. Really, I was just doing what needed to be done. But hey, department head, hearing his name, Lee Kang-mo looked over. What Yu Gwang-ik started his pitch. Did you hear that? The head looked confused. Yu Gwang-ik repeated. I did a whole year's worth of work. Hearing that the man got so annoyed, the veins in his head started popping. So what Yu Gwang-ik kept pushing. A whole year, Lee Kang-mo finally snapped. Damn it. Over on the other side, Lee Dong-hoon was getting annoyed too and told him to pipe down. But Yu Gwang-ik just kept smiling, pointing at himself and bragging about his achievement. But for a single employee to hit a yearly quota like that, the department head finally had to say something. You did great, okay, beyond great. What do you want me to get down on my knees and bow to you or something? Yu Gwang-ik looked at him and answered sassily, hey, if you want to, I won't stop you. Suddenly, a hand gripped his shoulder. He turned around and saw it was Kim Jong-ah. What's up? She handed him a slip of paper. There's a note here for you. He looked at the paper in her hand. A note? From who? She gave a short, blunt answer. Mon. On that paper was a photo of words scrawled in blood. To Yu Gwang-ik, I remember your face. After seeing those words, he just thought to himself, is this guy seriously obsessed with me? He handed the paper back, looking a bit bewildered. He's got a criminal record, right? I bet this guy's been arrested for stalking or something before. While he was asking, Kim Jong-ah, a group of people nearby were gossiping intensely. A man with earrings was scowling. Yeah, exactly. A girl with short hair chimed in, sounding totally pissed off. He even escaped from prison, the brown-haired guy added, sounding disgusted. What a piece of trash. The girl kept cursing Mon out. They were all just tearing the guy a new one. That son of a. Seeing this, Yu Gwang-ik leaned in and whispered to Kim Jong-ah. Why are they reacting so negatively? She explained. Those guys were the extra security for that transport mission the other day. Because of him, their performance reports for the entire year are trashed. Yu Gwang-ik felt for them. If I were them, I'd be losing my mind too. Lee Dong-hoon looked up with his heavy dark-circled eyes to check on him. Anyway, were you hurt anywhere? I heard the other world is total chaos right now. Yu Gwang-ik gave him a bright smile. I'm fine, come on, you know who I am. Lee Dong-hoon looked at him and sighed. At this rate, you'll be promoted to assistant manager before I am. Then Yu Gwang-ik asked a weird question. If that happens, can I stop using formal language with you? Kim Jong-ah shut that down immediately. In your dreams. Despite the teasing, he said something that made the whole office light up with joy. Anyway, lunch is on me. Let's go get some BBQ. I just got a 50 million bonus. Lee Dong-hoon's eyes nearly popped out. 50 million, Lee Kang-mo gave a sly grin like he was teasing him. Hey, I'm only eating premium Korean beef, you hear. Then he thought happily. You know, sometimes this guy is actually pretty likable. Yu Gwang-ik didn't miss a beat. Of course, top shelf only. Soon they were out on the road with cars racing past each other. Inside one of the cars parked by, Hoon looked over at Yu Gwang-ik. Is Marie still safe? He stayed focused on the road. Probably. You know the rules, right? He glanced at the old man and thought for a second. I don't think he's going to cause any trouble. He's currently wearing 35 tracking devices and a self-destruct mechanism if he utters a single forbidden word. His white car pulled neatly into a parking spot. He hopped out of the car. Hang on, I'll go in first. The old man nodded. Yu Gwang-ik walked into the cafe carrying several luxury shopping bags. He set the bags down on Lee Sung-hee's table. Your son is here. Mom bag after bag hit the table. He even pulled out a new pair of shoes and set them down. Only then did she speak up. It's been a while, hasn't it? Why are your cheeks so sunken? She looked at her son with worry. You need to make sure you're eating enough, okay? It looks like Luong Bong has been doing pretty well for himself lately. He sat down and looked at his mother politely. Yes, I've been doing a good job, so I even got a bonus. With that, Yu Gwang-ik turned and waved. Hey there, Mary. She bowed politely. Hello, brother. How have you been? Mary looked up and smiled. He looked closely at the girl and thought to himself. She seems to have changed a lot. There's a high chance she'll be the next top student. Only then did he remember Byung-jun, who was standing outside. He kept peering through the glass door just like a lizard. He looked toward him and thought, I probably don't need to worry about the professor's safety anymore. Byung-jun saw his daughter and rushed through the door, running toward her, as if he were flying. Hearing someone call her name, Mary instinctively looked in that direction. Byung-jun was practically in tears, wanting to lunge forward and hug his daughter. Mary also stepped toward him, but she brushed his hand aside, catching him off guard. Byung-jun was stunned. Mary looked at him with a serious expression and asked, "Who are you?" He remembered when Yu Gwang-ik called his mother. "What about Mary?" I told her father I'd arrange a meeting for them. His mother sat in the gym speaking casually over the phone. "All right, just bring him here." "Is he the biological father?" He hesitated. "I don't think so," she replied. "Got it. Make sure to let me know when you arrive." Lee Seung-hee looked at her phone and fell into thought. When that boy first brought that little girl here, I only intended to help her live like a normal person. I planned to let her go when the time came. Mary tied her hair back and practiced diligently. Looking at the girl in those moments, she thought, but she's exceeded all my expectations. Lee Seung-hee was drinking a can of soda when she saw her lifting weights with some difficulty. "Is it too heavy?" Even while lifting, she didn't forget to answer. "No, ma'am." While poking the straw into her drink, she asked, "I heard you used to have a father. Do you remember anything about him?" Mary replied, "No, I don't remember anyone who looked like a father." She continued the topic. "Do you want to meet your biological parents?" The poor girl answered, "Not really. I don't know anything before my memories of the lab, so I don't really miss them." Then she brightly placed a hand on her chest. "I'd rather stay with you, Mom. I don't want to go back to that place." Lee Seung-hee handed her the drink. "Your father wants to see you." Mary took the can. "My biological father," she was blunt. "Not for now." She brought the drink to her mouth and asked innocently, "Then why call him father?" Back to reality, the four of them sat across from each other. Mary looked straight at Byung-jun and spoke up. "I have something to ask. I was told that you aren't my biological father, which means we aren't related by blood." She was serious. "I can't even say you raised me since I used to live in a cabinet." What Mary said next truly shocked him. "Why should I call you father when you didn't give birth to me or raise me?" She placed her hands on the table and stood up. "People call you professor, so you probably just picked me up from a laboratory. But I can't call you father just because of that." Mary bowed to the man. "Thank you for everything you've done for me until now." Park Byung-jun looked at the girl speechless with shock. He seemed frozen by those words. After walking outside, he broke down in tears in front of Yu Gwang-ik. "Please take good care of Mary for me." He could only pat the man's shoulder to comfort him. "She grew up so well, why are you crying?" The secretary also stepped forward from behind. "If she needs anything, please help her." He smiled. Seeing him, Yu Gwang-ik thought to himself, "I knew the secretary had been watching me this whole time. The professor might cause trouble in various ways, so he probably didn't feel safe leaving me in charge alone." He glanced at Yu Gwang-ik. "I'll ask you one last question. What does your mother do? How could she change that child like that?" Even though Yu Gwang-ik had thoughts in his head, he couldn't just say his mother was a shapeshifter. He just looked at him as the fitness fairy. He said seriously, "My mother transforms whenever she's in danger." The secretary was baffled by the answer. "A fairy," he was confused. "She looks at least 40. Yu Gwang-ik brushed it off. "Age is just a number. She has the soul of a young girl." Back at his own house, Yu Gwang-ik was eating chicken and drinking beer with his father. "It's really nice to sit and drink with you like this, Dad." Yu Yeon-ho checked in. "How's work going?" He smiled politely at his father. "It's a lot of fun. I had a hard time at first, but now I'm enjoying it." Yu Gwang-ik became serious. "You know which department I'm working in, right?" He closed his eyes and raised his beer can. "The Special Immortal Force. But I don't know the specific details of the job. Every organization has a different operating system." He looked at him. "Does that mean you've never been part of the Special Immortal Force, Dad?" He answered no. Yu Yeon-ho began to reminisce. "Son, you've had so many dream jobs. In elementary school, you wanted to be a firefighter, then a police officer, then a bodyguard, and then a sailor." He started analyzing it for his son. "It sounds like your dream changed every year, but there was one common goal: you wanted to fight against invaders." Then he opened up to him. "But if there's something you want and absolutely must do, I hope you at least start in a safe place." Yu Gwang-ik listened and thought, "It feels like there's a thorn in my heart." It was obvious his father was worried. Every word he said radiated that feeling. Yu Yeon-ho continued chatting with him. "So I'm curious, what have you learned?" He smiled, his cheeks flushed red from the beer. "Try attacking me. Let's see how much you've improved." Yu Gwang-ik narrowed his eyes. He grit his teeth and hesitated, observing the surroundings, thinking about his next move. Suddenly, he slammed the beer can onto the table with a loud bang. Yu Gwang-ik quickly lunged forward, charging at Yu Yeon-ho with his maximum speed. Seeing his fluid movements, his father was stunned for a moment. He then evaluated the situation with surprise. "This kid hid his entire presence using false trails and decoys to trick my eyes." Yu Gwang-ik was also extremely tense at this moment. "I'll create an illusion and shift my muscles. I'll use this to distract him. In the meantime, I have to stay highly focused." While Yu Yeon-ho sat leisurely drinking his beer, he thought, "As soon as Dad reacts, I'll predict his movement." Before Yu Gwang-ik could even finish the thought, Yu Yeon-ho lightly tapped his forehead, making his eyes widen in surprise. Seeing his reaction, Yu Yeon-ho smiled gently and teased him. "Are you that surprised?" Yu Gwang-ik was stunned. He instinctively backed away, wondering how did he Seeing this, Yu Yuan-ho gave a smile that was 30% helplessness and 70% pride. You're too focused. If you only fixate on one thing, you won't know what's happening right in front of your eyes. Right after his father's words, Yu Gwang-ik felt enlightened as if an aura was radiating from him, signaling a breakthrough. I realized that if you want to feel someone's presence, you have to be able to read their heart.
If you watch a butterfly closely, you can actually count every single flap of its wings. But what I'm really focused on is the bee hovering right above that butterfly. My instincts keep me on guard against the threat it poses. I'm pouring all my concentration into that bee instead of the butterfly right in front of me. In other words, I've completely shut out the butterfly's movements from my mind. That's called reversing the trace, Yeonho said with a smile, pointing at him as he continued to explain. You're hiding your own presence, tricking the enemy, projecting an illusion, and then pulling it back in. Well done. You've improved quite a bit. Yeonho patted Gwang-ik's head, praising him. We're going to go even further. Gwang-ik looked down, filled with determination. Seeing this, Yeonho burst out laughing. Of course you will. You're my son after all. Anyway, I'm going to go take a shower. Yeonho stood up and walked away. Gwang-ik watched his father's back, silently assessing the situation. Dad's a lot nicer today than usual. Normally, he just leaves me to figure everything out on my own. Somewhere else, a pile of shopping bags sat on the ground when a voice suddenly piped up nearby. Du-hui, don't you think my son's job is a bit suspicious? What if the boy is working for some politicians or something like that? A middle-aged woman sat across from Du-hui, looking incredibly worried as she asked. Du-hui crossed her arms and shot a question back at her. Are you just trying to brag to me right now? The woman remained anxious. It's really suspicious. He even brought home a shifter as a test subject. She glanced over at a blonde girl who was training hard nearby. Could he be part of some illegal organization? And he's just using a government job as a cover. Du-hui shook her head at the woman's ridiculous question and sighed. I don't think so. If a kid as talented as him had chosen that path, there's no way I wouldn't have heard his name by now. Besides, you said your husband was the one who suggested the job. The woman held her head, still looking gloomy. Yeah, I believe he's a civil servant, which is why I'm worried he's making dirty money. Du-hui found this confusing. What's wrong with dirty money? It's better than being broke. The woman's anxiety only grew. She pulled out her phone and asked hesitantly, should I just ask? Ho-kyung Du-hui's eyes widened in surprise. Ho-kyung, your younger brother? If you ask him about this stuff, he'll just drag you back home. The woman immediately put her phone back on the table and rested her face in her hands, looking dejected. Her expression darkened. No, I shouldn't worry. Gwang-ik is a good kid. I raised him myself after all. Just then, the young girl nearby suddenly spoke up, breaking the heavy silence. I'm finished with my warm-up. Du-hui smiled. All right, let's get started. The woman chimed in as well. I'll do it. Watching the woman and the young girl from a distance, Du-hui kept her arms crossed. She's his mother, so it's natural for her to worry. But if that brat were using his shifting abilities for anything shady, I would have known a long time ago. Still, I should check just to be sure. Du-hui took out her phone and did a quick background check to put the woman's mind at ease. Looking at the data on her screen, Du-hui felt like cursing at those damn black holes. Late at night, when everything was still and silent, the only light on the road came from a few flickering street lamps. Hey. Long time no see. A voice broke the silence, making Heemin jump and look toward the sound. I see you're still as crazy as ever. Gwang-ik teased Heemin with a playful smirk. Hearing such nonsense, Heemin tossed her head back, refusing to even look at him. She really wanted to punch him square in the face. What are you talking about? You should have kissed me first before saying anything. Gwang-ik froze. Are we even close enough to joke like that? He struggled to find the words. I don't recall us having that kind of relationship. Heemin seemed very interested. She suggested, well, let's try it right now. I'm ready. Gwang-ik let out a long, exhausted sigh. You haven't changed one bit. Anyway, how did you know I was back? Did you install cameras or something? Heemin acted all shy. I just ran into my in-laws and it felt like I was about to hear some huge gossip. Gwang-ik turned to look at her, his own curiosity getting the better of him. In-laws, wait, are you married? Wow, people these days really rush into marriage, don't they? Heemin turned and glared at Gwang-ik with daggers in her eyes. You idiot, I'm talking about your parents. After a few seconds of standing there blankly, Gwang-ik looked at Heemin with pity. I thought you were just bad at school, but I didn't realize you lacked basic common sense too. The term in-laws is only for the family you marry into. Heemin turned away, gritting her teeth in anger. You're so annoying. Then she suddenly turned back to him and asked urgently, by the way, do you have a girlfriend? Are you dating anyone? Is anyone hitting on you at work? Gwang-ik shot her a look of pure disdain. I have a new girlfriend every single day and 2 girls from different departments are currently hitting on me. Gwang-ik thought for a moment. Actually, Manager Choi Mi-nam invited me to dinner, but I don't like players. Even someone as indifferent as Ki-nam knows what she's like. Heemin grimaced at him. What, are you serious? He sighed. No, I don't have a girlfriend. My standards are way too high. Hearing the answer she wanted, Heemin pouted, acting all huffy. Fine, whatever. That's good.
Just don't go talking to anyone else, okay? Gwang-ik turned to tease her with a face that was practically begging to be punched. What's it to you? Anyway, how were your graduation exam results? Since I used to be your tutor, I'm dying to know. Since he hit her where it hurt, Heemin immediately slumped. Don't even ask. My mom almost killed me. That's why I've been running for my life for a whole week now. Hearing that, Gwang-ik couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. He was laughing so hard he could barely stand. Well, health is the most important thing. Haha, grades aren't everything. Just don't tell anyone I was the one who tutored you. Heemin immediately got angry and stormed off. You jerk, you're so annoying. After she left, Gwang-ik stood still for a moment looking up at the night sky. It's so peaceful. Yeah, life is still pretty good. The next morning, Gwang-ik arrived at the office right on time. Good morning. He wondered why he was earlier than usual as there was no one else in the room. Good morning. Gwang-ik greeted a colleague. As he walked past, the colleague seemed a bit surprised. You're here early, huh? He thought to himself that everyone else was arriving after him. Is there something good going on? Gwang-ik immediately asked Lee Dong-hoon as he walked by. But the guy didn't pay much attention and just kept playing on his phone. I hit the jackpot last night and the manager was there too. Why are you guys here so early? Just show up on time. Nobody's paying you for overtime. Cheong-bong, looking 30% arrogant and 70% cold, swung his briefcase over his shoulder and followed the department head in. Cheong-bong frowned at Gwang-ik, gritting his teeth. Then he marched toward Gwang-ik. Gwang-ik immediately went on guard and looked up. Suddenly, Gwang-ik lunged toward Cheong-bong and threw a punch. Cheong-bong scowled. It's too early for this, you dog. Before he could even finish his sentence, Gwang-ik flew past him and sat down in the chair next to him. The punch he expected never came. Cheong-bong reflexively tried to dodge, lost his balance, and fell backward. Seeing this, Lee Dong-hoon and Kim Jeong-ah both stood there with their mouths hanging open in shock. You little brat, Cheong-bong screamed, absolutely furious. Yu Gwang-ik was stunned, feeling a rush of satisfaction from the experiment. Tracing actually works. At that moment, Lee Kang-mo broke into a smile that would have put Big Bao to shame. Lee Dong-hoon, breaking out in a cold sweat, leaned over to warn Yu Gwang-ik. Yu Gwang-ik, run, get out of here now. Yu Gwang-ik looked back, totally confused. Wait, why? Suddenly, that little brat Lee Kang-mo lunged forward with a scream. He was clutching a knife as if he really intended to end him. He kept shouting, fine, let's go to hell together. I'll kill you first, and then I'll write my resignation letter. The next thing you know, Yu Gwang-ik and Lee Kang-mo were chasing each other, turning the whole office into a chaotic mess. Their colleagues could only shout in frustration. Hey, it's only the first day. Leave it to a typical Monday to start off like this. A little later, Yu Gwang-ik moved on to mess with another colleague. Miho stared at him blankly, placing a hand on his forehead as he asked, what on earth are you doing? I tried it with Yu-eo too. Taking advantage of a moment when Manager Kang wasn't looking, Yu Gwang-ik stepped hard on his foot. Manager Kang turned around furious, demanding to know what happened. Yu Gwang-ik just maintained a perfectly innocent face, acting like it was a total accident. He didn't stop there, though. He even tripped Bang Gun-tae, sending him sprawling. Even for Bang Gun-tae, that was a bit much. Bang Gun-tae crawled on the floor, questioning him in a rage. Hey, did you fall for Miho too? Is that why you're trying to take out the competition? Yu Gwang-ik just walked away nonchalantly. Not even close. Between playing hide-and-seek with the department head to practice his tracing and sneaking in some webtoon reading, he was thoroughly enjoying his life as a model office worker. But then, a man suddenly appeared right next to him. Mr. Yu Gwang-ik, the CEO, has given his permission. You're going to have to help us out, he nodded. In the background, he could hear Lee Kang-mo grumbling under his breath. Damn it, is Yu Gwang-ik public property or something? Why does every department want to borrow him? As he followed the man into the office, Yu Gwang-ik was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. You're here. Moon noticed him and offered a quick greeting. Standing next to Moon was a woman, a pure-blood immortal. Yu Gwang-ik stared at her in surprise. Her looks were just as striking as the double-named guy and the department head. The man began introducing Yu Gwang-ik to the woman. Captain Park Pilo, this is the top member of Guard Team 3. Yu Gwang-ik chimed in, don't just stare at my face and fall for me. I've been having way too much trouble with women lately. Bo immediately fired back with a sarcastic sneer. Nobody told me a complete psycho would be joining us. Yu Gwang-ik thought to himself, wow, her personality is just as unpleasant as her face. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yu Gwang-ik reached out to shake Pilo's hand, but she suddenly backed away, making the atmosphere incredibly awkward. What the hell is her problem? Yu Gwang-ik froze for a second, but forced himself to keep that fake polite smile plastered on his face. He didn't master his skills just to get snubbed by a woman, and he wasn't about to let this slide. He quickly activated his skill and successfully grabbed Pilo's hand. I said it's a pleasure to meet you. Pilo yanked her hand back and immediately reached for a hidden weapon. In a flash, she sliced through the head of Yu Gwang-ik's clone right in front of his shocked eyes. Sir's hands moved like lightning, but Yu Gwang-ik managed to dodge the strike with ease. His fingers curled into a fist as he prepared to strike back. Rio stepped in, blocking their hands just as they were about to tear into each other. That's enough, he glared at them. This is the special immortal force. Are you two really trying to start a riot here? Sura returned to a neutral stance. I wasn't the one who started it, Yu Gwang-ik muttered, really wanting to speak his mind. Oh, so I guess it was me then, Pylo snapped back. She then turned to Yu Gwang-ik. We need to talk. The two of them went off to speak privately. Bo just held his head in his hands. Are you always like this? Bo questioned him. I didn't start it. Do we really have to just take her crap because she's a pure blood? Bo rubbed his chin. He knew the situation was frustrating, but his hands were tied. I know it's her fault, but you can't act like that. They aren't going to change. He gave Yu Gwang-ik a firm reminder. Try to be professional. Yu Gwang-ik reluctantly gave in. Fine. They went back to face Sura. Sorry about that. Let's try this again, Bo said, introducing them as if for the first time. This is Yu Gwang-ik and this is Jong Sura, a pure blood. The two of them stepped closer, looking like they were ready to brawl again. Pylo sighed, rubbing her temples. No fighting. Their eyes met, sparks practically flying between them. Don't worry, it wouldn't be very mature of me to fight with a little brat. Pylo warned them, be friendly. Yu Gwang-ik held himself back. Fine. Let's get back to the mission. The projector flickered to life, bathing the room in blue light and highlighting a red zone. We've lost contact with one of our team members. They were on an undercover mission. This is the last recorded location. Yu Gwang-ik looked excited when he realized it was Jeju Island. Moon confirmed it. Exactly. They were sent in to rescue a pure blood member who had been kidnapped. On the surface, it looks like a normal company, but we suspect it's a front for a psychoscience cult codenamed ALO. This was their new mission. Pylo announced the operation's name, Rescue Ale. Their goal was to recover their teammate and the pure blood who was taken at the start. Bo looked over at Moon. Got it. Get ready and move out immediately. Assistant Manager Shim will be going with you. Moon stood up. Yes, sir. Jong Sura stayed behind as the others headed out. Let's go. He glanced back through the glass door. He knew one thing for sure, she might be a pure blood, but she wasn't going to get away with doing whatever she wanted here. Both the pure blood clans and the government made it a priority not to interfere with each other. Yu Gwang-ik had been told about this before. Are all pure bloods this weird, he wondered. Dong Ki Nam raised an eyebrow. You didn't know, didn't your father teach you? There are currently two main pure blood families, the Dong family who are extremely sensitive and the Oversea family. Ki Nam had explained that their rights were similar, no government interference. They were granted very specific privileges. Of course, those privileges came with a price. Tax exemptions were part of the deal and they had freedom during missions, but they were obligated to provide immortals to serve the nation. Yu Gwang-ik went to the locker to grab a rifle. No matter how much he asked Ki Nam about his family, he never got a straight answer. That was all he knew about the Dong family. It seemed they weren't powerful enough to just do whatever they pleased within the special immortal force. So Yu Gwang-ik turned to Assistant Manager Moon. Is Ki Nam or Ho Nam not joining us? Moon looked surprised. Wait, you call Director Dong Ho Nam your brother? Yeah, Yu Gwang-ik replied casually. He's a buddy of mine. Moon rubbed his chin, looking a bit conflicted. Actually, the Dong family officially requested this mission. Specifically, it was a personal request from Jong Sura. This was news to Yu Gwang-ik. We take personal requests now, Moon turned to him. You know most of Team 1's missions involve protecting high-ranking officials, right? Yu Gwang-ik's innocent question seemed to hit a sore spot for Moon. What about Manager Li Kangmo's team? Moon bit his lip and looked away. You actually want to work with that guy. I mean, he gets the job done, but I can't stand the sight of his face. Moon clearly despised that manager. That jerk. I mean, the management team and I aren't exactly on great terms. Yu Gwang-ik joined in on the trash talking. You can just call him a bastard, you know. Having found common ground, Moon relaxed significantly. Yeah, that bastard's team really is the worst. This was also one of his ways of winning people over. The best way to get close to someone is to badmouth a common enemy. Bong asked sternly, who is the father? Nam Bong-jin explained, my father is a cold-hearted pureblood. He doesn't acknowledge my bloodline, but that's not the information he needs. Instead of asking about the father, Nam Bong-jin took a sip of her tea. Then who Yu Gwang-ik? Recalling the skills Yu Gwang-ik had shown before, Bong was certain he had used a tracking skill on him today. Someone had to have taught him that skill, which made Bong even more curious. So who exactly is Yu Gwang-ik's father? Nam Bong-jin asked bluntly. He set his teacup down, not knowing the answer. Even I don't know everything. The minister said he's not a spy, a terrorist, or some cultist. The only thing Nam Bong-jin knew about Yu Gwang-ik was that she didn't know the details except for the fact that he's incredibly talented and immortal hybrid, a genius among geniuses who just joined the ranks. Sir, we have a problem. He looked surprised. What is it? The man handed him a tablet. Please take a look at this. It was a video of a man with two masked thugs guarding two children behind him. I've given everything to this government lab. I poured my heart and soul into this research. But now all I get in return is the label of a traitor. This man wanted a formal apology from the South Korean government. With this video, I demand the South Korean government confess their crimes. If they do, I'll spare these two. They tried everything, but it was all in vain. We blocked the video immediately, but it had already gone viral. Nam Bong-jin stood up in shock. Bong turned to leave. That's Yu Gwang-ik's mission, isn't it? Did you send it to him yet? Nam Bong-jin rubbed her temples warily. I told you I don't know everything. Just send reinforcements. He knows what to do. Team 3 is heading out. Bong closed the door and stepped out. It was strange. This wasn't something a rookie should be facing, so why wasn't he worried? As the helicopter flew over the sea, Mun insisted it was fake. Yu Gwang-ik didn't understand at first. Yes, based on the analysis of the team, 90% of what the culprit said is a lie. Mun held up the tablet. We can't identify any government scientist capable of this, so nothing the culprit said is true. Yu Gwang-ik wondered, then what's the deal? Looking at the situation, he could probably guess most of it himself. A scientist daring to challenge the government like that. It wasn't for money, and it didn't seem like someone was trying to break him out. He had another motive. He wanted the government to apologize. He wanted to destroy the people's trust in them. Mun felt they could classify this as an act of terrorism. Yu Gwang-ik agreed with this. Exactly. Only a terrorist organization could pull this off. It reminded him of a group full of lunatics. Yu Gwang-ik looked out the window, probably Prometheus. They were dismantled by the government, so they must be looking for revenge by uniting non-governmental groups. They've already got eyes and ears down there helping them. The front was guarded by an armed squad. Their destination was the Otherworld Geological Research Facility. Surveys showed about 40 hostiles. The captain started delegating. We'll split into 2 teams, one for the perimeter and one for infiltration. The perimeter team will gather at the parking lot. Yu Gwang-ik prepped his gear. The infiltration team will fast rope from the helicopter onto the roof. From there, we'll head straight for the target. He suddenly shot a look at Sura in shock. Her mouth didn't have a single nice thing to say. Don't look at me, you freakish half-blood. Her outburst caught him off guard. She noticed. He'd only glanced at her. Yu Gwang-ik still found it hard to believe. Her senses were sharp. How did she do that? Even Keenam couldn't do it unless he was purely focused. He looked at her lips moving. How am I supposed to not look? You look so worried. The helicopter was arriving. We're approaching the target. The doors slid open. All right, ropes out. Sura, go first. Move. Keenam looked at Yu Gwang-ik. Aren't you going? He turned back. The rope will snap. I'm going last. Keenam, you're next. All right, I'm heading down. Since he was a shifter, he was heavier than he looked. Before dropping, Yu Gwang-ik gave Keenam a thumbs up. I'll be back. He slid down the rope. Something was glowing below. A fire was raging. Both Muzin and Sura were already in cover. Before Yu Gwang-ik could even land, something came flying at him. An axe. Luckily, he reacted in time and drew his sword. Sparks flew as he realized. The flames were dangerously close to the helicopter. Damn it, Yu Gwang-ik swung himself off the rope with all his might. Just as he got close to the ground, he let go. Keenam waved from above. See you in the hospital, buddy. Yu Gwang-ik stood on a broken wall, a gun barrel pressed silently against the back of his head. The organization had caught his scent quickly. Freeze. You're dead meat. The shot rang out, but the target was gone. A flash of light zipped past the gunman, leaving him dazed. Yu Gwang-ik flipped the situation and counterattacked. His left leg was trembling. His tibia had snapped when he landed. In a familiar tone, he muttered, "What's up with that bastard?" Yu Gwang-ik even waved as if greeting a teammate. "Hey, how's everyone doing?" But those were 2 members of the organization, not his people. Wait. One of them looked at his face. He looked like someone they knew. They raised their guns. It's him. He's from the special undead force. Kill him. Yu Gwang-ik realized instantly those bastards were with Prometheus. Sura was flustered. Captain, what now? Muzin saw no choice but to sacrifice the hostages. If we can't get in there in 5 minutes, we have to ditch the hostages. But Yu Gwang-ik wasn't having it. That's not how I do things. Sura was determined not to give up no matter what. 2 snipers above alerted each other. What are you doing? Shoot them. He quickly ducked behind a machine to dodge the bullets. The word quit isn't in my dictionary. Sura peeked out to check the situation. That's a whole mood. Yu Gwang-ik stood up with his gun. You and the captain buy me some time. I'm going to save the hostages. Sura didn't seem to believe him. What? How? Yu Gwang-ik raised his gun. My dad loved this, saying, I walk my own path, and that path is the truth. Sura couldn't stop him in time. Hey, wait. One shot rang out, but its destructive power was absolutely terrifying. Yu Gwang-ik didn't shoot the snipers. He shot the ground, creating a massive explosion. If there's no path, I'll just clear one myself. Sura had something to tell him. There's something I need to tell you before you go in. He turned back. What is it among the hostages? She had a personal request. My daughter is in there. Please. Bring her back to me safely. When the snipers reached the spot, everyone was gone. All that was left was a massive hole. What the why is there a hole here? Suddenly, Sura lunged out to attack them. Bullets rained down like a storm, but she managed to dodge every single one, taking out any survivors left. Moon stayed behind to fight by her side. Truly, as expected of the Prophet's reputation, I can't afford to fall behind either. Moon injected venom directly into a guy's neck, whispering coldly, "You're not the only ones who know how to use poison, you know." A whole group emerged from the shadows. "Do you brats only know how to ambush?" I muttered. There were so many of them. The captain ordered them to surround us. Now it's our turn to hold them off. I just hope Yu Gwang-ik can save the hostages quickly. "Yu Gwang-ik, we can't hold them off for long, 20 minutes at most," Moon shouted. Yu Gwang-ik looked up at the hole in the roof and started massaging his legs. He had already taken a pill the moment he landed. Blue sparks of electricity crackled around his legs. Its official name is HCS3. It's a drug that accelerates regeneration, the same one he used back when he cut off that creep's finger. He swallowed another pill, knowing that HCS3 would dull his senses. To counter that, he needed something else. Yu Gwang-ik closed his eyes. "I'll balance it out with this," he thought. This one was called Alpha Blunt or simply Snowflake. It was meant to offset the side effects of the HCS. Suddenly, his vision pierced through the floors, spotting the little girl on the 3rd level. Yu Gwang-ik bolted, leaping over storage lockers with such speed and stealth that no one noticed him. In a flash, he was at the door. Yu Gwang-ik kicked it open, sending the thugs inside into a panic. How did you get in here? Get back or the hostage dies. You better behave or..." Before the thug could finish, Yu Gwang-ik threw his blade with deadly precision, killing him instantly. A bald guy nearby raised his knife, aiming for the kid. "You crazy bastard," he screamed. Yu Gwang-ik didn't panic. He raised his gun and fired a single shot right into the bald man's head. The child was trembling with terror. Yu Gwang-ik walked over to the 2 hostages and pulled the hoods off their heads. "Don't be afraid. I'm from the Special Immortal Forces," he said gently. He then realized he recognized one of them. "Wait, weren't you at the training center with me?" She nodded urgently. "Yes, but look out behind you." A shapeshifter and a gunman burst in. "You son of a bitch, who do you think you are?" Yu Gwang-ik leveled his gun. "Don't worry," he told the girl. The gun's power was beyond imagination. "I just hope that guy wanted to be cremated after he died." The woman covered her mouth, feeling a sudden wave of nausea. The little girl couldn't hold it back and vomited right there. Yu Gwang-ik walked over. "Are you okay, kiddo?" The girl looked annoyed. "Do I look okay?" she snapped. Yu Gwang-ik thought to himself, wow, quite the attitude. As the 3 of them headed out, he warned, "They have a massive force on the 1st floor. The exit is probably blocked. I bet the researcher is down there too." "You should be careful," she advised. Yu Gwang-ik figured she knew a lot about this place because she had been monitoring the situation while captured. Yu Gwang-ik had a plan. "We're not going through the 1st floor." Her eyes widened in shock. "What? Then, how are we supposed to get out?" Yu Gwang-ik just raised his weapon and pointed upward. Meanwhile, upstairs, the enemies were acting like they'd been bitten by zombies. "Get out of the way, that kid is mine. There are 3 of them. Where's the 3rd one? Probably hiding in some corner, but I'll kill him myself." Moon's hand was already injured. He ducked behind an air conditioner. Their opponents were original shapeshifters properly trained for combat. They couldn't hold out much longer. If they kept fighting, the whole team would be wiped out. Just as he thought about giving up, a voice came through. "Hostages secured," what he yelled in disbelief. Yu Gwang-ik hadn't promised anything, but he had brought both of them back safely. "Why so surprised? I told you I'd get them out," Yu Gwang-ik said as Yoon ran toward them. Yoon Sura screamed. A shapeshifter bared its fangs. "You little brat." Its claws lunged forward. "If I don't step in, that monster is going to get ripped in half." Yu Gwang-ik swung his blade, cutting through the air. "Not today." He glanced at Moon. "Let's go, Captain." "Right. Let's move along the wall." Sura was overjoyed. This time, she was truly grateful to Yu Gwang-ik. "I'll repay you properly later. But for now, thank you so much." "I owe you one," she added as the cables were lowered. Yu Gwang-ik felt a bit awkward. "Can you not do that? Just act like your usual self." As they climbed down, Yu Gwang-ik asked curiously, "How old are you anyway?" Sura, carrying Yoon on her back, replied 28. He was even more curious now. "When did you have a kid?" she answered. "When I was 18. Yu Gwang-ik looked at Yoon in surprise. "So you're 10 years old already? Hey, little squirt." The boy looked annoyed. "I have a name, it's Park Yumian." They reached the ground safely. Yu Gwang-ik walked ahead. "Well, I guess I should call you Big Sis then." Sura, still carrying Union, smiled. "You can think of yourself as my little brother if you want." He immediately shot that down. "No thanks. You're 7 years older than me." Suddenly, a chill ran down Yu Gwang-ik's spine. They all turned around in horror. Damn it. It's him. A massive burly man approached them. "Busy are we?" The bald man with head tattoos cracked his knuckles. "Got a minute to chat?" Boldu let out a low menacing laugh. "You like being busy? 'Cause I'd love to have a little talk. How's that sound?" Yu Gwang-ik remained unfazed by the threat. He smirked and replied, "I know you. You're the lawnmower guy, right?" The man's steel-like arms bulged with blue veins. "You, little brat. What did you say?" He bared his sharp fangs, his overwhelming aura crushing everyone around him. In an instant, Boldu transformed into a massive blood wolf. His golden eyes turned cold and sharp. He gripped a gleaming iron axe and roared, "I'm the woodcutter who chops people, you bastard." This was the human woodcutter Nobildu. He was a high-ranking member of the terrorist organization Prometheus and a pureblood werewolf. He excelled in close-quarters combat, and his most terrifying trait was his wolf's howl. It was a skill that paralyzed his opponents with fear, allowing him to behead them in the blink of an eye. That's exactly why people gave him the nickname, the Woodcutter. Buldu seemed slightly surprised that Yu Gwang-ik was standing his ground. "You trying to stop me, hey kid? If you don't have top-tier skills like Li Zhongbong, you're going to die in a heartbeat." Yu Gwang-ik just smiled calmly. "Well, what if I'm just as good as him?" the man snapped. "Don't get cocky, kid. I'll chop you into 100 pieces and throw you in a blender." With that, he lunged forward, swinging his massive axe. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Get down." At the same time, Buldu's axe blade shimmered with a pale blue metallic light, startling him. That light was coming from Pilo's side. The two of them were backing Yu Gwang-ik up. They couldn't let a rookie lose his life. "Sorry, but I can't help much more than this." Yu Gwang-ik closed his eyes and thought to himself, "To be honest, I only plan to fight him for a second and then run. There's no way I can win a direct clash with someone like him." He snapped his eyes open, his gaze now freezing cold. However, killing him is a different story. Despite Buldu's rage, Yu Gwang-ik didn't flinch or show any fear. "Right now, I need mobility and perfect judgment to counter his ultimate move. I need to open that sensory gate the old manager told me about." Yu Gwang-ik recalled the technique sensory transformation and enhancement. It allows one sense to take control of all others. Finally, he locked onto the target. He suppressed all 5 of his basic senses to expand into the 6th sense. This would awaken his ultra sense. On the other side, Buldu was losing it. He hurled his iron axe at Yu Gwang-ik. But Yu Gwang-ik was already deep in thought, predicting every single move. The axe flew toward him at extreme speed, grazing his arm as it hissed past. Blood was gushing out fast. Yet the axe blade flew straight toward the person standing behind. Seeing that, the gray-haired girl panicked in terror. But Yu Gwang-ik arrived just in time to block that lethal blow for her. The heavy iron axe collided violently with his protective shield. Finally, because the impact was too intense and powerful, his shield exploded. Yu Gwang-ik hurriedly grabbed the girl and lunged out of the blast zone. He asked her with concern, "Are you okay?" She shook her head. "This is nothing." Biaodu's glowing yellow eyes, filled with danger, now flickered with interest. He stepped closer, 1 foot at a time. "Ha. So the brat who took my disciple's arm actually has skills at this level." Yu Gwang-ik brushed the dust off his shoulders and gave a challenging smirk. "In that case, why don't you try taking my arm too?" Pilho glared at him. "Why are you provoking him?" he replied. "I'm not provoking him. I'm just suggesting we try some close-quarters combat." Instantly, Biaodu lunged at him. Yu Gwang-ik pulled his weapon from his back. He raised it to block the axe while mapping out a strategy in his head. "I need to use my shifter abilities to face him head-on, but right now I can't use them." After quickly dodging a strike from Biaodu, he thought, "I'll use his own power against him." The guy gritted his teeth and spat, "You little bastard. Are you Li Kangmo's disciple?" At the same time, the gray-haired girl raised her gun and fired toward him. A rain of bullets flew forth. Biaodu used his heavy iron axe to block them, knocking the bullets away effortlessly. He roared, "Not a chance." Yu Gwang-ik suddenly ambushed him from behind. "I agree, not a chance for you." But with his primal instincts and sharp animal experience, Yu Gwang-ik's sneak attack was completely useless. The axe swung up, blocking the incoming blade, and with one swift slash, it shattered the blade into pieces. For a moment, he was stunned and panicked. Biaodu didn't give Yu Gwang-ik any time to regain his composure. He slammed the iron axe into the ground. "Now you've got no blade to use." Biaodu turned to glare at him, then suddenly changed the axe's trajectory for a surprise attack. At that exact moment, a shield appeared out of nowhere to block a fatal strike for him. The ear-piercing sound of clashing metal rang out, and Yu Gwang-ik was sent flying back a good distance. He dropped to one knee, looking at the bloodstains on the ground, lost in thought. "If I didn't have the galaxy shield, I would have been finished right then." Biaodu's gruff voice echoed. "Is that all you've got? If this is it, I could fight you for a whole week." Yu Gwang-ik clutched his wound and stood up, his face showing not a hint of hesitation or fear. "Don't get cocky. It's best if we end this quickly." Yu Gwang-ik smirked and said, "Because the Li Kangmo you're so scared of will be here in 30 minutes. He seemed enraged by the attitude in those words. Fury surged as he let out a thunderous animalistic roar. "You little brat!" Pilho panicked at the sight. Rage, an emotional, amplifying weapon that shifters love to use. "This is exactly why I've been provoking him this whole time." The sound of the roar makes your heart stop. It's a shifter's ultimate weapon, rivaling the fear of an invasion. Both Pilho and the gray-haired girl tremble before the power of this rage. The iron axe was being swung rapidly, a skill that paralyzes others with just a single cry. If a beast's bloodlust can break the balance of a fight by instilling fear, then the roar physically freezes a person in place. Yu Gwang-ik smiled faintly. "I've been waiting for you to use that skill. If I can handle my mother's bloodlust, then a mere roar is nothing." The cold blade sliced through the air inches from his neck. But before it could even touch him, Yu Gwang-ik nimbly dodged it. In just a split second, so fast that no one could even track his movement, his gun was already pointed at the man. Biao-du was shocked, his eyes wide as a massive explosion erupted immediately after. Pil-ho was so stunned, his jaw dropped. The gray-haired girl was just as bewildered. He sat back on the ground, giving a triumphant thumbs up with a winner's smirk. A while later, as the gray-haired girl was bandaging him, a call echoed from a distance, followed by frantic footsteps. Yu Gwang-ik. He turned to look at the group approaching. "Oh, you're here." Kim Jong-il looked at the bloodied corpse and asked in shock, "Is that Biao-du? Did you do this?" Another person spoke up. "Yes, you came too." The manager of the Lee Kang-mo team stepped forward and asked, "Is he definitely dead?" Kim Jong-il replied immediately, "Yes, he's dead." He then asked the gray-haired girl, "What happened?" She replied, "Biao-du's roar froze all of us, except for Yu Gwang-ik." Lee Kang-mo gave a small smile. "Pack up your things, we're heading back." Team manager Park Pil-ho, "I'll need an explanation once we return." And just like that, we settled everything. We also caught the member of the research group who uploaded that video. To be exact, he was a mad scientist. Apparently, by making that video, he was promised experiments on unawakened immortals in return. During the flight back, Yu Gwang-ik was questioned a lot. "You said you're not a regressor." Lee Kang-mo looked at him with an exhausted face. "So, did some sword master take over your body or something?" On the other hand, Kim Jong-il smiled and said, "Great job. Do you want anything to eat?" He thought to himself. The deputy manager always reacts that way. As for Kim Jong-il, she's just happy that I took out a core member of Prometheus. Later, Sura brought Union over to thank him. She held his hand with genuine gratitude. "Thank you. I will repay this debt." The kid beside her was even more sincere, giving a full 90-degree bow. "Thank you, sir." Yu Gwang-ik made a mental note of it. Sura said she would pay him back tenfold. In the airplane cabin, Pil-ho came over and suggested, "You'll come help again next time, right? In fact, you can just transfer to my team if you want." He looked surprised and replied, "What do you want your hands to start itching again this time?" Even team manager Park Pil-ho invited me to join his team. Just like that, I became a rookie who killed a high-ranking member of Prometheus, a man who was also a top-tier criminal and a terrorist. Lately, the office has been buzzing with news. Everyone is talking about one thing. Hey, did you see the announcement? Yu Gwang-ik got promoted to deputy team manager. He killed No Biao-du in the last mission. That guy was a high-ranking member of Prometheus. Are you sure that's true? No way he killed him alone. He must have gotten lucky. Biao-du isn't someone you can just kill with luck, you know. Dong Honam sat with one leg crossed at his desk, took a sip of coffee from the shop, and muttered with a smile. Deputy team manager, he's moving up pretty fast. On the other hand, the young man with golden brown hair is absolutely panicked and terrified by the news. I only just got promoted to level 2 a few days ago, and now I'm a deputy team manager. Should I just quit? In the meeting room, a loud, clear voice rings out from Yu Mi-han-jin as he smiles and says hello to all the staff at Warren. It's true that a member of the Immortal Special Task Force killed No Biao-du. However, I cannot reveal that person's identity. So even if you do figure out who it is, please keep it to yourself. He continues, instead, please address this agent by the codename we've assigned to people like them. This agent's codename is Meanwhile. Yu Gwang-ik bursts into the office, fuming with rage, the veins practically popping out of his forehead. Without a second thought, he hurls his fist toward Lee Kang-mo. "It was you, wasn't it?" Lee Kang-mo kicks him back and snaps. "Why the hell are you taking your anger out on me?" A pointless brawl breaks out right in front of everyone, but nobody even bats an eye. And just like that, the peaceful days of Security Team 3 have returned. Bo stands before him to give the report. "I don't think we have any other choice, sir." He tries to keep his cool despite the violent slamming of the desk, keeping his head down. In order for me to maintain a relationship with him, the appearance of Nam Bong-jin. Bo is stunned by his sudden outburst. "Sir." His face darkens. Kang Tuan crushes the marbles on his desk. "It's fine. You're dismissed." He asks cautiously, "Are you giving up, sir?" He turns away. "Not a chance. I can't do that. There's an easier way right in front of us. You may leave." Paolo can only reply with a heavy heart. "Yes, sir." Once he's gone, the man pulls out his phone and makes a call. He's far too talented. There's no way Nam Bong-jin is going to let go of him. I just need to move him out of Nam Bong-jin's reach. Someone picks up on the other end. Boko speaking. Kang Tuan greets him politely. "It's been a while, hasn't it? This is Kang Tuan." The man closes his eyes and asks, "Right, so why are you calling?" Tuan walks outside to look at the city skyline. "I need a favor. Help me find someone." The voice on the other end asks who it is. He replies, "Assistant Manager Du Huang-sik." The person on the other end just sighs, making Tuan's expression shift. "We can't. We've been ordered not to get involved with him." He snaps back. "What? Who gave that order?" Bukho looks at the person sitting next to him and answers over the phone. "The higher-ups, obviously." Tuan starts firing off questions. "I mean, which higher-ups exactly?" Bukho retorts, "Do you really want to know?" Sensing something is very wrong, Tuan hesitates. He stands there, holding the phone in dead silence.
Gritting his teeth, Tae-Hwa glares into the distance with pure spite. Yu Gwang-ik. Who the hell are you really? Who's backing you? He's completely annoyed. Has the Minister of Interior and Safety already made a move? The minister lifts his steaming cup of coffee and takes a slow sip. That should be enough, right? I kept my promise. His question makes Yeon-ho pause and listen. But what's up with your son? Yeon-ho replies calmly. It's nothing. He's just my son. The minister chats casually. I heard he killed No Biao-du. How long has it been since he awakened? Yeon-ho calmly raises his glass. Nearly 2 years. Both of them are stunned. What, nearly 2 years? Even though he looks calm on the outside as a father, he's incredibly worried. To be honest, I was shocked too. I never thought my boy would end up in this line of work. He knew his son was a rising rookie in the special immortal force, but he begins to reminisce, remembering the time he cut off his own arm while facing a pureblood shifter, and the time he stood before Pilo to take down an S-rank wanted criminal. The minister praises Yeon-ho. You really raised him well, but a flash of sadness crosses his face instead of joy. It makes sense. That expression comes from the worries every parent faces. I'm so proud, but I'm also terrified. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried, so please, don't go anywhere. Too dangerous. Back at home, while Lee Sung-hee is cooking, Yeon-ho is still restless. Honey, we raised him well, didn't we? She smiles at him. Of course we did. He's our son after all. But deep down, she's conflicted. I want to tell him that our boy is a shifter, but can he handle the truth? On his end, he's also torn. She doesn't even know our son is an immortal. I want to tell her, but will she understand? But he tries to brush it off and goes back to helping her finish the meal. No, not now. Maybe later. Yeon-ho turns back with a smile. I just want the kid to be healthy. She looks back at her husband. He's all grown up now. There will come a time when he has to leave our nest. He laughs out loud. You're right. I'm just worrying too much about him. Kang Lee Seung-hee feels terrible having to keep this secret all by herself. Do Yeon-ho feels the exact same way. At the company, an enthusiastic voice calls out. Good morning. Lee Dong-hoon looks at Yu Gwang-ik and asks something good happen. He happily replies to his colleague, I'm always happy. Sensing something is up, Lee Dong-hoon asks, you got a bonus, didn't you? Yu Gwang-ik is surprised. How did he figure it out so fast? Yeah, the reason he's so thrilled is that he just received a massive payout. The World Government Association handles international wanted criminals, and they offered 68,864,000 won for No Biao-du. However, Biao-du didn't just target the government. Excuracy also put out a bounty because he's part of the special immortal force. Since he had helped, the reward money was supposed to be split. Pilo turns away. I didn't do anything, so you all should keep the money. Manager Park Pilo refused the share. Nam Bong-jin waves her hand dismissively. You saved my life. I'm not taking a cent. She also turns down the money, saying he's her savior. Thanks to that, the entire bounty belongs to him. My bank account. My account balance shows 2,421,894,000. I received over 2,421,000,000 won in a single night. I'm rich. Yu Gwang-ik whistles happily while holding his phone. The world is beautiful, but my bank account is even more beautiful. He uses his phone to order chicken, then sends a message to the company group chat, X Explorations treat. Whoa, Yu Gwang-ik, I love you. You're the best. Yu Gwang-ik, I even bought fried chicken for all my colleagues. In contrast to the joy, Lee Kang-mo asks grumpily, You're that happy, huh? He replies brightly. Isn't life grand? Lee Kang-mo retorts sarcastically. Grand my ass. The phone rings and Yu Gwang-ik picks up. Yes, level 1, I mean assistant manager Yu Gwang-ik speaking. Suddenly, his eyes go wide as if he just heard something terrifying. I'm sorry, who is this? At a grand mansion, Yu Gwang-ik and Sura are walking in together. I followed behind her, my heart filled with suspicion. Sura. She suddenly appeared out of nowhere and told me the head of the clan wanted to see me. Had I been bullying Kinam too much, she stood outside and called out, We've arrived. The master has granted you entry. The clan head welcomed me warmly, saying, Please come in. So you're Yu Gwang-ik. Your immortal bloodline is a bit thinner than I expected. I sat down respectfully as he continued. I heard the quality of the oysters today is excellent, so I had some prepared for us. He asked, Can you handle your liquor? I politely replied, Yes, I can drink a bit. He began pouring the shimmering golden wine. As we chatted, he said, You saved Sura's daughter, didn't you? Well done. I covered my mouth and downed the glass in one go. It was only the right thing to do, I replied. The clan head asked if I liked it. Cutting straight to the point, I said yes, but I'm sure you didn't call me here just for a drink. So, what exactly do you want with me, sir? His face turned solemn. Haha, you must be quite curious. This is the first time I've summoned you all the way here and now I'm offering you a drink. I'll be blunt, he said with a completely serious tone. I need you to give me a child. I blinked in confusion. Excuse me, but looking at him, it was clear he wasn't joking, he meant every word. If you have someone in mind, just tell me and I'll arrange the connection. If not, you can just donate your sperm. That's when things started to feel really bizarre. Wait a second. The clan head repeated, I'm asking you for a child.
I looked at him, bewildered. What about Sura, are you suggesting I get married? He explained, no, not at all. I only need your sperm. I know the bloodlines of mutants usually don't last, but you're a special case. His expression turned sinister. TCH, it's a good deal for your sex life, isn't it? Tell me what you want and I'll make it happen for you. This is a win-win relationship. What do you think? I asked. Are you serious? The master started listing flashy rewards to bribe me. I can get you a government position if you want, or enough money to buy an entire building. I just grit my teeth in pure disgust. What the hell is this? He looked annoyed. What? His despicable words had pushed me over the edge. I slammed my hand onto the table, stood up and looked him straight in the eye. Aren't you supposed to be the head of this clan? I demanded. Do you think the women in your family are just tools for breeding? The guard standing nearby snapped. Watch your mouth. You're speaking to the clan head. But I wasn't intimidated in the slightest. I shot back bluntly. I am being careful. If I wasn't, I would have snapped his head off by now. With that, I turned to leave. I'll pay for my own meal so I'm not caught up in your corruption. And don't even think about calling me here ever again. The clan head laughed heartily while his assistant asked, What should we do, sir? His eyes turned cold and cruel. Leave him be. He's still young. At that age, everyone acts out like that. They're still so naive, haven't been corrupted by society yet. Let him go for now. I marched out of the room with heavy steps. Eventually, he'll get sucked into the whirlpool of society. The guards outside gave me terrifying looks as I passed. He'll come to us when the time is right. He told her, Keep a close eye on him, Sura. From now on, you can try to seduce him. She looked down sadly and obeyed. I understand. Dong Ho Nam watched me closely. That's enough. Killing everyone here won't change a thing. I turned back with a smile and asked, What do you mean by that? Some scum glared at me and spat out, You half-breed. Birds of a feather really do flock together, don't they? But before he could even move, I kicked him so hard he couldn't even lift his head. Man, beating up these pure-blood elitists feels amazing. Yu Gwang-ik, stop it. You're just making things worse, he shouted. I just showed him my swollen face. This was just self-defense. Can't you see my face? The two of them asked. You didn't do this to the clan head too, did you? I answered firmly. Of course not. I'm an adult. I know there are things you can't solve with violence. They both asked to be sure, really. Then Dong Ho Nam brushed past me. Good. If you touched the master, the security team would have jumped in. I stood there seriously. This was a warning. As Dong Ho Nam walked away, he muttered under his breath, What a weird bastard. But I still heard him. I don't think you should be calling me that, I thought. I started thinking back to what happened earlier. Still, that guard's comment about birds of a feather. Were those two abandoned by their families? As I thought it over, my blood started to boil. Is the clan head the only problem here? No. Everyone with special powers has a screw loose. Unless this whole world changes, there will always be lunatics like him. I really want to fix this damn world. The next day at the Warrim Telecom office, Lee Dong-hoon dusted off his hands. All set. Someone's coming. They should be here soon. I perked up. Someone, who is it? Dong-hoon turned to me. Ah, it's the new recruit. You're finally getting a subordinate. I was actually looking forward to it. A new employee. I couldn't help but picture Lee Kang-mo. Then a thought crossed my mind that no one else would ever consider. So, can I drop some F-bombs in front of the new guy? Even though Dong-hoon had worked with me for ages, he couldn't believe his ears. Are you kidding me? Lee Kang-mo snapped at me. You said that just to get a rise out of me, didn't you? I pushed my chair back. Nope. Lee Kang-mo looked annoyed. That guy just talks too much. Dong-hoon walked over to me. We're about to welcome someone really special. I heard they're a mage. I tilted my head back. I didn't know we were hiring mages now. Dong-hoon explained. That's exactly why I said they're special. They specifically asked to join Team 3. Apparently, there's someone here they've worked with before. Their new employee turned out to be Heemin. Hello, I'm Kang Heemin. I was floored. Kang Heemin, what? Why are you here? She walked toward the group. Are you so happy to see me that you've lost your voice? She teased. Dong-hoon stood there looking confused. Wait, you two know each other. Heemin made it sound all romantic. We've made promises about our future together, she chirped. I quickly denied it. She's just my neighbor. Heemin gave a friendly bow to the senior staff. It's a pleasure to meet you all. To me, it looked completely different. She was really good at keeping up that fake act. A colleague walked over. How interesting. Is she your girlfriend? She teased. So that's why you turned down my invitation last time. Even if I jumped into the Yellow River, I couldn't wash away this misunderstanding. It's not like that. Lee Kang-mo was also eavesdropping on the gossip. She's your neighbor and you didn't even know she got hired. I answered bluntly. I didn't. But inside, I was thinking something else. I didn't even know she was a mage. A little about her. Her name is Kang Heemin. She's 20 years old and she's my neighbor. She's a woman who somehow managed to fail every single one of her graduation exams. That was the Kang Heemin I knew until yesterday. Kang Heemin explained, I didn't mean to lie to you. I was planning to tell you everything after we got married. Gwang-ik had a massive headache. This is no time for jokes. Kang Heemin told him she was just born that way. Anyway, I've known about magic since I was 8 years old. I just didn't want to draw too much attention to myself. She tried to end the story there, but Gwang-ik wasn't buying it. Are you sure? Everyone in the neighborhood knows you. Then Kang Hee-min dropped a bombshell. Well, you didn't tell me you were an immortal either. Gwang-ik was stunned. How? How did you know that? How? She leaned in closer to him. Immortals are caught by mages and shapeshifters are caught by superhumans. Haven't you ever heard that saying Gwang-ik actually had? I have. Superhumans, immortals, shapeshifters, and mages. She was referring to the 4 special species. A unique trait of mages is that immortals become vulnerable when facing them. Meanwhile, the skills superhumans possess make it much easier for them to capture shapeshifters. In other words, they can suppress each other. But of course, that doesn't apply to every case. Even if you have the upper hand, it doesn't mean you'll win 100% of the time. There's no such thing as a perfect suppression. Gwang-ik stood up straight, trying to distance himself from Kang Hee-min. What does that have to do with anything? She smiled, her eyes narrowing playfully. You can't hide being a special species from a magic user, especially when you're an immortal. She turned to leave. You won't be mad just because I didn't tell you, right? Gwang-ik acted like he couldn't care less. Why would I be mad? But there's one thing you still don't know. Gwang-ik wondered to himself, am I hiding the fact that I'm a hybrid between an immortal and a shapeshifter? Alright, I get that you're a mage, but how did you even get hired here? Kang Hee-min winked. I'll tell you in the meeting room. Gwang-ik sighed. Fine, let's go. Kang Hee-min stood confidently before the group. Before I introduce myself, I think I should talk about the mage alliances first. Currently, there are 4 special species alliances in the world. The Illuminati in Europe, Bet in Russia, Galaxy in the United States, and the Circle in Asia. Kang Hee-min explained. But not every mage belongs to an alliance. I'm a natural-born mage, so I'm not part of any alliance. The reason I'm here is, well, I guess you could call it an infiltration mission. Everyone was a bit shocked. An infiltration mission. It was exactly what Gwang-ik expected. I knew there had to be a special reason she was here. A hand slammed onto the table. Lee Kang-mo spoke up. Let me simplify the issue. How did the enemy know about the emergency exit? Director Mao unused. Someone glanced toward a potential spy. Lee Kang-mo agreed. Exactly. There must be a mole in the company and we have to find them. Gwang-ik questioned. But why do we have to be the ones to do it? Lee Kang-mo explained, one of the people from the Immortal Faith is in Team 2, so they're considered a security risk. Gwang-ik turned serious. The most critical intel is that the spy can use magic. The only person who fits that description, being both an immortal and a magic user, is Ho Nam. Kang Hee-min finally revealed her true purpose. I came here to catch that spy. I only pretended to be hired as a regular employee to blend in. Lee Kang-mo observed, and I see that you are trying to show that the mages and the government are working together. It was just as he thought. That's right. Lee Kang-mo stood up to leave. Then, let's wrap up the meeting. She'll notify us once she finds the magic user and we'll interrogate them before making the arrest. Lee Dong-hoon looked over at Gwang-ik. Actually, she's your subordinate, so it's your job to show her the ropes. He complied. Fine. Kang Hee-min seemed to have watched way too many office romance dramas. I'm getting a bit nervous. If I have to work late, you have to bring me food so we can eat together. Gwang-ik turned around annoyed. Why on earth would I do that? Lee Dong-hoon scratched his head. I'm glad you two are so close. Kang Hee-min didn't miss a single chance to flirt with Gwang-ik. Thank you, Assistant Director. We make a great couple, don't we? He tried to shake off Kang Hee-min's grip. We are not close. She's just my neighbor. Even if it was just for the cover story. Kang Hee-min had been assigned to Security Team 3, so I had to teach her some basic tasks. Gwang-ik focused on training Kang Hee-min. If you click here, it opens the local network. You need to keep an eye on these updates every single day. Kang Hee-min then turned to Assistant Director Kim Jeong-na. Do you have any plans for today? Even though Kim Jeong-na didn't respond, Kang Hee-min remained enthusiastic. If not, would you like to have dinner together? My brother is coming too. Assistant Director Kim Jeong-na spoke up to correct her. He's not your brother. Kang Hee-min looked embarrassed. Right. Lee Kang-mo turned to her. What about me? Kang Hee-min played along. We can have lunch together tomorrow. Then she stuck her tongue out to tease Gwang-ik. He frowned. You're gross. Cut it out. Everyone was in good spirits. After that, the 3 of us had dinner together. The next day, she went to lunch with Assistant Director Panda and gathered us for a meeting right after. During the meeting, Gwang-ik felt completely fed up. A new employee calling an emergency meeting. What kind of crazy world is this? What the hell is going on? Kang Hee-min straightened her documents. All 4 of you are cleared. Gwang-ik questioned her. Cleared? Were you actually testing us? I was just doing my job. Sorry for not telling you sooner, but I already discussed this with the team manager. The verdict is that none of the 4 of you are moles. Gwang-ik felt she wasn't her usual self. What's going on? She's not acting like she normally does. Seeing her like this felt strange to him. But why is my heart beating so fast? He suddenly blushed. Wait, is she actually a woman? No way unless I've completely lost my mind. Lee Kang-mo initiated the mission. We're starting the operation immediately. She'll track down traces of magic and will hunt down the people those traces lead to. Lee Kangmo named the mission. The name of this operation will be Daster, and I don't want to hear a single complaint about it. Gwang-ik muttered to himself, I really need to stop this guy from naming any more missions. Jo-sun stood outside, trembling as she looked in. Lee Kang-mo turned around. What is it? She crept forward tentatively. Hello. She mustered up all her courage to introduce herself. New employee Jo-sun here. I'm here to deliver a summons. Gwang-ik was confused. A summons. Someone was calling for Kang Hee-min. The CEO wants to see her. Nam Bong-jin had a massive headache, dying to know who it was. Who? Who could it be? His eyes were filled with thought. He couldn't understand who would want to take down Warrim. Our team is the one with the absolute best special immortal forces. Looking at their moves, they must have thought I'd just turn a blind eye. They're looking down on me. He called out, come in. Deep down, he had already made up his mind to use every single connection he had to wipe out the bastard trying to take them down. Hee-min walked in. Did you want to see me, Sir Kang? Hee-min looked around the office, unable to hide her admiration. This place was truly beautiful. Seeing her arrive, the man looked pleased. It's a pleasure to meet you. Is everything going well? She began reporting what she had found to him. Yes, I've narrowed the suspects down to a few people. The rest involves reporting the magical traces to the team. Hearing that, Hee-min offered some encouragement. I believe in you. Just let me know if you need any help. She agreed and asked in return. Sure thing. Is there anything else, sir? Hee-min thought to herself. She said she's connected to Yu Gwang-ik. If I get the chance, I've got to take advantage of that. Once he finished calculating, he said, I'm the one who told you to go to Warrim, so I thought we should meet in person at least once. He slowly walked toward the company entrance and quietly called out to Assistant Director Park. The man turned around when he heard his name. Walking closer, he asked, I didn't expect to see you here. Aren't you planning on heading home? The man looked at him, slightly stunned, and murmured, Assistant Director Yu, why are you still smiling and waving? He seemed a bit taken aback by the question. What do you mean? I just saw you, so I thought I'd say hello. Since it's a coincidence, do you want to grab some dinner? The man rejected him immediately. No thanks. He didn't think he'd get shut down so fast. Why not? The man immediately gave his reason for refusing. I can smell the popular kid vibe on you, and it really doesn't sit well with me. Hearing that left him stunned. He stammered, Wait, what? He immediately let out a playful laugh and continued. So you know I'm popular. Then how about a stroll together? The weather is just too nice. The man held both hands up in front of his chest, signaling his protest. He was still baffled. Me? Why? Inside, he was grinning ear to ear. I know it's weird. There's no reason for us to go for a walk together. Outwardly, he tried to persuade him. I just want to talk, but he was really just trying to buy some time. Kang Hee-min approached from behind and cut in. What are you doing? Let's go. That was the signal. He quickly turned around. Right. Got it. In the blink of an eye, he attacked the man with glasses. The signal was to take the man down immediately. If he's a spy, he'll be holding a trump card. The man quickly collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Kang Hee-min was a bit shocked and reminded him, I told you to arrest him, not kill him. He just stood there looking dazed. The man was foaming at the mouth and wouldn't wake up. Kang Hee-min felt something was off. This is strange. Hearing her, he instinctively asked, What is Kang? Hee-min knelt down and started using her powers to check. He stood behind her with his arms crossed, watching and speculating. Did we catch the wrong guy? I'm not sure. Usually, in cases like this, you're a victim of magic rather than the culprit. Hearing her say that, he felt certain. So we did get the wrong guy. Do you realize how much we look like kidnappers right now? Gradually, the three of them vanished from public view, though their voices could still be heard. It's fine. I cast a spell so others can't see us. Most people will just ignore us, unless they're extremely sensitive. He protested internally. We've got a whole building full of sensitive people just 50 meters away. After a preliminary check, she concluded that the man was under a charm spell. He asked, A charm spell? He pulled out his phone to check. There are no artifacts or mediums, so I think I need to recalculate the magical traces to track them. Wait a second. Over here, someone was rechecking information on the computer. Assistant Director, the situation is under control. He went down in one hit. What should we do now? The man ordered them to make him talk. I'll call you once I find more information. He finished reading the message about the charm spell. Are immortals really this weak against magic? The physical makeup of an immortal. They usually make decisions based on vision, breathing, and micro-movements of muscles. People call it intuition. However, magic works differently. Magic uses a special type of energy called mana as a medium. You can suddenly have fire or lightning in your hands or even create a barrier. That's why it became a problem. Immortals can't sense mana. Even for those who train, magic doesn't affect the surrounding air and there are no signs before it happens. Magic is beyond an immortal's understanding. Is it really impossible to sense incoming magic? I've seen magic countless times. If I can't hear it, is there another way to feel it? Like a smell. Images of past events flashed through his mind one after another. He turned to Kang Hee-min and smiled. I think I've got it. Not understanding, she asked, Got what? As people passed by, he seemed to sense something. It smells heavy and foul. Suddenly, something felt different to him. Is this the scent of an anti-detection spell? And is this the scent of a charm spell? If I can smell every type of magic, I can deal with them right. He stood up and watched silently. You said immortals are weak against magic. Is it different for shifters? She felt the same way. How could they sense something that even immortals couldn't? Her eyes looked tired as she recalled the scene. So how do they do it? They just use brute force. Most magic can't even pierce a shifter's body. Information about that man surfaced. Yu Gwang-ik was right. There are traces showing he leaked Team 1's mission info. We'll find them soon. He answered his phone while listening. So can we start? No, I've already contacted internal affairs. The captain will be here soon. Dairam walked in holding a stack of documents. Are you the new mage? She quickly replied. Yes, my name is Kang Hee-min. After hearing that, she asked a follow-up question. I heard you two are neighbors. Are all your neighbors? The special Yu Gwang-ik scratched his head looking puzzled. Who knows? The man checking the other guy's condition reported, Captain, we need to confirm his identity before making the arrest. Dairam didn't say much, simply stating, fine, do it. Dairam looked at him with a smile and a warning. Yu Gwang-ik, the atmosphere at the company is a bit tense right now. You better watch your back. He quickly stood at attention and affirmed, of course. You too, Captain. Seeing this, Kang Hee-min teased him from behind. Do you have a crush on her? His face stiffened as he looked at Kang Hee-min bewildered. What Yu Gwang-ik then asked her seriously. She's not a spy, is she? Kang Hee-min turned away, refusing to even look at him. How should I know? It's even harder to tell if you don't give me any details. He was left speechless. Can't you be serious for once? Kang Hee-min turned to him feeling helpless. Whatever. Buy me food. I want beef. He sighed warily. Buy it yourself. She immediately snapped back. You're rich, so don't be such a cheapskate. Yu Gwang-ik didn't even bother with her and just walked away. What kind of rookie talks to their seniors so rudely? I'm heading out. See you tomorrow. Along the way, a black cat approached him. He sat down, wanting to touch it, and softly said, Hello there, kitty. Before he could even touch it, the cat dashed off. Yu Gwang-ik hurriedly chased after it. Where are you going? A mysterious figure stood in the corner, quietly watching. Well, that is a surprise. A voice came from the communication device. Yu Gwang-ik quickly started a conversation. So you decided to stay in Korea, planning to marry a Korean guy. Hearing that the girl assumed this was our final offer. He immediately protested. What if this is a proposal? Your answer better be no. She got angry and snapped. Shut up. She then quickly made an offer for him to come work with us. We will meet every single one of your demands. This is our final offer. Yu Gwang-ik asked back, why should I do that? Seeing him walk away so fast, she shouted, you are going to regret this. Yu Gwang-ik angrily raised his leg, wanting to stomp in her direction. Regret my ass. The man holding the device begged in terror. Wait, hold on. He fell to the ground and the device dropped and broke repeatedly, glitching out. You will regret. Yu Gwang-ik grabbed him by the collar and growled, I knew we would meet again. Are you ready for a beatdown? The man desperately begged for mercy. Wait, stop. I have something to say. Is really important. Yu Gwang-ik did not back down, staring at him with a fierce expression. What is it? Terrified by the threat, he pleaded, I will tell you everything. Just please let me go first. Yu Gwang-ik slammed him down hard. Talk. The man hit the ground with a painful thud, clutching his neck to catch his breath while explaining, I am an assassin. Don't hit me. I am an assassin certified by the association. Yu Gwang-ik asked skeptically, is that so? Suddenly, he caught that strange scent from earlier. The scent that appears after a target is confirmed. He grabbed the man's neck again. The man stammered in fear. How? It is just a coincidence. Yu Gwang-ik tightened his grip, threw the man with all his might, and landed a heavy punch. The man screamed at the top of his lungs. There is a mission. Yu Gwang-ik's fist stopped midair. A mission. The man quickly clarified. Prometheus wants to recruit you. I only took the job to deliver the message. Yu Gwang-ik gave a faint smile. Is that right? Suddenly, his voice turned cold as he asked, Hey, do you want to go for a drink? The man was in the restroom, throwing up from all the alcohol. He still did not seem sober, his eyes squinting. He grabbed his phone to send a message, unable to stop himself from cursing Yu Gwang-ik. You son of a BTH. Last night, at a nearby bar, he and Yu Gwang-ik were knocking back drinks. Clinking their glasses, Yu Gwang-ik said, This is the first glass, so you have to down it in one go. You hear me? The man tried to refuse. I am sorry, I am not feeling well right now because of a mana reflux. Do I really have to finish it in one gulp? Yu Gwang-ik drained his glass and slammed it down on the table. His stern face and bulging veins were enough to terrify anyone. Are you drinking it or not? The man's face turned pale with fear. Okay, fine, I will drink it. Not only did he drink it, but he drained the whole thing. This made Yu Gwang-ik very satisfied. He slammed the empty glass down. They had already gone through several bottles and he was completely wasted. Yu Gwang-ik happily ordered more. The drinks are great today, aren't they? Bring another bottle. The man gritted his teeth, thinking he really wanted to kill this guy. Yu Gwang-ik asked casually, Oh right, why is that terrorist organization looking for me anyway? The man turned away as if he did not hear, but in the end, he still answered all of Yu Gwang-ik's questions, probably to scope out the enemy's strength. That is their usual method, hiring assassins to do the dirty work instead of showing their own faces. Yu Gwang-ik pointed a bottle at his face. Really? The man was startled. I am serious. I am totally drunk right now. I cannot drink anymore. Yu Gwang-ik was smiling, but it still felt terrifying. Is that so? The man cursed under his breath. Damn it. Still a bit tipsy, he picked up his phone to text Yu Gwang-ik. That's psycho. I have to stay calm. This is just for work. I am a professional after all. But then another question made him explode with rage. Is that true? He smashed his phone to pieces. Damn it. His tone was suddenly refreshed. I am at the first floor canteen. Kang Hee-min was walking with him. Why today Yu Gwang-ik felt great. Some guy kept bothering me, but I took care of him yesterday. Kang Hee-min smiled gently at him. I feel refreshed too. Being shown around the company by you was actually one of my goals. Yu Gwang-ik, however, remained strictly professional. Snap out of it. I am only doing this so you can track the mana traces. Yu Gwang-ik wanted to know the current situation. So have you found anything yet? Kang Hee-min did not answer. She seemed to be sulking. She looked ahead. The trace was quite faint, as if there was nothing there. Then her eyes filled with horror. The situation had become much more serious. Why didn't I notice it? I must have walked right past them. What is it? Those 3 people just now. Those 2 guys were under a spell to avoid being noticed. Especially that girl, the mana traces on her are incredibly thick. Was there another brown-skinned guy, and the other one too? Minam looked back at Yu Gwang-ik. I am sorry, Yu Gwang-ik. Gripping a piece of luggage, the man threw it. Yu Gwang-ik's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. That luggage contained a bomb that blew up a whole corner of the area. Yu Gwang-ik used his coat to shield Kang Hee-min. Inside the office, Dong Chun felt the ground shake. A subordinate rushed in to report, Sir, we are under ambush. He smirked as if he had expected this. Are they choosing to attack openly now? Dong Chun stood up and announced to the entire company mobilize all personnel. Someone had arrived at Yu Gwang-ik's house at this moment. Meanwhile, standing in front of Yu Gwang-ik's door was Ma-un. Earlier, a group of people in black cloaks had been discussing their plan. You stole the test results and even managed to plant a mage inside the company. Yeah, it is only a matter of time before we are discovered, right? The information they just got from us is also very dangerous. The other side wants to know everyone's opinion. Now what do you have a plan? I assume you are not planning to make excuses for your repeated failures, are you? Ma-un gritted his teeth in anger. Immortal faith is with Prometheus. We made a promise. He already had a knife in hand. Our goal is to stage an armed protest. Just you wait, Yu Gwang-ik. I will make you cry tears of blood. Charm is a type of mental magic that makes others attracted to you, though not completely, of course. If it were that simple, mages would have ruled the world a long time ago. So what can those who use this magic actually do? Some are charming, some are quite attractive, and some possess beauty that could topple nations. Even the purebloods and high-level managers like Minam. Yu Gwang-ik remembered the first time he met her. His heart had skipped a beat. She had definitely used that magic on him. One thing that's been bugging me is whether immortals can actually use magic. Kang Hee-min said she's been practicing since she was 8, and Honam says he uses tools to cast spells, which means even an immortal can use magic with enough training. In other words, Choi Minam is definitely the mole. A blood-curdling scream rings out. Yu Gwang-ik is still there with his eyes shut tight. He slumped on the floor, blood trickling from his mouth, his usually familiar voice now heavy with agonizing pain. Yu Gwang-ik, you're an immortal. Please, Kang Hee-min is sobbing over him. Wake up, you can't just die like this. Yu Gwang-ik finally speaks. He's found the answer and cracked the mystery. Crocodile is fuming because Yu Gwang-ik didn't kick the bucket like he was supposed to. Not only did you resist my charm, but you actually turned down my offer. He steps closer with the other 2. There's only one way this ends. You're dying right here. Any last words? Yu Gwang-ik gives a half-serious smirk. I'm not feeling so hot today. Can I get a rain check? Rose laughs, like she's already won. You psycho. Kang Hee-min's eyes flare up as she clears her throat. Are you guys seriously ignoring me? Crocodile acts all merciful. The second you try to cast a spell, you're dead. I'll let you slide this once for your father's sake. Now get lost. But Kang Hee-min isn't budging. I summon thee, a blue vortex swirls around her feet. To the grudges that still linger upon this earth. Crocodile lunges. Die, a hand suddenly stops his fist cold. Kang Hee-min recognizes him instantly, assistant manager Lee Dong-hoon. Meanwhile, people are whispering, we just need to wait a little longer until she wears herself out. That comment leaves Rose frozen in shock, her mouth hanging open. She's staring speechless. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approaches, feet covered in blood and scratches appear. Yu Gwang-ik walks out, his body covered in wounds and his clothes in tatters, dragging a corpse behind him. His gaze is sharp and intense as he stares straight ahead. Right then, a powerful army equipped with weapons appears. Yu Gwang-ik is backed into a corner. Rose watches the scene and curses under her breath. What the hell even are you? The scene shifts abruptly as Lee Dong-hoon jumps in to block a punch, leaving the attacker stunned. Assistant Manager Lee Dong-hoon. After blocking the strike, Crocodile leaps back to his safe distance. Dong-hoon urgently shouts, Kang Hee-min, get out of here and take him with you. I need to have a little private chat with my friend here. Crocodile's footsteps get heavier as he cracks his knuckles, a twisted grin on his face. You're still kicking, huh? Long time no see. Lee Dong-hoon doesn't flinch. I don't go down that easily. Crocodile keeps up that same look of pure contempt. True. After all, I'm the one who broke you and made you this way. Yu Gwang-ik, despite his heavy injuries, looks up in surprise. But you two are friends. Lee Dong-hoon immediately shuts that down. Friends my foot. Crocodile steps forward boldly and declares, we're enemies. Dong-hoon then says, then I guess you aren't leaving. Yu Gwang-ik flops back onto the floor. In that case, have a nice chat. I'm gonna take a breather. Right at that moment, the timer on the bomb hits 3 seconds. A massive explosion rocks the entire area, shattering everything. Heavy footsteps follow as a swarm of soldiers in red masks storms the place. Crocodile is the one leading them. He barks out an order to slaughter everyone. The scene cuts to someone slamming a desk so hard the whole room shakes. In a private office, the three of them are strategizing. Minam stands up trembling in fear. Did the CEO really expose his son's identity? And what about your wife? The minister quickly suggests, yes, call everyone nearby. We're heading to the management team right now. Yoon-ho has been silent until now. He's brooding over the fact that his wife is in grave danger. Whether or not she finds out he's an immortal isn't the priority anymore. Yoon-ho stands up abruptly. Seeing this, the minister tries to comfort him. It'll be okay, Yoon-ho. He just responds coldly, of course it will. Then he makes a chilling vow. And one more thing, if anything happens to my wife, I will burn everything to the ground. This statement leaves the minister absolutely terrified. He stares with his mouth agape, unable to find words. Minam softly calls out to him, but Yoon-ho's face is dark with rage. He clenches his fists and walks off. Anyone not joining me, get out of my way. Yoon-ho states firmly, I'm not going out there as the Special Forces captain anymore. I'm going out there as a husband protecting the woman of his life. Back at the scene, Lee Dong-hoon and Kang Hee-min are facing down a massive aggressive army. In this desperate moment, Kang Hee-min taps into her powers. She holds her hands to her chest and begins her incantation. I pray for the resentful souls who still linger in this world. Crocodile hears this and lunges like a beast, screaming no. But Kang Hee-min finishes the spell and blasts it toward him. The surge of power misses him and hits the ground instead. Seizing the chance, Lee Dong-hoon moves with unbelievable speed and pins Crocodile down. He's breaking a sweat, trying to hold him back, and quickly yells out an order. Kim Jong-ah now. As soon as he says it, blinding streaks of purple light hit Crocodile right in the face, making him thrash around wildly. Rose watches from behind, completely stunned. A sniper, she thinks. Kim Jong-ah is positioned up on the roof, squinting through her scope before announcing that she's hit the target. However, Crocodile's eyes turn blood red, and he snarls, revealing razor-sharp teeth. He lets out a manic laugh, his muscular body bulging as he starts to regain the upper hand. This is actually getting fun, he remarks. Then in a flash, Crocodile hoists Lee Dong-hoon into the air effortlessly before he can even react. Suddenly, Dong-hoon vanishes into thin air, leaving Crocodile completely bewildered. A split second later, Dong-hoon counters with a powerful kick straight to Crocodile's face. Dong-hoon lands with his hands on the ground, eyes shut tight from the exertion. Crocodile's face is bloodied and scratched. Furious, he barks, rookie, finish that spell already. Hearing that, Kang Hee-min quickly chants, please grant us enlightenment. A protective barrier begins to form. She finishes the final line, protect us. Instantly, a glowing shield envelops both her and Yu Gwang-ik. Rose sees this and orders kill that mage first. On command, the entire army focuses their firepower on the barrier Kang Hee-min created. Yu Gwang-ik thinks to himself, this shield won't hold out long against this much heat. We're trapped. This is bad. Kang Hee-min is still pouring everything she has into protecting him. Yu Gwang-ik sits up looking at her and thinking, there's way too many of them. As he watches the enemy's relentless assault, he realizes they're all elite gifted fighters. He watches Lee Dong-hoon and Crocodile locked in a fierce battle and notes, well, at least Assistant Manager Lee is holding his own for now. Yu Gwang-ik looked at himself and muttered, I just need a little time to recover. Right after that, he turned to Hee-min and said, can you block their eyes for a second? I only need 10 seconds. Hee-min immediately understood and replied, you mean block their line of sight, right? Got it. She quickly put the plan into motion. She began chanting, and a thick fog swirled around, messing with everyone's vision. A glowing magic orb started to form in her hands. Meanwhile, Yu Gwang-ik gripped his knife tightly, his eyes fixed on his mangled leg. Then, without a second of hesitation, he slammed the knife deep into his own thigh. Blood sprayed everywhere. Hee-min kept pushing her man of the fog, becoming so dense it felt suffocating. Yu Gwang-ik's eyes flew wide from the sheer pain of what he'd just done. At that moment, Hee-min's magic orb shot forward, splitting into two smaller spheres as it flew. Suddenly, the entire area was shrouded in a blinding white haze, creating a perfect smoke screen. The enemies stood there, completely lost their jaws, dropping in confusion. Seeing this, Rose screamed at them. "What are you idiots just standing there for? You think you're here to watch a magic show?" She barked out in a rage. "Break through that barrier now." The goons snapped out of it and rushed forward to do their jobs. They climbed right up to the barrier, knives out and ready to tear it down. One guy reeled back, about to drive his blade into the fence, but before he could even swing, he was sent crashing to the ground. And it didn't stop there. He took a massive bone-crushing punch before he could even think about fighting back. Yu Gwang-ik was the one who delivered that blow. He flashed a bright, confident grin and declared, "Now, the real fun begins." Outside, the fog was still thick, wrapping around everything like a shroud. The enemies started to panic, whispering, "The smoke is clearing." "Should we go in?" Rose snapped back. "Just wait. They're trapped here anyway. Even that mage can't keep casting forever." Right then, Yu Gwang-ik yelled out with total confidence, I'm NS." Hearing that, the soldiers in black let out a mocking laugh and started cursing at him. "What the hell are you talking about? You crazy bastard!" Yu Gwang-ik just stood there holding an enemy's corpse, staring them down with cold eyes. Suddenly, someone barked out an order. "What is wrong with you all? Kill him now." On command, the soldiers raised their guns and unleashed a hail of bullets. Yu Gwang-ik moved like a ghost, dodging every single shot before lunging forward like a lightning bolt, striking an ex-enemy before the man could even raise his hands to defend himself. Everyone froze, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Rose's face went pale as it finally clicked. "Oh, right, I forgot about NS." It meant Yu Gwang-ik was just getting started. He wound up a fist and charged forward, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Non-standard." That's what NS stands for. The irregular. As he yelled, the stone ceiling above started to crack and crumble. People looked around in a panic. Minam gasped in terror. "What's happening? Is this an earthquake?" Just then, a frantic voice called out from behind. "Wait for me." It was Kinam's colleague. Kinam glanced back and snapped, "Stay there. With your skills, you'll only be a hindrance." But the guy kept insisting. Kinam lost his patience and growled, "Don't make me say it twice. You're helping me more just by staying put." Rebuffed so harshly, the man let out a heavy sigh, slipped his hand into his pocket and muttered to himself. Then the colleague pulled out a gun and aimed it straight at Kinam's back. He cursed under his breath, "Die, you arrogant piece of trash." With his sharp instincts, Kinam sensed the danger and spun around, his face turning pale. The traitor fired, but Kinam was too fast and dodged the bullet. In a flash, he disarmed the man and fired back with a flurry of precise strikes. Finally, the traitor collapsed to the ground, stammering something about immortality forever with his last breath. Just as he fell, a blue-haired guy came running up, huffing and puffing. "Kinam, are you okay?" Kinam replied instantly, "I'm fine. Just handle the cleanup." The blue-haired man watched Kinam walk away and thought to himself, is that rookie one of those immortality cultists? Is the special immortality force really that easy to infiltrate? The thought barely crossed his mind before he gripped his club, preparing to strike Kinam from behind. Kinam sensed something was off and started to turn, but before he could, someone else came flying in with a kick, slamming into the blue-haired man. The surprise attack sent the traitor rolling across the floor. A mysterious voice spat out, "You pathetic two-faced rat." It was Honam who started raining down punches on the blue-haired guy. Kinam was stunned. Director Honam grumbled, "We've already wasted too much time and energy on these pests." Then he raised his voice for everyone to hear. "Everyone listen up, Warren is under attack." The news sent a wave of shock through the crowd. Under attack, suddenly, Bolo rushed in with a serious report. A terrorist group has breached the first floor. They've seized control of all the emergency exits and elevators, creating a total lockdown. Kinam was taken aback. Terrorists. So the first floor is completely sealed off. Bolo nodded. Exactly. Honam then gave the order. From now on, all staff below management level are assigned to emergency support. The rest of you follow me. We're breaking through the emergency exit. But Bo-O immediately cut him off. "No, that's not necessary. We're going a different way, not through the exit." Honam was confused. A different way where Bo-O simply said, "The V-way. It's the fastest way to reach the first floor, but it's going to take a lot out of you." The scene shifted. Yu Gwang-ik was covered in scratches, his clothes torn and filthy, breathing heavily. It looked like a nightmare. Bodies were scattered across the floor and weapons lay shattered into 1,000 pieces. Rose and her two teammates stood there paralyzed by the sight, but Rose managed to find her voice. "I can't believe you took down this many people all by yourself. You really are a complete monster." She tried to play it cool. She let out a manic laugh. "So what now?" On the other side, Heeman collapsed from exhaustion and the fog began to drift away. Over there, Lee Dong-hoon had been easily taken down by the crocodile and was lying motionless. Rose announced, "The game is over. I'm going to say this one last time. Join us. If you do, we'll end everything right here." Yu Gwang-ik's expression went cold and dark at her words. He gave her a friendly middle finger and laughed. "How many times do I have to tell you I've already got a girl I like?" That was the final straw for Rose. She lost it and screamed, "You crazy son of A." Suddenly, the ceiling began to splinter and crack. Stone debris raining down as a blinding golden light exploded through the roof. Dust and smoke filled the air. Everyone stood frozen at the spectacle as streaks of brilliant blue light shot out one after another. The army in black stood paralyzed, unable to even scream. The entire force was frozen solid, unable to move a single muscle. Rose witnessed the scene alone, unable to hide her terror as she cried out, What the hell is going on? If there's no way out, I'll just have to make one myself." Just as she said that, a rescue squad appeared led by Dong Honam. Dong Honam immediately spoke up. "Why is it suddenly so quiet? You've got no way to win anymore." "Master, what should we do now?" Rose turned her head and cried out in fear. "Master, where did this crocodile come from?" The creature grinned widely with a fierce look in his eyes. Without saying a word, he began to transform into a real crocodile. Rough scales started protruding from his skin and his entire body turned a deep shade of green. A long tail flicked through the air as a massive muscular crocodile appeared, his presence completely overwhelming all the ordinary humans. Yu Gwang-ik couldn't believe his eyes. Standing frozen and looking up, he gasped in horror. "What the hell is that?" The crocodile launched the first attack, slamming the ground with such force that everyone struggled to hold their ground. Li Donghoon's entire body trembled as he tried to block the attack. With a grimace, he thought to himself, "Ugh, I really hate this. In the past, I was an experiment for Prometheus." Memories came rushing back. At that time, Li Donghoon was locked in an iron cage in a dark, desolate place. It was a fusion between an immortal and a shapeshifter. Prometheus had artificially circulated both types of blood through my body. Inside the cage, Li Donghoon was covered in bruises, his body completely exhausted. However, that combination caused severe side effects. I became a monster that knew nothing but fighting. I became a fighting dog, a tool for high-ranking officials to practice with. Li Donghoon recalled the scene of himself fighting with heartless, murderous intent. He continued his story. "During the time I lived like that at Prometheus, I met that man." Li Kang-mo suddenly appeared and remarked, "This guy is a half-breed." Back then, Li Donghoon was cold and threatening. "Get lost or I'll kill you." Hearing that, Li Kang-mo said with interest, "You're immortal, and you want to kill me?" He continued to question me, "But have you ever been outside?" Li Donghoon glared at him and replied, "That's none of your business." Li Kang-mo didn't flinch. He looked at Li Donghoon and advised softly, "Come on, you crazy bastard. Follow me. Stop trying to be a dog that only knows how to fight." Li Donghoon was confused and asked, "What the hell are you talking about? And what is a fighting dog?" Li Kang-mo, losing his cool, demanded, "Whatever, do you want to come or not? If you don't follow me, I'll kill you right here." Li Donghoon hesitated for a moment before answering, "Fine." And so I followed Captain Li Kang-mo. I planned to slit his throat and leave once I had recovered. However, one day, Li Kang-mo threw a book on the table and said, "You look pretty bored being by yourself. Try reading this. Do you even know how to read?" Li Donghoon stared at the book on the table. He had given me a comic book, recalling that moment. That night, Li Donghoon held the comic in his hands and burst into tears. That was how I discovered comic books, and from then on, my life began to change. It was truly wonderful. It was such a happy life. Memories of his youth flooded back. Li Donghoon sighed and told himself, "Man, I really hate this. I can't believe I have to give up this life." In front of him, the crocodile was still tearing everything apart. Li Donghoon silently asked himself, "How long has it been?" He suddenly started crying and tried to encourage himself. "Make sure you kill me, you bastard crocodile." Right after that, Li Donghoon's entire body changed unexpectedly. In an instant, he transformed into a massive bear with razor-sharp teeth. Li Donghoon wondered why he couldn't just transform into one. Just then, memories flashed by. He remembered the moment Dong Kinam gave him a cup of coffee and thought, "Dong, don't come here. I don't want you to see me like this." Next, Li Donghoon remembered playing games with Yu Gwang-ik. He sent a silent message, "Yu Gwang-ik, if you can come light some incense for me after I'm gone." Then he remembered the day Li Kang-mo saved him from that cell. Li Donghoon was deeply moved and sent a silent thanks, "Captain, and everyone. Thank you for everything." Right after that, Li Donghoon's gaze became much more intense, but he suddenly cursed, "Damn it. I still want to watch anime." Putting aside his personal hobbies, Li Donghoon charged fiercely at the crocodile, delivering the opening blow. Seeing this, the crocodile couldn't help but grin with delight. Two massive forces collided, making the ground shake. The crocodile shouted excitedly, "Yeah, you should transform too." The crocodile pinned Li Donghoon's fist down and started taunting him, "But it seems you've forgotten one thing." He spoke while spinning around and grabbing Li Donghoon's body to attack, "Even if you were a dog born to fight." Right after that, he snapped Li Donghoon's arm and continued, "You've never beaten me, not even once." With that, the crocodile used his strength to flip Li Donghoon over. He tried to struggle but could only let out a few roars. The crocodile, quick as lightning, used his tail to knock Li Donghoon back, sending him flying. He was suspended in mid-air after that attack. Li Donghoon's entire body was covered in blood with wounds everywhere, but he still struggled to sit up. The crocodile continued to taunt him. I bet you can still feel the pain. He laughed loudly and declared, you're nothing but a damn test subject. Lai Li Donghoon didn't even bother to argue. He just charged straight at the crocodile. A fierce battle broke out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, over in the hiding spot, Yu Gwang-ik casually asked Dong Kinam, do you have any food? Hearing that, Dong Kinam responded in shock. Do I look like a freaking vending machine to you? Being scolded, Yu Gwang-ik immediately explained, I'm serious, man. Dong Kinam turned away and held out some food. Here. Upon receiving the food, Yu Gwang-ik's attitude flipped to pure joy. Thanks. As he put the food in his mouth, he began to reason, the situation is worse than I thought. Yu Gwang-ik kept his eyes on the battle behind them and quietly assessed it. At first, the two of them seemed evenly matched. However, the struggle between the crocodile and Lai Li Donghoon remained incredibly violent. Yu Gwang-ik observed and concluded that wasn't the case. Deputy Manager Lai Li Donghoon's attacks were too simple. He was just focusing all his strength on attacking without any defense. Yu Gwang-ik suddenly thought, is he not in his right mind? While his comrade was fighting the enemy with all his might, Yu Gwang-ik was lost in thought. Still, reinforcements have arrived. I think it's time to move. Having decided, he immediately ran off, not forgetting to call out Dong Kinam to take care of her. At that moment, Hin was exhausted and had fainted on the floor. Dong Kinam was surprised by Yu Gwang-ik's sudden move and asked, Huh, where are you going? Yu Gwang-ik answered honestly, if the Panda Deputy Manager goes down, we're finished. I have to do something to help him. Right now, Li Donghoon is taking a serious beating from the crocodile. Gwang-ik flashes a bright smile and says, I'm leaving the rest to you. Just try not to die, okay? Immediately after, a blinding light erupts, making the ground shake and the rocks shatter. While Gwang-ik focuses on his mission, Kinam stands there completely paralyzed with shock. Suddenly, a swarm of zombies rises from their graves. One of them lunges forward, weapon in hand. Honam rushes in just in time, gun ready, and signals his teammates to fall back. He fires directly ahead, but then massive slabs of ice suddenly surge up, towering over them and leaving everyone stunned. Honam immediately barks an order, defensive formation. Hold your positions and neutralize the enemies in front of us. Out of nowhere, Gwang-ik speaks up, Honam, I trust you. The sudden words catch Honam off guard, but Gwang-ik is already sprinting forward like a bolt of lightning. Honam shouts to stop him, Yu Gwang-ik. If you go that way, you'll die. Seeing Li Donghoon in such a pathetic state, Gwang-ik can't help but feel worried. Assistant Manager Li. Has your immortal blood weakened after transforming? He's not regenerating at all. If this keeps up, it's going to be bad. Really bad. The more he thinks, the more he tells himself he can't just stand by and watch. Suddenly, Gwang-ik freezes in place. He panics, thinking, wait, what's happening? I can't move. Rose, seeing her chance, taunts him. Thanks for the opening, sleepyhead. She had set a trap that left Gwang-ik paralyzed, forced to just stand there and watch. Rose explains gleefully, it's because you entered my range of control. Gwang-ik looks down at the tangled threads beneath his feet and wonders, is this her skill, spirit power, or some kind of special binding magic? Seeing him trapped, Rose mocks him further. I told you that you'd regret this, didn't I? In this dire situation, Gwang-ik doesn't flinch. He fires back. Is that so? Too bad I only understand human speech. By the way, I'm the one who killed your mother. Actually, I tore her limb from limb. You still want to keep barking after hearing that. As soon as he says it, his eyes widen and he subconsciously gasps, wait, what? Rose laughs loudly, full of confidence. After making a deal with Nam Bong-jin, I found out everything, your parents' identities, everything. The scene shifts to an apartment with its door left ajar. Inside, shoes are scattered messily. Mon appears with a dark expression, leaning back on the sofa. Suddenly, he looks up and walks away mysteriously. He pulls back the curtains to peek outside. Usually one member of the Immortal Faith is enough, he thinks. Outside, 4 people are discussing work in the lobby. Ma-un deduces, but Nam Bong-jin is definitely sending someone, which is why I came here myself to handle this mission. The room goes quiet after that. Ma-un glances at the door, lost in thought. Finally, he bursts into a wicked laugh. Yu Gwang-ik, I'm going to make you feel absolute despair. Just then, Seung-hee returns to her apartment, unit 907. Suddenly, her phone rings and the caller ID says happy. She's surprised. Oh, hello. Seung-hee picks up and speaks softly. Honey, I thought you were on a business trip. Ha-jun. Happy immediately asks, are you home yet? Seung-hee replies, I'm just about to go inside. She looks at the doorknob and thinks, wait, why is the door open? Is it broken? Suddenly, Ha-jun warns her, don't go in. Get out of there right now and go to Hyman's mother's place. Seung-hee is confused. What is something wrong? Ha-jun panics. I don't have time to explain. Right at that moment, Man is sitting in the corner grinning maliciously. Ha-jun rushes to say he's on his way, but the call cuts off. Man lunges at Seung-hee. She freezes for a split second, but then without hesitation, she dodges the attack. Hearing the commotion, Ha-jun asks frantically, Seung-hee, honey, what's going on? Man can't believe his eyes. You dodged that, he gasps. Seung-hee slams her phone down and asks sternly, "Where did you come from? Are you a client or just some stalker?" She continues, "I'm pretty sure my father made sure all our family information was top secret. How did you find me?" Ma-eun, still shaken, stammers back. "Whoa, what? Who are you? You're not normal." Seung-hee doesn't want to argue. She drops into a fighting stance and threatens him. "Whatever. Once I beat you to a pulp, the truth will come out on its own." Ma-eun trembles. "Wait. What are you talking about?" Instantly, Seung-hee clenches her fist and charges straight at him. Ma-eun raises his knife to defend himself, shouting, "Stay back." The two clash. Ma-eun swings his knife while Seung-hee aims a punch right at his face. The blow connects, deforming his face. Ma-eun flies backward from the momentum, slamming into the wall and losing consciousness. The knife clatters to the ground. Seung-hee looks at the scene in surprise. "Wait, he's out already." She approaches Ma-eun with a chilling, killing intent. "I wasn't even warmed up yet." Right then, a helicopter approaches the apartment building. A teammate reports, "Captain, we've arrived." The teammate suggests, "I'll drop the rope." But Yoon-ho is already preparing to jump without any gear. The teammate screams, "Captain." Without a second's hesitation, Yoon-ho leaps straight onto the apartment balcony. He smashes through the glass, shattering it completely. Yoon-ho lands easily and storms into the building. Inside, blood is splattered all over the floor. He curses himself. "Damn it, I'm too late." The sounds of fighting grow louder. Yoon-ho grits his teeth, his face contorted. "That sound." He immediately bellows Seung-hee. He freezes for 5 seconds, his eyes wide with shock. He thought she was in danger, but instead, she's pummeling Ma-eun, leaving him half dead in a pool of blood. Yoon-ho stammers her name in shock. She immediately drops the guy and speaks softly. Honey, Yoon-ho just stands there staring. Then he rushes over and pulls her into a tight hug, letting out a massive sigh of relief. "Thank God. Thank God," he cries out, overwhelmed with joy. His intense reaction leaves Seung-hee speechless. She thinks to herself, a public service worker who's always traveling for work. She remembers how gentle Yoon-ho was when they first fell in love. She continues her train of thought. The husband I knew is now wearing tactical gear and carrying a sword. Still, held in his suffocatingly tight grip, she wonders in confusion and that smell of burnt skin on his hands. Who exactly is he? Just then, a female teammate bursts in with her gun drawn. "Appa, are you okay?" She stops dead in her tracks, stunned by the sight of Seung-hee and Yoon-ho's emotional embrace. The female teammate cried out in terror. Right then, Seung-hee flew into a rage. Her face went dark, and her voice became chillingly terrifying. "Appa." Even without looking back, Yoon-ho knew exactly what was happening. He flinched, his eyes wide with shock. Her fury had reached its boiling point while Seung-hee was still demanding answers in her head. Appa, Yoon-ho turned around quickly, trying to calm her down. "Wait, let me explain. I have so much to tell you." As Seung-hee's anger exploded behind him, Yoon-ho stepped forward, pointed right at the female teammate's face, and shouted, "Hey, what's with that Appa stuff? I'm your captain." The female teammate immediately tried to explain. It's just a misunderstanding. I meant to say senior." Once things were cleared up, Yoon-ho coughed lightly and lowered his voice to question her. "By the way, were you involved in all of this?" Soon he looked at the battlefield in front of them and spoke softly. "Well, that's..." Before she could finish, Yoon-ho suddenly suggested, "I think we need to talk. The rest of you get out. Guard us from the outside." The female teammate asked in confusion, "If we're standing outside, how are we supposed to protect you too?" The blonde teammate couldn't take it anymore and snapped, "Stop talking and just follow me." That's when Yoon-ho finally began to explain. "Seung-hee, don't be shocked. The truth is, I'm an immortal." Seung-hee gasped in shock. "What an immortal?" Yoon-ho continued to pour his heart out. "I'm so sorry for hiding it from you. I'm sure you don't even want to hear my excuses." He remembered the happy times they shared, like when they went out for ice cream. Yoon-ho couldn't hide his emotions as he confessed, "I just didn't want to lose you." He recalled the moment Seung-hee leaned her head on his shoulder on a park bench. Yoon-ho continued, "I love the times we spend playing around, and just being by your side makes me so happy." Unable to hold back his feelings, he confessed honestly, a cup of tea, a meal, a simple conversation. No matter what we were doing, those moments were precious to me and I couldn't let them go. Yoon-ho remembered the sight of Seung-hee gently feeding him, and then he spoke about his greatest fear. Yoon-ho imagined Seung-hee walking away and leaving him behind. He lowered his head in sadness and said, "I was afraid our lives were slowly drifting apart. I'm truly sorry." After listening to Yoon-ho's confession, Seung-hee was deeply moved. She stood on her tiptoes to affectionately comfort him and said, "There's something I have to tell you too." She stroked Yoon-ho's face, tears silently falling as she confessed, "My father is in solitary confinement, and I'm a shapeshifter." With their secrets out in the open, the two shared a deep, passionate embrace. Yoon-ho felt a weight lift off his chest, but he still thought deeply about how much she must have struggled. He looked at Seung-hee with a loving smile and spoke, "It's okay. You're not going to leave me, right?" With tears in her eyes, Seung-hee looked at him and softly called out Appa, but then she suddenly covered his mouth and spoke up. With a smile that wasn't exactly friendly, Seung-hee interrogated him. Who was that girl calling you Appa earlier? Yu Yonho immediately explained. She's just a junior. I'm telling the truth. There's nothing between us. Right then, Mon finally woke up after being unconscious for a long time. He was bitter as he witnessed the romantic scene between the two. Mon ground his teeth and thought to himself, I can't forgive her. That illegal enhancement drug I got from Prometheus. Soon he kept pressing him. Are you telling the truth? Yu Yuanho answered without hesitation. Yes. Meanwhile, Mon pulled out a test tube filled with green poison and hesitated. I really didn't want to use this. But suddenly, he bolted upright, threw a knife forward, and screamed, die. The knife flew straight toward the couple. Yu Yunho reacted instantly, jumping in front of Soon Hee to shield her. As the knife drew near, Yu Yunho used his magic to create a barrier, stopping it in its tracks. Mon shrieked in horror. A telepathic item, equipment with super strength. At that moment, Sun Hee charged forward and punched Mon square in the face, leaving Yu Yunho wide-eyed with surprise. A thunderous boom echoed as Soon Hee took Mon down with a single blow. In an instant, Mon could only manage to scream, How dare you? Then Soon Hee immediately questioned him. He didn't come here for me, did he? Yu Yunho could only give an awkward laugh after that display of power. Finally, Mon fell face first onto the floor. Yu Yunho answered her question. I think he came here for Yu Gwang-ik. Sunny's anger flared up again as she shouted, Where is Yu Gwang-ik? We have to go find him now. Following her lead, Yu Yunho immediately grabbed his radio and announced, Bring the helicopter here. We're heading to war him right now. Meanwhile, the female teammate peeking through the door witnessed the whole thing from start to finish and said in shock, She's not a normal human, is she? The blonde teammate agreed and replied, Yeah, you better be careful around. To her. The blonde teammate suddenly spoke up, Don't move. This area is under the protection of the Immortal Special Forces. You guys sure took your time getting here. The blue-haired female teammate noted that they seemed a bit more relaxed now. Just then, an unexpected voice rang out. What, who are you people? The blue-haired girl turned around and replied, Us. The blue-haired young man crossed his arms majestically and introduced them, Phoenix Special Forces. On the other side, Yu Gwang-ik clenched his fists so hard that his veins were popping out. He gritted his teeth and shouted every word. Namin Yu Gwang-ik demanded an answer. Are you using my information to negotiate with these people? Rose taunted him with amusement. You look pretty shocked, don't you? Yu Gwang-ik's face turned purple with rage. Rose continued to mock him. This is why you should have been more obedient. Hamfei, it's thanks to you breaking the rules that I was able to negotiate with him. She gave a devious laugh and declared, Whatever, it's all over now. With that, she let out a loud laugh and screamed, Dai Yu Gwang-ik. As soon as she said that, brilliant red beams of light tore through the air and a mysterious hooded figure appeared. Suddenly, the man asked, How have you been lately? Yu Gwang-ik froze at those words. Chan Eong-ji lifted his hood to reveal his face and said, It's been a while, hasn't it? Yu Gwang-ik's jaw dropped as he gasped, Master Chan Eong-ji. Out of the thick cloud of dust, Lee Kang-mo walked out coldly. Chan Eong-ji looked back and explained, I ran into him on my way here. Lee Kang-mo spoke up with a word of praise. Good job, kid. You held out well. Watching the battle between Lee Dong-hun and the crocodile, Lee Kang-mo chuckled. Haha, look at that idiot. Seeing the situation turn south, Rose quickly gave the order. Damn it, what are you all just standing there for? Kill them. Immediately, a swarm of enemies rushed forward, preparing to attack Lee Kang-mo. His expression hardened as he reached into his coat and pulled something out. A flash of light sliced through the ground, tearing the enemies to pieces. Lee Kang-mo roared in fury. Ha, you damn bastards. Who do you think you're messing with? 1 hour earlier at Incheon International Airport, a plane soared across the sky. At that time, Lee Kang-mo was discussing the plan with his teammates. He questioned them. All the runways are blocked, right? The teammate with the slicked back hair replied, Yes, we've already contacted the airport staff. Hearing that, Lee Kang-mo sternly gave the order. The target was a high-ranking executive of the Immortal Faith. All eyes are on this terror right now, so you guys better stay sharp. Everyone shouted their acknowledgement in unison and turned toward the door. The place was packed. Lee Kang-mo immediately announced, They're here. Stay focused. Suddenly, a purple-haired woman rushed in and bowed her head. I am truly sorry, she quickly explained. He already boarded a flight. His car and belongings are still there, but the target got away. Lee Kang-mo was absolutely livid when he heard the news. He barked. The target escaped. What the hell is going on? Before he could even process the shock, his green-haired teammate rushed over with an urgent report. Manager, there's an emergency notice. Lee Kang-mo spun around in shock and reflexively shouted, Emergency. The teammate immediately replied, Headquarters is under attack, sir. The news hit Lee Kang-mo like a ton of bricks. He tried to stay calm and piece it together. Not only did the target escape, but they were being raided too. Nam Bong-jin was the one who gave him that intel. Lee Kang-mo recalled Min's advice, go to Incheon Airport, he'll be there. Connecting the dots, he realized the truth. Did he lure me away from Warham on purpose, thinking that he immediately turned and walked away, leaving his teammates standing there in a daze? The green-haired guy cried out in a panic, Manager, where are you going? Lee Kang-mo grit his teeth and barked an order. Get a helicopter ready, we're heading back to Warham this instant. A little while later, at a sniping point near Warham, a rifle lay on the floor surrounded by pools of blood. Right then, humanoid monsters were lunging toward Kim Jong-ah's position. She kept firing while urgently asking Agent Miho, how much ammo do you have left? Miho quickly replied, only 3 rounds. Kim Jong-ah thought to herself anxiously, damn it, we're almost out. Breaking into a cold sweat, she realized they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Just then, Lee Kang-mo appeared walking tall with a glowing sword in hand. He marched over with a grim expression. Seeing him, Kim Jong-ah cried out in surprise. Manager Lee Kang-mo stepped up and asked, good work. What's the situation? Kim Jong-ah immediately briefed him. The Prometheus crocodiles are here. She continued her report. Assistant manager Lee Dong-hoon transformed to fight and Kang-ik is currently holding them off on the first floor. Miho bowed her head in worry and added, the situation inside Warham is even more critical than out here. We can't manage the perimeter if the internal threat isn't neutralized. Lee Kang-mo listened and simply remarked, smart move. Finally, he stated with total confidence, I'll go. I'll take care of the situation outside as well. Lee Kang-mo and Jeon Ogiji stared down the enemy in front of them. Rose suddenly shrieked at the top of her lungs, you're insane. With those words, she unleashed her power, her eyes glowing with a blinding light. Suddenly, streaks of blue light shot straight toward her. The beams zipped past her like lightning, catching her completely off guard. After his attack, Kinam immediately leaped back. Right then, Rose screamed in agony. My hand, Lee Kang-mo and Kang-ik both looked at Kinam and praised him. Ha, nice work, Kinam. Immediately after Lee Kang-mo began to analyze the situation. Hey, you idiot. Once Lee Dong-hoon is knocked out, he'll return to his normal form. Kang-ik gasped. Knocked out, Lee Kang-mo immediately shot back. That's right. I'll handle this crocodile so you go take down Lee Dong-hoon. Kang-ik only managed to get out a wait a sec before Lee Kang-mo charged headfirst into the fierce battle. He spoke up confidently. Long time no see, ha, how have you been lately? Hearing this, the crocodile monster spun around. He stared at Lee Kang-mo and muttered to himself. Lee Kang-mo nodded in agreement and replied, yep, I'm still single. If I ever got hitched, women all over the world would be heartbroken. The crocodile couldn't help but snap. What kind of sick joke is this? Lee Kang-mo didn't flinch and challenged him. Shut your mouth and just fight, you damn lizard. On the other side, Kang-ik stood before Lee Dong-hoon, who was currently in the form of a giant bear. He looked up at him and asked assistant manager, you can't change back to normal on your own, can you? Lee Dong-hoon seemed to have lost his mind and didn't bother answering. Instead, he slammed his fist into the ground, shattering the earth. Kang-ik quickly dodged the blow. After avoiding the attack, he silently noted that the man's moves were way too predictable. He jumped back to keep his distance and continued his assessment. Actually, it's more like he's just being stupid rather than simple. Kang-ik moved behind Lee Dong-hoon, preparing for a preemptive strike while the assistant manager was still clueless. As he attacked, he thought to himself, this is why he can never beat that crocodile. His attacks are purely based on instinct. Right then, Kang-ik landed a direct punch on Lee Dong-hoon, sending him stumbling. A moment later, Lee Dong-hoon fell unconscious on the floor and finally reverted to his original human form. Kang-ik brushed off his hands and thought successfully took down the panda assistant manager. But then a thought crossed his mind. Wait, what about the manager? With that in mind, Kang-ik turned his gaze toward the battle between Lee Kang-mo and the crocodile. The crocodile was preparing to strike but didn't miss the chance to taunt him. Have you lost your mind? How dare you? He then unleashed a punch that sent Lee Kang-mo flying backwards, shouting, did you really think you could take me? Lee Kang-mo was thrown into the air. After taking the hit, blood sprayed everywhere. Seeing how bad it looked, Kang-ik screamed in horror, manager, but it didn't end there. The crocodile clenched his fist again to finish Lee Kang-mo off and roared, die. But through his blood-stained face, Lee Kang-mo suddenly let out a delighted grin and spat, fuck off. He immediately gripped his weapon tight. In a flash, Lee Kang-mo delivered a flurry of slashes across the crocodile's body. The crocodile's arms were sliced into pieces and fell to the floor, blood splattering everywhere as he shrieked in agony. Lee Kang-mo landed gracefully after the strike. He kept his eyes on his opponent's reaction. Kang-ik could hardly believe his eyes and thought, what incredible judgment. He continued to analyze. He intentionally let his guard down to trick the enemy into doing the same. That's a tactic only an immortal could pull off. Lee Kang-mo stood there calmly observing his foe. Meanwhile, the crocodile had lost it and was cursing, you crazy bastard. At that moment, Jeon Ogiji had Rose completely pinned down with her claws. She spoke up, give it up. If you move, I'll kill this woman. But the crocodile just insisted, then kill her. Gigi couldn't help but gasp in shock. Wait, what? That damn crocodile just stood there with a calm, toothy grin. Kang-ik watched his expression and realized it was a special trait of shapeshifters that allowed them to control every single muscle in their body. Suddenly, his footsteps began to quicken. Yu Gwang-ik stops right where Lee Kang-mo is standing and speaks up. Looks like we're working together again. Hearing that, Lee Kang-mo scoffs excitedly. You arrogant brat, suddenly voices echo from out of nowhere. Is this the right place? Yeah, it is. Warim Telecom, the Soon branch of the Immortal Special Task Force. Yu Gwang-ik freezes the moment he hears those voices. His eyes go wide as he gasps. Without a word, both Lee Kang-mo and Yu Gwang-ik whip their heads around to look. Right then, the voice speaks up once more. Looks like we've come to the right place. Sung-hee and Yeon-ho march in aggressively. Sung-hee can't contain her rage and yells at the top of her lungs. I'm only going to say this once. I want to see whoever's in charge here. Their sudden arrival has everyone whispering. Who are they? Aren't they just civilians? As Sung-hee and Yeon-ho emerge from the dust and smoke, the crocodile guy stares at them thinking to himself, civilians? No way. He eyes Sung-hee's furious expression and realizes who they are. The #1 special entity a shifter must avoid. A recovery witch. With that thought, the crocodile bolts as fast as he can, thinking he needs to get the hell out of there. Immediately after, he charges straight out, smashing through the glass window to escape. Shards of glass fly through the air amidst thick clouds of smoke. Ji-yoon-young-ki watches in total shock and blurts out, is he seriously just gonna run away like that? Just then the secretary arrives with some men and asks sternly, what is this mess? What on earth happened here right away? Someone snaps back. Is everyone in the Immortal Special Task Force an idiot who doesn't understand Korean? The secretary, deeply annoyed, turns to retort, what? Who do you think you are? But before he can finish, the man cuts him off. Who am I? Yeon-ho steps forward with a grim face and answers firmly, I'm Yu Gwang-ik's father. Tell that scumbag Nam Bong-jin to get his ass out here right now. Everyone is stunned by the introduction. Kang-mo gasps, the Immortal Task Force. The secretary explodes in anger, shouting, even if that's true, you have no right to insult our CEO like that. Kang-mo steps in to stop the secretary and says calmly, I apologize. I'll take you to his office immediately. The secretary is bewildered by Kang-mo's decision and stammers. What are you really? Kang-mo glares at him and whispers, shut up. Do you know who this is? He watches Yeon-ho's back and continues to explain. That's the Phoenix, the captain of the Thousand-Face Phoenix team. The scene shifts to the street below the building where a massive crowd has gathered to watch. The upper floors of the building are covered in shattered glass. Reporters are swarming the place, snapping photos like crazy, and the security team is completely overwhelmed. Inside a car, the driver speaks up. If this fails, there will be consequences. Are you sure about this? Minam replies without a second thought. Tisk, it'll be fine. She rests her chin on her hand, deep in thought as she looks over the files on the seizure and the terrorist attack. I already sent the director of Prometheus over there. Suddenly, the driver speaks again. Is it because of the mission? Minam, who is lost in thought, looks up. She gazes blankly out the car window and answers in a low voice, no. I just feel a bit heartbroken. The driver gasps, heartbroken. Minam sticks her tongue out and giggles. I've never been rejected before like that. Then her expression turns serious again. What a shame. She then asks, did Madon fail? The driver immediately replies, yes. We still haven't been able to get in touch with him. Night falls over the city. Hearing the news, Minam says excitedly, how interesting. Let's go. Meanwhile, a security guard suddenly points ahead and yells, hey, look at that luxury car. There must be someone really important inside. The guard next to him turns to look and exclaims, that car. Both of them immediately stand at attention and give a respectful salute. Minam watches them from inside the car and thinks to herself, why are you guys saluting a car? Back inside, Nam Bong-jin is standing there, enjoying a cup of tea, when a voice suddenly comes from the door. Long time no see. Nam Bong-jin, still confused about what's happening, asks, who are you? Where did you come from? Seung-hee bursts in and charges straight at him, landing a devastating kick. Nam Bong-jin's face contorts as his head snaps to the side, caught completely off guard by the strike. Just then, the secretary rushes into the room, screaming director. But before he can get close, Yeon-ho presses a gun against his head, stopping him in his tracks. Freeze. Your boss brought this on himself, Yeon-ho declares coldly. Just stand there and watch. On the other side of the room, Sung-hee unleashes her full power. She rains down a flurry of punches on Nam Bong-jin's face, leaving him unable to even try to defend himself. Finally, Nam Bong-jin collapses to the floor in agony. Sung-hee has no intention of letting him off easy. She walks over and plants her foot firmly on Nam Bong-jin's shoulder, pinning him down. Terrified, Nam Bong-jin starts making excuses. It was a mistake, I just miscalculated. Suddenly, he lets out a blood-curdling scream. Sung-hee stomps down hard on him, making Nam Bong-jin tremble violently. She growls threateningly. You really should learn how expensive a mistake can be. Nam Bong-jin props himself up with his hands, desperately begging, please have mercy. That's when Yeon-ho finally speaks up to interrogate him. You're the one who pulled the strings to get the prime minister to destroy this place, aren't you? Yu Gwang-ik watches him and thinks to himself, he's a political figure. He definitely supported me just so he could use me later. He gets lost in his thoughts. Politics, social status, profit. It seems like those are the only things that matter to them. Whatever. I don't want any part of this. I don't need the headache. When the time is right, I'll make him pay. Right then, Yu Gwang-ik suddenly speaks up. Sir, I'm quitting. Nam Bong-jin gasps in shock. You're just Yu Gwang-ik continues without hesitation. I want 3 billion won to quit plus a 165 square meter apartment. That shouldn't be a big problem for you, right? Nam Bong-jin grimaces as he thinks it over, then finally agrees. Sung-hee is stunned and asks, "Sweetie, are you sure about this?" Yu Gwang-ik confidently turns to leave. "Yes, Mom. I'm just tired of all this political nonsense." Yoon-ho also chimes in with a warning he's just going to try and use you again if you leave things like this. Yu Gwang-ik doesn't flinch and replies confidently, "It's okay. I'll deal with him when the opportunity comes." He continues to explain his point of view. "I've worked here, and I'm an adult now. I can make my own decisions, right?" Yoon-ho is pleased by his son's conviction and praises him. "You really have grown up." Then Yu Gwang-ik happily suggests, "Let's go home. I want to eat some of Mom's home-cooked food." Sung-hee smiles and says, "All right." Yu Gwang-ik whispers to them, "Since I'm unemployed now, I'll stay at your place for a while." "Okay," Sung-hee happily agrees. "Of course, you can figure things out later." Then she suddenly asks, "Is killing fun for you? Do you feel happy when you see someone die?" Yu Gwang-ik freezes at the question, but he answers honestly, "No, I don't." She asks another question, "And you still plan on staying in this line of work?" Yu Gwang-ik answers without a moment's hesitation, "Yes, I do." Lee Seung-hee spoke in a low voice. Right then, Yu Gwang-ik suddenly spoke up. "Oh, Dad, I have something to tell you." Yoon-ho asked affectionately, "Huh, what is it?" Yu Gwang-ik immediately let it out. "Actually, I have a younger sibling." Yoon-ho gasped. What? Just then a girl with golden-orange hair was standing at the apartment door. She walked in and greeted them softly. "It's nice to meet you, Father. I'm Mary." Yoon-ho scratched his head, giving a confused, awkward laugh. "Father, that doesn't feel quite right yet." Yu Gwang-ik, standing beside them, quickly introduced her. "She's Mom's adopted daughter and my younger sister." "So she's your daughter too, Dad?" Mary spoke up, looking timid and worried. "If my presence makes you uncomfortable, I'll try to live as quietly as possible. If that doesn't work, I can move out." Yoon-ho quickly stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said warmly, "You said your name is Mary, right? Welcome to the family. I've always wanted a daughter." Mary's eyes welled up with tears as she softly called out, "Dad." Right after that, Yu Gwang-ik put his arm around his sister's shoulder and spoke up. "Let's go." "You're hungry, aren't you?" Mary replied softly. "Yes, I am." Yu Gwang-ik chatted happily. "You can just call me by my name." Then he lowered his voice and invited her. "Come on, have a seat." Mary's eyes sparkled at the sight of the lavish dinner table. She was so happy she couldn't even close her mouth. Lee Seung-hee and Yoon-ho said in unison, "It's not much, but please eat your fill." Yu Gwang-ik and Mary were incredibly happy together. "Mom, Dad, let's eat." Yu Gwang-ik shoveled the food into his mouth right in front of everyone. He didn't even feel shy, exclaiming naturally, "This is so good, I'm eating so much." Yu Gwang-ik's over-the-top casualness made Lee Seung-hee's blood boil. Suddenly, she spoke up. "So what are your plans now?" Yu Gwang-ik was caught off guard by the question and could only utter a confused sound. Lee Seung-hee, while slicing an apple, stated seriously, "What kind of work do you plan to do? If you're planning to just live off your severance pay, don't. I won't let you stay unemployed forever." Hearing that, Yu Gwang-ik scratched his head and laughed loudly, trying to explain. "Don't worry, Mom, I don't intend to do that." Seeing this, Lee Seung-hee praised him. "Good. By the way," Lee Seung-hee happily held out a juicy slice of apple in front of Yu Gwang-ik and asked softly, "Do you want to train with me?" She quickly stuffed the apple into his mouth, making him eat it subconsciously before he blurted out in shock, "Yeah." Lee Seung-hee smiled brightly and suggested, "It's time for you to be trained as a shifter, so I'll be the one to teach you." Yu Gwang-ik scratched his head, feeling awkward and trying to change the subject. What about the other teachers?" Lee Seung-hee asserted confidently. "No, I will guide you personally." Yu Gwang-ik gave a forced, awkward laugh. "Huh. But I'd prefer another teacher." Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Seung-hee spoke up. "Is it because you?" She looked at him tenderly, but her eyes were burning with intensity. "Don't want your mother to teach you." Yu Gwang-ik quickly turned his face away and whispered, "No, it's not that. I just thought they might be better at instructing." He continued to express his concerns. "I only recently started living as a shifter." Lee Seung-hee immediately fired back. "Don't worry. I only need 2 weeks to straighten you out." Finally, she made her decision. "We'll start training in 2 weeks, so get yourself ready." Yu Gwang-ik suddenly raised his hand and spoke. "But Mom, can I ask one thing?" Lee Seung-hee quickly replied. "What is it?" Yu Gwang-ik then asked. "This isn't going to be just a theory class, right?" 3 days later, at the office of the Minister of Public Administration and Security, Yoon-ho burst into the room panting. The minister jumped up in shock and greeted him. "Ah, you're here. What do you want me to do?" "Eliminate Warren. Just give the word and I'll do anything." Yoon-ho sat straight down on the sofa and suggested, "Why don't we talk over a cup of coffee?" That suggestion made the minister's jaw drop and his eyes widen in surprise. "Oh, yes, of course. Miss Dong Ki-nam, get us 2 cups of coffee." Hearing this, the secretary immediately replied, "Yes, minister." Right after that, the minister asked urgently, "So what is it you want from me?" "Remove Nam Bong-jin from his position." How about throwing him in jail? Yun-ho replied calmly, I won't back down, don't worry. He continued to analyze, even if we kick him out of his position, he'll just find a way back. The minister spoke up worriedly. You're right. So what do I need to do? Waiting for exactly that, Yun-ho immediately proposed. Restrict entry to the other side for 3 years and strictly ban all support for Warim. After hearing this, the minister could only turn away and exclaim, ban all support. Right, that could work. But that wasn't all. Yun-ho added another request. Also, let Enma Mian know who I am. At this, the minister's eyes widened and he gasped in shock. What do you mean by that? Yun-ho explained seriously. Send him a warning about what happens to those who provoke me. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-hee was on the phone. The person on the other end greeted her. Having not spoken in a while, Lee Seung-hee replied politely, How have you been? I need to ask you a favor. The other person exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect you to get back into this. What is it? Lee Seung-hee immediately stated. Stop all funding for Warim Telecom. Lee Seung-hee's older brother spoke up firmly. Do you even know what kind of place Warim is? Lee Seung-hee didn't hesitate to answer. A special immortal force, the former power of the Korean branch. Her brother then lowered his voice and replied, You still have a good grasp of what's going on here, don't you? Lee Seung-hee continued her request. At the very least, freeze all their capital for 3 years. Her brother replied while typing on his computer, Fine, but we can't stop the government funding. Finally, Lee Seung-hee's brother suggested, Besides, you should meet our youngest sibling when you have some time. Lee Seung-hee obediently replied, Yes. Please give my regards to father. 2 weeks later, on the day of training, Yu Gwang-ik sat alone in the middle of the forest, feeling bored and thinking to himself. They said training starts at 3 p.m. Why hasn't anyone shown up yet? Suddenly, his phone rang, making him gasp in surprise. Right after that, a message from Boliana arrived. I heard the CEO is using you. It's all because you're a broke loser. Yu Gwang-ik was quite surprised by this message and thought to himself, I don't know if he was given access or if the firewall is just trash. How did he find out? Boliana sent another message. Marry my younger sister. If you raise your social status, no one will dare touch you. Yu Gwang-ik found it ridiculous and thought, what kind of nonsense is this? An interracial marriage. Then he messaged back, I'll take care of things myself. You should worry about yourself. Boliana immediately replied, Don't be so distant. We're friends, aren't we? While he was busy texting, someone suddenly walked up and greeted him. Oh, there's someone here. Is your name Yu Gwang-ik? Hearing this, he secretly judged the stranger for being so rude while greeting someone for the first time. Then Yu Gwang-ik replied politely, And who might you be, old man? His younger sister was right behind them. Yu Gwang-ik gasped in surprise. Mary quickly warned him, Brother, be careful. Just as she said that, the man suddenly threw a kick, leaving Yu Gwang-ik in total shock. Not wanting to lose, he quickly moved into a defensive stance, raising his fists. Yu Gwang-ik focused intensely, preparing to strike. Both men were evenly matched, each successfully blocking the other's attack. Immediately after, the two of them sprang back to maintain a safe distance. The older man suddenly spoke up in praise. What's this? He's actually pretty good, isn't he? Just then he walked over and commanded, Hurry up and say hello, this is your uncle. The man Lee Gyong-nak cheerfully waved and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. My name is Lee Gyong-nak. Yu Gwang-ik couldn't help but be stunned, thinking to himself that he actually had an uncle. Gyong-nak expressed his amusement, noting that from the look on the boy's face, he clearly never heard of him. Didn't your mom ever tell you? Yu Gwang-ik, still dazed, let out a confused noise. Immediately, Gyong-nak hurried to explain, You know the Dangun group, right? The chairman of that group is my father and your mother's father, which makes him your grandfather. The Dangun Group was the leading corporation in Korea. Yu Gwang-ik imagined towering skyscrapers and silently deduced they had over 60 subsidiaries, making them one of the largest companies in ex-Juracy. He further realized that the place was so massive, its influence rivaled the government itself. And now the chairman of that mega corporation was his own grandfather. Thinking it over, he let out a sharp breath. If that was the case, Yu Gwang-ik was over the moon, shouting, So I'm actually a rich Chibol heir. That comment made Gyong-nak burst into fits of laughter while Seung-hee lowered her head, embarrassed by her country bumpkin's son. Gyong-nak laughed until it practically hurt, then turned to ask, Is that really what's important? Yu Gwang-ik honestly replied, Of course, I want a Lamborghini for my birthday. Gyong-nak immediately confirmed, Actually drove one here. You want it? Yu Gwang-ik joyfully exclaimed. Really, I love you so much, uncle. Seeing this, Seung-hee smacked Gyong-nak on the head and scolded him. No, don't spoil him. Get him into training. Then she softly called for Mary. The girl immediately and obediently replied, Yes, ma'am. Seung-hee requested the transformation plan. Right away, Mary displayed the transformation strategy for Yu Gwang-ik. Gyong-nak watched for a moment and then commented, Who made this? What's with this hideous design? You should get someone else to redo it. Seung-hee barked back angrily, I'm the one who made it, so keep your opinions to yourself. Then she announced, 6 months should be enough. Yu Gwang-ik sat there listening quietly before blabbing out. Wait 6 months. Seung-hee proposed, First, we need to test you. At that moment, Mary hauled out a giant crate. In the blink of an eye, she produced a mouse sitting snugly inside the crate. Sung-hee asked, "Can you make this mouse stop moving?" Immediately, Yu Gwang-ik grabbed the mouse by the tail and replied, "That's easy." Gyeong-nak, witnessing this from the side, couldn't help but blurt out his he, a bit slow. Seung-hee sighed and explained, "Sweetie, you're not allowed to touch the mouse." Yu Gwang-ik was stunned by the requirement, wondering, "Stop it without touching it. Applying pressure without physical contact. Sounds doable." He placed the mouse back in the crate and thought to himself that he had faced many types of killing intent before. Then Yu Gwang-ik stared intently at the mouse in the crate. The mouse suddenly stopped moving, its eyes turning white. The people watching gasped. He didn't even need to make a sound. At this, Seung-hee quickly ordered Mary to release all the mice. She obediently replied, "Yes, ma'am." Mary poured all the mice into a prepared drum. Sung-hee then gave Yu Gwang-ik a new challenge. "Now try to stop all of them. You can use sound if you need to." He confidently asserted, "Easy." He stepped toward the drum full of mice and watched them. His expression turned incredibly dark, causing the mice to go completely still, unable to move even an inch. Gyeong-nak saw this and walked over to ask, "Did you learn that from someone?" Yu Gwang-ik replied without hesitation, "I never learned it." He thought to himself that he had just witnessed it many times before. Then Gyeong-nak whispered something to Sung-hee. After a moment, she sighed in agreement. "Yeah, I guess that works." That's when Seung-hee spoke up and suggested, "Son, I think we need to change the plan because your level is higher than I thought. If it gets too hard, just let me know." "Okay," Yu Gwang-ik blankly replied. Okay." Finally, she declared, "We'll be doing max intensity training for the next 6 months." The scene shifted to a restaurant where it was packed and incredibly noisy. Yoon-ho asked gently, "I heard you've been training with your mother lately." "How's it going?" Yu Gwang-ik replied gloomily. "Dad, don't even talk about it. Mom is working me to death." Yoon-ho laughed heartily and said, "But I'm so happy. I didn't expect this day to come so soon." He stated firmly, "In that case, I'll tell you everything." Yu Gwang-ik gasped in shock. "Tell me what." Yoon-ho said seriously. "Don't be too shocked, but you're not an ordinary immortal. Our bloodline is very special." He continued to analyze it, clearly explaining that there's a secret technique that allows an immortal to control their consciousness. Our family is the one that created that technique. The lights in the restaurant flickered as the conversation between father and son continued. Yu Gwang-ik suddenly asked, "But why are we the only ones left?" Yoon-ho calmly explained. "That's not true. There are still those who follow the immortal faith and others who are in hiding." Yu Gwang-ik countered, "No. I mean, why did our family fall apart?" Yoon-ho started sweating bullets and replied, "Ahem, going straight to the point, are we?" Then he calmly answered, "It's simple. A greedy old man wanted power, and some others rose up against him. Your dad and I were on the side of the rebels." Yoon-ho sipped his beer and added, "By the way, only a few people know this secret." After listening intently, Yu Gwang-ik blurted out, "Dad, why do you make it sound so simple?" Then he thought to himself, well, it's still better than that conversation at the convenience store. Right after that, Yoon-ho asked softly, "Anyway, that's how it is. Son, do you have any plans for the future?" Yu Gwang-ik took a sip of beer and replied, "I think I'll work as a freelancer for a while." Hearing that, Yoon-ho gasped in surprise. "A freelancer? Seriously?" Yu Gwang-ik finished his beer and explained, "I don't think joining the Special Immortal Forces is the only answer. I want to live the life I want and see if I can make it on my own." After hearing his explanation, Yoon-ho was extremely pleased and praised him. "Is that so? That's a good reason. I'll be rooting for you," Yu Gwang-ik happily replied. "Thanks, Dad." Yoon-ho laughed and suggested, "If you're so grateful, why don't you pick up the tab for this round?" Yu Gwang-ik froze in shock and stammered. "What?" Yoon-ho quickly added. "I heard you got the reward you wanted along with a nice chunk of change when you quit your job. You're loaded." The next day, a girl was happily sipping on some bubble tea. Suddenly, someone walked in and greeted her cheerfully. "Long time no see." Dong Ki-nam Kim Jong-ah turned around and gasped. "Oh, you're here." Yu Gwang-ik sat down next to her and asked, "Is your job going okay?" Kim Jong-ah replied worriedly. "There are rumors that the company might go bankrupt soon." Yu Gwang-ik gasped. "What? Why?" Kim Jong-ah began to explain. "We've been locked out from the other side, all our funds are frozen, and we can't even get a loan." Yu Gwang-ik listened intently, breaking into a cold sweat as he thought about it. "Why do I get the feeling this has something to do with me?" Kwang asked softly, trying to argue his point. "But the director still gave me an apartment." Donna looked down, answering him with a worried expression. Word is he had to sell off equipment and dip into his personal savings. Now he's living in a tiny studio apartment. Kwang nodded and replied, "I see. Well, I didn't come here to talk shop anyway. How is everyone doing?" Donna thought back to Lee Kang-mo being in the hospital and started explaining. "The manager is recovering slowly and I've been moved to Security Team 1. She continued reporting that Assistant Manager Lee Dong-hun had been jailed for assaulting a colleague and concealing personal information. Hearing that, Kwang immediately asked, "What about Choi Min-nam?" Donna answered honestly. "We started tracking him right after cleaning up the scene, but we still haven't found a trace." She added, "Rose was taken hostage and then suddenly cursed. Now she's in a vegetative state, living, but not really there." Donna mentioned that Mon was being held in a special confinement facility. She then noted in a low voice, I think it'll be nearly impossible for assistant manager Lee Dong-hun to get out for a lot of reasons. So I wanted to ask if you could somehow get him out. Kwang paused, thinking to himself, I was thinking the same thing, but what can a freelancer like me even do? It's nice to have such kind colleagues. Then he spoke up, was this the manager's idea? Donna didn't answer. She just kept slurping her drink through a straw. Kwang suddenly suggested, can I talk to him? I never got a chance to say a proper goodbye before I quit. He immediately placed the call. A voice answered from the other end. Is that you, Lee Kang-mo? Lee Kang-mo picked up and snapped. What are you calling me for? Calling to officially quit now, are we? Kwang asked softly. Are you doing okay? Have you eaten yet? Lee Kang-mo froze, then blurted out, wait, what? Kwang happily chatted away while sipping his drink. Hey, should I start calling you Uncle Lee Kang-mo since you're getting up there in years? Do you want to be called Uncle or just your name? Take your pick. On the other end, Lee Kang-mo was fuming. Have you lost your mind? Kwang tried to comfort him. Is the recovery that painful? Just hang in there, okay? Being a manager is already such a headache. Seeing Kwang beat around the bush, Lee Kang-mo lost his patience and cursed. What the hell are you talking about? What do you want? Kwang didn't hesitate. I'm guessing Lee Dong-hun won't be able to come back to work, right? Then he made his offer regarding that. I'll take him with me. Lee Kang-mo scoffed. Is that why you called to poach a team member from me? You piece of work. Kwang didn't flinch. Why are you bringing up loyalty when you called me a piece of work? The very first time we met, Lee Kang-mo smirked. Just call me by my name. Kwang suddenly asked, is the team manager over 40 already? Donna replied, that's right. Kwang asked again, doesn't he feel any shame? Just then he stood up to say goodbye. Well, see you later. Donna warned him, take care of yourself. After taking a few steps, he turned back. Oh, right, I've been meaning to ask. You're doing this for your family, aren't you? Donna answered honestly. I am. It's a sad story and a bit of a cliche. I lost my family to a terrorist organization and I have to get my revenge. Kwang agreed. I hate those guys too, so if anything happens with them in the future, I'll have your back. I'm off. Take care. Donna gave a satisfied smile. Thank you. Walking outside, Kwang announced confidently, Mission Save Assistant Manager Panda is now underway. He made a call and spoke cheerfully. Hello, how have you been? Secretary, can I speak with the director? Meanwhile, Min was in a dark room surrounded by empty liquor bottles. He was drowning in his own thoughts. Sir, government funding has been cut, the banks aren't talking, and we can't even negotiate overseas. I'm sorry, it's an order from the top. There's nothing we can do against this order. It's an absolute command from Dannon. They're the ones behind this. Your company just doesn't meet our standards anymore. It was the perfect time for a disaster. As he was agonizing over it, his phone suddenly rang. Nam Bongjin scrambled to answer only to hear a complaining voice on the other end. Why would you do that? He gasped. What? The voice on the other end kept complaining. Why are you doing this to me? Did I offend you or something? Kwang lounged comfortably on his sofa and continued. You don't watch many movies, do you? Min barked back. What do you want? Kwang chatted casually while eating popcorn. I've been struggling a bit lately. Munch, munch. I can barely breathe when I think about what happened. I'm having nightmares and I've lost my appetite. Min's face darkened with confusion, and right then, Kwang made his move. Can you get assistant manager Lee Dong-hun out of there? And I don't mean a jailbreak. I mean getting him out legally. He added, I have a feeling you can make it happen. Nam Bongjin just sat there stunned, his mind racing. Is he seriously asking for a favor after putting me in this tiny studio? Is he kidding me? He made an excuse. Look, my hands are tied with work and the government. I can't do anything about this. Kwang sipped his Coca-Cola nonchalantly. Is that so? Min lowered his voice. It's just a matter of professional skill. Kwang immediately asked. Then what should I do? Nam Bongjin replied, confused. Why are you asking me? Kwang answered honestly, because you're the only one who can actually help. Nam Bongjin hesitated for a moment before speaking. If we had a top-tier lawyer here, we wouldn't have to worry. Kwang cheered. Oh, a lawyer. A top-tier lawyer. Min lowered his voice. Yeah, because he'll have to go to court. Kwang replied excitedly. Okie dokie, I got it. Finally, he warned him, don't you go changing your mind now. Those words made Nam Bongjin's teeth grind in fury. He went to light a cigarette to calm his nerves, but his secretary rushed in. Sir, you can't smoke in here. Is something wrong? Nam Bongjin spoke up. Kwang wants something. I should probably give it to him, shouldn't I? The secretary answered honestly. Yes, sir. After all, he's definitely not your average person. Nam Bongjin sighed. How's the executive team doing? The secretary replied quickly. They're all here. In prison, Lee Dong-hun was focusing intently on folding paper cranes like a little kid. He sat there gloomily, folding various animals out of paper. He beat himself up, going bankrupt, ending up in jail. It's all my own fault for breaking the law. He slammed his hand against the floor, trying to comfort himself. I'm just sad I can't work at the place the manager hired me for anymore. Lee Dong-hun shed a silent tear. And more importantly, they don't let me watch anime in here. As he was lost in thought, a voice called out from the door. Inmate 1259, you have a lawyer here to see you. Lee Dong-hun looked up dazed. In the second visitation room, the visitor spoke. You're Lee Dong-hun, right? He quickly confirmed. Yes. Why are you guys here? The girl quickly introduced herself. We're lawyers. She continued emphatically. We guarantee you'll be breathing fresh air outside within 48 hours. Lee Dong-hun, doubting his own sanity, blurted out, why me? The female lawyer reassured him cheerfully. Don't worry, just trust us. Lee Dong-hun, still dazed, asked again. But why? She gently explained. We were requested to do this. Lee Dong-hun gasped. What, who requested it? She patiently replied, Dangun, that's all you need to know. Meanwhile, Gwang-ik was training hard, throwing punches repeatedly. Jae-young-rak praised him happily. That's my nephew for you. He watched him train and noted. Isn't this his first time wearing a cardio mask? He's doing better than I expected. Gwang-ik was so focused he only just realized Jae-young-rak was standing right in front of him. He turned and cheered softly. Oh, uncle, do you know any good lawyers? Jae-young-rak immediately replied, Lawyers, I know plenty. Why, Gwang-ik asked, could you introduce me to one, please? Jae-young-rak pinched his cheek and laughed. Did you do something bad? I'm good at keeping secrets. Just tell me. Gwang-ik denied it right away. No. Jae-young-rak asked, confused. Then why I need to know the reason to find the right person for you? Thinking it over, Gwang-ik explained. What about someone who's anonymous, has no records, and is a terrorist? Jae-young-rak froze for 5 seconds and shouted, what he kept pushing. Who would hire someone like that who's accused of terrorism? Gwang-ik answered honestly, the Immortal Task Force. Jae-young-rak thought for a bit and said, then I'll ask my team. Gwang-ik blurted out in surprise, your team. Are they actually useful? I really need that guy out of prison. Jae-young-rak confidently claimed, hey, you might not know this since I'm your uncle, but I've been on the news 6 times. Look at me, I'm a free man now. Gwang-ik listened intently and judged him silently. So he's actually reliable. Mom told me he was involved in some huge mess. Right then, Jae-young-rak solemnly declared, trust me. I trust my lawyers more than anyone. Gwang-ik asked worriedly, so I don't need to meet them myself, right? Jae-young-rak assured him, why would you? I guarantee it won't even take 3 days. Suddenly, the prison doors opened. The female lawyer turned to say goodbye. Well, I'm off. You did great. Lee Dong-hun, newly released, replied shyly. Oh, thank you. He thought to himself, I didn't expect it to be this fast. Suddenly, Gwang-ik, holding a cube, rushed forward. But Lee Dong-hun's fast reflexes blocked him. What are you doing here? Gwang-ik's hand was still gripped tight, but he asked enthusiastically. Haha, how've you been? I heard you have nowhere to go. Want to come to my place? Lee Dong-hun said sternly. Did you send those lawyers? Couldn't you have made it sound a bit more believable? Gwang-ik pulled his hand back, tucked the item in his pocket, and kept chatting. So how's life without anime been? Lee Dong-hun's side. I thought I was actually going to die. Just then, Gwang-ik pulled out a manga and held it in front of him. Dong-hun gasped. Gwang-ik urged. Let's go. You can read this on the way. Dong-hun replied politely, thanks. But where are we going? Gwang-ik answered vaguely. Teacher, I've got a lot to tell you. Someone wants to meet you. You've got time, right? Right then, as they were taking the elevator up, a voice suddenly shouted. What? Lee Dong-hun cried out in shock. So you're a Chibol, a pureblood? Gwang-ik calmly replied, yeah, as of recently. I know it's hard to believe. He stepped forward while Dong-hun called out from behind. Wait, hey Lee, Dong-hun spoke his mind. Are you possessed? I'm right, aren't I? You're not a regressor. Someone else is inside your body. Seeing Dong-hun's overactive imagination, Gwang-ik gently reminded him, you should lay off the comics. I'm just a product of love. Then Gwang-ik asked, hey, have you ever heard of the Recovery Witch? He continued, she's a legend among shapeshifters. She was voted the #1 shifter that the black market shouldn't mess with, especially if you're a shifter who can't behave. Seeing this, Gwang-ik noted, so you do know. You can't control your instincts when you transform, right? Lee Dong-hun quickly replied, yeah. As he said that they reached the training floor, Dong-hun's eyes widened in fear. Wait, what? Gwang-ik replied coolly, I told you someone wanted to meet you. That person can help you. Lee Dong-hun, breaking into a cold sweat, waved his hands in refusal. But Gwang-ik, this thing is uncontrollable. I just need to make sure I don't transform. I'll just find a house in the suburbs. Before he could finish, Gwang-ik cut him off. That's my uncle. Lee Dong-hun greeted him excitedly. Oh, a second-generation Chibol. Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Dong-hun. Jae-young-rak glanced at him and spoke. So you're the test subject. You look pretty average. Gwang-ik continued the intro. And over there is the Recovery Witch. She's also my mother. Lee Seung-hee welcomed him warmly. Nice to meet you. She reached out to shake hands and introduce herself. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Kang Lee Seung-hee. Lee Dong-hun politely shook her hand, feeling shy. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Suddenly, Lee Seung-hee thrust her hand toward his chest instead of shaking it, leaving him confused. Out of nowhere, Lee Seung-hee landed a blow that sent Dong-hun flying through the air. He landed painfully, clutching his chest, and gasped. Why? Lee Seung-hee calmly replied, I heard you can't control your instincts. Lee Dong-hun stammered what Lee Seung-hee asserted firmly. If you try hard enough, anything is possible. Dong-hun, still in pain, explained, no, but I was a Prometheus test subject. It's impossible, I know it. Lee Seung-hee countered his excuse. She stared him down and declared, I said it's possible. Watching them talk, Gwang-ik couldn't help but ask, "Mom's getting excited, isn't she?" Gaeong-rak whispered, "She's always like that. I think her biggest joy in life is curing shifters who can't control their instincts." Right after Lee Sung-hee suggested, "Let's begin. Transform." Gwang-ik put on a suit and started complaining. "What the hell is this? Did Dangan's fashion department go bankrupt or something?" Gaeong-rak quickly explained. "It might look weird, but it's the most efficient design. Let's get started." Then he flipped the power switch and shouted. At level 1, the suit Yu Gwang-ik is wearing suddenly crackles with purple electricity. His whole body shakes violently, forcing him to brace himself against the ground. Gun-hak watches the situation and notes, "Not bad. Most people are crawling by level 1. Yu Gwang-ik, dripping with sweat, quickly asks, "Uncle, what level did you manage to endure?" Gun-hak answers without hesitation. "Me, level 4. Yu Gwang-ik is stunned by the answer. He silently realizes that level 4 is basically meant for training cold-blooded killers. That's when Gun-hak starts explaining that the device is called endurance. It puts immense pressure on the muscles and breaks them down. The sensors in the suit can increase the weight. He continues, "However, that's still not enough, so I prepared this." Mary appears gently and speaks softly. Is Mary really going to have to hit him? Gun-hak sets the task. You'll have to fight her while wearing that suit. Mary turns to him and confesses, "Mary can't. I can't kill you, big brother." Yu Gwang-ik sees this and blurts out, I'm sorry." Gun-hak calmly explains, "You can't kill him. Your brother is immortal." Ignored, Yu Gwang-ik shouts even louder, "Am I invisible? Can't you two hear me?" Gun-hak continues, "If you don't want to do it, then I'll have to be the one to hit him. Wouldn't it be better if you did it?" Then Mary realizes this and happily replies, "Then Mary will do it." Yu Gwang-ik watches them talk and wonders, "Wait, why is she blushing?" Then Gun-hak speaks up. "What you need to learn from this fight is how a shifter handles close-quarters combat." Yu Gwang-ik asks doubtfully, "Uncle, do you really want me to do this?" He says confidently, "Are you sure this is okay? Hitting my little sister doesn't exactly seem right." Gun-hak remains firm, noting Mary is a genius that your mother raised. Mary says softly, "Big brother, Mary will do her best." Yu Gwang-ik thinks, "All right then." Immediately after he shouts, "Come at me," Yu Gwang-ik rushes into the fight and declares, "I won't go easy on you just because you're smaller." Without a word, Mary clenches her fists, preparing to strike. Both of them lunged at each other, throwing punches at the exact same time. With his reach and strength, Yu Gwang-ik manages to land a punch on Mary's face first, knocking her head to the side. However, she recovers instantly and counters with a punch, a devastating blow straight to the gut that Yu Gwang-ik couldn't block. The force was so strong it sent him flying backwards, screaming in pain. Seeing this, Mary quickly pulls back her hand and gasps in horror, "Big brother, are you okay?" Yu Gwang-ik struggles to get back up and replies, "I'm fine." He firmly insists, "Keep going." Behind them, Gun-hak watches the situation and silently notes, "The kid is adapting faster than I thought. Time to crank up the intensity." He flips the power switch and thinks to himself, "Now you must learn restraint. Knowing how to minimize energy waste even in the worst situations is crucial." Meanwhile, Yu Gwang-ik is still aggressively rushing to attack Mary. Gun-hak silently cheers, "Go for it, nephew." Right then, their punches collide again at the same moment. Juhi stands above watching the match with a serious face. Yu Gwang-ik keeps launching attacks at Mary. Juhi silently notes that after just 1 week, he's already able to hold his own against Mary. Then Juhi prepares to leap down. She lands softly right in front of Yu Gwang-ik and suggests, "How about you switch and spar with me instead?" Yu Gwang-ik turns pale and refuses. "What, I'm not ready yet." Before he can finish, he takes a powerful punch from her that he can't block. Frustrated and hurting, Yu Gwang-ik silently begs, "Whoa, hold on, wait a second, please." But it's too late. Juhi is delighted after landing that strike while Yu Gwang-ik is a total mess, thinking miserably to himself. This is supposed to be training, not physical torture disguised as training. 1 month later at the dinner table, meat is sizzling and smelling delicious. Yoon-ho asks with a warm smile, "I heard you've been training really hard lately. How's it going?" Yu Gwang-ik, his face covered in wounds, tries to answer, "Dad, don't you see all these bandages?" Beside him, Mary's eyes well up with tears as she blames herself. Mary is so sorry. "I was too rough." Yu Gwang-ik grumbles, "Dad, why are you laughing? Does it make you that happy to see me get beaten up every day? And you stop referring to yourself in the third person." Mary happily feeds him a piece of meat and says, "Here, big brother, say." "Ah," Yoon-ho exclaims excitedly, "You two are so cute when you talk." Suddenly, Seung-hee speaks up, "Son, I'm happy you're working so hard, but mommy is a little sad." Yu Gwang-ik, not feeling very good about this, says, Seung-hee explains, "You never play with me. Starting today, I'll be training with you too." Yu Gwang-ik's heart stops when he hears that. He suddenly thinks I'm dead. After that, I continue training while wearing that agonizing suit. Even though all I remember is getting my butt kicked, 4 months have passed like that. Yu Gwang-ik recalls the days of getting wrecked, getting hit with a barrage of kicks from Juhi, and being forced by Uncle Gun-hak to do push-ups with heavy rocks on his back. Then he walks out with confidence. Yu Gwang-ik is secretly impressed with himself for finishing a 6-month training program in just 4 months. Finally, summer has arrived. The scorching summer sun beats down. Just then a voice rings out, "How long do you plan on being unemployed?" Yu Gwang-ik is sitting on the swings, chatting with Kang Hee-min. His question makes steam practically come out of her ears as Yu Gwang-ik continues to analyze the situation. "You need to find a new job since you quit your old one. Have you considered what I told you?" Kang Hee-min suddenly raises her voice. "Did you forget the condition?" Yu Gwang-ik freezes and blurted out. "What condition?" Kang Hee-min explodes in anger. "A date. You promised to go on 3 dates with me." Then she goes on a long rant. "You slept through the whole movie, you finished eating in 10 minutes, and now you're lecturing me at the park. You call this a date? And what about the hotel?" Yu Gwang-ik's face looks completely defeated as he stands there taking her verbal lashing. Finally, Kang Hee-min screams, "And what about the yacht?" Yu Gwang-ik couldn't take it anymore and argued back. "Hey, I had to train yesterday, so I was exhausted. You're the one who booked the morning movie tickets without telling me." He continues to argue. At a hotel, it was only 2 in the afternoon. Kang Hee-min doesn't even look at him, turning away with a heavy sigh. "Tease," Yu Gwang-ik quickly explains. "Oh, I forgot to mention she also quit her job after that whole incident, and now I'm trying to hire her. She tells me I'm a once-in-a-century genius or something like that." Then Kang Hee-min holds up her hand and suggests one more date. Yu Gwang-ik stands up and happily replies, "Fine, fine. I'll take that as a yes then." Kang Hee-min still stubbornly looks away and lowers her voice. "Fine. But where are you planning to go?" Yu Gwang-ik immediately answers, "I have other plans." Hearing that, Kang Hee-min loses her cool, jumps up and barks. "What plans? Don't tell me you're meeting another woman." Yu Gwang-ik flatly replies, "No." He smirks and says, "I'm going to meet another man." Later, a large heavyset man is already sitting on a stone bench. He raises his hand and greets him cheerfully. "Yo," he says. "You're looking healthy these days, aren't you?" Yu Gwang-ik politely greets him. "Long time no see, Jung-go." His eyes suddenly catch Jung-go's hand. Confused, Yu Gwang-ik asks, "What happened to your hand?" Jung-go scratches his head and explains, "Sigh, I got stabbed in the back while working with some mercenaries." "Seriously, you just can't trust those bastards." Yu Gwang-ik quickly suggests, "Why don't you get it reattached? Medical tech these days is pretty advanced." Jung-go lowers his head sadly and replies, "I don't have enough money for that. Everything in this world costs money after all." Then he questions him, "But why did you want to see me? I heard you quit." Yu Gwang-ik nods and says, "Yeah, I've got a property worth about 10 billion won. Hearing this, Jung-go gasps in shock. 10 billion. Yu Gwang-ik continues, "You're still working as a manager, right? I'm thinking about going freelance." Before he can even finish, Jung-go hurriedly pulls out a business card and kneels before him, leaving Yu Gwang-ik stunned. He quickly introduces himself. "You've come to the right place, Mr. Yu Gwang-ik. I'll take 8% of the profit." Jung-go continues his pitch, saying the cost isn't high at all and is actually quite a deal. However, since I don't know your skill level, he states firmly the fee for the first time will be 35%. Hearing this, Yu Gwang-ik thinks to himself, 35%? What a total scammer. Right then, he immediately counters with 10%. Jung-go exclaims in confusion. What Yu Gwang-ik emphasizes his point. 10%, he begins to explain. "You've worked with me before. I even saved your life." Jung-go quickly shoots back. What do you mean? Are you talking about that time at the savings bank?" I didn't even get to finish my sentence before a group of strangers armed with weapons rushed in from a distance, screaming, "Die, Yu Gwang-ik." Seeing them, Jung-go's face twists with fear. Yu Gwang-ik isn't afraid at all and raises his hand to attack. With a thunderous boom, he successfully slams the stranger into the ground. Yu Gwang-ik turns and announces, "No, I'm talking about right now. I just saved you." At that moment, the attackers exclaim, "This is crazy. I thought he was immortal." Yu Gwang-ik lowers his voice and advises them, "Why don't you guys just give up and leave? I don't like killing people." Despite what he said, they stay rude to the spot, staring him down. The gang leader grinds his teeth and screams, "You little brat, what did you just say? Do you have any idea who I am?" Yu Gwang-ik calmly fires back. "Do I need to know? And why are you talking like that? Are you from North Korea?" The gang leader curses in a rage. "You damn dog, let's see how long you can keep that mouth running." With that, he uses magic to prepare an attack. Yu Gwang-ik looks at him with a serious expression. The gang leader confidently declares, "Look closely. We're the ones who take down the Immortals." "We are." Before he can finish, he takes a massive punch that makes him spit out the word chef. Yu Gwang-ik takes down the leader with just one blow. Seeing their boss flying through the air, the remaining henchmen hurriedly shout. Boss Yu Gwang-ik pulls back his hand and says in a low voice, "I told you I don't like killing, so can you guys just surrender now?" Finally, the remaining thugs have no choice but to drop to their knees and beg. "We have a lot of savings. If you spare us, we'll give it all to you." Yu Gwang-ik suddenly asks how much. The henchman gasps out, "Huh." Yu Gwang-ik asks again with a playful grin, "How much do you guys have?" The henchmen now have their hands in the air, kneeling at Yu Gwang-ik's feet, while he turns away to make a phone call. Lee Dong-hoon. At that moment, Lee Dong-hoon, who is in his room, answers. Yeah, Yu Gwang-ik immediately asks, can you help me look up some bounty rewards? Lee Dong-hoon gasps in confusion. Yu Gwang-ik quickly explains, I just caught a few guys from Prometheus. Lee Dong-hoon is stunned for a few seconds before asking Yu Gwang-ik to list their most prominent features. Yu Gwang-ik quickly turns to scan them over and speaks up. The leader seems to use magic. He said his last name was Kook or something. As he listens, Lee Dong-hoon scrolls through the list on his screen and asks, did you win? You're not hurt, are you? Yu Gwang-ik confidently asserts, no way, it was a piece of cake. Right after that, Lee Dong-hoon finds that the leader goes by the nickname Cook, with the specialty of killing immortals. He's mixed Korean and Chinese. Hearing this, Yu Gwang-ik exclaims, is that so? Lee Dong-hoon continues to report, I see several guys, nicknamed Kook, who specialize in killing immortals. Yu Gwang-ik repeats the name confused Kook. He continues to press for more info. Are they famous or something? Lee Dong-hoon responds without hesitation. These guys are considered the sworn enemies of immortals. Yu Gwang-ik says in surprise, oh really? I've never heard of them. Right now, I'm in my shapeshifter form. Then Lee Dong-hoon gently warns him, be careful with them. I'll contact the administrative office right away. Yu Gwang-ik answers urgently, yeah, tell them to send someone here quickly. The henchman with the buzz cut is still struggling, keeping his hands raised while kneeling. He suddenly speaks up, exactly how much do you want? He continues to offer, I'll give you everything I have, so just name a price. Immediately, Yu Gwang-ik answers firmly, 6 billion won. The man freezes and gasps, 6 billion. What Yu Gwang-ik leans in with his hands on his hips and declares, you're not getting out of this. My net worth is 60 million, you bastard. The scene shifts to a dilapidated, ruined building where two henchmen are standing before their boss. The boss stomps his foot hard and screams, he's a total monster. He curses in anger, noting that the others lost before they could even make a sound. The residential area even has top-tier security. That's Yu Gwang-ik, a member of Prometheus. Jung-shik raises his voice to question them. What did the people at headquarters say? The henchman with green hair reports seriously. That bitch who just became CEO said we should focus on drug trafficking and stop messing with Yu Gwang-ik. Hearing this, Jung-shik can only blurt out, what? Has she lost her mind? Who does she think she is? The henchman quickly chimes in, I think so too. Let's just go ahead with the plan. Jung-shik thinks hard, feeling a headache coming on. I worked my tail off to get to this position. I didn't come here to be a drug lord for a bunch of junkies. He angrily crushes a pack of cigarettes and reasons. If I give up like that, bitch said I'll never become a director of Prometheus. I have to prove my abilities to get promoted. Jung-shik drops the pack of cigarettes on the ground and thinks to himself with a smirk. And right now is the best chance. A perfect opportunity to capture Yu Gwang-ik and get promoted. Having thought that, he asks aloud, are you sure he left Warren? Byun-chan answers honestly, yes sir. He asks again, and do we have enough men? The green-haired henchman replies quickly, yes, business has been going well lately, so we've got a few pretty decent new guys. Hearing this, Jung-shik immediately orders, good. Call everyone who's free. He speaks up. We're starting this right now. Don't get excited too early, keep your guard up. Jung-shik laughs loudly and remarks, I think he's at least as strong as a human chopping woodcutter. Watch out for him like new, the two henchmen shouted in unison. Yes, boss. The special undying force arrived at the scene in no time, and I handed all those greedy chefs over to them. Every single young man belonging to Prometheus was arrested right then and there. After that, I headed home. Yu Gwang-ik said cheerfully, I'm home. His parents, sister, and uncle were already sitting at the dining table waiting for him. Gun-hak greeted him enthusiastically. Oh, you're back. Hey there, nephew. Yu Yun-ho asked gently, have you had dinner yet? Mary also reminded him worriedly, you should wash your hands first. Seeing this warm welcome, Yu Gwang-ik felt a sudden shiver and immediately thought to himself, what's with the goosebumps? And why are you still here? Uncle Gun-hak tried to explain that he just stayed for a cup of tea, but Yu Gwang-ik didn't buy it and called him out. It's 11 p.m. already. Who drinks tea at this hour? Tea, really? Just then, a deep, calm voice echoed, sit down, Yu Gwang-ik. We need to talk. Yu Gwang-ik sat down with a frown, wondering, what is this about? Yu Yun-ho quickly spoke up. I heard you were ambushed by the Prometheus crowd today. Yu Gwang-ik froze his eyes, widening as he thought, how do they know? Did Lee Dong-hoon tell them? Thinking quickly, he tried to explain. Oh, it was nothing. Don't worry about it. Yu Yun-ho spoke in a serious tone. Son, listen to me carefully. He continued his analysis. This is only the beginning. They'll keep coming for you? Don't you think you need protection? Gun-hak casually suggested. I can have my personal bodyguards protect you. Those people won't just stop. Yu Yun-ho wouldn't back down and added, if necessary, the special task force will help too. Gun-hak stated confidently, my bodyguards are definitely better. Yu Yun-ho refused to lose the argument, countering, not necessarily brother-in-law. We prioritize individual safety above all else. Gun-hak gave a forced smile and argued, we have more manpower. Besides, we are the Danon group. Yu Yun-ho was so angry he was practically fuming, yet he still laughed calmly and said, Danon, yeah, I've heard of it, an affiliate of Excuracy. However, we are the government's special task force. Gun-hak argued firmly. He cleared his throat and said, "The government will never waste resources to prioritize a single person." Yu Yun-ho firmly asserted, "No, they will." Do you really think a massive corporation is willing to spend money on something that doesn't bring in a profit? The two kept bickering back and forth until Lee Seung-hee lost her temper. She slammed the table and screamed, "Enough! Do you both want to die?" Both Yu Yun-ho and Gun-hak immediately stopped and let out a heavy sigh. Lee Seung-hee suggested, "For now, just train at home. That should keep them at bay for a while." Mary, sitting nearby, chimed in excitedly, "Mary will help too." That's when Yu Gwang-ik finally spoke up. "I know you all mean well." He expressed his view, but is this really necessary? His words left everyone stunned. Yu Gwang-ik scratched his head and explained, "I mean, do we really have to just sit around and wait to be attacked by those people?" He directly proposed, "I'll go deal with them myself. You know those princess guys or whatever." Mary quickly corrected him, "It's Prometheus." Yu Gwang-ik replied, "Oh, my bad, Prometheus." Everyone was still in shock at his suggestion. Gun-hak looked at him with a strange expression and blurted out, "Huh," Yu Gwang-ik emphasized, "I'm going to go handle those psychos." Gun-hak couldn't believe his ears and instinctively asked again, "Wait, who?" Yu Gwang-ik replied firmly, "Your nephew." Lee Seung-hee suddenly remarked, "He must have hit his head earlier." Yu Yun-ho also declared, "Those bastards. I'll kill every last one of them." Lee Seung-hee then asked seriously, "Yu Gwang-ik, can you say that again? What exactly do you want to deal with?" Yu Gwang-ik rested his chin on his hand and answered nonchalantly, "The princesses. I mean Prometheus." After that, he quickly walked away. Yu Yun-ho followed behind and suddenly asked, "Even if I try to convince you, you won't listen, will you?" Yu Gwang-ik answered honestly, "Of course not. I'm a grown man now." He turned and argued, "If I don't take them out first, the people I love will be in danger. It's best if I handle them myself." Yu Yun-ho was moved by his son's devotion. Finally, he agreed. "All right, call me if you need any help." Yu Gwang-ik replied obediently, "Yes, father." But then Yu Yun-ho spoke up again. "However, you won't be doing everything alone. I've already talked to your uncle." Gun-hak happily put an arm around him, laughing as he spoke. "Hey." He stepped forward to announce, "The Dan Gun support team. They're going to help you." His uncle held out a pair of car keys to Yu Gwang-ik and said happily, "And here's a gift. Take good care of this baby." Yu Gwang-ik took them with pure joy and replied, "Whoa, seriously, I love you, uncle." Yu Yun-ho folded his arms, sounding satisfied as he said, "I guess I don't need to worry anymore, but stay safe." Mary behind them also piped up, "Mary will be rooting for you." Yu Gwang-ik looked at everyone and promised, "Yes, I'll be back soon." Right after that, he sped off in his Lamborghini. While driving, he chatted over the comms. "Did you find it yet?" Lee Dong-hoon immediately reported, "Yeah, I think those guys are involved in an illegal drug ring. There are rumors that Prometheus is linked to that recent drug incident." Yu Gwang-ik asked, "So they're the ones making the stuff?" Lee Dong-hoon immediately countered, "Hey, I didn't say that. I just said they're involved." Yu Gwang-ik lowered his voice in disdain. "Who cares? Easy, easy," Lee Dong-hoon advised gently. "You're getting a bit too worked up. Confirm this first." Yu Gwang-ik cut him off and declared, "Regardless, I'm going to give them a warning." Lee Dong-hoon asked confused, "A warning?" Yu Gwang-ik affirmed, "Today I'm going to try being a terrorist." Night fell over the concrete stairs. Inside the building, a man dressed in black was making a deal with a blonde guy. He counted the cash and let out a huff. The man in black spoke threateningly, "Hey you, it looks like you're a bit short." Immediately, the blonde guy pleaded, "Please, just a small discount this time. I'll give you more next time." The man in black growled menacingly, "Are you kidding me? Don't you know the rules here? If you want to haggle, then get lost." The blonde guy begged in fear, "I'm sorry, please don't." Right after that, the man in black kicked the blonde guy hard in the chest and screamed, "Get out of here."